Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 974 to Chapter 1056. The Golden Qilin's roar shocked the Yuan family's father and son. The Golden Qilin had been acting mysteriously since it showed up. However, everyone knew how powerful it was. Earlier on, it had been lying beside Yunxing obediently after making an agreement with Yunxing. Now that it stood up, it released its terrifying aura that was comparable to that of a godly beast. The Golden Qilin was not small. When it stood up, it was about the same height as an adult man. At this moment, anger burned in its golden eyes like flames. The golden scales all over its body exploded one by one. It looked incomparably angry. In fact, Yi Baiming could not speak human language at that moment. If he could speak, he would have scolded them without caring about Prince Regent's manners. What was the meaning of this? He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such shameless people. The father and son dared to steal his woman in front of him. He was not dead yet. His woman could not remarry. Shut up, gold coin. Can't you see that I'm talking to Uncle Yuan? Let's make an additional agreement. When I'm talking to others, don't interrupt. Yunxing was embarrassed. She tried her best to appease the Golden Qilin that had suddenly gone crazy. However, the Golden Qilin's outburst had resolved her embarrassment. She understood what Yuan Wuxu meant. She could sense that Yuan Bupo had feelings for her. However, she could not accept Yuan Bupo. Yunxing's soft fingers gently caressed the Golden Qilin's neck as if she was stroking its fur. Yi Baiming only felt that his anger was forcefully suppressed by her caressing actions. Uncle Yuan, I can't accept your kindness. Although in the eyes of others, I'm just a living widow. Yunxing felt a lump in her throat and she stopped caressing the Golden Qilin. Living widow was how many people saw Yunxing. Yi Baiming had gone missing and there was no news of him until now. Yunxing waited for him, temporarily acting as the Prince Regent. Deep down, she didn't know when Yi Baiming would return. Even if he came back, what should they do about the curse of the ancient Qilin that was in front of them? It was clearly a parting of life, but it was as painful as a parting of death. Upon hearing the words living widow, Yi Baiming felt a suffocating pain in its heart. It stopped roaring and stuck out its soft tongue to lick the back of Yunxing's hand. As if feeling the Golden Qilin's comforting words, Yunxing felt a surge of strength in her heart. Yunxing, why are you doing this? Yuan Bupo had already guessed the answer. Yunxing was a determined person. Once she had decided on someone or something, she would never change her mind. I'm not bitter at all. I know that he will come back. Right now, he has no choice but to leave because of his difficulties. That man has never been an irresponsible person. As long as he doesn't come back, I'll wait until the day I die. Yunxing's words were nothing special. She spoke as if she was talking about daily life. However, her words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds in the ears of the people present. A young woman in the prime of her life had said such words for a man who might not come back for the rest of his life. Yi Baiming felt a surge of sweetness after a sharp pain in his heart. He knew that Yunxing was talking about her vow. She was using her most special method to wait for his return. He wouldn't let the wild cat down. Before it found a way to return to its human form, he would use his most special method to guard his woman. Yuan Bupo lowered his head. He knew that he would never be able to win Yunxing's heart in this lifetime. However, Yuan Bupo smiled calmly. He could vaguely see the young man who had met Yunxing for the first time. Yunxing, as long as Yi Baiming doesn't come back, you'll wait for him. As long as he doesn't come back, I'll wait for you too. Is that okay? She could wait, so could he. As long as Yuan Bupo had his eyes on the woman, he would wait for her and pursue her even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Roar. The Golden Qilin didn't just roar this time. It bent its front limbs and its golden body pounced on Yuan Bupo like a speeding arrow. Instead of talking, it was better for men to fight. If he didn't kill Yuan Bupo, his name wouldn't be Yi Baiming. $. I've said it before. Don't yell at my friend. Yunxing's exasperated voice, accompanied by the Golden Qilin's roar, echoed in the sky above Grand Emperor City. Time flew by. 3 years later, in the Regent of Great Zhou's residence. The spring day was just right. The warm breeze, accompanied by a few rays of dawn, passed through the open window and shone into a room. A woman was sleeping on a large carved bed with her clothes on. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders. The woman was only wearing a thin silk dress. Her curvaceous figure was very alluring. A few rays of sunlight shone on the woman's face. The woman was still in a deep sleep. Two charming dimples appeared on her rosy cheeks. Perhaps the sunlight had interrupted her beautiful dream. The woman turned around. She flipped around and suddenly realized that her chest was heavy. She couldn't move her body and there was a faint chill in her chest. As if she had sensed something, her eyelids moved and she opened her eyes. The woman's eyes suddenly widened, and her face flushed red in an instant. A palm covered in golden scales reached into her clothes and landed on her two soft lumps. Immediately after, the woman cursed and kicked with her long leg. She didn't care if her lower body was exposed and kicked to the side. It turned out that the woman wasn't the only one sleeping on the large carved bed. There was also a golden qilin lying there. The qilin's figure was very tall and almost took up half of the bed. The golden qilin had already sensed the woman's awakening. As if it had already expected the woman's actions, it arched its body gracefully like a cheetah and dodged the woman's attack. It spread its limbs and continued to lie on the woman's body calmly. Unfortunately, the woman had woken up and the opportunity to take advantage of her was gone. You climbed onto my bed again. We made a pact. You're not allowed to climb onto my bed again. The golden qilin yawned. Its golden eyes had a hint of ridicule. A pact? What 3 rules? The two of them, husband and wife, had made a 3-point agreement. There were probably more than 100 agreements. This woman made a pact every day. However, it was all one-sided. He didn't agree to it. Ever since it was adopted by Yunxing 3 years ago and returned from Grand Emperor City to Yujing, Zhou State, it had been by Yunxing's side. Although Yi Baiming was still in his beast form, mentally, he was a completely normal man. Earlier, he and Yunxing had to be separated on their wedding night. For him, this was already a serious form of physical abuse. It had finally returned to Yunxing's side. How could it miss the opportunity to sleep in the same bed with Yunxing? A certain gold qilin said, good performance, everyone is satisfied. A 3-point agreement, there was no rule in the world that a man couldn't climb into his wife's bed. After noticing the obvious disdain in the golden qilin's eyes, the black-haired woman became even angrier. The black-haired woman, who was the current prince regent of Zhou State, Yunxing, had a face full of anger. 2 balls of anger were burning in her black eyes, making her look even brighter. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, pouncing on the golden qilin, wanting to throw it out. However, the golden qilin's reaction was faster than hers, and its strength was also greater than hers. Even when she used magic, this guy could successfully dodge her every time. In the past 3 years, this happened every time. She couldn't beat it every time, that's right, Yunxing had adopted the golden qilin for 3 years. From the age of 15 to 18, Yunxing's 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. At first, Yunxing was somewhat repulsed by the existence of the golden qilin, because although this guy was a magical beast, it was never willing to stay in the exquisite beast tower. Other than that, this fellow's other hobbies, other than following her around all day long and roaring at the man beside Yunxing when he had nothing better to do, was to climb into bed. At first, Yunxing didn't have any reaction. Baby sheep used to often climb into her bed. Her bed was big enough, so she just treated it as having 2 more beast-shaped pillows. However, as the number of times it climbed into her bed increased, Yunxing found that Gold's behavior was becoming more and more abnormal. First of all, after it successfully climbed into Yunxing's bed, it began to ostracize baby sheep. Later on, it used some unknown method to make baby sheep give up the right to sleep in the same bed as Yunxing. The beast monopolized the right to climb into the bed. What was even more outrageous was that one day, Yunxing suddenly discovered that Gold was actually a male qilin. Previously, Yunxing thought that Gold was elegant and clean, so it was at least a female qilin. After discovering Gold's gender, Yunxing refused to let it climb into her bed. No matter what, she was still a married woman. How could she sleep with a male beast? However, no matter what Yunxing did, such as setting up barriers outside the room, or moving to another room to sleep, Dollar could always find her without anyone noticing. In the end, every morning when Yunxing woke up, she would find Dollar lying next to her, unmoved by the wind and rain. In recent months, this guy's actions had become more and more unruly. Right now, it had developed to the point of attacking her chest. Yunxing decided that she was going to teach Dollar a lesson today. She was going to teach him the rules. However, just as Yunxing was about to speak, Dollar pounced on her and pushed her onto the bed. No matter how she kicked and scolded him, this guy did not seem to be hurt at all. Prince Regent, are you awake? It's time for the morning assembly. A maid's greeting came from outside. After hearing the maid's voice, Dollar unwillingly let go of her. Come in. Yunxing's face darkened. Several maids entered in a single file. 2 of them were holding tea and a basin in their hands. Seeing Yunxing and Dollar's faces, the maids looked as if they understood what was going on. They were not noisy and spontaneously stood on the left and right sides. 3 years ago, when Yinba returned to Taiyuan Mountain, he specially asked these maids to take care of Yunxing from Empress Dowager Wenren. These maids all knew that Yunxing was pretending to be the regent of Great Zhou, but they never told others. The Prince Regent was different from other nobles. She was very easygoing and did not beat or scold the servants, so the servants were not afraid in front of her. They also knew that their Prince Regent was a summoner, and she had many magical beasts under her command. But among these magical beasts, besides the arrogant baby sheep, the one with the strongest presence was the golden qilin named Dollar in front of them. Almost every morning, there would be roars and sounds of fighting in the room of the Prince Regent. The maids did not need to look to know that Dollar must have climbed into the bed of the Prince Regent again. It seemed that only Dollar could make the Prince Regent change her calm appearance in front of others and become like a normal woman. It was the same today. Seeing the maids unable to hold back their laughter, Yunxing felt very embarrassed. It was all because of that damn Dollar. Yunxing glared at the golden qilin and felt that she had made a very wrong decision. Why did she agree to let the golden qilin stay by her? Sighed, this guy was here to make her angry. The golden qilin, Yi Baiming, did not care about Yunxing's angry glare at all. In fact, Yi Baiming liked Yunxing when she was angry. Although 3 years had passed and Yunxing was more mature than before, when she was angry, her cheeks were puffed up, and she looked like an angry wild cat. Not afraid of the roars behind it, it jumped down from the bed and went to one of the maids. First, it reached into the cup and drank a few mouthfuls of water to rinse its mouth, then put its paws in one of the wash basins and washed them. Although every day she saw Dollar wash up like a human, Yunxing was still not used to it. After bringing Dollar back to Zhou State, Yunxing found that Dollar was different from ordinary magical beasts. She did not know if it was because of its bloodline, or if Dollar had other masters before. Dollar was very similar to humans. For example, after it got up every day, it would rinse its mouth and wash its hands meticulously. And its movements were elegant and noble, just like a prince from the royal family. Even when it ate, it would let people cut the meat it ate and swallow it piece by piece. After swallowing, it did not forget to wipe its paws. Not only that, it also took a bath every day. It was not at the same level as the magical beasts in Yunxing's exquisite beast tower. Yunxing seriously suspected that Dollar was like a human and had intelligence. Its words and actions were not like a magical beast at all. The longer Yunxing stayed with Dollar, the more she suspected the origin of Dollar. Dollar was a qilin. Sometimes Yunxing could not help but associate Dollar with the night fox and the black qilin tribe. However, she could not detect a trace of the black qilin tribe on Dollar. She also could not feel any hostility. At least, Dollar did not have any bad thoughts about her. It was a qilin, but it was obviously not the same race as the black qilin tribe. She could not feel any hostility from it. Vaguely, there was a holy power in it. Yunxing also asked Baby Sheep several times. But every time she asked about Dollar's origin, Baby Sheep would play dumb and act cute. After washing up, Yunxing and Dollar finished their breakfast and went to the imperial palace of Zhou State together. There, Yunxing would preside over the morning court with Empress Dowager Wenren as Prince Regent. This was the daily task that Yunxing had to complete for 3 years. The carriage rumbled. When the first ray of sunlight passed through the city gates of Jade Capital, Yunxing had already entered the palace. She had already changed out of her morning robes. She had carefully concealed herself for the past 3 years, and no one had ever suspected her gender. Xianxia was already taller than the average woman. She was neither fat nor skinny, and she used a special vest to hide the fullness of her chest. Her long, flowing hair was fixed with a black onyx hairpin. She was dressed in a dark green court robe with golden cloud patterns. Her dark eyes were deep, and she looked very elegant. It was early spring, and there was still a trace of the cold night in the corridors of the palace. There was still half an hour before the morning court, but the palace was already bustling with activity. The palace maids removed the soul stones in the illumination magic array. Xianxia and the golden qilin behind her shuttled through the corridors of the palace. "Good morning, Prince Regent." "Good morning, Lord Gold Coin." The palace maids and guards who hurried past bowed respectfully to Xianxia. A few young palace maids blushed when they saw the smiling Prince Regent. After Xianxia walked far away, a few palace maids who were in love finally dared to whisper, "The Prince Regent is really good looking. If only he would like me." Put away those thoughts. The Prince Regent already has a consort. The Regent of Great Zhou had married 3 years ago. Although the Prince Regent's consort had contracted a terrible disease after marriage, she had been recuperating in the prince's residence for the past 3 years and had never appeared in front of anyone. However, the Prince Regent was infatuated with the Prince Regent's consort, and he had never thought of taking in another concubine. This broke the hearts of the young noble ladies in Jade Capital who were in love. If one were to ask who had risen the fastest in the past 3 years on the boundless continent, it would undoubtedly be the Regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. In the past few years, he was the most famous young talent on the continent. Now, his fame was on par with later Qin Dugu Xiu, Immortal Abode Divine Wind King, Punlai Prince Regent Ji Rumo, and Dharma Temple Magistrate Xiao Wenqiu. He was already recognized as one of the Wuji 5 gems. To be exact, the Prince Regent of Zhou State was undoubtedly the #1 person in the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. Of the Wuji 5 Annulus, Tang Yuan and Li Xiao had long died in a foreign land. As for the other 3, after later Qin's Dugu Xiu ascended the throne, they gave up on the trend of expanding their territory in the early years. In the past few years, they were diligent in government affairs of the later Qin, and the state was stable. The Dharma Temple's young magistrate Xiao Wenqiu was said to have suffered heavy injuries during a mission to search for a divine weapon. He recuperated in the Dharma Temple for many years and still didn't go out. The Immortal Abode Divine Wind King belonged to the elves. Elves originally didn't move around the continent, so there was very little news about him. As for Punlai's Prince Regent, this person was originally in the limelight. However, after experiencing a huge fire 10 years ago, his face was ruined, and he didn't show his face in front of others. Among the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus, only the Regent of Great Zhou, who replaced Tang Yuan and Li Xiao, moved around the continent the most. 3 years ago, Zhou State's emperor, Yi Qingtian, suddenly died in one night, and a rebellion broke out in Zhou State. The other countries on the continent looked on coldly from the sidelines. Just when everyone thought that Zhou State would decline, the situation suddenly changed. First, Zhou State's old general, Yun Ba, came out of seclusion and quelled the rebellion of the Marquis of Jiayuan. Then, Zhou State's martial emperor, Yi Baiming, who was rumored to have disappeared, came out again. He reorganized Zhou State's imperial court with lightning speed. The originally pedantic elder Chen and the others either returned to their hometowns or were given jobs without any real power. Zhou State recruited a large number of new civil and military officials from the common people, and the situation of the imperial court was completely changed. Zhou State's army was also reorganized. Long Feng came out and selected a group of soldiers to train into the continent's first army of demon warriors. Prince Regent Yi Baiming then appointed the Summoner Zone to form an army of demon beasts. Apart from that, Prince Regent also reorganized Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy, and invited many teachers and elders from the continent's magic elite camp to teach magic. Zhou State also signed an alliance agreement with Immortal Abode and Punlai. The 3 countries established trade cities, opened markets, and interacted with each other's needs. Later Qin and Punlai eyed Zhou State covetously, but they didn't dare to act rashly. In a short 3 years, Zhou State went from being a martial arts country to a country that valued magic, martial arts, and the summoning of demon beasts. In these 3 years, there were some bandits and rebel forces that caused trouble, but they were all killed by Prince Regent at lightning speed. It was rumored that this Prince Regent was ruthless and showed no mercy to those who disobeyed him. It was also rumored that this Prince Regent empathized with the common people, and every year, he would conduct free medical treatment in various parts of Zhou State. But since the Prince Regent took charge of the state affairs, Zhou State was peaceful, the border was stable, and the people were prosperous. In the past 3 years, the people in the palace had become accustomed to the Prince Regent and the golden Qilin beside him. No one doubted that the Prince Regent in front of them was a woman. Empress Dowager Wenren, who was initially wary of Yunxing, had completely let down her guard. She and Yunxing had become close friends who could talk about anything. In order to conceal Yunxing's identity, Empress Dowager Wenren had put in a lot of effort. 3 years ago, she replaced all the palace maids and eunuchs who knew about the upheaval in the palace that day. She also replaced all the old palace maids who had seen Yi Baiming before. Now, in the hearts of all the people of Zhou State, Yunxing was Prince Regent. In today's morning court, Empress Dowager Wenren and the Prince Regent listened to the advice of the civil and military officials. After the court, Empress Dowager Wenren rubbed her temples tiredly. "Your Highness, you forgot to take the calming elixir I gave you again. The elixir needs to be taken every day to be effective." Yunxing looked at Empress Dowager Wenren, who looked a little haggard. In the past 3 years, the growth of Empress Dowager Wenren and the little emperor made Yunxing look at them with new eyes. This seemingly delicate woman didn't collapse after her son was taken away by her. She put away her sadness and took charge of the state affairs. In the past 3 years, all the officials in the court were convinced by her. To some extent, Empress Dowager Wenren was not an ordinary woman. Empress Dowager Wenren more or less knew about Yi Baiming's background. She also vaguely guessed that the death of the Emperor of Zhou State was unusual. However, Empress Dowager Wenren chose to remain silent. She even dared to appoint Yunxing, who she had only met a few times, as the Prince Regent. Judging from these points alone, Yunxing and Empress Dowager Wenren were both extraordinary women. They appreciated each other's talents. Hearing Yunxing's typical doctor's tone, Empress Dowager Wenren chuckled. She had been with Yunxing for a long time, and she almost forgot that Yunxing was also a skilled doctor in addition to being Prince Regent. "Prince Regent, please forgive me. It's not that I don't remember to take the elixir, but the elixirs you prescribed are all calming and nourishing the brain. I feel sleepy as soon as I take them. When I feel sleepy, the memorials in the imperial study will pile up like a mountain." Empress Dowager Wenren said helplessly. It was not easy to be the Emperor of Zhou State. When Yi Baiming was there, Empress Dowager Wenren and the little emperor had an easy time. Now the Prince Regent was not there. Although Yunxing was good in other aspects, she was far from enough in government affairs. Empress Dowager Wenren and Yunxing discussed that they would preside over the morning court together. Other than that, they would take turns to read the memorials. "Empress Dowager, you don't have to worry about the memorials. I'll help you solve them. You just have a good rest these days," Yunxing said in a casual tone. "Prince Regent, don't you hate reading memorials the most?" Empress Dowager Wenren knew that Yunxing was sharing her worries. But when she thought of the first time she saw Yunxing reading memorials in the imperial study, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yunxing laughed awkwardly. "I recently found a way to read memorials quickly and effectively. Don't worry, Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Wenren was puzzled. But Yunxing did not want to say more, so she did not ask more. Empress Dowager Wenren was relieved and handed the memorials to Yunxing. Then she went to rest first. "Let's go. The memorials are waiting for us." Yunxing patted Gold Coin's head. They walked to the imperial study together. That's right. Yunxing's so-called method of quickly reviewing memorials was gold coins. A demonic beast could read memorials and make accurate judgments. If this thing was known to others, it would frighten a lot of people. But dollar was just that magical. This was also the reason why Yunxing was still reluctant to drive Gold Coin away, even though she was annoyed by its bad behavior of climbing on her bed countless times. It was embarrassing to talk about it. She was a student who graduated from a modern medical college. She was not afraid of magic, medical skills, or summoning. But she was afraid of small memorials. In the first few years after the little emperor was sent away by Yunxing, the memorials were read by Xianxia and Empress Dowager Wenren in turn. When Xianxia entered the imperial study for the first time, she was baffled by the number of memorials in the imperial study. Xianxia was good at everything, but her biggest problem was that she had difficulty making choices. Moreover, the choices she had to make were not ordinary choices. They were all important matters that concerned the citizens, soldiers, and politics of Zhou state. In the first few days, Xianxia was so overwhelmed by these memorials that she almost couldn't sleep. But one day, she burned the midnight oil to write memorials and fell asleep. She woke up in the middle of the night and found that Dollar was flipping through the memorials. It turned out that Dollar couldn't find Xianxia at night, so it came to the imperial study. Fearing that Dollar's sharp claws would tear the memorials, Xianxia stepped forward and was about to make a three-point agreement with Dollar. She suddenly found that there was a pile of memorials next to Dollar. They were all stamped with the seal of the Prince Regent. And they were all memorials that she had been hesitating about. Those that agreed were all stamped, and those that disagreed were thrown aside. Xianxia tried a few times and found that the memorials approved by Dollar always had excellent results without exception. Over time, Xianxia simply brought Dollar with her every time she read memorials. Dollar also found out Xianxia's intention. At first, it was proud and unwilling. In the end, it couldn't resist Xianxia's flattery and soft pleading, so it took over the task of reading memorials. The effect of Dollar reading memorials in a day was comparable to her reading memorials in a month. Later, Xianxia read medical books in the imperial study, and Dollar read memorials there. The two divided the work, but they were happy. Over the past few days, there hadn't been many memorials. Dollar spent half a day reading through them all. After reading the memorials, it walked to Xianxia with a book in its mouth. Xianxia glanced at it and found that it was not an ordinary government memorials, but an invitation letter. The letter was sent from Punlai, and it was signed by the Prince Regent of Punlai. Prince Regent of Punlai, Ji Rumo. Seeing the three beautiful words, Xianxia raised her eyebrows. Xianxia had heard some rumors about Ji Rumo of Punlai, but she had never seen him. Punlai was a country respected by the Zhou state. There was an emperor and a king in the country. The emperor referred to the Emperor Zhou in red, and the king referred to the Prince Regent of Punlai. Although there was an emperor and a king, when it came to real power, the emperor and the king were neck and neck. The Emperor Zhou in red was in charge of the Zhou state, and the Prince Regent of Punlai was in charge of the government affairs of Punlai. Ji Rumo was now the Prince Regent of Punlai. As for Ji Rumo, he ranked first in the Wuji Five Walls. In addition to being the oldest, Ji Rumo was also a rare, handsome man. It was said that when the concubine of Punlai of Gojoseon was pregnant with Ji Rumo, there was a bright moon in her arms. When Ji Rumo was born, there was an ancient mythological beast in Punlai. However, when he was 10 years old, such a person with an equally outstanding family background and appearance encountered a fire in his eyes. During the fire, Ji Rumo's face was ruined. Since then, Ji Rumo had never walked around the mainland. But today, he wrote a letter. Xianxia opened the letter. It was actually written by Ji Rumo himself. The letter said that recently, someone found that the Dutian beast blood sector was very unstable. The Dutian blood seal was faintly collapsing. Punlai wanted to invite the other 4 countries and several major forces of the mainland to Punlai to discuss how to repair the Dutian blood seal. 3 years. It had been 3 years. After reading the contents of the letter, a look of understanding appeared on Xianxia's face. 3 years ago, the Dutian blood seal was severely damaged and on the verge of collapse because of Yi Baiming's beastification. At that time, the head of the temple, Si Ming, and several elders of the mainland elite camp thought of a way to temporarily stabilize the Dutian blood seal. However, at that time, the head of the temple, Si Ming, had said that the Dutian blood seal could only be stabilized for 3 years. After 3 years, if they could not find a way to stabilize it, the Dutian blood seal was likely to collapse. In these 3 years, the major countries of the mainland would take turns to send people to observe the Dutian blood seal every month. Once there was any abnormal movement in the blood seal, they would immediately notify the other countries and forces. Last month, it was Punlai's turn to watch over the Dutian blood seal. According to the summoners in Punlai, in these few days, the Dutian blood seal was surging with a large amount of new beast blood clouds. Once the Dutian blood seal collapsed, the boundless continent would lose its natural barrier. The Bakra orcs who had been coveting the boundless continent for many years would definitely swarm over. In the past 3 years, the 8 wastelands and the descendants of the 8 wastelands seemed to be very quiet. On the mainland, there were no new traces of the descendants of the 8 wastelands. He Lin Lin, Hu Ling Long, and He Yao, who had appeared in the boundless continent, did not appear again. However, in Yinxing's mind, the terrifying power of He Yao was still vivid in her mind. Not only He Yao, but also her mother, Hu Jiuxing, and the curse of the ancient Qilin. Where was Yi Biming now? All these questions were like a huge rock pressing on her heart, making her heart feel heavy. In addition to the Bahuang tribe, Yunxing was also worried about later Qin, Du Guxiu, Madame Qi Bai, and the others. They seemed to be very quiet in the past few years, but would the blood of the descendants of the Bahuang tribe in them really stay quiet? When Ji Rumo invited the regent of Great Zhou, he must have also invited the other 3 countries, the Dharma Temple, the Hunters Guild, and the elite camp of the mainland. It seems that I have to go to Punlai this time. Yunxing already had an idea. The Golden Qilin glanced at the letter with a complicated expression. The invitation letter asked the major countries to be at Punlai before the 15th of next month. Yunxing decided to tell this news to Empress Dowager Wenren, and, on the north side of the imperial palace, there was an open space paved with long stones. This was the drill ground of the imperial palace of Zhou State. Outside the drill ground, there were all kinds of stone beasts that weighed from 250 kilograms to more than 10,000 kilograms. Beside the drill ground, there were all kinds of weapons that shone coldly under the hot noon sun. The sunlight shone through the dense leaves and onto the ground, making the ground mottled. A few teenagers were squatting in a horse stance, and there was an incense stick beside them. These children were all about 10 years old, which was the most suitable age to learn fighting energy and magic. A person stood in the middle of the children. Wearing only a warrior's robe, the local tycoon, Golden Qilin, had his hands behind his back and was supervising the group of teenagers like a teacher. His cold gaze fell on the boy on the easternmost side most often. The young man was slightly taller than the other children. He had a handsome appearance, and he exuded the majesty of a young emperor. His warrior's robe was soaked, and the incense stick beside him was thicker than the average child's by half. When the Golden Qilin saw the boy's hard work, a thoughtful look flashed across its eyes. Prince Regent, Lord Golden Qilin. When they saw Yunxing and the Golden Qilin walking over, they greeted them. The teenagers greeted them loudly. Although they were greeting them, their bodies remained motionless. The young man on the east side didn't say anything when he saw Yunxing. He only raised his head arrogantly. This person was the little emperor of Zhou State, Yi Beiqing. 3 years had passed, but he still had some prejudice against Yunxing. In Yi Beiqing's opinion, no matter how much Yunxing had done for Zhou State in the past 3 years, she was still a thief who had snatched his imperial brother Yi Biming's throne as the prince regent through coercion and bribery. 3 years ago, Yunxing forced Yi Beiqing to move to the palace furthest away from Empress Dowager Wenren. Then, she threw the 7-year-old Yi Beiqing into the heavenly hunting corps for 2 years. Those 2 years were the most difficult years of Yi Beiqing's life. None of the men in the hunting corps knew Yi Beiqing's identity. They did not treat him as a 7-year-old child either. Yi Beiqing would train the hunters the same way. When they went on missions, Yi Beiqing also went on missions. It was there that Yi Beiqing tasted blood. It was also there that he earned his first gold coin with his young and trembling hands. It was also his first time fighting with someone to snatch a mission. It was also his first time drinking the blood of a demonic beast to survive. 2 years later, when the 9-year-old Yi Beiqing returned from the hunting corps, he had completely shed the image of a young prince who lived in a greenhouse. He was now at least 2 heads taller than before, like a little tiger. He was no longer picky about his food and did not even frown when faced with all kinds of training. He originally thought that his transformation was enough to make Yunxing look at him in a different light. However, Yi Beiqing was wrong. When Yunxing saw Yi Beiqing, she did not praise him at all. Instead, she found a new mentor for him. That was Yunxing's personal bodyguard, Tycoon Jean. When Yi Beiqing first saw Tycoon Jean, he was a little disdainful. How could this monster, who did not have any sorcery or dou qi, teach him combat skills or sorcery? Yunxing did not explain much. She only let Tycoon Jean and Yi Beiqing compete. That competition ended with Yi Beiqing breaking 3 ribs. Yi Beiqing also obediently shut up and acknowledged Tycoon Jean as his mentor. In Tycoon Jin's eyes, he only recognized 2 people. One was Yunxing, who refined him, and the other was Yi Biming, who trained him. Other than these 2 people, he did not care about the little emperor of Zhou State or the warrior sage. That was why Yunxing chose him as Yi Beiqing's mentor. Judging from the results of the training in the past year, Tycoon Jean and the little emperor were indeed a good match. Little emperor, 3 years have passed. You're almost qualified to be the emperor again, Yunxing suddenly said after observing from the side for a while. As soon as Yunxing finished speaking, a crack appeared on the cool face of the little emperor, Yi Biming, which was somewhat similar to Yi Biming's. Did he hear wrongly? That woman, did she just say that she wanted him to be the emperor again? God knew that Yi Beiqing had been waiting for this sentence every moment for the past 3 years. The implication of this sentence was that he, Yi Beiqing, had finally obtained this woman's approval. However, if he became the emperor again, did that mean that as the prince regent, Yunxing, was going to leave? For some reason, the little emperor, Yi Beiqing, did not feel the joy he had expected. Instead, he felt a sense of loss. Humph, you're indeed a fickle woman. It's only been 3 years and you're already planning to abandon Zhou State, abandon Imperial Brother, and leave, the little emperor said coldly. TSK, you don't learn the good things and learn the bad things. You and Yi Biming are really brothers. You've learned a lot from him. You can't bear for me to leave, so you told me the truth. You insisted on making me angry. I'll only be happy if I use magic to turn you into a pig's head. Yunxing shrugged and exposed Yi Beiqing's words with one sentence. Yi Beiqing's little face flushed red when he saw that his thoughts had been seen through. He looked like a red-hot charcoal head. If that's not the case, why do you want to leave? You clearly said that you'll take care of Zhou State. Yi Beiqing had unknowingly regarded Yunxing as an indispensable part of Zhou State. I said 3 years ago that I'm only taking care of Zhou State temporarily. 3 years have passed. You, this pile of mud, are finally presentable. You have Qingbai in literature, Bu Jiuxiao in martial arts, and a group of young talents. Little Emperor, you're no longer the flower in the greenhouse 3 years ago. It's time for you to graduate. Little Emperor, you've done well in the past 3 years. For the first time, Yunxing looked at Yi Beiqing with a gaze of approval. Yi Beiqing was stunned. Yunxing was actually praising him. This vicious woman who had been mocking and tormenting him was actually praising him. I'm going to Punlai. It's still unknown whether I can come back. Zhou State will have to rely on yourself in the future. Yunxing waved her hand coolly, turned around, and left without looking back. Wait. Imperial sister-in-law. You must come back. The little emperor, Yi Beiqing, immediately understood what was going on when he heard that Yunxing was going to Punlai. Come back, Yunxing raised her lips and did not answer. Even she herself did not know if she could come back so smoothly this time. Thank you for your tickets and tips. Yunxing did not turn back. Behind her, the golden qilin turned its head and glanced at Yi Beiqing under the scorching sun. There was a trace of relief in its eyes. It flicked its tail and followed Yunxing. When Empress Dowager Wenren learned that Yunxing was going to Punlai alone, she was still a little worried. Empress Dowager, you don't have to worry. The little emperor can now take charge of things on his own. I have also left to Heojin to protect him. As for other matters, you can instruct senior brother Qing and senior brother Bu. If there are any difficulties, you can also contact my second uncle. Only Yunxing knew that she had to go on this trip to Punlai. A few years ago, when Yunxing learned that her mother Hu Jiuxing's memory loss was related to Punlai, she secretly swore in her heart that one day, she would personally go to Punlai and find a way to make her mother lose her memory. Back then, she did not go to Punlai personally because she was not strong enough. However, in the past few years, she had been recuperating. Especially after peeking at Emperor Jiuyan's divine appearance, she had made great progress in her personal understanding. Even her magic and summoning techniques had improved greatly. In addition, she was accompanied by the Golden Qilin and a group of demonic beasts. She used the identity of Prince Regent as a cover to go to Punlai. When Empress Dowager Wenren saw that persuading Yunxing was ineffective, she could only let her go. One day after Yunxing left Yujing, a letter was sent to the Prince Regent's residence. However, because Yunxing was not around, the letter was passed to Yun Songlong's hands. There was no signature on the letter. Yun Songlong was very happy and his eyebrows twitched. She must go to Punlai. Yuan Shahua, who was at the side, saw this and was very puzzled. Songlong, who wrote the letter? Xing'er has already set off for Punlai yesterday afternoon. It's a letter from my eldest brother. He wrote in the letter that Yunxing must arrive at Punlai before the 15th of this month. Although there was no signature, Yun Songhai still recognized this letter. It was written by his eldest brother Yun Songhai. There has been no news about Yun Songhai in the past few years. Unexpectedly, he has been lurking in Punlai. This time, he did not hesitate to expose his whereabouts and wrote a letter to Lin Luoran. He also insisted that Yunxing go to Punlai. Something must have happened. Could it be that Big Brother had discovered something in Punlai? Yun Songlong was a little anxious. Yunxing had already left. He had to think of a way to send the news to Yunxing. In the Punlai Zhao state, in a dark water dungeon, a woman was soaked in the water dungeon. Her eyes were closed, her skin was pale, and there was no color on her face. But her face was unbelievably beautiful. She still refuses to say anything? The Emperor Zhao in red walked into the water dungeon. Behind him, several main summoners followed. The 9th main summoner was among them. Reporting to the Pope, this woman's mouth is very tight. No matter what, she refuses to say the way to go to the Bahuang continent, the summoner in charge of the interrogation said. The Emperor Zhao in red walked forward and pinched the woman's chin. Yunxing, you still refuse to say anything? Since that's the case, the 15th of this month will be your sacrifice. As he spoke, the Emperor Zhao in red glanced at Hu Jiusheng from the corner of his eyes. But there was no change in her expression. The Emperor Zhao in red's expression eased a little. He asked a few more questions, but the woman still did not say a word. She was like a mute. The Emperor Zhao in red saw that he could not get anything out of her, so he left with the others. After everyone left, Hu Jiusheng looked down at the girl who had long lost her color. She said coldly, "Why don't you explain?" This sentence, Hu Jiusheng wanted to ask 3 years ago. Everyone, including the Emperor Zhao in red, thought that the person they had captured was Yunxing of the Zhou state, Yunxing, who was half celestial fox. But Hu Jiusheng knew that she was not Yunxing. She was just a celestial fox people who looked like Yunxing. This woman was timid and did not know magic, but she was a tough nut to crack. In the past 3 years, the Emperor Zhao in red had used different methods to get his subordinates to force the woman to tell them where the entrance to the Bahuang continent was. The Emperor Zhao in red was an ambitious man. He was different from the other forces in the boundless land who only wanted to expel the descendants of the Bahuang continent. The Emperor Zhao in red thought that in order to destroy the Bakra orcs, he had to uproot them once again. He even had the delusion of attacking the Bahuang continent before the Bahuang continent invaded again. But this woman who looked as delicate as porcelain endured the torture time and time again, refusing to say a word. Maybe it was because the woman's behavior of protecting Yunxing surprised Hu Jiusheng. Or maybe it was because Hu Jiusheng admired the woman's stubbornness. Hu Jiusheng did not dislike this woman. If it was not for the fact that the woman had to die, Hu Jiusheng might have saved her. One of us has to die. It's better for me to die than for her to die. Hu Sheng coughed a few times. She could feel a dull pain in her heart. That's right. No one would care whether she, Hu Sheng, died or not. Father would not care. He would not care if he abandoned her. But if Yunxing died, many people would be sad. Her friends, her lover, and her parents. Yunxing had everything that Hu Sheng could not have. She was like the sun. She was smart, knew powerful magic, and had miraculous medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. Compared to Yunxing, she was like a small black dot in the sun. Her existence was like a foil to Yunxing's beauty. But even so, she still liked Yunxing. She could replace Yunxing and be killed. That was also a kind of happiness. What else do you want? Hu Jiusheng asked. I want to go back to my hometown. But I don't think I can go back. So, can you, after I die, send my ashes to Zhou State and give them to a man named Abandoned? Hu Xing said with a smile. Her smile was sad and beautiful. Even if Abandoned did not like her, she still liked him very much. Abandoned was the first man who was so nice to her. Hu Jiuxing promised Hu Xing. She did not know how she felt when she left the water prison. When she walked out of the cell, a cold voice entered Hu Jiuxing's ears. Why didn't you save her? She didn't deserve to die. Yun Songhai, who was dressed as a summoner of Zhou State, stood not far away. You didn't save her. I'm not the only selfish one. Hu Jiuxing only cared about one thing. As long as Yunxing didn't die, she didn't care who died. Hu Jiuxing didn't say anything and left indifferently. Yun Songhai sighed and looked at the water prison. Yes, Hu Jiuxing was right. He was also selfish. But he still couldn't help watching an innocent woman be killed instead of Yunxing. He had written a letter to inform Yunxing and asked her to come to Punlai as soon as possible. Presumably, at this time, she should be on her way to Punlai. If she could make it in time, maybe the woman in the water prison could be saved. At this time, Yunxing was ready to set off for Punlai. She first went to inspect the medical centers. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she obtained first-hand information about Punlai. Although it was called information, the information was pitifully little. That's strange. There's no information at all. Punlai is like a blind spot in the mainland. In the inn, Yunxing was frowning as she flipped through the information in her hands. Before Yunxing left Yujing, she had entrusted Long Hua and Long Feng to gather this information. Yi Baiming's Dark North Guards were not only an outstanding elite troop, but they were also an intelligence team. There were many Dark North Guards who had been hiding in various countries and major powers all year round. That was why Yi Baiming had been able to get a map of later Qin's palace so easily in the early years. Before going to Punlai, Yunxing had specially gathered all kinds of information about Punlai. However, after checking, Yunxing realized that there was very little information about Punlai. Other than the fact that Punlai was an island country surrounded by bad seas, that the Prince Regent of Punlai was Ji Rumo, and that the biggest sect in Punlai was the Zhao state, there was no other information. In terms of danger to Yunxing, Punlai was even more dangerous than later Qin. In later Qin, at least there was Duguxiu. However, Punlai was under the control of the Zhao state. In the past few years, Yi Baiming's Dark North Guards had done a thorough investigation of the major countries and major powers on the mainland. Yunxing could even find out about the situation of the Dharma Temple. However, Punlai was the only place that was forbidden. Punlai, which was known as the Summoning Nation, was the most mysterious existence on the mainland. The Emperor Zhao in Red of Punlai was one of the few Emperors Zhao in the world. It was said that the Emperor Zhao in Red's magical beast was a terrifying existence. The Emperor Zhao in Red's mythical beast was a real mythical beast. It was not like the green dragon totem that Yunxing had encountered when she fought with the city governor of Grand Emperor City. Although the four divine beasts were also divine beasts, they had been banished to the mortal world and existed in the boundless land as divine beasts. Totem divine beasts, in terms of strength, were much weaker than real divine beasts. Therefore, in terms of true strength, the Emperor Zhao in Red of Zhao state was far more powerful than the city lord of Grand Emperor City. Moreover, Yunxing did not forget that Punlai had a prince regent, Ji Rumo, who was on par with the Emperor Zhao in Red. Although Ji Rumo kept a low profile, he was able to keep pace with the tyrannical the Emperor Zhao in Red and Punlai when he was young. This person was definitely not simple. In addition, Long Hua's information also mentioned that if Yunxing wanted to go to Punlai, she had to take a ship. This was because Punlai was an island country surrounded by the sea. There were also some demonic beasts around the Punlai Sea, so she had to be careful. It was best to take a large empty ship or be escorted by a powerful hunting group. It seemed that this trip to Punlai was already full of difficulties before it even started. Yunxing put down the information in her hand with a serious expression. The golden Qilin beside her also noticed it. In fact, when he saw the invitation letter, Yi Baiming wanted to stop Yunxing very much. He even thought of destroying the letter directly. However, Yi Baiming knew that he could stop her for a while, but not forever. The relationship and hatred between Punlai and Yunxing had been doomed as early as Yunxing was born. Yunxing would go to Punlai one day. The Yunxing that Yi Baiming knew was someone who would repay kindness and avenge hatred. Many years ago, the Punlai Zhao state harmed Yunxing's family and made them homeless. The Punlai Zhao state was related to the safety of Yunxing's parents. In the past 3 years, because of the burden of the Zhou state, Yunxing had not investigated the memory loss of her mother, Hu Jiuxing. But now the little emperor had gradually matured. Empress Dowager Wenren had the support of Qing, Bu, and the Baiming guards. The time was ripe for Yunxing to go to Punlai. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Baiming decided to accompany Yunxing. Even if his woman had to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, he would accompany her without frowning. At this time, Yi Baiming found that being a magical beast was still very beneficial. At least, he could put down all his responsibilities and accompany Yunxing anywhere. A few days after Yunxing's departure, several other countries and forces on the mainland also received the invitation letter from Punlai Ji-Rumo. In the later Qin imperial palace, Du Guxiu stared at the letter from Punlai Prince Regent Ji-Rumo, lost in thought. His expression was uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. "Do you plan to go in person?" Madame Qibai walked in. "Ji-Rumo specifically invited me to go. The other countries should also send important people. The immortal residents Holy Wind King and the Regent of Great Zhou will all go." When Du Guxiu said the words Zhou state, there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Since they all went, she would also go. 3 years ago, when he learned that the Regent of Great Zhou had reappeared in the eyes of the world, Du Guxiu had already guessed that the he who was praised by the whole Zhou state was her. Yi Baiming was affected by the ancient Qilan's curse and turned into a beast. As long as he couldn't break the curse, he couldn't appear in front of people. Du Guxiu still clearly remembered Yunxing's expression when she learned about the ancient Qilan's curse. Yunxing, that stubborn woman, had completely recovered from the pain. She replaced Yi Baiming as the Prince Regent for 3 years. This woman, once again, made him look at her in a new light. In these 3 years, Zhou state went from weak to strong. The changes were witnessed by everyone. "Humph, you want to see that woman, right?" Madame Qibai said sourly. Madame Qibai was one of the few people who knew Yunxing's true identity. However, because of Du Guxiu's warning, she didn't dare to expose Yunxing's identity. Although Du Guxiu let Yunxing go 3 years ago, he seemed to be busy with government affairs and didn't do anything unusual. Like before, he recruited many beautiful women into the palace every year. However, Madame Qibai knew that no woman had entered Du Guxiu's heart. He only cared about Yunxing. What you couldn't get was always the best. The later Qin Emperor Dugu, who was pursued by thousands of girls, fell in love with a woman who had already been married. After Du Guxiu ascended the throne, he moved into the Imperial View Palace, and the original Crown Prince's mansion was empty. However, on a certain day every month, he would go to the Crown Prince's mansion. When he went to the Crown Prince's mansion, he would only stay in one place all night, which was the stepping snow garden where Yunxing had lived for a few months. That place was as intact as before, and it was exactly the same as when Yunxing had lived there. Even if Du Guxiu couldn't marry Yunxing because of the ancient Qilan's curse, he had already lost his heart. In these 3 years, he had never touched Zhou state, because that woman was in Zhou state. Seeing Du Guxiu's soulless appearance, Madame Qibai looked on coldly. Her heart felt as if it was being cut by a sharp weapon. "Du Guxiu, you are a complete idiot. Qibai, do your job well." "It's not your turn to worry about my affairs," Du Guxiu said coldly. "I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Patriarch He Yao has been working hard for many years. The Bahuan tribe has been waiting for so many years. This moment is finally here. Don't ruin the plan," Madame Qibai said angrily. "I know. Prepare the ship. It's time to set off for Punlai." Ji-Rumo is not a simple person. Du Guxiu took Qibai and a group of attendants and set off for Punlai. A few days later, on a large white empty ship that could accommodate thousands of people, Yunxing was standing on the deck, admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea and sky. After coming to the boundless land, this was the first time Yunxing saw such a vast sea. Although she knew that the future of this trip to Punlai was unpredictable, Yunxing was still in a good mood. Although she had been the prince regent for 3 years, Xianxia was still a modern female doctor. She did not like to be surrounded by people and did not like others to call her the prince regent. So she simply followed Long Hua's advice and chose a civilian empty ship to go to Punlai. Anyway, there was still more than half a month before the agreed time in the letter from the prince regent of Punlai. Xianxia heard from the everlasting Chamber of Commerce that in the large port near the sea, she could find a fully equipped empty ship to go to Punlai. The empty ship that Xianxia boarded was called Long Xiang. It was a transport ship of a local large chamber of commerce. It used large-scale wind magic and was driven by magic. The appearance of the empty ship was very similar to a modern cruise ship. When it was moving, it was quiet and there was no sound. Its flying speed was faster than ordinary flying magical beasts. Because Punlai was an island country, everyone who entered Punlai had to take an empty ship or a sea ship. Compared to the bumpy and slow sailing of a ship, which would also encounter waves, an empty ship was much more comfortable. Therefore, some wealthy civilians and businessmen who did business near Punlai all year round would choose to take empty ships. Flying Dragon was divided into 3 floors. According to her identity and the price of the ticket, Xianxia bought a seat on the 3rd floor. The price of a ticket was 100 gold coins, and magic beasts had to buy 2 tickets to enter. The crew members on the ship were not surprised that Xianxia brought a magical beast on board. After boarding the empty ship, Xianxia saw many people with magical beasts. Some of them were not summoners. Xianxia asked around and found out the whole story. Punlai was a summoning country. The number of magical beasts in the country was also several times that of other countries. The country not only used magical beasts for combat, but also domesticated magical beasts for food and various kinds of farm work. Generally speaking, people who were not summoners could not control magical beasts, but that was only limited to the other countries outside Punlai. In Punlai, if ordinary people who were not summoners wanted to control magical beasts, they must first go to the local summoning office to register. After obtaining a magical beast certificate, they could buy magical beast eggs or magical beast cubs from the magical beast merchants. Speaking of magical beast merchants, they were also a kind of merchants unique to Punlai. Magical beast merchants sold and bought all kinds of magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs. However, the magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs sold by magical beast merchants were different. They had been baptized by the Zao state and had been rid of the wild nature of magical beasts. Ordinary people could directly incubate or bring the magical beast cubs with them after buying them. However, this kind of magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs were only limited to low-level magical beasts. High-level magical beasts could not be baptized. In addition to being able to bring magical beasts on board, people dressed as hunters could be seen patrolling the empty ship from time to time. On the Long Xiang, hunters were also hired to guard against any unexpected situations that might occur along the way. The speed of the civilian empty ship was not as fast as the 3rd Elder's empty ship that Xianxia had taken before, but it was very comfortable. Because it was a civilian ship, there were all kinds of people on the empty ship. It was also convenient for Xianxia to inquire about all kinds of information. When Xianxia went to Punlai, she considered that she would meet some acquaintances, so on the basis of her original appearance, she used the method of disguising herself as a magical beast and makeup to change her appearance a little. Her skin had become wheat-colored, which was commonly seen by the sea, and her eyes had been changed to slightly slender phoenix eyes. She was dressed in black, and her whole person looked both low-key and hidden. However, Xianxia did not expect that although she had disguised her appearance, she would be targeted as soon as she boarded the ship. Baby Sheep went for a stroll again. Golden Qilin lay lazily beside Xianxia. From the moment Xianxia stood on the deck, a pair of eyes had been staring at Xianxia. Xianxia noticed that the other party was not hostile, so she ignored it. At a height of up to 1,000 meters, she looked down at the sparkling ocean of different colors under the sun. Finally, the owner of the gaze behind her couldn't help it. This one is Chang Wei, a magical beast merchant in Punlai. When you boarded the ship earlier, I had already noticed you. I don't know if we can be friends? Chang Wei was the largest free magical beast merchant in Punlai. His purpose of hitting on Xianxia was very simple. His goal was the Golden Qilin. Beside Xianxia, Chang Wei walked around the continent all year round, looking for all kinds of rare magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs. He could see that Yunxing was not a summoner. He had seen countless beasts, but he had never seen a golden magical beast. Moreover, this magical beast had a strong physique, and there was no trace of impurities on its golden scales. It looked like a superior golden eagle. Friends were everywhere. Yunxing nodded at Chang Wei as a greeting, but it was not very intimate. Chang Wei saw that Yunxing was neither cold nor warm, and he was a little anxious in his heart. He could see that although Yunxing's clothes were ordinary, she could afford a ticket to the 3rd floor, and her temperament was not bad. She must be a young master of a big family who went out to experience. It would be good for his future business to have a relationship with such a person. Oh, what a handsome magic pet. This young master, your magical beast is really good. Chang Wei walked to Yunxing's side. Just as he was about to approach, the golden Qilin got up. Chang Wei didn't expect this magical beast to be so tall, and it blocked his way with a vigilant face. Chang Wei felt an invisible pressure, which made his legs tremble. His originally envious face suddenly stiffened. Gold coins, Yunxing called softly, and the golden Qilin lay down obediently. Seeing that this magical beast could understand human language, Chang Wei was even more surprised. This young master, what kind of magical beast is your magical beast? When Yunxing saw that Chang Wei was dressed as a merchant and his eyes lit up when he saw the golden Qilin, it was not difficult to guess that he was indeed a magical beast merchant. It was Yunxing's first time coming into contact with a magical beast merchant, and she could not help but be a little curious. This is a Qilin. As for its grade, I am not sure. Yunxing still wanted to find out more information from Chang Wei, so she started to chat with him casually. Qilin. Qilin, are you talking about the extinct Qilin on the mainland? Chang Wei swallowed his saliva hard. He had guessed that this magical beast had a great origin, but he did not expect it to be a Qilin. A Qilin, and a golden one at that, was not an ordinary magical beast. In the era when Bakra orcs were still rampant on the mainland, there were many more types of magical beasts on the mainland than there were now. After the Bakra orcs were expelled, a large number of magical beasts either went extinct or were exterminated. The magical beasts on the mainland were also becoming fewer and fewer. However, in some remote mountains, or some deep sea, or areas that humans had not set foot on, there were still some magical beast bloodlines left behind from ancient times. Among all the magical beasts, the most powerful magical beast was recognized as the dragon race. However, the so-called dragon race did not only refer to the 9-clawed golden dragon. Even dragons were composed of many branches. The Qilin was one of the most ancient of them. It was rumored that the Qilin was a type of dragon magical beast, but the Qilin had long gone extinct on the mainland. Who would have thought that the magical beast of this extraordinary family descendant was actually a Qilin? Chang Wei stared at the golden Qilin with eyes full of envy and amazement. It was indeed a Qilin. Its scales were more dazzling than gold. And those lines, smoother than the strongest warhorse, and those 4 limbs, if not for the golden Qilin's fierce gaze that said, "If you dare to touch it, I will eat you immediately." Chang Wei really wanted to go up and touch the golden Qilin. When Chang Wei saw the expression on the golden Qilin's face, Yunxing could not help but laugh. At this moment, Chang Wei was like a hungry pervert who saw a peerless naked beauty. However, the expression on the golden coin's face was very strange. It obviously hated Chang Wei. If not for Yunxing's warning look, it would have turned around proudly and walked away. Seeing Yunxing and the golden Qilin staring at each other, the golden Qilin was angry but did not dare to roar. Chang could tell that this Qilin was very human, and that it was very wary of its master. It seemed that as long as he could convince this young master of an aristocratic family, his wishful thinking would still be successful. In order not to anger the golden Qilin, Chang Wei walked to Yunxing's side and said softly, "Mister, I want to discuss something with you." Qilin the Qilin. How about 10,000 purple coins in 3 days? If not, 1 day. Lend it to him? Yunxing did not think that Chang Wei could order the golden coin around. In fact, other than her, no one could get within 10 steps of the golden coin. Yunxing thought she had misheard. "Uncle Chang, what do you want to borrow the golden coin for?" Yunxing was suspicious. "Breeding, of course. Your magic beast looks so strong, it definitely won't be a problem for it to breed with 10 mother beasts in a day. The magic beast cubs it gives birth to will definitely be a good breed. Chang Wei's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. Yunxing was speechless. Breeding? 10 female beasts a day, this. This uncle was actually doing this kind of shady business. Ignoring Yunxing's expression, Chang Wei was still talking enthusiastically. Little brother, where did you get this magic beast? There hasn't been a Qilin on the continent for many years. When a Qilin is born, it is a holy beast. If I'm not wrong, this must be a holy male Qilin. This kind of Qilin has good physical strength and amazing reproductive ability. I have several high-level magic beasts on hand, such as the Wind Lion and the Glacier Chalk Tiger. If the Golden Qilin can successfully mate with them, it will definitely give birth to high-level or even saint-level magic beasts in the future. Chang Wei was ecstatic when he thought that he would soon have a large number of high-quality hybrid magic beasts. From Chang Wei's words, Yunxing heard something unusual. Although Chang Wei was a magic beast merchant, he was different from ordinary magic beast merchants. He was a magic beast merchant for the Punlai royal family. His magic beast eggs and some magic beast cubs were qualified to be directly provided to the royal family. Yunxing knew that in Punlai, there was a tradition of crossbreeding strong male and female magic beasts to create new hybrid magic beasts since ancient times. Moreover, in Punlai, many nobles and some powerful families liked to exchange magic beasts with each other, especially high-level or even saint-level magic beasts. The purpose of breeding magic beasts was to breed more powerful magic beasts. Although the survival rate of crossbred magic beasts was very low, once the breeding was successful, the grade would be greatly improved. Yunxing was dumbfounded. It seemed that this magical beast merchant had taken a fancy to gold coin's strong body and wanted to use it for mating. 10,000 purple gold coins a day, this price was indeed not low. In fact, in Punlai, there were some summoners who relied on lending their magic beasts in exchange for high rewards. When Yunxing heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched even more. Wasn't this almost the same as a stud horse? For some reason, when she thought of lending gold coin to do this kind of thing, Yunxing had a feeling of fear in her heart. Fortunately, today's Yunxing was no longer the poor orphan who had just left the banana leaf village. 10,000 purple gold coins, for Yunxing who owned the first medical center on the mainland and the annual income of the Sky Attack hunting group, it was nothing in her eyes. I'm afraid this is not a good idea. My magic beast has a bad temper. I'm afraid it won't be willing to mate with an ordinary mother beast. Yunxing thought about it and decided to refuse Chang Wei. She smiled and secretly glanced at Gold Coin. This guy was squinting his golden eyes and staring at her. Hey, child, having a bad temper is a big problem. Magic beasts at this age are in the estrus period. If you don't find a mother beast for it to mate, it will be very angry. Chang Wei had a look of I know it very well. Chang Wei saw it clearly just now. The golden Qilin had a bad temper. As soon as someone approached and wanted to talk to the black-clothed child, it would glare with its golden eyes and growl to let those people retreat. When a magic beast was not facing an enemy, it would be so irritable. It must have some needs that were not satisfied in some aspect. Chang Wei boasted that he had been a magic beast businessman for decades and was very familiar with the temperament of magic beasts, especially high-level magic beasts. When they entered the estrus period, they would be very violent and easily hurt others. That reaction was exactly the same as gold coins. When Yunxing heard Chang Wei say this, she thought about how Dollar had been getting more and more bed-climbing behavior lately. She started to have doubts in her heart. Could it be that Gold Coin was really in the estrus period and couldn't find a suitable mother beast, so he borrowed her feelings? She basically wrote after work and at night, so it was difficult for her to publish several chapters at once. Everyone could concentrate on the night and read the day's updates all at once. Yunxing shuddered. Although half of her blood was celestial fox, not only that, but Yunxing had been with Dollar for the past few years. She had noticed that Dollar didn't like men, especially the ones that got close to her. But women were different. It didn't dislike women getting close to it. Yunxing used to think that Dollar was a lecherous Qilin who liked women. It didn't dislike other maids or women, but it didn't like their touch either. Last time, a maid just wanted to stroke its head and was roared by it. She was so scared that she couldn't sleep well for a few days. However, it didn't dislike Yunxing's intimacy. On the contrary, it enjoyed it very much. Every time Dollar got angry, Yunxing would scratch its chin a few times, and its anger would disappear. The more Yunxing thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She felt that Changwei was right. Although she and Dollar didn't have a contractual relationship, she was still its temporary master. She had to ensure its physical and mental health. Should she find a mother beast for Dollar to breed, it was bad for men to hold it for a long time. If a male beast held it for a long time, it would also affect its body. Thinking about it, Yunxing walked to Dollar. She first scratched Dollar's neck. Dollar squatted down comfortably with a lazy look. Dollar, you don't seem to be young anymore. Do you want to find a partner for you? Well, it's like finding a mother beast for you to give birth to a little Dollar. Yunxing thought she used the best tone. After hearing it, Dollar didn't respond for a long time. Seeing this, Changwei suddenly felt hopeful. He thought that Dollar agreed to breed. He hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and took out a book from his storage belt. That book was the Handbook of Demon Beasts that Changwei had accumulated over the years. The handbook included all kinds of high-level and holy-level demon beasts in Punlai and the mainland. Not only were there pictures in the manual, but there were also information about the bloodlines, owners, ages, heights, and fur colors of the various magical beasts. Although Changwei had offered a high price of 10,000 purple gold, the reward he would receive from the beast master and the egg would definitely be several times higher than 10,000 purple gold. This was much more profitable than trading eggs and young magic beasts. Changwei believed that no matter how picky the male Kirin was, it would definitely be able to find a magical beast it liked in this magical beast dating handbook. Changwei kept talking. Brother Dollar, what type do you like? Tall, short, fat, skinny. Do you want a female leopard or a lioness? Or do you want a female elephant? Yunxing was touching Dollar's neck when she suddenly felt nothing. In the next moment, the entire empty ship was filled with shrill screams. Yunxing felt as if there was a meteor in front of her. A gold light flashed, and Dollar stood up. He jumped up and bit Changwei, who was trying to suck up to him. Dollar's eyes were full of anger. With a beautiful swing of his neck, Changwei flew out of the empty ship like a broken bag. In order to ensure the safety of the passengers, there was a magic wall around the dragon flying ship, which could block the attack of less than 10 advanced flying demon beasts. However, Dollar's swing was so powerful that Changwei directly broke through the magic wall and flew out. The patrolling hunters on the side did not know what had happened. They hurriedly flew out of the empty ship to save people. Dollar, you will kill him. Yunxing did not expect Dollar to be so angry. Everyone on the empty ship heard Dollar's action. Yunxing was worried that someone would die, so she could only fly out of the empty ship to help search for Changwei's whereabouts. Fortunately, Changwei was lucky. After being thrown out, he fell on the sea. After being rescued by the hunters, he broke a few bones in his body. After emergency treatment, his life was saved. Yunxing was also unlucky. On the one hand, she had to save Changwei. On the other hand, she had to compensate for the loss of the civilian empty ship. If it were not for her good attitude and prompt compensation, the captain of the dragon flying ship might have thrown her and Dollar off the ship. But even so, the dragon flying ship blacklisted the demon beast Dollar who caused the accident. Next time, Dollar was not allowed to take any empty ship related to the dragon flying ship. If the dignified regent of Great Zhou was kicked off the ship as a troublemaker and missed the invitation of the prince regent of Punlai, who knew how many people would laugh their heads off. After Yunxing returned to the empty ship, Dollar was still sulking. Yunxing was also a little annoyed. She felt that Dollar was too unreasonable. If he wanted it, he would take it. If he did not want it, he would not be forced to mate. Stupid woman, you actually want me to mate with a group of female beasts. Yi Baiming was really angry this time. He did not eat or drink. For the next few hours, he ignored Yunxing. Yunxing could feel a strong sense of resentment from its body. This time, he seemed to be really angry. He directly faced Yunxing with his butt and lay in the cabin. After playing with the sheep, he saw that both of them were angry. He went forward and asked. Only then did he know that such an episode had happened. Bo bo, puff, mating, Dollar wants to mate? The sheep still wanted to see the world in chaos and jumped up and down. If his little master knew that Dollar was the Kirin boy, he really did not know what expression she would show. Bo bo, don't pester him. Dollar is too temperamental, Xianxia said angrily. Dear master, Bo bo, don't be angry. Being angry will make you old and ugly. Dollar just doesn't like him. You can just throw him to someone else. Besides, Dollar already has someone he likes. Because the Kirin boy did not allow the sheep to reveal his identity. The sheep could only try hard to hint to Xianxia. His master was so smart that she would definitely understand what he meant. Even if the Kirin boy had changed his appearance now, he still circled around his master every day. The way he looked at his master was enough to melt a large piece of purple gold ore. His master should have noticed it. Wait a minute. Are you saying Dollar has a female beast he likes? Xianxia tilted her head and thought for a moment. Could it be a demon beast under her own demon beast? Xianxia thought for a moment and walked in front of the Kirin. Dollar, you don't have a crush on the night demon queen, do you? Xianxia thought about it and felt that among all the magical beasts, the one that was most in line with Dollar's aesthetic taste should be the night demon queen, who was more enchanting than a human. The kissing sheep, which was still fluttering in the air, suddenly fell from midair. The sheep groaned weakly. Well, his master was really stupid in some ways. There was no cure for it. This stupid woman. If she didn't give him to someone else, she wouldn't feel good, right? It would have been better if Xianxia hadn't asked. Her question was like adding oil to the fire. Dollar snorted loudly and completely ignored Xianxia. Xianxia was rebuffed for no reason and became even more depressed. Dollar didn't make up with Xianxia, and Xianxia couldn't bring herself to make up with it. In the middle of the night, Xianxia still had a belly full of anger and fell asleep. As she slept, she dreamed of Yi Baiming. Red shadows flickered, and everywhere was a red fire. Vaguely, it was back to the day when Yi Baiming took off her veil. His face was still red from being drunk, and his lips were curled into a naughty smile. His handsome features were reflected in Xianxia's eyes. His gray eyes were a little drunk, filled with joy and confusion. His lips gently fell on her body, and she felt her body heating up little by little. But suddenly, Yi Baiming's face turned into the face of the black qilin. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Xianxia's neck. Not knowing whether it was because of the pain or the pain of the wound, Xianxia screamed in her sleep. Just as Xianxia thought that she would die under the black qilin's mouth, a deafening roar sounded in her ears. A golden light flashed, and Dollar descended from the sky like a god of war. He bit the black qilin and started fighting with it. Xianxia wanted to stop the two qilins, but she couldn't even make a sound from her throat. In the end, Dollar and the black qilin disappeared together. Xianxia woke up with a start. She felt that her cheeks were wet. It turned out that there were a few drops of tears in the corner of her eyes. She didn't know if it was because of uneasiness or sadness. Xianxia reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. She felt something soft in her hand. She looked back and found that Dollar was lying beside her without her knowing. Tonight, it was very quiet. It lay on its side beside Xianxia. His golden eyes shone in the night. When it saw the tears in the corners of Xianxia's eyes, it stuck out its tongue and licked Xianxia's tears clean. Dollar's tongue was soft, and the taste buds on his tongue tickled Xianxia's face. The sadness in the dream seemed to have dissipated all at once. Xianxia recalled what happened during the day and what Baby Sheep said. She suddenly felt a little guilty. She looked up, and her bright face was filled with guilt. She tried to wrap her arms around Dollar's neck. Xianxia's voice was as small as a mosquito's. She said, "I'm sorry, Dollar. I was wrong, and I won't give you to anyone else in the future." A faint shyness appeared on her face. Even in the dark night, it could be seen clearly. Because she had just woken up, Xianxia's voice was still a little coquettish. On her delicate face, her black eyes were like the best black jade, shining brightly. At this time, she didn't look like the regent of Great Zhou, nor did she look indifferent as a doctor. Instead, she looked like a little girl who was acting coquettishly after quarreling with her lover. Yi Baiming had never seen Yunxing like this. Yi Baiming had been full of resentment, but in the middle of the night, he couldn't help but miss Yunxing's soft and fragrant body. He still quietly climbed onto the bed and saw that Yunxing was still curled up into a small ball as usual, leaving an empty space for her. The resentment from before had all disappeared in an instant. Yi Baiming knew that he had fallen for Yunxing for the rest of his life. This little woman, no matter if she was unreasonable or gentle, she could completely subdue him. At this moment, he suddenly heard Yunxing crying the name Night Fox. His heart ached as if it had been struck by lightning. Forget it. This woman was born slow when it came to relationships. Yi Baiming stared at Yunxing's face. There was still some fear on her bright face. Did she apologize just now? This woman had always been vicious, and this was the first time she had ever apologized in such a tone. However, what did she do wrong? She wasn't the one at fault. He was the one who hid his identity. Yi Baiming's throat rolled. He had a strong urge to tell Yunxing that he was Yi Baiming. A silent warmth was transmitted between the man and beast. Yunxing stared at the golden qilin. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. The face of the black qilin in the dream overlapped and intertwined with Dollar's face. Her black eyes darkened as she suddenly thought of something. What Dollar did every day, reading memorials, climbing on the bed and getting angry for no reason earlier, could it be, Dollar? Are you? The hand around Yunxing's neck tightened a little. Just as she was about to ask, the bed suddenly shook violently. Yunxing's body tilted and she almost rolled to the ground. Fortunately, Dollar reacted quickly and hugged Yunxing and rolled on the ground. What's going on? Yunxing felt that the entire ship seemed to have hit something. The hull shook violently. This collision woke up everyone on the ship. There was a commotion. Then, they heard hunters and crew members shouting outside. Everyone, gather on the deck immediately. There might be a sea beast attack. Sea beast? Yunxing was even more surprised. The golden qilin's expression also became vigilant. Punlai was located in the far southeastern sea of the mainland. It took many days of sailing. It was said that some sea beasts did appear on the sea. However, even if they encountered sea beasts, they would only be on the ship. The dragon flying ship was flying at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. It had never encountered a sea beast before. What kind of sea beast had the ability to threaten the ship at an altitude of 1,000 meters? Yunxing felt strange. But at this time, the ship had stopped flying. It was as if it had fallen into a quagmire. The hull swayed from side to side, making squeaking sounds. Knowing that the situation was wrong, Yunxing no longer hesitated. She picked up her magic scepter and sat on Dollar's back. Yunxing grabbed the sleeping baby sheep and rushed to the deck. She found that the third deck was already filled with people inside and outside. 2 magic waterfalls appeared on both sides of the ship. The waterfalls were connected to the sky and the ground, blocking the ship's way forward and backward. Some people had just woken up from their sleep. Their faces were still filled with fear and uneasiness. Yunxing even saw Changwei. He was still wrapped up and squeezed at the bow of the ship, trying to look down and see what was on the sea. There were too many people at the bow. It was difficult to squeeze in. The golden qilin did not need Yunxing's command. Its 4 powerful limbs rose into the air steadily with Yunxing. It was convenient for Yunxing to check the bottom of the ship. Yunxing sat on the back of the golden qilin and quickly rose into the air to see the situation clearly. Almost at the same time, 3 to 4 figures rose from the empty ship. They were 2 sky-level magicians and 2 warrior saint-level warriors. These people were dressed as hunters. Yunxing was secretly shocked. She did not notice that there were a few experts hidden on this empty ship. How could an ordinary airship guard afford to hire such an expert? It seemed that this flying dragon ship was not like what she knew before. It was just a civilian empty ship. How could it be worthy of such level of guards? There must be something strange, there must be something hidden on this empty ship. Yunxing paid attention to the 4 people, and the 4 people also paid attention to Yunxing. Yunxing was not afraid of their probing. After all, she had the Night Demon Queen's disguise. Ordinary people would not be able to see her true strength. Sure enough, the four experts did not feel any strong magic power or doqi from Yunsheng. They looked at the magical beast under Yunsheng and withdrew their gazes. The five of them looked down separately. Tonight was the first day of the new year. There were no stars or moon in the sky. In such a night, looking down from above, the sea level was like an endless black silk. Other than that, there was nothing else. With Yunsheng's Shenong pupil, she did not feel any magic or doqi at a glance. It seemed that the attack of the sea monsters that the crew mentioned earlier was just a misunderstanding. After confirming that there was nothing on the sea, the four experts' faces relaxed. They were obviously relieved. But their expressions were still dignified. The two magic waterfalls were like two white chains that pierced straight into the sea from the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. They blocked the airship's path of advance and retreat. They were like two walls that trapped the airship in the sea. It seemed that the flying dragon ship accidentally broke into an unknown sea magic array and triggered the magic restriction, forming these two magic waterfalls. Abundant water magic elements kept gushing out from the magic waterfalls. The captain discussed with his crew members. They were all old crew members of the Flying Dragon. They had been active in this area for many years and had never heard of any magic circle in this area. Everyone, there's no need to panic. The hunters on the ship will definitely work together to break the magic waterfall. We'll be able to resume our normal sailing around dawn at the latest, the captain comforted the passengers. There were about 100 hunters on the Flying Dragon Special Forces. It seemed like they had hired a medium-sized hunting group. After a discussion between the captain and the hunting squad, the two martial saints were the first to walk out. Behind them were 30 strong, brawny hunters, whose fists were the size of bulls, and whose foreheads were plump, who were obviously good at fighting. Immediately afterwards, the two sky mages also walked out. Behind them, there was also a team of mage hunters whose skills were not below that of master mages. Both sides stood at the front and back of the boat, facing the two magic waterfalls. Yunsheng could clearly see that these people were probably going to rely on magic and battle techniques to forcefully break through. Even though they were from the same hunting squad, the warriors and mages on both sides were clearly competing. Brothers, 10,000 thunderbolt fists. The two martial artists shouted loudly. More than 30 cultivators exuded vigorous fighting auras. Countless shadows of fists blasted towards the magic waterfalls in an instant. These warriors had obviously been trained. The shadows of their fists overlapped to form waves of fists. Like hundreds of horses, they formed a force of thousands of pounds and crashed into the magic waterfalls. Thunderous Punch, as the name suggested, was a battle technique that had the effect of augmenting combat energy. For this type of battle technique, the more people there were, the more powerful it was. A warrior's fist strength was up to 500 pounds. If two people's fist strength was up to 500 pounds, the total fist strength of 30 warriors added together was more than 15,000 pounds. With such strength, not to mention a magic waterfall, even a stone wall could be easily broken. However, what surprised everyone was that the fist strength, which was as strong as 10,000 horses galloping, immediately collapsed when it collided with the magic waterfalls. The fist strength did not even cause a splash, let alone break the magic waterfalls. Yunsheng secretly shook her head. The water element was originally the element with the strongest flexibility among the four major elements. Like water, it could almost block all strong and fierce attacks. Seeing that the 30 warriors did not succeed in breaking the magic waterfalls, the two sky mages still had some contempt on their faces. Warriors were warriors. All of them were muscular and did not use their brains. How could a magic waterfall be broken by strong and fierce battle techniques? Everyone, listen to my orders. Get into formation. The two sky mages walked forward. The mages began chanting at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Just like a well-trained archer, the moment the magic chanting ended. In the nearby air, yellow ripples of magic elements appeared. Like red tasseled spears, the ground spikes pierced through the magic waterfalls. The magic waterfalls were pierced through and water splashed everywhere like broken jade. Immediately, dozens of holes appeared on the waterfalls. The entire magic waterfall seemed to be about to collapse at any time. For a moment, the magic water elements were in chaos. Among the 4 elements of nature, there was a saying that they reinforced and countered each other. For example, fire magic was naturally at a disadvantage against water magic. Different situations call for different measures. Water-type magic was naturally at a disadvantage when it came to earth-type magic. These mages were obviously dead set on this point, and used earth spikes to forcefully break through. Mages are still the best. On the deck, the passengers were overjoyed and cheered when they saw the magic waterfalls on the verge of collapse. But Xianxia was not too happy. She stared at the holes made by the ground spikes. Her pupils constricted and turned golden. What others couldn't see, she could see clearly. Just as the waterfalls were pierced, countless water elements rushed towards the holes. Look! The waterfalls are healing again. Under everyone's gaze, the magic waterfalls that were on the verge of collapse quickly healed and returned to normal. It was as if the magic attack just now was just a joke. The 2 sky mages stared at the magic waterfalls as if they had seen a ghost. Their hopes were dashed all at once. On the ship, tension was spreading. The dragon-flying ship was in the middle of the open sea, far away from the mainland and Punlai. If they were trapped in the magic waterfalls, once the fresh water and food on the ship ran out, nearly 1,000 people on the ship would be trapped to death. At this time, it was already dawn in the east. Even though they had not slept for the entire night, no one was willing to return to the cabin to rest. Are we going to be trapped here alive? This was the only question in everyone's mind. Captain, if someone can send a message to Punlai, is there a way to break these 2 magic waterfalls? Just as the captain was at his wit's end, he heard a voice. The captain looked up and saw a man in black clothes. The man was about 17 or 18 years old. His skin was slightly dark, and his eyes were long and narrow. His clothes were not very extravagant. At first glance, he was unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, he had a special aura. Do you have a way to break open the magic waterfalls? The captain was hopeful, but when he realized that there was no magic or fighting aura around the man, his hope was dashed. The man nodded first, then shook his head. The person who spoke was Xianxia. Xianxia had Shin no eye, so she could see more clearly than the others on the ship. These 2 magic waterfalls were not simple. They were not ordinary magic seals, but 2 magic seals that had a life of their own. They had the ability to repair themselves and were extremely resilient. Xianxia suspected that these 2 magic waterfalls were controlled by someone. However, as long as the enemy did not show himself, Xianxia could not make a judgment. Before she was certain, Xianxia would not try to break the 2 magic waterfalls. She did not want to waste her magic, which would not be worth the loss. Before discovering the enemy's goal, Xianxia decided to preserve her strength as much as possible. Yi Baiming obviously thought so too. He was very quiet. Most of the time, he just watched coldly from the sidelines as the hunters made useless attempts. Yi Baiming could clearly see that the 2 magic waterfalls were not to be underestimated. Let alone a few sky magicians and martial sages, even martial emperors and law overlords of the Holy Realm would have to expend some effort to get rid of them. In order to get rid of the 2 magic waterfalls, they had to find the source of the seal. I can send a message, but I can't save everyone. Yunxing's idea was actually to let Baby Sheep send a message. With that, Yunxing pointed at Baby Sheep, who had been sleeping on her shoulder since last night. As a world deity beast, Baby Sheep could ignore all magic restrictions. It could easily escape. However, Baby Sheep could only ensure that it could escape on its own. It could not lead Yunxing or the others on the airship away. Yunxing told him the whole story, and the captain looked at the pink lump on Yunxing's shoulder in disbelief. It did not match his appearance at all. The eyes of the magical beast merchant Chang Wei, who was bandaged like a mummy, lit up when he saw the popping sheep. This was another magical beast of unknown rank. Furthermore, it was a magical beast that could break through any magical restriction. Judging from the color of its fur, it was pink. It would definitely be very popular among the noblewomen and the young ladies of the imperial family. Since he could not borrow the golden qilin, perhaps he could discuss with young Master Yun the next time and borrow this pink demonic beast for breeding. Chang Wei was really envious of Yunxing. He really did not know where she came from. The magical beasts around her were each more powerful than the other. Popping Sheep suddenly felt a gaze that harbored ill intentions. It shivered and its black bean-sized eyes immediately widened as it looked around vigilantly. The captain then saw Baby Sheep's appearance clearly. This magical beast that did not seem to have any lethality, could it really break through the magic waterfall that even sky magician level experts could not break through? Baby Sheep was very smart. It immediately sensed the deep disbelief in the captain's eyes. Ignorant humans, how dare you look down on this world deity? Flo, no, this world deity wanted them to prostrate themselves in admiration. Baby Sheep proudly passed through the magic waterfall with a swoosh sound. Before the captain could react, that pink little body, like a magic trick, passed through the waterfall with a swoosh sound and landed on Xianxia's shoulder. During the whole process, Baby Sheep did not even get its fur wet. Only then did the captain believe it. He was very excited. Then I'll have to trouble young master. Let your magical beast go to the Zao state immediately and say that Long Xiang is in trouble. When the people of the Zao state know about it, they will naturally come to help. It seemed that Long Xiang was actually related to the Zao state. Yunxing really did not know whether to laugh or cry. She just wanted to keep a low profile and travel incognito. Unexpectedly, this ship was actually related to the Zao state. There was indeed something hidden on this ship. But since things had already come to this, Yunxing did not expose it and agreed to the captain's request. What she was more worried about now was whether she could successfully reach Punlai before the 15th of this month. Baby Sheep, fly towards the east where the sun rises and find the location of Punlai. Then inform the local Zao state that Long Xiang is in trouble and ask them to quickly send people to save it. Yunxing repeatedly instructed. Baby Sheep finally heard it clearly. It wriggled its two meaty wings, passed through the magic waterfall and flew towards Punlai. The group could only wait on the flying dragon ship. Baby Sheep flew all the way. Facing the vast sea, it muttered, "Fly towards the east, fly towards the east." After flying for several hours, Baby Sheep suddenly realized that it could not tell which side was east. Which side is east? Baby Sheep's road blindness acted up again. Baby Sheep, Master said that the sun sets in the east. East, Baby Sheep is coming. Baby Sheep flapped its meaty wings and flew towards the direction where the sun sets. After flying for the whole night, Baby Sheep did not see any ghost. Just as Baby Sheep's energy was about to run out, it suddenly saw a bright light in front of it. Baby Sheep, there's a ship. Baby Sheep's eyes were almost filled with tears. It quickly looked at the empty ship that was rapidly approaching. Baby Sheep flew so fast that it did not notice that the dark blue empty ship had the flag of Later Qin hanging on it. This empty ship was Dugu Xiu's empty ship that had left Later Qin a few days ago and was heading towards Punlai. It was already late at night and Dugu Xiu had not yet fallen asleep. He was flipping through a few memorials. At this time, a subtle sound of flapping wings entered his ears. Although the sound was very soft, it was very obvious in the dark night. Dugu Xiu secretly thought that this thing that did not know life from death actually dared to barge into Later Qin's empty ship. Dugu Xiu's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. His figure immediately disappeared. He had already left the cabin and rushed towards the source of the sound. Just as Dugu Xiu was about to make a move to kill this untactful magical beast, an eye-catching pink figure suddenly stopped in its tracks. Baby Sheep. Why is it you again, hateful red-haired monster? Dugu Xiu's scalp twitched. He felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. He raised his head and saw a pink demonic beast flying in the air. Men, release the arrows. Hearing the sound, Madame Chibai and the soldiers in the cabin raised their bows and aimed at Popping Sheep in the sky. Later Qin iron blood bows were made with the tendons of magical beasts. Every arrow was quenched with magical beast blood and had amazing power. These archers had undergone strict training. Under the command, arrows shot towards Popping Sheep like a dense rain. Murder. Murder for money. Robbery. Popping Sheep's round body was unusually agile in the rain of arrows. It scuttled to the east and jumped to the west. Those sharp arrows that were enough to kill were all dodged by it. Hearing Popping Sheep's nonsensical words, Dugu Xiu raised his eyebrows. Stop. With this special color and that super quiet and poisonous tongue, although Popping Sheep's appearance was somewhat different from the egg from a few years ago, Duguxiu had already confirmed its identity. Red-haired monster, snake spirit woman, a pair of male and female perverts, Popping Sheep was scared half to death by the arrows. Its little heart was still pounding. It decided that when it officially took up the post and became a world deity, it must unify these people. Unify. Flow. Release. You are Yunxing's magical beast egg? Duguxiu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Popping Sheep's appearance here meant that Yunxing was also nearby. However, there was no familiar magic fluctuation in the surroundings. Seeing Duguxiu's dazed appearance, Madame Qi Bai clenched her teeth. She also had some impression of this egg. Puffed egg had a unique color, a loud voice, and a poisonous tongue. There was only one egg on the continent that had such a virtue. Unexpectedly, this egg's vitality was quite tenacious. After being hit by He Linling's Qilin blade, it actually didn't die. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise and hatched successfully. Your Majesty, this magical beast sneaked around in the middle of the night and appeared on the empty ship. It must want to assassinate. We must capture it, lock it up, and interrogate it properly. Madame Qi Bai saw Popping Sheep and knew that Yunxing must have also come to Punlai. Duguxiu was also puzzled. Yunxing's magic beast didn't seem to have any abilities. How did it pass through the magic defense around the ship, and as Yunxing's natal magical beast, why would it appear here? Could it be that something happened to Yunxing? Ba, you snake spirit, which eye of yours saw this world deity sneaking in? The sky is so big, is it all yours? This world deity wants to go to Punlai. Humph. Bobo Sheep spat a few times. Go to Punlai. Hearing Popping Sheep's words, Duguxiu and Madame Qi Bai's expressions changed. But this direction was obviously the opposite of Punlai. If Baby Sheep hadn't met them, wouldn't it have flown to later Qin? Why are you going to Punlai? Are you and Yunxing separated? Duguxiu couldn't tell whether he wanted to see Yunxing or avoid her. Bobo is shouldering a super big mission to save the life of the entire ship. Master and the flying dragon ship are trapped in the sea ahead by two magic waterfalls. I am going to Punlai to find reinforcements, Bobo Sheep said proudly. It didn't have time to assassinate. When Duguxiu heard that Yunxing was trapped, his expression suddenly changed. Why is Yunxing on the civilian empty ship? Zhou State actually let her go to Punlai alone? Where is she trapped? Red-haired monster, why are you speaking in such a reproachful tone? Why should this world deity answer you? My dear master likes to keep a low profile. Not everyone is as extravagant and wasteful as a certain someone. Egg Popping glared at Duguxiu and prepared to fly away. Who knew that just after a few flaps, Duguxiu was as fast as lightning and grabbed its two pairs of fleshy wings. Bobo, you dare to catch this world deity, exile. Before the word exile could come out, Duguxiu, who had already experienced Bobo Sheep's poisonous tongue, directly blocked Bobo Sheep's mouth with a ball of cloth. Search along the way and find the whereabouts of the flying dragon ship, Duguxiu immediately ordered. Madame Qi Bai was a little anxious when she heard this. Your Majesty, this is the boundary of Punlai. Searching here requires the consent of Punlai. Should we inform Punlai first? Madame Qi Bai knew that as long as Yunxing was involved, Duguxiu would lose control. Alright, send a message to the Prince Regent of Punlai, Duguxiu thought for a while. Although he was the emperor of later Qin, it was better to be cautious in the territory of other countries to avoid unnecessary disputes. Duguxiu immediately sent someone to send a message to Punlai. A day later, a messenger falcon flew to a majestic building. This building was golden and dazzling. In the sunlight, it was like a palace of the sun. Punlai Pavilion was located in the country of Punlai. Unlike the palaces of other countries, Punlai did not have an imperial palace. However, there was a world-famous Punlai Pavilion. Punlai Pavilion was near the mountain and the water. Looking into the distance from the pavilion, one could see the sea view. The messenger falcon flew into a golden pavilion. At this time, the sun was rising from the east. A man in purple was wearing a mask on his face. The man in purple had a head of long silver hair that made people gasp in amazement. The faint luster of his hair was like the finest silver under the sunlight. His skin that was exposed outside of his purple clothes was delicate like the finest porcelain. On the face of the man in purple, there was a white jade mask. Other than a pair of eyes, only half of his chin was exposed. However, just half of his chin was like a white jade carving. It was even more delicate than the mask. However, other than this, nothing else could be seen. The man was reviewing a memorial in his hand. When he heard the messenger falcon's cry, he raised his head. The man raised his hand. The messenger falcon flapped its wings and landed on his hand. The messenger falcon was a powerful flying magical beast. However, in the hands of this man, it was very docile. The dragon flying ship is in danger. The regent of Great Zhou is also trapped on the ship? The man's voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was like beads rolling on a jade plate. He was a little surprised. The letter was actually written by Du Guxiu of Later Qin. When did the iron-blooded emperor of Later Qin become so warm-hearted? Moreover, as far as he knew, Du Guxiu and the one from Zhou State should have a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. The grudge of stealing his wife, Lord Prince Regent, should we send troops? A guard captain asked respectfully from the side. A friend has come from afar. Punlai doesn't have anything good to entertain him. Let the sea beasts entertain the distinguished guest from afar. For some reason, the Prince Regent of Punlai didn't seem to like the distinguished guest from Zhou State. Did the Prince Regent mean that he was going to leave him in the lurch? The guard captain was stunned. Punlai of Gojoseon's temperament had always been indifferent. He didn't like or hate people. He didn't know what kind of grudge the Prince Regent of Zhou State had with his master. However, they were just subordinates. How could they have the courage to speculate too much about their master's thoughts? The guard captain didn't say anything else and left. Punlai of Gojoseon sat in the pavilion. He tapped the table with his long fingers and looked at the sea with his amber eyes. On the sea, the wind and waves were gradually rising. It seemed that the wind was about to blow. The sun rose and set. Another day passed. For those who were trapped in the magic waterfall, the days were always particularly difficult. The sound of the two magic waterfalls was still reverberating, and there was no sign of it weakening or disappearing. The flying dragon ship had been trapped in the magic waterfall for an entire day. The captain and the passengers were anxiously waiting on the deck. Yunxing leaned against the golden qilin and narrowed her eyes. It had been a day since baby sheep left. Logically speaking, they should have arrived at Punlai. Around evening, an empty ship appeared in front of him. There was an explosive cheer on the flying dragon ship. However, there was no joy on Yunxing's face. She saw the sign of the empty ship clearly. The golden qilin also let out a low growl. Didn't they ask baby sheep to find Punlai of Gojoseon for reinforcements? Why was it an empty ship from Later Qin? Moreover, the person standing on the deck with a murderous aura and flame-like red hair was none other than the emperor of Later Qin, Du Guxiu. Is this the flying dragon ship? I am Du Guxiu of Later Qin. Because it was an unfamiliar sea area, Du Guxiu's empty ship also carried out a thorough search before they found the exact location of the flying dragon ship. When the people on the flying dragon ship heard that the other party was actually the emperor of Later Qin, Du Guxiu, they were excited and flattered. Later Qin Du Guxiu's name was quite famous on the mainland. They heard that this person was ruthless and ruthless. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. He actually had the leisure to rescue a ship from another country. Yi Baiming also had the same thought. Du Guxiu, that brat, still hadn't given up on his little wildcat. Yunxing also noticed that the captain of the flying dragon ship was not too surprised after hearing Du Guxiu's name. Instead, he secretly exchanged glances with the masters of the hunting group. The water vapor from the magic waterfall filled the air. Du Guxiu's eagle eyes focused. Through the magic waterfall, he searched around the deck but did not find the figure that he had been dreaming of. He paused. May I ask, is the regent of Great Zhou on the ship? With Du Guxiu's question, the captain and the others, who were already on guard, were even more shocked. Not only did the Later Qin Emperor Du Guxiu come, but even the Prince Regent of Zhou State was also on the ship? What kind of luck was this? Cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the captain of the flying dragon ship. These two people were not to be trifled with. He could only blame himself for being foolish. He thought that using an ordinary empty ship to transport that thing would be very safe. Who would have thought that by a freak combination of factors, he would encounter these two great fiends? However, why did the Dugu Emperor of later Qin want to find the Prince Regent of Zhou State? The captain suddenly remembered a rumor that had spread throughout the continent a few years ago. It was rumored that the later Qin Emperor had always liked the regent of Great Zhou's consort. Earlier, he had forcefully kidnapped the Prince Regent of later Qin. In the end, Yi Baiming, who was just a nosy prince with no real power at that time, was enraged and made a grand promise of the entire country as a betrothal gift. The two of them fought fiercely. Later Qin and Zhou State fell into chaos because of this. In the end, the North Underworld king took the beauty and became the regent of Great Zhou. However, it was rumored that the Prince Regent of Zhou State's consort was kidnapped by the later Qin Emperor. She was also cursed as a vixen who brought calamity to the continent. Since then, she had contracted a terrible disease. In the past few years, she had been seriously ill and only had half of her life left. It was also because of this that the Prince Regent of Zhou State was recognized as the #1 suffering consort on the continent. However, even so, after the later Qin crown prince Dugu Xiu ascended the throne, he was still infatuated with the Prince Regent of Zhou State. Later Qin's harem still hadn't appointed a queen. The captain thought about it. Could it be that the later Qin Emperor was here today to kidnap the regent of Great Zhou? Oh my god, these two great Buddhas, please don't pick this time to fight. The captain's mind was in a mess, but Yunxing was completely unaware. She also didn't know that as one of the parties involved, the regent of Great Zhou's consort, she had become a tragic character who couldn't even trust a chicken and could die at any time in the eyes of the outside world. With regards to Dugu Xiu's sudden appearance, Yunxing was still a little surprised. How did Dugu Xiu find her? She looked again and saw that under Dugu Xiu's left arm, there was a pink thing that kept making a fuss. Popping Sheep's face was full of grief and indignation, and there was a ball of rags stuffed in its mouth. Needless to say, Yunxing also understood. Her own world divine beast on guard didn't seem to have a good sense of direction. Last time, it was said that when it was in the Grand Emperor city, it also got lost. However, didn't she already tell Popping Sheep to just fly in the direction of the sunrise? There was an 80% chance that Popping Sheep couldn't recognize the direction. When she told it to fly in the direction of Punlai Pavilion, it flew in the opposite direction and flew in the direction of later Qin. Then, it met Dugu Xiu, who also came to participate in the Punlai summit. Based on Yunxing's understanding of Dugu Xiu, this guy wasn't a kind person. If she didn't answer, he would definitely turn around and leave without even looking at the more than 1,000 people on the ship. There were also some old, weak, women, children, and sick people on the ship. If she delayed any longer, she was afraid that the situation would worsen. After thinking about it, Yunxing walked out. Your Majesty Dugu Xiu, long time no see. Although Yunxing had changed her appearance and voice, her clear voice was like a sharp sword that suddenly passed into Dugu Xiu's ears. Through the magic waterfall, Dugu Xiu could only see a slightly thin man standing at the bow of the ship. Although her appearance had changed, Yunxing was still Yunxing. Those pitch-black eyes and the faintly floating dimples at the corners of her mouth still made Dugu Xiu's eagle eyes soften a little. After confirming that Yunxing was on the ship, Dugu Xiu began to rescue her. However, after he checked the situation of the magic waterfall, his expression became cautious. Earlier, Popping Sheep had only roughly said that there was a magic waterfall. Dugu Xiu thought that it was just a slightly more powerful magic prohibition. However, Dugu Xiu didn't expect that the scale of these two magic waterfalls would be so amazing. The two waterfalls were azure and boundless. The height was immeasurable, and the length was dozens of nautical miles. The waterfall splashing water was very majestic. If later Qin's empty ship rashly attacked, it was likely that it would also be trapped in the magic waterfall. He learned from the captain that they had previously tried to use magic and fighting energy to break through, but it was all in vain. I think that this magic waterfall is a little strange. It reminds me of a kind of magical beast. Madame Qi Bai coldly observed from the side for a while. She thought of something and said to Dugu Xiu. Madame Qi Bai was born in the Bahuang tribe, so she knew more about magical beasts than Dugu Xiu, who had grown up in the royal family of later Qin. I have heard my father mention this magic waterfall before. It was created by a kind of large sea beast using magic. That kind of sea beast only grows in the deep sea. Its name is Anemone abyssalis. Madame Chi hadn't seen the deep-sea tentacle flower before, but she had heard the chief of the Bashi tribe mention it. Anemone abyssalis, strictly speaking, wasn't a magical beast. It was a kind of carnivorous magical plant. It took root in the deep sea, and as it grew older, its tentacles would grow longer. It was proficient in all kinds of mysterious water magic. A deep-sea anemone that had lived for more than 5,000 years could grow its tentacles to several thousand meters long. In the sea, it could be considered an invincible existence. This kind of deep-sea tentacle monster is most proficient in a type of magic prohibition called the magic waterfall. This kind of prohibition. Before Madame Chi could finish speaking, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the ship. There was a commotion on the flying dragon, and Yunxing also became alert. Just now, she felt a strong magical wave. That wave came from the power of the magic waterfall. That magical wave was not normal, and it was faintly mixed with a terrifying dark magical power. How could there be a large dark magical beast in the waters of Punlai? After the magical wave appeared, the two magic waterfalls moved. They kept compressing, desperately compressing, as if they were going to flatten the empty ship. What was more frightening was that when the magic waterfalls were compressing, many gray tentacle-like things that were half a meter thick extended out from the magic waterfalls. The tentacles easily penetrated the magic defense around the flying dragon as if they were piercing through a layer of paper. They wrapped around the bow and stern of the flying dragon and tore it apart. Seeing this, the captain immediately ordered the hunters on the ship to go forward and attack with combat skills. Or magic attacks. However, the tentacle completely ignored all of that. But the hunters' attacks obviously angered the tentacle monster. With the power of the waterfalls, there was a roar like that of a ferocious beast, and water splashed everywhere. Poof, poof, poof. More tentacles came out from the magic waterfalls. One of the tentacles aimed at a hunter and pierced through his chest. The hunter's body quickly withered as if the air was sucked out of his body. Soon, only a piece of human skin was left. After the tentacle sucked human flesh and blood, they immediately grew barb-like thorns on the surface. The tentacle succeeded in one move and killed a few more people in succession. The magic waterfalls also changed color. The originally clear magic waterfalls became blood red as the tentacles killed many people in succession. The empty ship was already in a mess. The ordinary passengers only knew how to escape in all directions. They tried to get back into the cabin. The captain ordered the hunters to kill the tentacles, and on the other hand, he had to stop the panicking passengers. There were many people on the ship. At this time, the ship had already begun to shake violently due to the panic. If this continued, not only would they be killed by the tentacle monster, the ship would also capsize due to the imbalance. Outside the magic waterfall, Duguxiu's expression changed slightly. That's right, it must be Anemone abyssalis, but why would this tentacle sunflower appear here? This kind of sea anemone should only grow in the nether abyss. Even a woman as vicious as Madame Chi couldn't help but change her expression after seeing the tentacle sunflower. Even though the tentacle helianthus was notorious, it was not a species from the boundless continent. It was a species from the underworld. Duguxiu did not care about this. In the chaotic crowd, his gaze followed Yunxing. But where did Yunxing go? She couldn't find that familiar figure in the crowd. It turned out that in the chaos just now, Yunxing had gotten into the cabin. Although she did not know what kind of magical beast those tentacles were, Yunxing could tell from the magical waves on their bodies that they were very difficult to deal with. Yunxing felt a familiar aura from them. Yunxing's memory was very good. She could almost remember everything she saw. She quickly remembered that she had found the same magical waves on someone before. The Netherworld Ghost King. In the Taiyuan ruins, Yunxing was sent back to the Taiyuan castle more than 500 years ago by spacetime magic. There, she had met the Netherworld Ghost King once. At that time, the other party's aura was exactly the same as the tentacle monster that committed the crime. Before the puffed egg hatched, Yunxing's knowledge of the Netherworld Ghost King was only based on the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, after the puffed sheep hatched, it told Yunxing that there were other realms outside this continent. The netherworld ghost prison belonged to the underworld outside the human realm. These creatures that should only live in the underworld suddenly appeared in the Punlai Sea of the boundless continent. There must be a reason. Yunxing suspected that this reason was hidden in the flying dragon ship. Yunxing had paid close attention to the expressions of the captain and the hunters. Especially after Du Guxiu came later Qin, their eyes were evasive and their gazes would occasionally look towards the cabin. Thus, in the chaos just now, Yunxing took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the cabin under the cover of the golden qilin. There was no one else in the cabin, so Yunxing quickly found the captain's room. After searching the captain's room for a while, Yunxing discovered that there was a secret chamber under the captain's bed. After opening the secret chamber, Yunxing found a wooden box made of black oak. Just as Yunxing was about to open the box, she heard a piercing sound behind her ear. Her scalp went numb, and Yunxing's figure flashed as she used the night demon footwork. Her toes touched the ground, and she had already dodged this fatal sneak attack. At the same time that Yunxing dodged, sharp black thorns broke out from the ground and ruthlessly stabbed towards the sneak attacker behind her. Immediately after, several balls of fire exploded, and the entire cabin was instantly filled with thick smoke. "Prince Regent, you can't touch this thing. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The captain of the flying dragon ship was glaring angrily at Yunxing and the black box in her hands. His knee had already been injured by Yunxing's black thorns, and there was a wound on his knee. The captain of the flying dragon ship obviously still had some reservations about the regent of Great Zhou. After all, everyone on the continent knew that the regent of Great Zhou was the youngest martial emperor on the continent. However, no one expected that the prince regent was also a sorcerer. "You're not the captain of the flying dragon ship. Tell me, what's in this box?" The box wasn't heavy, and Yunxing tried to use her sorcery to penetrate it. However, there was obviously a magic restriction outside the box, and Yunxing couldn't see clearly what was inside at that moment. "Prince Regent, you're an honored guest of Punlai, but there are some things that you shouldn't know. Otherwise, even if you're a martial emperor, you won't be able to escape death." The captain of the flying dragon ship smiled proudly. He abruptly tore open his outer robe, revealing the robe underneath. He wasn't wearing a sorcerer's robe or a warrior's robe, but a summoner's robe. Yunxing had seen a similar robe on the summoner Bing Ling at the Wandong gambling house before. However, in comparison, this summoner's robe was obviously of a higher level. It was crimson in color. In Yunxing's mind, the hierarchy of the Zhao state quickly appeared. In the Zhao state, only the cardinal could wear a crimson summoner's robe. The lower the level of the summoner's robe, the lighter the color. The summoner in front of her was wearing a crimson summoner's robe. Could it be that he was? Yunxing's lips curled into a faint smile. "That's right, I'm one of the 13 main summoners of the Zhao state, the 7th main summoner of the Zhao state. Since you know my identity, shouldn't the Prince Regent hand over the thing in your hands?" The 7th main summoner was very proud. So what if he was a martial emperor? In the eyes of these summoners, only the Emperor Zhao in red was the supreme existence. Moreover, they were on the territory of Punlai. The 7th summoner noticed that the expression of the regent of the Great Zhou dynasty changed subtly after hearing his identity. "So it's the 7th summoner. Pardon my disrespect. Since it's something that Lord Summoner personally escorted, how could this prince take it for himself?" Yunxing spoke respectfully as he handed over the Xiaohei box with both hands. The 7th summoner was very satisfied. Just as the 7th summoner was about to take the Xiaohei box, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Yunxing's face. "Zhao state? Kill!" Yunxing's wrist suddenly flicked, and the Xiaohei box immediately flew out of his hand and was thrown behind the 7th summoner. "You!" The 7th summoner was furious and was about to catch the black box. Boom! There was a sudden violent tremor in the cabin. A black tentacle rushed into the cabin and attacked the Xiaohei box. The 7th summoner turned pale with fright after snatching the Xiaohei box. He didn't dare to fight it head-on and immediately started chanting. A summoning formation flickered beside him, and a sacred bloodthirsty bear half the height of a human appeared in the cabin. The sacred bloodthirsty bear roared and swung its paw at the tentacle. The tentacle hit the sacred bloodthirsty bear head-on and nimbly wrapped itself around its neck. The sacred bloodthirsty bear's neck was tightly strangled and violently flung out. Suddenly, more than 10 tentacles reached into the cabin. Without exception, their target was the Xiaohei box. Why you did it on purpose? The seventh main summoner used the wind shadow spell to dodge the tentacles' attack. Then, he looked at the great Zhou regent who had a relaxed expression. He suddenly understood why the other party would hand over the black box so easily. It seemed that he already knew that the tentacles' target was the Xiaohei box. Thanks to the Xiaohei box, more and more tentacles entered the cabin and attacked the seventh summoner. Roar! Dozens of tentacles pierced the sacred bloodthirsty bear's chest and tore it into pieces. The tentacles wriggled, sucking the internal organs and flesh of the sacred tattoo bear. In front of these tentacles, a saint-level magical beast could not last more than a few rounds before it was cruelly killed. When the sacred tattoo bear died, the seventh summoner's situation wasn't any better. Summoners relied on their summoned beasts to fight. The seventh main summoner felt as if his body was being torn apart, and his organs were in intense pain. He didn't dare to stay any longer. The black box in his hand was like a hot potato. In order to save his life, he threw out the black box. The target of those tentacles was indeed the black box. Seeing that the black box had left his hand, the tentacles all rushed towards it. Just as the tentacle touched the black box, a strange power came out of the black box. The tentacles were not on guard. They only felt a burst of numbness in their tentacles, and the black box they were holding fell out of their hands. The seventh summoner was stunned. What was going on? Of course, he didn't know that when Yunxing threw out the black box, she had secretly injected some of the power of the soul-healing magical needle into the box. Once it encountered external pressure, the power of the soul-healing magical needle would burst out through the black box. The tentacles were shocked and felt their tentacles go numb. For a moment, they didn't have any hands to catch the black box. The black box rolled on the ground. Yunxing calmly picked it up. The seventh summoner's face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Yunxing and said, "Prince Regent, are you crazy? How dare you go against the Zhao state? This box belongs to the Emperor Zhao. Do you want to be enemies with the Emperor Zhao? Who does Emperor Zhao think he is? This prince is killing people from the Zhao state." Yunxing curved her lips into an extremely cold smile. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned the Zhao state, but once she mentioned the Zhao state, Yunxing became angry. If it wasn't for that bullshit Emperor Zhao and the Zhao state, her mother wouldn't have lost her memory, her father wouldn't have run away from home, and she wouldn't have ended up like this. The people she was killing were people from the Zhao state. As she spoke, the tentacles that were temporarily numbed by the soul-healing magical needle gradually regained their senses. Yunxing bent her body like a bow. She bent her long legs and jumped back like a springboard. She directly pierced through the cabin and broke through the air. Men, kill the regent of Great Zhou. The seventh summoner had lost a summoned beast and was heavily injured. The worst thing was that he had been played by the regent of Great Zhou. His eyes were red with anger. He was like a red-eyed bull as he shouted. That black box had been ordered by the Emperor Zhao in red to escort it. To the Zhao state, the item in the black box was very important. If he lost it, the seventh summoner didn't dare to think further. He endured the pain on his body and rushed out of the cabin. On the deck, on the magic waterfall, countless tentacles were like snakes coming out of their holes. They were everywhere and there was nothing they couldn't penetrate. They were invincible and they killed a large number of innocent passengers. On the deck, there were human skins that had been sucked dry of flesh. Du Guxiu's eyes darted around, searching for Yunxing's whereabouts in the chaos. Just then, he caught sight of something. A beautiful figure dashed out from the cabin. Then, a bishop of the Zhao state rushed out. He was flustered and exasperated as he commanded the hunters to attack Yunxing. Just then, on the deck, the golden Kylan that had been dormant for a long time arched its back and let out a deafening roar. The golden claws were like streaks of sword shadows. With a sweep of the claws, several hunters were severely injured. Hearing Dollar's voice, Yunxing teleported and landed accurately on the back of the golden Kylan. She waved the black box in her hand. Dollar, we got the item. Let's go. The reason why Yunxing didn't leave was to find out what was hidden on this ship. As for the people of Pulai, she didn't have time to care about them now. There was an extra person on the golden Kylan's back, but it was still agile. It quickly dodged the combined attacks of the tentacles and the hunters. A golden magical beast. Dugusho quickly noticed that the magical beast under Xianxia was unusual. The smell of blood attracted more tentacles from the abyss. They crazily rushed out of the magic waterfall and attacked Xianxia. Dugusho's eyes narrowed. His left arm shook, and the black scales on it expanded. He roared. His body was like a cannonball, rushing straight towards the magic waterfall. The martial emperor's power combined with the power of the halberd of the divine warrior. Dugusho's figure could no longer be seen clearly. His body and fighting spirit merged into one, tearing apart the magic waterfall. Within the magic waterfall, there was a strange squeak. The tentacles seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and immediately retreated. Almost at the same time, baby sheep spat out the rag in its mouth and flew towards Xianxia. Unable to withstand Dugusho's attack, the magic waterfall began to collapse after a violent tremor. The water of the waterfall poured down like a torrential flood. The already shaky dragon flying ship and the people on the ship were all swept into the sea. The Prince Regent of Punlai, Ji Rumo, was in the Punlai pavilion, discussing state affairs with the ministers of Punlai. His body suddenly stiffened, as if he had sensed something. Under the mask, the pair of amber eyes became serious. He felt a wave of dark magic power. This wave came from the sea. With a bang, he disappeared. The ministers looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Reporting, Prince Regent, there is a huge wave on the sea. A guard rushed in, but there was no sign of the Prince Regent in the court. At this time, hundreds of nautical miles away from Punlai, the magic waterfall had just collapsed. The flying dragon and later Qin's empty ship were suddenly broken in half by the violent water magic elements, and the people on the ship were all washed into the sea. Save His Majesty! Madame Chibai was terrified when she saw Dugusho fall into the water. She knew that nothing good would happen when she met Xianxia. She ordered the empty ship to stabilize, and at the same time, she sent soldiers to search for Dugusho's whereabouts. However, what shocked Madame Chibai was that after the magic waterfall collapsed, the originally calm sea suddenly became strange. The magic wave formed by the collapse of the magic waterfall was actually so strong. When the magic waterfall collapsed, the violent water magic elements carried by the magic waterfall not only destroyed the empty ship, but also rolled up a huge wave that was dozens of meters high. It looked as if someone had cast a super water magic at the bottom of the water. The originally blue sea became as dark as mud. The passengers who fell into the sea were swallowed by the raging waves before they could flip around a few times. The magic waterfall collapsed, and Xianxia was pulled down by the water power. She fell off the back of the golden Qilan and into the churning sea. The large amount of water magic elements made Xianxia feel like she was drowning. Xianxia also tried to use wind magic like the levitation spell to get out of the sea, but the violent waves made her try several times without success. In such a harsh environment, even magic was powerless. Xianxia could only hold her breath and float in the waves, maintaining a trace of consciousness. Grabbing the black box in her hand, she kicked her feet and tried to float to the surface. But just as Xianxia came out of the water and tried to breathe, a tentacle wrapped around her ankle and pulled her into the water. Xianxia choked on a mouthful of water and sank with the black box. At this time, later Qin's spaceship had already found Dugusho. Your Majesty, quickly board the ship. These waves are very normal. I'm afraid that Anemone Abyssalis is angry. Madame Chibai knew how terrifying water-type magical beasts were in the ocean. Even if Dugusho was strong, his strength would be greatly reduced when fighting in the ocean. They had to leave this area as soon as possible. Dugusho climbed onto the boat, but at that moment, he heard a flapping sound behind him. He turned around and saw Xianxia sinking to the bottom of the sea. When Dugusho saw this, his expression changed and he wanted to go into the water to save her. When Madame Chibai saw this, she pulled Dugusho back. Are you crazy? You can't go into the sea. I only said half of what I wanted to say. The Abyss Tentacle Monster is something from the Netherworld Ghost Realm. Its sudden appearance here must be related to the Netherworld Ghost King. You're willing to give up your life for that woman? The Netherworld Ghost King was a name that was related to death. He was a godlike existence, a true immortal demon god. No matter how strong Du Guxiu was, he was still weak in front of the Netherworld Ghost King. If these Anemone Abyssalis were really related to the Netherworld Ghost King, then if Du Guxiu angered the Netherworld Ghost King, even the patriarch of the Obsidian clan might not be able to save him. Du Guxiu's face was calm. At this time, the sound of something heavy falling into the water could be heard. Du Guxiu looked over and saw the golden qilin that carried Yunxing jump into the water. Even a magical beast knew how to protect its master. How could he lose to a magical beast? Du Guxiu's heart skipped a beat as he swept Madame Qibai's hand away. After saying this, he turned around and jumped into the sea. Du Guxiu. Madame Qibai's eyes were filled with despair as she watched Du Guxiu disappear into the raging waves. Her voice trembled as she said, "For that woman, you're willing to give up your life." Compared to the raging waves on the surface of the sea, the bottom of the sea was much more stable. The moment Yunxing was pulled into the sea by the tentacle, her heart calmed down when she came into contact with the bone-chilling sea water. Under the water, Yunxing's most proficient fire magic was almost ineffective. The power of the elven hellfire was also greatly reduced. Only dark magic and water magic could be used to the best effect. Her eyes were sharp and her hands were fast. She barely had time to chant. A ripple appeared under the water as a large amount of water magic elements quickly condensed into ice swords. The ice swords pierced into the tentacle's body, and the tentacle immediately froze into a rigid ice cube. Yunxing struck the tentacle with her magic scepter, and it split into pieces. Yunxing took the opportunity to kick her feet and paddled a few meters in the water. However, not far away, a large number of tentacles surged over. Their target was the black box in Yunxing's hand. Yunxing lowered her head to look at the black box in her hand and discovered that there was actually a hole in the black box. It turned out that during the intense struggle and entry into the water just now, the magic restriction outside the box was broken. The moment the box entered the water, a hole opened in the box. In the dim water, the hole in the black box actually emitted a dim light that resembled Will-o'-the-Wisp. At this moment, the summoning demon's hand and the immortal holy grail in Yunxing's storage ring all started to ring. Yunxing's eyelids twitched. Could it be that this black box hid one of the 8 divine artifacts? Just as Yunxing was deep in thought, those lingering tentacles had already closed in. The oxygen in Yunxing's lungs was also getting less and less. A golden light rushed over, and Yunxing saw the gold coin swimming towards her. But at this moment, a hand suddenly appeared behind Yunxing. That hand pulled Yunxing forcefully, and she fell into a hard arm. Yunxing turned around and saw that Du Guxiu's annoying face was only inches away from her. She wanted to shake off Du Guxiu's hand, but his grip was very tight. Yunxing already didn't have much strength after the fight underwater. Du Guxiu pulled Yunxing and swam towards the surface. Seeing that Yunxing was being taken away by Du Guxiu, the golden qilin paddled with all its might, wanting to chase after them. But at this moment, those tentacles had already wrapped around the golden qilin's limbs. A look of annoyance flashed across its golden eyes. A light flashed on the golden qilin's right arm, and the bottom of the water lit up. Seeing Dollar being swallowed by the countless tentacles, Yunxing was very anxious. After coming out of the water and taking a breath of fresh air, she shook off Du Guxiu and wanted to go back to the bottom of the sea to save Dollar. "Do you want to die? It's just a magical beast." Du Guxiu was very angry. This stupid woman, he had spent so much effort to save her, but she still wanted to die. Surrounded by so many abyss tentacles, that qilin was dead. Yunxing had many magical beasts under her command, so what if one died? In the sea, a large number of tentacle anemones had appeared. They attacked everyone they saw, so they had to leave the sea area as soon as possible. Dollar is not an ordinary magical beast. Yunxing's face was red with anger. Du Guxiu was startled. Yunxing was also shocked when she heard this. It turned out that unknowingly, in her heart, Dollar was not just a magical beast. Just now, it must have been very sad to throw Dollar away. Yunxing's face was pale, her black hair stuck to her face, and her body trembled slightly. Tisk, so annoying. You stay up here, I'll go down. Du Guxiu refused to let Yunxing go down. He gritted his teeth and prepared to go back again to save that magical beast. He really owed this woman in his previous life. Not only did he have to care about her life and death, but he also had to care about her magical beast. He was about to become a nanny. Under the sea, there was a terrible fluctuation, and countless waves gushed out from the bottom of the sea. It felt as if there was a big explosion at the bottom of the sea. Blood instantly dyed the sea area red, and tentacles floated out of the water. The cut of each tentacle was neat and uniform, as if it was split open by a sharp blade. Duguxiu's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the magical beast was actually, just as Duguxiu was pondering, a golden light rushed out of the sea like an arrow. A golden qilin, rippling with water, swept past Duguxiu with a whoosh. Duguxiu was hit by the airflow and was knocked back dozens of meters. It was not easy for him to stabilize his body. On the other hand, Yunxing had already landed steadily on the back of the qilin. "Dollar, are you okay?" The ecstasy of regaining what she had lost made Yunxing lose control. She could not help but hug Dollar and kiss him on the neck. Feeling the softness on his neck, the golden qilin under him stiffened and a suspicious blush appeared on his face. Duguxiu's expression turned even worse. Was he seeing things? That magical beast was actually so intimate with Yunxing. Looking at Yunxing's expression just now, he had never seen such a happy expression on Yunxing's face. A large number of anemone abyssalis tentacles were floating around him. Duguxiu casually picked one up and tugged at it. He discovered that the tenacity of the tentacle sunflower was very high. Ordinary blades and battle chi were unable to cut it. How did this magical beast kill so many tentacle helianthus in an instant? This qilin wasn't simple. Because of Dollar's fight, the tentacle sunflowers had obviously been severely damaged. The sea surface, which was originally surging with angry waves, had quieted down a lot. 2 people and 1 beast, 1 sinking and 1 floating on the sea surface. At this time, there was a shout in the sky. The empty ship of Later Qin slowly descended. After discovering Duguxiu's figure, Madame Qi Bai hurriedly ordered people to save him. Although he was extremely unwilling to save Yunxing, as soon as Duguxiu boarded the ship, he ordered Madame Qi Bai to save Yunxing and the golden qilin as well. "The seawater is wet and cold. Wipe him first." Madame Qi Bai glared at Yunxing and diligently took a blanket to wipe Duguxiu. Although Yunxing had disguised herself, Madame Qi Bai knew that this Prince Regent of Zhou State was Yunxing in disguise just by looking at Duguxiu's disregard for her. After Duguxiu took the blanket, he handed it to Yunxing without saying a word. Yunxing hesitated for a moment, but still took the blanket. Duguxiu was delighted. However, the golden qilin's expression wasn't very good. It stared at Duguxiu with hostility, unwilling to let him even half a step closer to Yunxing. After Yunxing took the blanket, she didn't immediately wipe the water off her body. Instead, she gently wiped Dollar. As she wiped, she said, "Dollar, those tentacles didn't hurt you, did they?" Duguxiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glanced at his left arm. Just now, he had accidentally been stung by the tentacle sunflowers. The dissatisfaction in the golden qilin's eyes was immediately replaced by arrogance. It raised its head with a look of enjoyment. In its throat, it growled a few times. Its golden eyes seemed to glance at Duguxiu a few times. Its small eyes seemed to be saying, "What, do you have this kind of treatment?" Duguxiu was already full of anger after being hit by the golden qilin earlier. Now that he was provoked like this, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. He turned around and went into the cabin to change his clothes. If it weren't for Yunxing's presence, he would definitely fight the golden qilin to the death. Moreover, with a man's intuition, it wasn't difficult for Duguxiu to discover that this golden qilin was very hostile towards him. That gaze and that arrogant look just now made Duguxiu really suspect that it was just a magical beast. "Yunxing, you shameless person. You're already married, but you still go around seducing other people's men," Madame Qi Bai said viciously while Duguxiu wasn't around. "Madame Qi Bai, please understand that it was your man who came to provoke me. If you're worried, you can find a chain to tie him up. I guarantee that he won't be able to escape for the rest of his life." Yunxing sneered. You actually dare to insult His Majesty. Do you believe that I won't tell everyone that you're impersonating the Regent of Great Zhou?" Ji Romo of Punlai of Gojoseon invited the emperors and Prince Regent of several large countries to Punlai to discuss important matters. Yunxing must have come impersonating the Prince Regent for another purpose. Chibai, I advise you to be smart. Our identities are very awkward. Your and Dugu Xiu's identities aren't much better, Yunxing retorted sarcastically. What she meant was that Madame Chibai and Dugu Xiu both had Bahuang bloodlines. When Madame Chibai heard this, she was speechless. At this time, cries for help could be heard from the sea. On the sea, a passenger who had survived the disaster was lying on the wreckage of the Flying Dragon ship, calling for help from the empty ship. Yunxing recognized that the person was the magical beast merchant Chang Wei who had been thrown out by Jin Bai in Class A earlier. I know that person. Save him, Yunxing said in an indifferent tone. Do you think I'll save him just because you say so? This is a later Qin empty ship. I won't save him, Madame Chibai wanted to throw Yunxing off the ship. Dugu Xiu walked out of the ship's cabin. He had already changed into dry clothes. After hearing Yunxing and Madame Chibai's words, Dugu Xiu only said one sentence in a deep voice, save him. While Dugu Xiu and the others were saving the magical beast merchant Chang Wei, on the sea, several summoners were searching for Yunxing and the whereabouts of the black box. The magical beast merchant Chang Wei trembled as he was rescued onto the empty ship. He had been a magical beast merchant for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a critical situation. As soon as he got on the ship, he heard that it was Yunxing who had ordered to save him. He was very touched. Gongzi. No, I should call you Prince Regent. Thank you for saving me. He grabbed Yunxing's hand and wiped away his snot and tears. However, two cold gazes made him feel a chill down his spine. Chang Wei stole a glance. One of the gazes belonged to the black-faced later Qin Emperor Dugu Xiu, and the other one, needless to say, was the golden Qilin who almost made him lose half his life earlier. What was wrong with this person and beast? It was as if he owed them millions of dollars. Chang Wei could only let go of Yunxing's hand in embarrassment. Yunxing was not a saint. If she wanted to save Chang Wei, it would not be because the two of them had met once. She saved Chang Wei because she wanted to ask about this sea area, as well as about the flying dragon ship and the black box on her. Chang Wei was the only native of Punlai on the empty ship of later Qin. Chang Wei, let me ask you. Is the magical plant in the sea a native plant of Punlai? Yunxing had fought with the tentacle sunflower earlier. That kind of tentacle sunflower seemed to be very immune to magic. It was also very difficult for ordinary weapons to hurt them. It was certain that this was a kind of underwater plant with an extremely amazing reproductive ability. No. I, Chang Wei, can guarantee that this kind of monster has never appeared here before. This sea area was very calm before today. It's too tragic. It's really too tragic. Chang Wei was still a little stuttering at this moment. The sky had gradually darkened. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the sea had temporarily returned to its calm state. The broken wreckage of the Flying Dragon ship could still be seen. A large number of corpses of passengers were scattered everywhere like colorful garbage. Other than Chang Wei, no other survivors were found on the empty ship. How much do you know about the Flying Dragon ship? The black box was still lying quietly in Yunxing's arms. Within the beast's speech ring, the resonance of the divine weapons had already stopped. Yunxing was sure that the item in the black box must be one of the 8 barren divine artifacts. However, she didn't have the chance to check which one it was. Longxiang is an empty ship under the Punlai Pavilion, the largest dock in Punlai. Since Punlai of Gojoseon took over Punlai, it has been developing very well. The empty ship picks up passengers and various goods. In the past 10 years, there has not been a single shipwreck. Chang Wei really understands the situation in Punlai. It was also because it belonged to the Punlai Pavilion that it could be said to be an empty ship operated by the royal family. That was why magical beast merchants like Chang Wei could ride it without worry. If it belonged to the Punlai of Gojoseon, then did the black box belong to Punlai of Gojoseon or the Zhao state? Yunxing was deep in thought. Your Majesty, there are a few summoners in front of us. They said that His Highness the Regent of Great Zhou stole something from them, the soldier in charge of the lookout reported to Dugu Xiu. Several summoners appeared in midair. Together with the summoners, there were a few magical beasts between level 7 and 8. A black mass of them entered the later Qin's empty ship. Judging from the clothes of the two people in the lead, they were of high ranks in the Zhao state. One of them was the seventh summoner who had fought with Yunxing earlier. The other one was the Zhao state's summoner who Yunxing had never seen before. The seventh summoner was still injured. This time, he disguised himself as the captain of the flying dragon ship and was responsible for escorting the black box with a group of summoners from the Zhao state. Although they did not know what was in the black box, the Zhao state had sent all the elites to escort the black box. The seventh summoner was safe and sound all the way. He thought that the mission would be completed soon after entering the Punlai Sea. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed by Anemone Abyssalis on the way? Then, he encountered the sinister regent of Great Zhou. His magical beast with sacred patterns was killed and he almost died in the Punlai Sea. Fortunately, the second summoner, who was waiting at the port of Punlai, saw that the flying dragon ship had not arrived after an hour had passed. He went out to sea to look for help and saved the seventh summoner, who was dying. In order to cover up his mistake, the seventh summoner insisted that the regent of Great Zhou stabbed him in the back and stole the black box. The second summoner had received an order from the Emperor Zhao and read that the black box was related to the fate of the boundless land. He must bring it back. Therefore, he and the seventh summoner searched for the regent of Great Zhou and the black box along the coast. Who would have thought that they would discover the whereabouts of the regent of Great Zhou on a later Qin ship? Yi Baiming. Hand over the black box. The seventh summoner was in a sorry state. On the other hand, Yunxing was not even scratched, let alone injured. He was furious just looking at her. How dare you? The Zhao state is too presumptuous. Who allowed you to behave so atrociously on my ship? Since you are on my ship, you are one of my people. If you want to take her away, you have to ask me first. Du Guxiu's expression turned cold. The people of the Zhao state were indeed arrogant. They completely ignored his existence. As Du Guxiu shouted, he released his battle chi without holding back. In the past 3 years, Du Guxiu's cultivation had improved greatly. His martial emperor aura was like a black cloud pressing down on the seventh summoner. The seventh summoner was seriously injured. He immediately lost his balance and staggered, almost falling from the sky. Luckily, the second summoner was fast enough to grab the seventh summoner's robe. However, he had already lost all face. Later Qin, when Du Guxiu was still the crown prince, he was already famous for his cold-blooded cruelty. After he became the later Qin emperor, although he had restrained himself a little in the past few years, his aura was like that of a tiger and wolf. Before he even made a move, it was already enough to make people tremble in fear. However, what surprised the second summoner was that the regent of Great Zhou, who was rumored to be like fire and water, and the later Qin emperor, Du Guxiu, were actually on the same boat. Furthermore, from Du Guxiu's words, it was clear that he was on the same boat as the regent of Great Zhou. Could it be that the rumors outside were all false? Didn't they say that because of a woman, the later Qin emperor and the regent of Great Zhou? The second summoner raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that the woman who caused the regent of Great Zhou and the later Qin emperor to go to war with each other was now in the Zhao state's water prison. These two people appeared together in Punlai. Could it be that they knew something? The second summoner had some misgivings in his heart. He wondered if he should tell the Emperor Zhao about this earlier. Otherwise, if the news reached Punlai of Gojoseon's ears, it would be bad. In fact, whether it was the woman in the water prison or the black box on the flying dragon, Punlai of Gojoseon didn't know about it beforehand. In the past few years, the relationship between Punlai of Gojoseon and Emperor Zhao had become increasingly tense. The second summoner didn't know how to explain to Punlai of Gojoseon after the flying dragon crashed. The second summoner didn't dare to go head-to-head with Du Guxiu. On the later Qin's empty ship, the two men who stood as straight as javelins were young emperors who could change the weather of the boundless continent with just a stomp of their feet. However, the black box was also a very important item. He had to get it back. In order not to alarm the Punlai of Gojoseon, the second summoner didn't bring too many people with him before he set off. The seventh summoner's demonic beast had been killed, so he was half crippled. The second summoner obviously had no chance of winning against two martial emperors. The second summoner was much smarter than the seventh summoner. He knew that he couldn't fight them head-on, so he immediately put on a smile. Your Majesty Dugu, that's not what I meant. It's just that the Prince Regent took something that Emperor Zhao spent a lot of effort to find. If he loses it, Emperor Zhao won't let it go. Why don't the Prince Regent hand it over, and the seventh summoner and I will pretend that nothing happened? The second summoner tried to persuade the seventh summoner. How can that be? That guy killed my sacred beast. The seventh summoner wanted the second summoner to stand up for him, but he didn't expect the second summoner to just say that nothing happened. Shut up. Don't you think that this matter isn't big enough? The second summoner said in an exasperated tone. Emperor Zhao's things? Du Guxiu glanced at Yunxing suspiciously. So what if it's Emperor Zhao? I'm the Great Zhou state. The country is rich and the people are strong. I'm the regent of Great Zhou. Do I look like the kind of person who would steal other people's things? Yunxing's expression was calm, and she didn't blush at all. Her tone and gaze made it seem like the matter of Xiao Hei's box had nothing to do with her. Madame Qi Bai mocked in her heart. Keep pretending. You're the one who took it. Du Guxiu coughed in a low voice. Based on his understanding of Yunxing, Yunxing was really the kind of person who would steal other people's things. Du Guxiu had fought with her several times. He didn't know how strong Yunxing really was, but there was no doubt that she was cunning. Just based on her tone, Du Guxiu could conclude that Yunxing took something from the Zhao state. Forget it, what's done is done. The Emperor Zhao in red, so what, if she wanted it, then so be it. Du Guxiu retracted his gaze with an indifferent look on his face. Did the two of you hear that clearly? When the second and seventh judges heard this, they became even angrier. Prince Regent, you are clearly robbing us. There's no need to make it sound so unpleasant. Forget it, it's just a black box. This prince doesn't want it. After Yunxing finished speaking, he really took out a small black box from his bosom and waved it in his hand. Du Guxiu and Madame Qi Bai looked over. The black box looked very ordinary. The second judge was about to take it, but was stopped by the seventh judge. Second judge, it's better to be careful. That person is very cunning. I was plotted against by him before. The seventh judge was also frightened. He looked around and confirmed that there were no traces of Anemone abyssalis nearby. However, he still didn't give up. Earlier, he clearly saw that after the regent of Great Zhou threw the box out, the Anemone abyssalis couldn't move at all. It was as if someone had tampered with the black box. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Since you don't dare to take it, this prince also doesn't want to get into trouble. I'll just throw this box away. Yunxing sneered. He waved his hand and really threw the black box overboard. The small black box turned into a black dot and was thrown into the vast sea. If such a small thing really fell into the sea, it would be very difficult to salvage it. The second judge didn't dare to hesitate. In a flash, he was about to snatch the black box. You! Du Guxiu was astonished. With Yunxing's personality, how could she hand over what she had obtained so easily? Just as the second judge's fingers were about to touch the black box, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the black box suddenly exploded. Then, something rolled out from inside. Everyone present was a top-notch expert on the mainland. With just a glance, everyone clearly saw what was inside. The item that the Zhao state and the regent of Great Zhou were fighting over was a bronze key. Yunxing, the golden qilin, and Du Guxiu all recognized the key at the same time. The Netherworld Ghost Key. The three of them had caught a glimpse of one of the 8 Wastelands' divine artifacts in the ruins of Taiyuan 500 years ago. It was the Netherworld Ghost Key that could summon the Netherworld Ghost King. There was another saying about the Netherworld Ghost Key. Every time the owner of the Netherworld Ghost Key used it to summon the Netherworld Ghost King, the Netherworld Ghost Key would disappear. No one would know where the Netherworld Ghost Key went. Until the next time the Netherworld Ghost Key appeared in front of the world, it would wait for someone to summon the Netherworld Ghost King again. Just like its name, the Netherworld Ghost Key came and went without a trace. Who would have thought that what the Emperor Zhao in red was searching for was the Netherworld Ghost Key? When the Netherworld Ghost Key fell, it emitted a strange light. The second judge finally managed to snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key. After obtaining the key, the second judge's expression relaxed. He even forgot that he was about to fall into the water. Yunxing's pupils constricted. she said softly, "It's coming." Gah, bubbles kept popping up on the originally calm sea surface. The piercing scream caused the second judge's mind to go blank. He lost control of his body and rushed towards the sea surface. Something emerged from the bottom of the sea. When the second judge realized that something was wrong, he struggled and waved his magic scepter. He used a wind elemental spell to stabilize his body. When he saw the thing that came out of the water, the second judge was shocked. He wanted to run, but it was too late. Like a volcano erupting, water arrows shot out from the bottom of the sea and stirred up waves that were dozens of meters high. A mountain-like shadow emerged from the depths of the sea. It was a terrifying magic plant that looked like an octopus but was not an octopus. It was full of tentacles. Anemone abyssalis, there were thousands of tentacles on its body. The most shocking thing was that when the anemone abyssalis made an unpleasant sound like a duck, small tentacle flowers would appear on the surface of the water. The surface of the sea was soon filled with tentacle flowers of different sizes. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp tingle with fear. It was the king anemone tentacle that had the ability to summon. Gah, there was another ear-piercing chirp. Like soldiers who had received a general's command, the tentacles of the abyss tentacle sunflowers of various sizes shot out at the same time, shooting towards the second lord as if throwing countless javelins. The second judge wanted to resist, but he found that he couldn't move at all. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of holes appeared on the second judge's body. His eyes were wide open until he died, and he still held the netherworld ghost key tightly in his hand. The second judge was sucked dry and turned into a bag of skin. The netherworld ghost key fell. Anemone abyssalis loosened its tentacles and was about to grab the key. It was obvious that the sea anemone had appeared for the netherworld ghost key. But at this moment, a pink shadow pounced in front of Anemone abyssalis and grabbed the key tightly. Then it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky like a whirlwind. Everyone looked and saw that it was a pink fluffball-like magic beast that had snatched the netherworld ghost key. The explosion of the black box, King Anemone abyssalis that rushed out of the water, and the sudden appearance of baby sheep. Everything was too much for him to handle. Why did that venomous-tongued beast suddenly appear here? Only then did Du Guxiu remember that baby sheep, who had always been inseparable from Xianxia, had disappeared for a long time. After connecting the dots, Du Guxiu suddenly understood. No wonder Xianxia was so calm from the beginning. That woman had actually planned this all along. She had probably even calculated that the second summoner would be killed by Anemone abyssalis. Du Guxiu could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Even he had unknowingly fallen into her trap. Just now, he had almost snatched the netherworld ghost key. Du Guxiu was absent-minded for a moment. He asked himself in his heart, what kind of person is Xianxia? A moment ago, she was still willing to disregard her own safety for a magical beast. But in the next moment, she was so astute that it made people tremble in fear. Without shedding a drop of blood, she borrowed a knife to kill the second summoner. Even if the Zhao state investigated afterwards, she could still evade all responsibility. This woman, or Hui Yu, who was the real her? Even if he spent his whole life, he would not be able to figure it out. However, it was also because she was so unpredictable that he was attracted to her. Du Guxiu's sudden realization fell into the eyes of the golden Qilin Yu Baiming. The other party only sneered in his heart. Du Guxiu, you will never be able to understand this little wildcat. Yu Baiming also did not understand some of Yunxing's actions. Yunxing was different from any other woman he knew, but Yu Baiming did not mind. He liked this kind of Yunxing. If she was willing to do it, he would let her do it. He would help her do it. Who asked her to be the woman he liked? Baby sheep, the key is in my hand. My dear master, please praise and caress me. Baby sheep was very proud of getting the netherworld ghost key. Earlier, when the flying dragon ship was swept into the sea, baby sheep was looking for its master in the sea. It was careless and lost its way again. Coincidentally, when it got lost this time, it accidentally discovered the multi-legged monster lurking at the bottom of the sea. At this time, Yunxing also sensed Popping Sheep. Popping Sheep told Yunxing about the tentacle monster. Yunxing had long been puzzled. The magic waterfall that trapped the flying dragon ship was definitely not a magic restriction that could be formed by ordinary tentacle sunflowers. Therefore, she suspected that there was an even more powerful tentacle helianthus hidden in the Punlai Sea. That tentacle helianthus might even be a king-level existence. And its target was the black box that the Zhao state had worked so hard to transport back to the Zhao state. Yunxing believed that although the seventh summoner had been tricked by her once, he would never give up. He would definitely bring his accomplices to ambush her again. Under the premise that she could not directly expose her summoner's strength, Yunxing wanted to defeat the enemy and successfully snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key. King Anemone Abyssalis was a good thing that she could directly use. Baby Sheep also happened to find the location of King Anemone Abyssalis. Yunxing found that the location of King Anemone was within the active area of later Qin spaceship. Earlier, because some of the King Anemone tentacles were injured by the Golden Kylon, the King Anemone tentacle temporarily lay dormant at the bottom of the sea to recuperate. Yunxing used the time when she rescued Chang Wei to let the later Qin spaceship approach the location of King Anemone. At this time, the people of the Zhao state rushed over. Everything that happened next was very smooth. The moment Baby Sheep snatched the Netherworld Ghost Key, King Anemone Abyssalis flew into a rage. Its tentacles, which were amazingly flexible, suddenly rushed toward Baby Sheep like an arrow, trying to snatch back the Netherworld Ghost Key. Hundreds of meters in the air, King Anemone Abyssalis' tentacles stretched out like lightning. But just as the tentacles were about to reach Baby Sheep, King Anemone tentacle seemed to have suddenly discovered something. There was another ear-piercing sound. King Anemone tentacles retracted as if they were burned by fire. It seemed that it was very afraid of Baby Sheep and did not dare to snatch the Netherworld Ghost Key again. Hey! Many-legged monster, look carefully. Isn't it from the underworld? Why did it come to the human world? It must be the world deity of the underworld. That dead fish-eyed man neglected his duty. Baby Sheep widened its black eyes and stared at Abyss King Anemone. It was still afraid that it could not see clearly. Without any fear, it flew to King Anemone's side and looked left and right. The more it looked at Baby Sheep, the more it realized that something was wrong. This King Anemone was not from the Boundless Land. The reaction of the Sea Anemone King, which was equivalent to a king-level magical beast, was also very subtle. Its tentacles shrunk tightly, and it even let out a frightened sound. King Anemone already possessed a human-like consciousness. It originally lived in the underworld, but due to a freak combination of factors, it fell to the Boundless Land in the human world. It had been hiding in the depths of the Punlai Sea for more than 5,000 years. For many years, it had been trying to find a way to return to the underworld. Finally, it felt a mysterious force that could lead to the underworld. It was the Netherworld Ghost Key that the seventh summoner and the others were in charge of escorting on the flying dragon. The Sea Anemone King's intuition as a demonic plant king knew that the key was most likely an opportunity for it to return to the underworld. That was why it had chased after the flying dragon ship with all its might in order to retrieve the key. But just as it was about to get the Netherworld Ghost Key, this unknown magical beast appeared. The Sea Anemone King didn't care about a magic beast that had neither magic nor battle skills. Just as he was about to insta-kill it, the Sea Anemone King suddenly discovered that this pink magic beast, there was an extremely familiar yet terrifying aura coming from this magical beast. In King Anemone's consciousness, a handsome man dressed in blood-red clothes appeared. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were red, his hands were as white as snow, and he had a pair of black wings on his back. He was holding a blood scythe that could split the moon in half. The man's smile was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. King Anemone shuddered. In the underworld, the Netherworld Ghost King was undoubtedly a powerful expert. Thousands of magical beasts would avoid him. But other than the Netherworld Ghost King, there was another person who was not inferior to the Netherworld Ghost King in terms of strength. That was the underworld deity. This pink magical beast's aura was actually similar to the underworld deities. Even if it was given another 10,000 years of cultivation, it would not dare to provoke the companions of the underworld deity. Seeing that King Anemone did not dare to attack Bobo, Yunxing felt that it was strange. But in the current situation, she did not have the time to care so much. Food should be eaten one bite at a time. Killing people should be done one by one. With the Netherworld Ghost Key in hand, it was time to deal with those people from the Zhao state. Yunxing's lips curled up. Her dark red lips were like cherry blossoms, suddenly revealing a heart-palpitating smile. This article was updated 4 times a day. Basically, it would be finished before 9 p.m. If there were any more updates, it would be notified separately. It was nearing the end of the year, so students and workers should not stay up late to wait for it. Recently, I've been thinking about whether to couple Bobo and the sheep when the Netherworld ghost key was stolen. King Anemone didn't kill Mr. Bobo, who had stolen the key. Instead, he cowered and didn't dare to attack. This scene terrified the group of summoners. They looked at Baby Sheep as though they had seen a ghost. Needless to say, they went forward to snatch the Netherworld ghost key from Baby Sheep's hands. When the second summoner was killed, the seventh summoner and the other Zao State's summoners were also shocked. The seventh summoner pointed at Xianxia. You. Aren't you afraid of the Zao State's revenge? Revenge? You'll have to be alive to talk about it. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. The 2 summoners' lives were just an appetizer. A pair of wind wings appeared behind her, and she raised her magic scepter. In the clear sky, a bolt of lightning struck, and several black dark heavenly thorns pierced through the sky like tree roots, shooting toward the 7th Lord. The 7th summoner was disheartened. He thought that he wouldn't be able to escape death today. But it was too late. In the void, a figure appeared out of thin air and suddenly appeared beside the 7th summoner. The man wearing a jade mask moved his lips like a ghost. On the surface of the sea, water vapor condensed and a water shield met the dark heavenly thorns. It was a simple water shield, but it collided with the dark heavenly thorns. The dark magic power and the gentle water power cancelled each other out. The water shield shattered, and the dark heavenly thorns disappeared. In the mainland's magic world, it had always been believed that the higher the level of magic, the more powerful the magic would be. For example, when a low-level magic met a high-level magic, it would lose without a doubt. Before this, Xianxia had also thought so. But today, after meeting the jade-faced man, she realized that her understanding of magic was completely wrong. Mages who had comprehended magic to the highest level had already reached an astonishing level of simplification. Even the most common water shield was enough to contend against high-level or even super magic. The dark heavenly thorn was a new dark magic that Xianxia had comprehended for 3 years after absorbing a part of Yi Baiming's magic soul. Its power was extraordinary. That jade-faced man actually used the simplest water shield to exhaust the power of the dark heavenly thorn. One could imagine his cultivation. Xianxia felt a chill in her heart. The 7th summoner managed to keep his life. When he saw who it was, he cried out, "My king, His Majesty Punlai of Gojoseon." Based on the 7th Lord's tone, he seemed to be more frightened than happy to see Punlai of Gojoseon. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and even his teeth began to chatter. Even when facing Anemone Abyssalis, the 7th summoner had not been so afraid. This tall and slender man with a jade-like face was the second wall of the boundless continent, the Prince Regent of Punlai, Ji Rumo. Punlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. 7th summoner, so you still have me as your king in your heart. Ji Rumo's voice sounded very gentle, like a gentle sea breeze on a summer's day. However, every word he said was chilling to the 7th summoner's ears. My king, the thing that belonged to the Zao state was snatched away by that magical beast. The 7th summoner could not even complete his sentence. One could imagine how much he feared this Punlai of Gojoseon. This also made Xianxia and the others even more curious about Punlai of Gojoseon. Punlai of Gojoseon was wearing a mask, so one could not see his exact appearance. However, if the rumors were correct, he should have been a handsome man. His mask outlined a perfect side profile. Unfortunately, under the jade mask, there was already an incomplete face. But even so, Ji Rumo's voice alone was enough to mesmerize thousands of young girls on the continent. Ji Rumo had finally arrived. Duguxiu was not surprised by Ji Rumo's sudden appearance. On the contrary, Duguxiu was a little surprised that Ji Rumo had only arrived now. He had sent a messenger falcon to the Punlai pavilion. Logically speaking, he should have arrived yesterday. Your Majesty Dugu, Your Highness Prince Regent, greetings. Rumo is very sorry to have frightened the 2 of you in the Punlai Sea. Ji Rumo nodded at the people on the empty ship. When his gaze landed on Xianxia, he paused imperceptibly. Yunxing could not help but feel nervous. She secretly thought that Yu Baiming had never met Ji Rumo. It was impossible for him to recognize her. Ji Rumo quickly withdrew his gaze. Yunxing and Du Guxiu did not notice that when Ji Rumo withdrew his gaze, his jade-like slender fingers hidden under his royal robe could not help but clench tightly into a ball. It's her, layers of ripples appeared in his heart. Thanks to the jade mask on his face, Ji Rumo's loss of self-control was well concealed. Little guy, you took something you shouldn't have. As soon as Ji Rumo appeared, Bobo Sheep secretly prepared to sneak to his master's side. However, Bobo Sheep's plot was seen through by Ji Rumo at a glance. He raised his hand, and a ball of purple lightning appeared in his hand, making crackling sounds. The ball of lightning contained a large amount of white light. Ji Rumo raised his hand, and a ball of purple and white magic light wrapped around Bobo Sheep, forming a small cage. Bobo Sheep was stunned. He felt a numbing current rush into his body. He could not flap his wings, and even flying was difficult. What the hell was this? It actually couldn't escape. Ji Rumo closed his fingers, and the ball of purple and white magic light returned to his hand. He held the ball of light in his hand as if he was playing with a handball. Bobo, my dear master, quickly save Bobo Sheep. Bobo Sheep was furious. This tattered masked man had actually imprisoned him. He wanted to escape and kill him, but he did not have the strength. Yunxing was also shocked. Bobo Sheep, who was almost immune to all magic barriers, could not do anything to that ball of purple and white magic light. It seemed to be a kind of profound magic similar to Yunxing's profound magic, the lightning vortex. Punlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, was indeed not simple. Punlai of Gojoseon, that is my magical beast. Can you return it to me? Yunxing did not want to have a direct confrontation with Punlai of Gojoseon. It was a pity that the Netherworld Ghost Key had flown away. This man was too strange, and his strength was unpredictable. Before she could figure out his strength, Yunxing did not want to fight with him. Moreover, this time, she came to find the whereabouts of her mother and father. It seemed that Ji Rumo and the Zao state were not jackals of the same tribe. Perhaps she would need his help. Prince Regent's magical beast is very special. I can return it to you, but I can't give the thing in its hand to the Prince Regent. Please forgive me. Rumo will host a banquet tomorrow to welcome the Prince Regent and your magical beast. Ji Rumo laughed loudly. After taking the Netherworld Ghost Key, he threw Bobo Sheep to Yunxing. He then threw it, but the strength he used was quite ingenious. That ball of purple and white magic light collapsed in front of Yunxing, and Bobo Sheep fell into Yunxing's arms. Begging for a monthly ticket. Bobo, 2 yen, masked man. Bobo Yang looked like he was about to cry. Now you know that there is always someone better than you out there. Yunxing scratched Bobo Yang's soft fur. Bobo Yang was used to being arrogant since he was young. Letting him experience a setback would be good for his growth. As for the Netherworld Ghost Key, she could only think of another way. While Yunxing was comforting Bobo Yang, she was secretly surprised. Punlai of Gojoseon didn't seem to have any hostility towards her. From his tone, he seemed to be very friendly. Yunxing also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards him. Could it be that they had met somewhere before? But Yunxing had never been to Punlai, let alone have any dealings with the royal family of Punlai. So where did this sense of familiarity come from? When the Seventh Lord saw that the Netherworld Ghost Key was back, he was secretly delighted. He said recklessly, Punlai of Gojoseon, the Emperor Zao asked me to escort this key. You see, Seventh Lord, you and the Second Lord secretly used the Flying Dragon to transport the Netherworld Ghost Key behind my back. Do you know that the evil aura on the Netherworld Ghost Key will attract a large number of dark monsters? More than 1,000 lives on the Flying Dragon. I will settle accounts with you when I get back. Ji Rumo's voice was cold. When the Seventh Lord heard this, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Punlai of Gojoseon had made it clear that he was going to settle accounts with you. In other words, not only was he going to hold the Seventh Lord responsible, but he was also going to settle accounts with Emperor Zao. Punlai of Gojoseon was Punlai of Gojoseon. Even in front of Emperor Zao, he was not willing to back down. The Seventh Lord's face became even uglier. After saying that, a sharp light flashed in Ji Ru's amber eyes under her black jade-like face. Your Majesty Rumo, please move your airship. Rumo wants to clean up these uninvited guests in the sea. Rumo decided the fate of those abyss tentacle monsters as he spoke. Duguxiu wanted to see how Panlai of Gojosian would deal with the abyss tentacle monster. As soon as the netherworld ghost key left Popping Sheep's hand, the King Anemone tentacle in the sea had already sensed it. King Anemone tentacle wasn't that polite to the masked man in the sky. The tentacles were like countless lightning bolts, and the King Anemone tentacles pierced towards Panlai of Gojosian's chest. As soon as the tentacles arrived, Panlai of Gojosian's shadow flashed, and he was already thousands of meters high in the sky. He raised his hand, and small speedboats appeared on the surface of the sea. There were hundreds of speedboats, and they surrounded King Anemone Abyssalis in all directions. Wind magicians, speed up. Earth magicians, attack. Hundreds of magic scepters flashing with yellow and green light were aimed at the tentacle sunflower on the sea. In an instant, countless rays of magic light surged toward the abyssal tentacle sunflower king like a rising tide. King Anemone Tentacle commanded the Anemone Abyssalis to fight with the ships. Its tentacles were like countless whips, wildly waving and attacking Panlai of Gojosian. Panlai of Gojosian's body movements could no longer be seen with the naked eye. In the sky, countless tentacles turned into black shadows and chased after the unusually agile purple shadow. Suddenly, the purple figure dove down at a low altitude, and purple and white lightning arcs appeared in his hands again. However, this time, the arcs of light didn't condense into a magic light ball, but formed two purple dimensional daggers with half-moon edges. The purple dimensional daggers were like fiery wheels, cutting through the air with irresistible force. King Anemone's tentacles were cut into several pieces as soon as they touched the dimensional daggers. As if it knew the power of the purple daggers, King Anemone Abyssalis became timid and swam to the bottom of the sea. The purple shadow dived rapidly again, and in an instant, rushed to the bottom of the sea, and a huge concave surface about 10 meters wide appeared on the surface of the sea. The purple dimensional daggers slashed through, and a purple moon seemed to rise on the sea. Puff! The power of the dimensional daggers was amazing. They formed a stunning bright arc and cut through King Anemone's head. The purple shadow kicked King Anemone's head, which had been cut in half, out of the sea. The broken tentacles rolled down like rain, and the fishy plant juice washed over the entire sea. Panlai of Gojosian withdrew the purple dimensional daggers in his hand, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Behind him, the sun rose slowly from the east, and the purple shadow floated on the sea, making people feel a chill in their hearts. King Anemone was killed, and the other abyssal anemones became insignificant. Panlai's magic speedboats quickly cleared the rest of the abyssal anemones, and the sea surface gradually returned to its blue color under the effect of the wind magic. After everything was cleaned up, the speedboats withdrew in an orderly manner. Panlai of Gojosian had no weak soldiers under his command. In the sky, on Laterchin's empty airship, everyone was dead silent. Laterchin's emperor, Duguxiu, did not look very good. All along, he had thought that Yi Baiming of Zhou State was his opponent, but today, he saw that Panlai of Gojosian and Ji Rumo were not easy to deal with. King Anemone, who even Duguxiu found difficult to deal with, was quickly eliminated under the command of Panlai of Gojosian in half an hour. If that was the case, why didn't he appear earlier? He had sacrificed the lives of more than 1,000 people on the Flying Dragon. The impact that Panlai of Gojosian brought to Yunxing and the Golden Qilin Yi Baiming was no less than that of Duguxiu. Panlai of Gojosian was able to become one of the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. He was older than Duguxiu, Yi Baiming, and the others. Of course, his strength would not be too weak. However, no one expected him to be so strong that he could perfectly kill a king-level dark magical beast in 15 minutes. It was not only Panlai of Gojosian's unpredictable magic that made people apprehensive. There was also something else that made people apprehensive. Since Panlai of Gojosian was born in Panlai, it was very likely that he had summoned beasts. If he was also a summoner, perhaps even Yunxing would not be his opponent. Just now, the purple weapon that Panlai of Gojosian used was very special. Yunxing actually did not know what kind of weapon it was. It seemed to be a product that fused many kinds of magic elements. Panlai actually had such a master of magic hidden. Panlai of Gojosian was hiding too many secrets. Yunxing had no choice but to treat him with caution. Pulai of Gojoseon landed on the empty ship of the later Qing dynasty. His voice was still as warm as before, as if the massacre just now did not affect him at all. Your Majesty Dugu, Prince Regent of Gojoseon, welcome to Pulai. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. However, the meaning in their eyes was completely different. Pulai of Gojoseon's gaze seemed to sweep past Yunxing. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Dugu Xiu was on his guard. He was even more cautious about this trip to Pulai. Yunxing, on the other hand, felt that the future was unpredictable. She did not know if her search for her parents in Pulai would go smoothly. The empty ship moved forward slowly. In addition to the golden Qilin Yibiming, who was also on the empty ship, this ship actually gathered the top experts of the younger generation of the mainland. The empty boat moved forward slowly. Around sunset, an island finally appeared on the vast sea level. Pulai was the only sea country among the 5 major countries on the mainland. It was also the most famous island group on the mainland. After Yunxing traveled to the mainland for more than 10 years, she had been to the Zhou state, later Qin, Tangyuan, and later Qin. She had never been to Pulai. Firstly, it was because Pulai was the territory of the Zhou state. Yunxing's identity was special. Before she knew the whereabouts of her mother, she tried to avoid dealing with the Zhou state. Secondly, Pulai was located in the open sea. Even if it was an empty boat, it would take many days to sail. This was the first time that Yunxing set foot in Pulai. Before coming to Pulai, among the 4 major countries, Yunxing thought that immortal residence was the most beautiful. The elves were originally a race of compromise. The various construction techniques of elves and mixed-blood elves were also unparalleled in the world. However, when she saw the Pulai Islands scattered like a string of pearls on the blue sea, Yunxing changed her opinion. The sea breeze carried a moist salty taste. Pulai Island sparkled under the sunlight. There were clouds and mist around it. All kinds of flying magical beasts of different shapes and breeds soared high in the sky. Pulai was like a beautiful woman with a veil draped over her shoulders, slowly revealing her true appearance in front of everyone. Pulai Island is in front of us. Pulai has a history of more than 1,000 years. The main island is divided into 2, namely Fire Island and Iceland. The Pulai Pavilion is located in Iceland, and the Zhou state is located in Fire Island. In addition to the 2 main islands, there are more than 60 small islands. Pulai is simple and the scenery is very good. At this time, there are still some days before the Dutian summit. If the Prince Regent doesn't mind, Rumo can take the Prince Regent to see the scenery of Pulai. The man's warm voice sounded in Yunxing's ears. Ji Rumo of Pulai of Gojoseon stood beside Yunxing. Under the jade face, the pair of amber eyes were like a jar of wine, mellow and rich, which made Yunxing dazed. When she remembered that this man had killed a magical plant like Anemone abyssalis by himself, Yunxing stopped looking down on him. Something was wrong. This man seemed to have some unusual feelings for Yunxing. At the side, the golden Qilin Yibiming's golden eyes flickered. It cast a sidelong glance at the baby sheep lying comfortably on Yunxing's shoulder. As soon as the latter met the golden Qilin's gaze, the 2 beasts communicated with each other through their eyes. A king-level magical beast soul stone to deal with that masked boy. Bo, deal. Bo, I don't want the masked man. Bo immediately became energetic. Anyway, it was stingy and hated Pulai of Gojoseon. Bo rolled proudly on Yunxing's shoulder. Pulai of Gojoseon's face stiffened. Yunxing smiled faintly and said with a bit of politeness, Pulai of Gojoseon is very busy. Every day. How would this king dare to disturb you? Just now, this king has promised your country's magical beast merchant, Changwei, that he will be the host. As for accommodation, this king will temporarily stay in the Great Zhou Embassy in Pulai. Among the 5 major countries on the mainland, except for the Immortal Abode, which did not receive envoys from other countries, the other 4 countries all had embassies in other countries as long as they were not at war. Later Qin's Dugu Xiu and the others also lived in later Qin's embassy. Yunxing rejected Pulai of Gojoseon. The latter's eyes darkened and he pretended to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Lord Pulai of Gojoseon, Prince Regent saved this humble one's life. This humble one will definitely entertain him well. Changwei nodded and bowed at the side. Chang Wei spent a lot of effort to persuade the regent of Great Zhou. This way, he could understand the prince-regent's two magical beasts at a close distance. Pulai of Gojosian nodded and said no more. The boat gradually descended. When they were about to disembark, Yunxing suddenly said, "Pulai of Gojosian, have we met before?" Pulai of Gojosian paused. Just as he was about to answer, he saw a magical beast galloping towards them. On top of that magical beast sat a summoner. "Your Majesty, Pulai of Gojosian, Emperor Zhao of Gojosian invites you." The Emperor Zhao in red was looking for Pulai of Gojosian at this time. His goal was obviously the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, he did not know if Pulai of Gojosian would hand over the key so easily. Pulai of Gojosian snorted coldly. The seventh lord beside him could not help but shrink his neck. Needless to say, it was also the seventh lord's secret. Pulai of Gojosian hurriedly bowed and bade farewell. After he left, Du Guxiu came forward. He wanted to say something, but he realized that Yunxing had already been pulled away by the enthusiastic Chang Wei. The two main islands of Pulai Island belonged to the Pulai Pavilion and the Zhao state respectively. Ordinary people on the islands could not enter without a token. The empty boat that Yunxing and Du Guxiu took earlier landed at one of the more than 60 islands of Pulai Island. There were many water, land, and air routes between the more than 60 islands. They could communicate with each other. Chang Wei was the royal magical beast merchant of Pulai country. He had a lot of property. His mansion on Pulai Island was located on the third largest island of Pulai Island. This island was also the first island with the most embassies, restaurants, and shops of other countries. Chang Wei first sent Yunxing to the embassy of Zhou State. That night, he also hosted a banquet to entertain Yunxing and the others. At night, Yunxing returned to the Great Zhou embassy. After entering the room, the light of the illuminating magic array dimmed. A man in black waited outside the room for a moment. He did not leave until he heard a steady breathing sound from the room. As soon as the man in black left, Yunxing turned over and sat up. Sure enough, as she expected, the people in the Great Zhou embassy of Pulai Island had been bribed by the people of Pulai Island. But she did not know who these people listened to. Was it the seemingly friendly Pulai of Gojosian or the Emperor Zhao in red, who had never shown up? However, one thing was for sure. Yunxing had used a scheme to kill the second main summoner and caused the seventh main summoner to lose his sacred rune beast. Just based on these few points, the people of the summoned palace would definitely not let this matter rest. If the people of Zhao State wanted to come, then let them come. Yunxing sneered a few times. She teleported and left the embassy. Because the appearance of the gold coin was too conspicuous at night, Yunxing simply left it in the embassy. She flew all the way to the estuary with baby sheep. In the night, the Pulai Sea, which was rippling in the daytime, looked like a dark curtain. Pulai Island was different from other big countries. At night, there were no patrolling guards. Because there were many dangerous demon beasts between the sea and the land at night, ordinary civilians consciously did not go out at night. "Baby sheep, are you sure you can still find the whereabouts of King Anemone?" The purpose of Yunxing going out at night was to find the dark magic plant, the Abyss King Anemone, who was killed by Pulai of Gojosian during the day. "Dear master, you must believe in baby sheep." "I am sure that the monster with many legs is not dead yet," baby sheep said calmly. Yunxing had her reasons for entering the Pulai Sea in the middle of the night. She was looking for the King Anemone tentacle of the dark demonic plant that had been killed by Pulai of Gojosian. On the boundless continent, the attributes of the magical beasts were different. Some magical beasts were good at attacking, while others were good at defending. However, in terms of vitality and the harsh living conditions, the magical beasts and demonic plants of the dark element were undoubtedly the strongest. The saying "a centipede dies but never falls down" was apt to be used on the dark creatures. Ordinary magical beasts would definitely die after receiving a fatal blow from Pulai of Gojosian. However, the Abyss King Anemone was different. Since it was a dark element creature, its vitality was astonishing. In addition, it was a demonic plant. As long as it still had one tentacle, it was equivalent to having one more chance of survival for King Anemone. As long as it could absorb a portion of energy, it would be able to survive and come back to life again. Pulai of Gojosian did not expect this. Although he had already ordered people to salvage King Anemone's tentacle, there was still an extremely important life tentacle somewhere on the surface of the Punlai Sea. The fact that the life tentacle could revive King Anemone was just told to Yunxing by Baby Sheep. Baby Sheep had a poor sense of direction, but its ability to locate magical beasts was top-notch. It had seen Anemone Abyssalis once and could accurately pinpoint its location. They soon discovered the tentacle of the sea anemone that had escaped death. It was just a tentacle that was as thick as an arm. In the sea, it could be swallowed by the seawater at any time. However, Yunxing could still smell a trace of vitality from the tentacle. After sensing the unfamiliar aura of Baby Sheep and humans, King Anemone's tentacle trembled and tried to hide. Bo, tell it to submit to me and I will have a way to save it. Yunxing had the exquisite beast pagoda that all magical beasts yearned for. Coupled with the water spirit queen, it would not be difficult for her to save King Anemone Abyssalis. After a while, it said, "Dear master, it doesn't want to." The abyssal King Anemone was no ordinary magical plant. It had lived in the deep sea for more than 5,000 years. It was an existence that was even older than the 5 major countries of the continent. It was only because it was separated from the optimal growth area of the netherworld abyss that its growth was greatly affected. Even so, it was still the undisputed king of the boundless continent's devil plants. This unknown summoner in front of it, with his lowly strength, actually wanted it to submit. Even if it was now so weak that it only had a tentacle of life left, in its consciousness, it was still a powerful king-level magical plant. A lowly summoner was not worthy of being its master. If the sea anemone queen was human, she would definitely show a look of disdain. Even if she could not communicate with the sea anemone queen, Yunxing could feel the sea anemone queen's contempt. There was no point in saying more. If it was not going to submit, then it was time to use force. A powerful magical wave enveloped King Anemone. King Anemone saw a withered hand reaching out from the man's sleeve. That hand did not match the man's youthful appearance. It was decayed like a mummy's hand, but it contained an infinite amount of terrifying magical power. As the black-cloaked man chanted, balls of flames that resembled the sunset began to burn fiercely. Unlike ordinary flames, the flames released by the man were not afraid of the seawater at all. King Anemone suddenly felt the water in its body evaporate. It wriggled its tentacles and felt the fire burning its vitality bit by bit. King Anemone had never encountered such a terrifying fire. It seemed to be able to burn King Anemone's consciousness. If this continued, it would die. It would die in the sea. It was unwilling. It was very unwilling. It had not returned to its homeland. After 5,000 years of waiting, it finally had the chance to return home. Ba, multi-legged monster, you are so stupid. Why do you have to fight to the death? Your dear master is very powerful. Don't you want to return to the underworld? As long as you submit to my master, he will definitely think of a way to get the netherworld ghost key. At that time, you and your sunflowers can return to the netherworld abyss. By the way, the netherworld abyss is a damned place where birds don't lay eggs. This world god doesn't like it. Baba Sheep chattered. Yunxing used her elven hellfire to burn King Anemone. When she was in the Grand Emperor city, Yunxing caught a glimpse of the Emperor Yan. In the past 3 years, she repeatedly recalled the scene of the Emperor Yan's appearance. It actually increased the purity of her elven hellfire by a level. The current hellfire of the elves could not only burn all kinds of ores in the world, but it was also the nemesis of all nemeses to dark creatures. Coupled with the summoning demonic hand, the hellfire of the elves could completely wipe out the consciousness of the sea anemone king. When King Anemone heard that Yunxing had a way to let him return to the underworld, the last line of defense in his heart collapsed. He weakly expressed to Baba Sheep that he was willing to submit. In order to let King Anemone recover as soon as possible, Yunxing placed him in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. King Anemone's weak body quickly recovered under the effect of the spiritual energy in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda. The tentacles that were cut off grew back again. About 2 to 3 hours later, King Anemone's true form was revealed. The sea anemone king, which looked like an octopus and was covered in ugly tentacles, was actually a bright-colored beautiful sea anemone that was only half the height of a person. Yunxing was speechless at the disparity between the two of them. However, after experiencing the transformation of the puffed egg into a sheep, Yunxing's ability to accept things had improved greatly. King Anemone also quickly gained the recognition of the other magical beasts in the Ling Long Beast Pagoda and became a member of Yunxing's magical beast clan. Yunxing successfully formed a contract with the Abyss King Anemone. At the same time, she also obtained all of King Anemone's memories, including a part of the memories regarding the Netherworld Ghost Key. After fusing with King Anemone's memories, Yunxing found out that the Netherworld Ghost Key had another important function. Other than summoning the Netherworld Ghost King, the Netherworld Ghost Key could also form a spatial door to find the entrances to other continents or even realms. Find the entrances to other continents or realms? What's the difference between this and Ba Sheep's talent as a world god? Yunxing originally thought that the Netherworld Ghost Key, as one of the 8 Barons' divine artifacts, would have some amazing uses. Ba, my dear master, there are still some differences. For example, even if this world god's power is restored, I can only move about in the human world. However, with the Netherworld Ghost Key, I can enter other realms and enjoy a one-time immunity. You have to know that every realm has a world god. Without the permission of the world god of this realm, I can't go to other realms without permission. Otherwise, I will be punished by my soul being unable to reincarnate. Ba Sheep stuck out its tongue. There were laws in the world, and naturally, there were laws as well. There was a rule in the 3 realms. Since there was the existence of world gods, there would be so-called laws and corresponding punishments. The human realm, the underworld, and the deity realm all had their own world gods. Other than maintaining the stability of their own realm, the world gods also had to guard against intruders from other realms. However, even with such strict rules, there were still some loopholes, and that was that there would be some supreme experts in every realm. With the birth of these supreme experts, Path of the Gods, Netherworld Ghost Key, and other heaven-defying existences that broke the rules of the world gods were born. For example, Path of the Gods. Its birth meant the birth of a new god. As for the Netherworld Ghost Key, due to some unknown reason, the 3 world gods and the Netherworld Ghost King reached an agreement. Every person who had the Ghost Key could have one chance to travel to another realm without being punished. And compared to world gods who could only bring one person back, when the Netherworld Ghost Key was used, as long as the corresponding magic array was drawn, one could bring many people or even an army to travel between continents or realms. When Yunxing heard this, her heart skipped a beat. A name that she had forgotten for a long time suddenly entered her mind. That was the saintess of the celestial fox people, Husheng. 3 years ago, Husheng left without saying goodbye. After that, Yunxing was depressed for a while because of Yi Baiming and missed the best opportunity to find Husheng. After Yunxing recovered, she had been looking for Husheng's whereabouts, but there was no news about Husheng. Because of this, Yunxing had always had a knot in her heart. Back then, she had promised Husheng to send her back to the 8 Desolates continent, but she had no way to do so. Today, when she suddenly heard that the Netherworld Ghost Key could allow many people to travel between continents and realms, Yunxing remembered the promise she made to Husheng back then. With Husheng's strength alone, it would be difficult for her to return to the 8 Desolates continent. But she did not know magic, and she was also the celestial fox people. It was too dangerous for her to stay in the boundless continent. In the past few years, Yunxing had never given up looking for Husheng's whereabouts. Yunxing planned to wait until the Dutian meeting was over before she personally went to look for Husheng. If there was a chance, she would try to snatch back the Netherworld Ghost Key and send Husheng back. The reason why the Abyss Tentacle Monster wanted the Netherworld Ghost Key was to return to the underworld. As for the Emperor Zhao and Red's goal, it was obviously related to the Bahuang continent. This Dutian meeting had not even started, but the Netherworld Ghost Key, one of the 8 Desolates' divine instruments, had already appeared. The meeting was definitely not going to be simple. Counting the heart's bewildered lantern that she found by chance in the Taiyuan ruins more than 500 years ago and the magical bracelet that went missing in the Taiyuan ruins, Yunxing had seen a total of 8 Desolates' divine instruments. The Summoning Hand, Yunxing, the Immortal Holy Grail, Yunxing, the Magical Bracelet, Punlai of Gojoseon, the Magical Bracelet, Unknown, and the Heart's Bewildered Lantern, Netherworld Ghost King. Until now, only the Destiny Mirror and Dong Huangqing had yet to appear. Among them, the appearance of the Netherworld Ghost Key was directly related to the Netherworld Ghost King and the Heart's Bewildered Lantern. The heart's bewildered lantern played a key role in curing Hu Jiusheng's memory loss. Linking the two together, the importance of the Netherworld Ghost Key was self-evident. This made Xianxia even more frustrated. She had not successfully obtained the Netherworld Ghost Key today. She had hastily rejected Punlai of Gojoseon's invitation. She had been a little reckless. Earlier, the Emperor Zhao in red had stopped Punlai of Gojoseon at the harbor. It must have been because of the Netherworld Ghost Key. However, she did not know if the extremely skilled Punlai of Gojoseon would give the Netherworld Ghost Key to the Emperor Zhao in red. With such doubts, Xianxia returned to the Zhou State Embassy. She decided to look for Punlai of Gojoseon again in the next few days to see if she could get the Netherworld Ghost Key back. However, Xianxia was not the only one who was concerned about the fate of the Netherworld Ghost Key. On one of the main islands of Punlai, Iceberg Island, in the meeting room of the Zhao State Embassy, the two authoritative figures of Punlai, the Emperor Zhao in red and Punlai of Gojoseon, stood facing each other. Both of them were equally tall and imposing. The two figures, one red and one purple, were like two stone statues, contending with each other. Neither of them had any intention of backing down. In the meeting room, the seventh caller, who was standing, did not even dare to make a sound. It had been several hours since Punlai of Gojoseon had been summoned. Neither of the two authoritative figures of Punlai had said a word. Without receiving an order, the seventh caller did not dare to step down. He was also complaining in his heart. Very few people in the outside world knew that although Punlai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red were the two authoritative figures of Punlai, their relationship was like that of the two main islands of Punlai. They were polar opposites of ice and fire. Their relationship had always been very stiff. I am doing this for Punlai. The remnants of the Bahuang tribe have always been restless. If we have the Netherworld Ghost Key, we can invade their beast god altar and uproot them. The Emperor Zhao in red's search for the Netherworld Ghost Key this time was very secretive. Who knew that they would suddenly encounter some abyss tentacle monster? Thousands of people on the flying dragon ship had died. This matter had also made Punlai of Gojoseon very angry. This was the most troublesome thing. Even if it had fallen into the hands of any other power in the mainland, the Emperor Zhao in red was confident that he could get it back. However, if the Netherworld Ghost Key fell into the hands of Ji Rumo, it would be very difficult to get it back. That was why the Emperor Zhao in red had hurriedly called Ji Rumo over. However, looking at Ji Rumo's reaction, it was obvious that he did not buy it. Put away your high-sounding excuses. You can find a reason for everything that the Zhao state does. What do you plan to do with the woman in the water prison? Punlai of Gojoseon asked. He no longer had the warmth of the day. At this moment, he gave off the feeling of a knife in the middle of winter. His voice was bone-chilling and made people's souls tremble. When he first saw the face of the woman in the water prison, his breath almost froze. Fortunately, he immediately realized that the woman was not Xianxia. Otherwise, the biting cold on Ji Rumo's body became even more obvious. He knew about the celestial fox people. The Emperor Zhao in red's face became even more ugly. This matter could not be hidden from him after all. He knew that the reason why Ji Rumo had changed so much in the past few years was related to the woman in the water prison. That woman is the celestial fox people. I will use her as a blood sacrifice. At this time's Dutian meeting, I will announce this news. In order to avoid any more trouble, the Emperor Zhao in red decided to kill Xianxia in the water prison as soon as possible. So you thought that in my name, you would summon the people of the four countries? Punlai of Gojoseon Ji Rumo was even more angry. Not only did he know about the Netherworld Ghost Key, but he also knew about the gathering of the four countries in Punlai after the event. Although it was just a glance, Ji Rumo could conclude that the woman in the water prison must have something to do with Xianxia. If Xianxia knew about this, she would definitely not stand by and do nothing. How dare you talk to me in this tone? Don't forget that without me, there would be no you. The Emperor Zhao in red was very agitated. Without me, there would be no you. Every time Punlai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red got into a conflict, the Emperor Zhao in red would say this, and Punlai of Gojoseon would always compromise. The seventh caller didn't even dare to say a word. Only the most important people in the Zhao state knew about the background of Punlai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo. The Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state couldn't marry. The Emperor Zhao in red was no exception. Rumo was adopted by the Emperor Zhao in red. 20 years ago, the Emperor Zhao in red, who had just become the Emperor Zhao in red, came back from a trip. It was early in the morning that the Emperor Zhao in red heard the sound of a child crying as he passed by the Punlai Sea. At that time, the Emperor Zhao had just turned 30 years old. His temperament wasn't as unpredictable as it was in recent years. Out of curiosity, he stopped and saw a naked baby boy on the beach. Unlike other babies that had been abandoned, the baby boy didn't have any swaddling clothes or anything that could prove his identity. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he had just been born. For some reason, his parents had abandoned him on the beach. However, his body was very clean. Even his umbilical cord was very clean. The lower half of the baby boy's body was submerged in the sea. Because he had choked on some seawater, he was on the verge of death. His face was purple. After the baby boy was picked up, he used his small fists to grab onto the Emperor Zhao in red sleeves. He wouldn't let go no matter what. The Emperor Zhao in red, who had always been cold, suddenly had the idea to bring the baby boy back to the Zhao state. After the Emperor Zhao in red rescued the baby, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, the Zhao state recruited a large number of orphans and abandoned babies every year. He just casually handed the baby boy over to the Zhao state's caretaker. Soon, the Emperor Zhao forgot about the baby. It wasn't until 5 years later that the Emperor Zhao in red met him again. The Zhao state was famous for its summoners. In order to attract new blood, every 5 years, the Emperor Zhao in red would test and select a batch of outstanding summoners from the orphans and abandoned babies. According to the Zhao state's rules, the Emperor Zhao in red would personally reward the talented summoners who were promoted and specially trained. He would also select a few of them and accept them as his direct disciples. Among the selected Zhao state's new talents, the Emperor Zhao in red immediately saw a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The reason why the boy attracted the Emperor Zhao in red's attention was because he was young. The second reason was that the boy was very beautiful. The third reason was that the boy was alone. The Emperor Zhao in red was an elegant and handsome man. However, the boy who was selected stunned him. His skin was white and tender like tofu, as if it had never been exposed to sunlight. He had long and dense eyelashes and a pair of amber eyes. Even when facing the most powerful person in the Zhao state, the Emperor Zhao in red, the boy's expression was calm and he didn't show any fear. However, other than his age and appearance, what made the Emperor Zhao in red surprised was that the boy didn't have any summoned beasts beside him. The other new talents beside the boy all had summoned beasts lying beside them. They were all summoners. Since he wasn't a summoner, why was he able to stand among these new talents? Moreover, from the looks of the other new talents who were older than the boy, they seemed to be in awe of him. "What's your name?" The Emperor Zhao in red was a little curious. "Rumo," the boy opened his mouth. His gentle voice revealed a calmness that didn't match his age. He wasn't like the others who were timid. He calmly faced the Emperor Zhao in red. "You're not a summoner?" The Emperor Zhao in red's question was directed at the 10th main summoner who selected these new talents. What he meant was, since he wasn't a summoner, why was he selected? Since when did the new talents of the Zhao state start to judge people by their appearance? In Punlai, in the Zhao state, summoners had always been respected since ancient times. If he couldn't even summon a summoned beast, then he was a piece of trash. In the Zhao state, he could only be sent to the outer islands to do things. The Emperor Zhao in red, did you forget that this child was the abandoned baby you picked up back then? Although he can't summon a summoned beast, he is very talented. He can learn all magic with just one look. That's why I made an exception and selected him. The 10th main summoner was afraid that the Emperor Zhao in red would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. Rumo was picked up by the Emperor Zhao in red, but he didn't receive any special treatment. He grew up with other orphans and babies. Babies in the Zhao state were different from babies in other places. They weren't breastfed, but were fed by magical beasts. Babies who were breastfed by magical beasts were born with the scent of magical beasts. It was easier for them to get close to magical beasts, and it was easier for them to become summoners in the future. After being fed for a few years, Rumo's appearance slowly grew. He also lost the ugly bruises he had when he was first picked up. Because of his outstanding appearance and cold personality, Rumo was bullied by other children in the Zao state before he was 3 years old. Once, a few older boys led him to the magic beast forest behind the Zao state that specialized in taming magical beasts. In the magic beast forest, there were some freshly caught magical beasts that were still wild. The boys originally wanted to scare Rumo, but they didn't expect that they would attract a group of level 4 tiger-lion beasts. Among the boys, the oldest was only 10 years old, and he had just learned intermediate magic. After being surrounded by the tiger-lion beasts, there was almost no chance of survival. However, when the summoners from the Zao state heard the commotion and rushed over, they found that except for one boy who was dead and one who was seriously injured, the rest of the boys were safe and sound. The one who saved their lives was the youngest, Rumo. When he found the boys, Rumo was still holding the magic scepter in his hand. He was familiar with many types of magic, and he could even use an intermediate magic. As for that intermediate magic, it was something that Rumo had learned from the oldest boy and used on the spot. It was also after that Rumo's talent was discovered, and he was selected to participate in the Zao state's rookie selection. He could learn any kind of magic in one go. If that was true, then this 5-year-old boy named Rumo could be said to be the continent's #1 genius. It didn't matter whether he knew how to summon or not. If you can learn any kind of magic in one go, then I'll test you. The Emperor Zao in red didn't believe him. He flipped his hand, and a purple and white magic thunder ball appeared on his palm. That was the Emperor Zao in red's unique magic, Thunder God's Break. The boy didn't move. You can't? Well, that's not a normal magic. The Emperor Zao in red wasn't surprised. Thunder God's Break was an esoteric magic that combined 2 types of magic elements. The purple and white magic light on the boy's hand was like a shooting star in the night sky, and it instantly attracted the Emperor Zao in red's attention. Hiss, the red-robed summoner king sucked in a sharp breath. The Emperor Zao in red, who wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, suddenly changed his expression. He looked at Rumo with an unfathomable gaze. Earlier, when the 10th summoner praised Rumo's talent, the Emperor Zao in red didn't believe it. Even if a 5-year-old child's talent was really amazing, it was impossible for a 5-year-old child to understand the fusion of 2 magical elements at once. However, he had no choice but to submit to Rumo. Although the purple and white magical light did not condense into the Thunder God's Break, this child's future was limitless to be able to form such a large-scale magical light with just a glance. The Emperor Zao in red's next move shocked everyone present in the Zao state. He picked up the boy and laughed heartily. From now on, you will follow I's surname. You will be called Rumo. Although the Emperor Zao in red had other adopted sons and daughters before he gave the surname Rumo was the only one who was given the surname Rumo. His actions undoubtedly confirmed Rumo's position in Punlai, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. At that time, the Emperor Zao in red was also worried about the issue of the Punlai royal family's heir. Ever since the Taiyuan crown prince's incident, Punlai had implemented the separation of religion and politics. The Zao state had always wanted to secretly control the Punlai royal family, but they couldn't be too blatant. Coincidentally, at that time, Punlai of Gojoseon's only son had unfortunately died. In the Punlai royal family, there were no more outstanding bloodlines to inherit the throne. The Emperor Zao in red secretly changed the identity of the boy and announced to the public that the boy was Punlai of Gojoseon's bloodline. When he was born, he was blessed by an auspicious beast and naturally became the heir to the throne of Punlai of Gojoseon. That boy became today's Punlai of Gojoseon, Rumo. Rumo was very talented. His learning ability was amazing. Except for the magical beast that he couldn't summon, he knew almost all magic. The 7th summoner had never seen anyone who could learn magic as fast as Punlai of Gojoseon. For example, the move that he used to kill King Anemone on the sea was the Emperor Zao in red's famous Thunder God's Break. Only a few people who were close to the Emperor Zao in red knew that today's Emperor Zao also somewhat avoided Rumo. Although Rumo was personally promoted by the Emperor Zao, the two were not close. Maybe it was because Rumo lived in the Punlai pavilion on the side of Iceland since he was a child. When he was still a child, his temperament was frighteningly cold. Emperor Zhao would expand the power of the Zhao state. In recent years, he had recruited soldiers and bought horses, and intervened in the affairs of the mainland many times. Especially in recent years, because of political differences, Ji Rumo and Emperor Zhao had several conflicts. Perhaps even the Emperor Zhao in red himself did not expect that one of his unintentional actions in the past would lead to the terrible situation of Punlai today. Originally, he thought that this time, when the Emperor Zhao in red brought up the past, Punlai of Gojoseon would compromise like the previous few times. However, this time, Punlai of Gojoseon did not give in. He was reprimanded, but he was still unwilling to hand over the Netherworld Ghost Key. The disaster between the human race and the Bakra orcs almost destroyed the boundless land. I will not let the boundless land fall into the abyss of suffering again. Punlai of Gojoseon rejected flatly. Ji Rumo, do you think that I can't do anything to you? The Emperor Zhao in red's body flashed with a terrifying murderous intent. The purple and white magic power burned fiercely like flames. No one knew what Ji Rumo's expression was like under his jade face. However, a purple and white magic power also filled the air around him. In terms of scale, the two magic powers were actually on par with each other. The two magic powers collided together, and the ground cracked rapidly. The walls shook as if they would collapse at any time. The seventh summoner was the most miserable one. He was sandwiched between the two malefic stars and could not escape. At this moment, he was forced to kneel on the ground. He only felt that it was difficult to breathe. His body was also being hit by the two magic powers. It was as if he was being pressed between two walls. Emperor Zhao. Punlai of Gojoseon. Spare me. The Emperor Zhao in red did not expect Ji Rumo's strength to improve so rapidly in the past few years. If he were to fight force with force, unless he summoned his beast directly, otherwise, this kid was still useful for now. He still needed to be present at the Dutian conference. This time, he would let him go. He did not believe that he would not be able to get the Netherworld Ghost Key when the time came. Good. You're all grown up now, aren't you? You dare to challenge I? Scram back to your Punlai pavilion immediately. The Emperor Zhao in red retracted his magic power. Punlai of Gojoseon parted with him on bad terms. He waved his sleeves and left the Zhao state. The Emperor Zhao in red glared at the seventh summoner. All of them were useless. In the Netherworld Ghost Key incident, he had lost his second summoner. Earlier in the Taiyuan ruins, he had lost his third summoner. The Zhao state's 13 summoners had lost 2 of them in just a few days. How could the Emperor Zhao in red not feel depressed? The Emperor Zhao in red had found out about the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost Key by chance. He had thought that his plan was flawless. Who would have thought that he would lose both his money and his life in the end? Emperor Zhao, you can't blame me for this incident. If you want to blame someone, blame the regent of Great Zhou. That despicable person had schemed against us so many times along the way. He was the one who caused the death of the second summoner. Seeing that the Emperor Zhao was about to blame him, the seventh summoner hurriedly poured all the dirty water on the regent of Great Zhou. The seventh summoner recounted everything that had happened in the Punlai Sea, Anemone Abyssalis, and the magical beast beside the regent of Great Zhou. You said that the regent of Great Zhou has a magical beast that can pass through the magic waterfall? Could it be that the regent of Great Zhou is also a summoner? The Emperor Zhao in red was a little surprised when he heard this. The magic waterfall was a type of super water magic that had very strong defensive abilities. Even if he encountered it, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to break it. A magical beast that could completely ignore the magic waterfall and pass through it freely was definitely not an ordinary magical beast. Moreover, as the Zhao state's summoner, the seventh summoner had seen at least tens of thousands of magical beasts. If he couldn't identify the species of magical beast at first glance, then it definitely wasn't an ordinary magical beast. Over the years, in addition to recruiting summoners, the Zhao state had also used the magical beast merchants in Punlai Sea to buy all kinds of magical beasts on the Wuji continent. Their goal was to find new magical beasts. From what I can see, the regent of Great Zhou is not a summoner. The summoning office of Zhou state has never recorded anything like this. That magical beast should just be a magical pet. Other than being able to pass through the magic barrier, it doesn't seem to have any other abilities. The seventh summoner remembered that the regent of Great Zhou didn't have any summoner's mark on him, nor did he wear any summoning token. Originally, the seventh summoner wanted to tell the Emperor Zhao in red that besides the pink magical beast, there was also a golden magical beast beside the regent of Great Zhou. However, when he thought about how that magical beast seemed to be carrying the regent of Great Zhou, it probably wasn't a powerful magical beast. Magical beasts, especially high-level, sage-level, or king-level magical beasts, were as proud as the masters and kings of the human race. They were extremely proud and arrogant, unless they were as powerful as Emperor Zhao or Punlai of Gojoseon. The Prince Regent of Zhou State could not be compared to Emperor Zhao. Thinking of this, the seventh summoner did not tell Punlai of Gojoseon about the existence of the Golden Kylin. It seems that I have to meet the Regent of Great Zhou when I have the chance, the Emperor Zhao in red muttered to himself. Emperor Zhao, don't worry. I have already sent people to hide in the embassies of Zhou State and later Qin. The two people in the embassies of Zhou State and later Qin will not be able to escape my eyes before the Dutian conference. The seventh summoner wanted to make up for his mistake, so he quickly asked for credit. His arrangement was indeed in line with the Emperor Zhao in red's heart. In terms of strength, the seventh summoner and the second summoner were not the best in the Zhao state. They were even worse than the ninth summoner, Hu Jiuxing. The reason the red-robed summoner king thought so highly of the two of them and had even handed over the matter of the netherworld ghost key to them was because the two of them had won his favor in certain aspects. The second main summoner was an outstanding husbandry summoner. The most important magic beast forest in the Zhao state was under the care of the second summoner. For many years, the Zhao state was able to control the best magic beast forest on the mainland because of the second summoner. This time, the second summoner died. For the Zhao state, it was not so much a loss of a summoner, but a loss of a caretaker of the magic beast forest. As for the seventh summoner, although he didn't have the same level of skill as the second summoner, he was very good at flattery. Furthermore, he had a wide network of connections. The netherworld ghost key had been missing for many years, and it was the seventh summoner who found some clues. Therefore, even though the seventh summoning mission had failed, the Emperor Zhao in red had no intention of severely punishing him. Although he hadn't obtained the netherworld ghost key, it was in Ji Rumo's hands. With his temperament, he definitely wouldn't use the netherworld ghost key. The evil aura on the nether ghost key would indeed attract many dark magical beasts. Only a magician as powerful as Ji Rumo would be able to suppress the nether ghost key. With that in mind, the Emperor Zhao in red decided not to pursue the matter of the ghost key. Emperor Zhao, there's one more thing. The second summoner is dead, and the third summoner is in trouble. Do you think we should promote some summoners? Especially the magic beast forest, there hasn't been anyone in charge for a long time. Perhaps I can. Seeing that the Emperor Zhao in red wasn't pursuing the matter of the netherworld ghost key, the seventh summoner took the opportunity to plead for leniency. The red coat summoner suddenly remembered that the Zhao state had also lost some people because of the netherworld ghost key. These days, he had ordered the Summoning Institute to recruit new summoners as soon as possible. Especially since the second summoner was in charge of the rearing of the magic beast forest, he had to find someone to replace him as soon as possible. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Are you sure you can manage the magic beast forest? The Emperor Zhao in red obviously knew what the seventh summoner was thinking. There were many wild magic beasts and wild herbs in the magic beast forest. Whoever managed to manage the forest would have a lot of money to gain. Over the years, the second summoner had relied on the money in the magic beast forest to secretly sell the herbs and young magic beasts to the magic beast merchants. He had made a lot of money. The seventh summoner had been drooling over the magic beast forest for a long time. However, because of the second summoner, he had not been able to get his hands on it. Emperor Zhao, please don't worry. I have many summoners under me. I will definitely be able to manage the magic beast forest well. The seventh summoner patted his chest and promised. The death of the second summoner was a great opportunity. He wanted to get his hands on this fat piece of meat before the other summoners could. Then I will leave the magic beast forest to you for a month. If everything goes well in the magic beast forest during this month, I will consider letting you take over the position of the second summoner. The Emperor Zhao in red was a little tired from the confrontation with Ji Rumo. He needed to meditate and rest for a while. Tomorrow, I will not let Emperor Zhao down. The seventh summoner heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the magic beast forest was under his control. He left happily. When he left, there were still 2 summoners waiting outside the Zhao state's main hall. It was not until the 7th summoner left that Xianxia, who had been pretending to be a summoner of the Zhao state, raised his head. The regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, also came to Zhou state. 3 years ago, Yunxing and Yi Baiming got married. As a father, he could not attend their wedding. That night, Yunxing wanted to meet Yunxing. However, because of the Huxing incident, he finally passed by Yunxing. In the past 3 years, Yunxing only knew that Yunxing had not walked around the mainland. If Yi Baiming also came to Penlai, he had to find a chance to meet him. Firstly, he could ask about his daughter's recent situation. Secondly, he might be able to ask him for help in rescuing the woman in the water prison. Yunxing made up his mind. He decided to inquire about the specific residence of the regent of Great Zhou in the next few days. However, when Yunxing was preparing to find the prince regent, Yunxing tried every possible means to sneak into the Zhao state. Because of this, the father and daughter had missed the best opportunity to meet each other. After contracting the tentacle sunflower from the Penlai Sea, Yunxing returned to the Great Zhou embassy. In the next 2 days, Chang Wei warmly entertained Yunxing and took her to visit several main islands of Penlai. However, Yunxing's mind was not on sightseeing. The reason why Yunxing came to Penlai was to find the whereabouts of her father and mother. Along the way, she also asked Chang Wei about the general situation of the Zhao state. She wanted to find a chance to sneak into the Zhao state. However, to Yunxing's surprise, Chang Wei told Yunxing that even he had only been to the Zhao state a few times. Although the Zhao state was in Penlai, not everyone could enter. The 2 largest islands of Penlai were the Ice Island and the Fire Island that Yunxing saw on the spaceship of the later Qing dynasty. In the east was the Fire Island. The Fire Island, as its name suggested, was originally a volcano. However, many years ago, it was sealed by the first Emperor Zhao and became an extinct volcano. Although the volcano was sealed, the accumulated geothermal energy made the temperature of the Fire Island dozens of degrees higher than the average place. This also made the Fire Island very suitable for all kinds of demon beasts to hatch and grow. The first Emperor Zhao chose the Fire Island as the location of the Zhao state. It gradually developed and became the headquarters of the current Zhao state. However, the Fire Island could only be entered by people who had the Zhao state summoner's token. The other main island of Penlai was the Ice Island in the west. The Ice Island was covered with ice all year round. The Penlai Pavilion, the residence of the Penlai of Gojoseon, was built on the Ice Island. Similarly, the Ice Island could not be entered at will. Only people who had the Penlai Pavilion's token could enter. Ordinary civilians could only live on the 60 or so islands outside of the 2 main islands. After listening to Chang Wei's words, Yunxing understood that if she wanted to enter the Zhao state and find her parents, she had to become a citizen of the Zhao state. Why? Does the Prince Regent want to enter the Fire Island? Chang Wei was a businessman and was very good at reading people's expressions. He saw that Yunxing was so concerned about the Fire Island, so it must be related to the Zhao state. I have an old friend in the Zhao state. I wanted to inquire about his whereabouts. Yunxing forced a smile. So you want to inquire about the whereabouts of an old friend? That's easy. Don't forget that I, Chang Wei, am a merchant of magical beasts. I know many people from the Penlai monastery. If the Prince Regent wants to inquire about someone, just go to the Penlai monastery and tell them my name. Chang Wei wanted to accompany Yunxing personally, but Yunxing politely declined. After getting the news from Chang Wei, Yunxing returned to the Great Zhou embassy first. When Yunxing returned to the Great Zhou embassy, she used a little trick to find the spy sent by the Zhao state. Yunxing's golden eyes flashed, and the spy became muddle-headed, not knowing where he was. The 7th summoner? Haha, remember, in the next few days, tell the 7th summoner that I will be staying in the embassy. The spy nodded. After dealing with the spy, Yunxing began to plan how to sneak into the Zhao state. Before she set off, Yunxing had already used the disguise magic to change her appearance. On the streets of the third largest island in Penlai, there was a thin girl with a yellow face. Beside the girl was a Xiaohei dog. The girl and the beast were Yunxing and Xiaohei in disguise. Before Yunxing went out, she was still hesitating. The reason was that Yunxing didn't know which magical beast to bring out. To enter the door of the Penlai Summoning Institute, one had to be at least a summoner. When Yunxing was in Dezhou, she had participated in the local Summoning Institute's assessment. However, at that time, she was only the most ordinary beast summoner. It was time for him to retest his summoner skills. However, to test her summoner level, she had to choose a suitable magical beast. Yunxing originally wanted to bring Jean Coin. However, after wandering around Penlai for a few days, Yunxing gave up on this idea. The reason was that Jean Coin was too eye-catching. Jean Coin was the most handsome among the magical beasts. Its golden scales were enough to blind the eyes of the street. It had a vigorous posture and there was not a trace of fat on its body. No wonder Chang Wei, who had seen countless beasts, wanted to use it to breed. At that time, Yunxing thought that Chang Wei was making a fuss over nothing. But later, she discovered that Jean Coin's attractiveness was really not small. She and Jean Coin strolled around Penlai Street. There were already many summoners who asked Yunxing about Jean Coin's rank. There were also some female beasts who chased after Jean Coin. These days, it seemed that a handsome magical beast was also very popular. Jean Coin was annoyed for a while because of this. In order to appease Jean Coin, Yunxing could only let it stay in the Linglong Beast Tower for the time being. In the past few years, Yunxing's magic cultivation and summoning level had increased greatly. The summoner level was no longer the same as it used to be. The most important thing was that the strength of her magical beasts had also increased. Each of them was not ordinary. When they went out, they would scare the people in the summoning office. After Yunxing screamed, she finally decided to take Xiaohei to the summoning office. Xiaohei was the first magical beast that Yunxing had contracted besides Bobo sheep. Its cultivation level was now at the level of a holy beast. It would not be too high or too low. After choosing Xiaohei, Yunxing went out and went to the summoning office in Penlai. Penlai was indeed a country of summoners. Along the way, many people were summoners. Penlai Monastery was easy to recognize. It was on the busiest street in Penlai. Unlike the desolate summoning office in Zhou State, the entrance of Penlai Monastery was crowded. There were people and magical beasts everywhere. Most of them were wearing summoner rings on their hands. Just as Yunxing was about to enter the door, she suddenly saw a person. When Yunxing saw the person, she was very alert and retreated to the side. The person who walked into the summoning office arrogantly was the seventh summoner of Zhou State, who had a grudge with Yunxing. However, Yunxing had used a disguise spell, so he did not notice that Yunxing had walked right under his nose. Why did the seventh summoning office come? When Yunxing saw this, she also walked into the summoning office. There were a lot of people in the Penlai summoning office. There were summoners waiting to be certified and magical beasts waiting to be rated. As the seventh summoner of Zhou State, the person in charge of the summoning office personally came out to greet the seventh summoner. No one paid attention to a foreign summoner like Yunxing. Yunxing pretended to walk to the two of them and pricked up her ears to listen to what they were saying. The person in charge of Penlai Monastery was a bald, middle-aged man. He nodded and bowed. "Seventh summoner, may I know what brings you here today? The summoning office hasn't recruited any new summoners recently?" The seventh summoner had a proud look on his face. The person in charge of Penlai Monastery hurriedly took out a roster and checked it. After checking, he told the seventh summoner that the Penlai Monastery had recruited a total of more than 20 new summoners in the past week. To be able to recruit more than 20 summoners in a week, this number wasn't small at all. Yunxing couldn't help but think to herself. When she was in Zhou State, she heard the person in charge of the Yujing Summoning Office say that the Yujing Summoning Office didn't have a new summoner for a few years. Penlai was indeed the world of summoners. The so-called new summoners of the Penlai Monastery were obtained through two channels. One was through freelance summoners who became employees of the summoning office. Although freelance summoners were free, they were relatively less guaranteed. After joining the summoning office, they could receive a certain amount of salary every month and also have the opportunity to improve the abilities of their summoned beasts. Previously, Yunxing had met Bing Ling at Wanlong gambling house. At that time, she had relied on the second summoner through this method. The other channel was through new summoners who had awakened their innate summoning ability. This was similar to Yunxing's childhood. Compared to the first channel, the Punlai monastery generally preferred the second channel. This was because new summoners from the second channel were more likely to pledge their loyalty to the Zao state. Are there any summoners who are good at raising animals? The seventh summoner had been in a good mood these past few days because he had received a good assignment in the magic beast forest. However, at this critical juncture, something had happened that made him very vexed. This matter was related to the development of the entire magic beast forest. If he couldn't settle this matter, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to report to the Emperor Zao in Red in a month's time. Right now, he needed a summoner who could raise animals, so the seventh summoner came to the Zao state. The person in charge of the Punlai monastery looked carefully and also flipped through the information from a few months ago. However, to the seventh summoner's disappointment, he couldn't find any summoners who could raise animals. Bastard, why isn't there even a summoner who can raise animals? The seventh summoner heard this and loudly reprimanded the person in charge of the summoning office. The seventh summoner scolded so loudly that everyone inside and outside the summoning hall could hear it clearly. The person in charge of the summoning hall was embarrassed. He was considered a big shot in Punlai, but in front of the seventh summoner, who was deeply favored by the Emperor Zao in Red, he could only obediently be scolded. Yunxing heard everything clearly from the side. When she heard that they were going to switch to a nurturing summoner, a hint of joy appeared between her brows. However, she was not in a hurry to interrupt and just listened from the side. Summoners were also divided into several types. Just like warriors, some were good at offense, and some were good at defense. It was the same for summoners. Some summoners belonged to the category of beast summoners. In terms of combat, they had a tacit understanding with beasts. One person's strength was enough to fight against 10 beasts. For example, Zhong Yi, one of Yunxing's subordinates, was a holy beast summoner and a beast summoner at the same time. But not all summoners were beast summoners. There were some who were not good at fighting, but were very good at rearing animals. Those were the beast summoners. This kind of summoner didn't have brave summoned beast companions, but they understood the habits of various magical beasts very well. They were born with the ability to make magical beasts close to and trust them. As a result, it was easier to tame magical beasts, and at the same time, the magical beasts could reproduce better. Compared to beast summoners were more rare, especially in the Zao state, which needed a large number of magical beasts every day. A good husbandry summoner could raise hundreds and thousands of magic beasts, which was a huge fortune. Although Yunxing didn't specialize in beast summoners, she had the exquisite beast pagoda that no beast summoner had. The exquisite beast pagoda was a rare artifact on the mainland. It could make magical beasts grow faster, and it was a treasure that magical beasts scrambled for like ducks. Therefore, as long as Yunxing had the exquisite beast pagoda in hand, she had a fatal attraction to any magical beast. The person in charge of the Punlai monastery was scolded badly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He only dared to curse in his heart. The seventh summoner was simply making trouble for no reason. Beast summoners weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Otherwise, the Emperor Zao in Red wouldn't have placed so much importance on him after he received the second main summon. The second summoner himself couldn't even summon a holy beast. After the death of the second summoner, the Zao state had lost an excellent animal summoner. The problem in the magic beast forest could only be solved by finding an excellent animal summoner. Excuse me, are you recruiting domestic-type summoners? Just as the seventh summoner was getting angry, a very discordant voice interrupted his reprimand. The seventh summoner looked and saw that the one who interrupted him was a sallow and emaciated female summoner. Her clothes were thin, and she only had a tattered summoning ring on her hand. The magical beast beside her was also inconspicuous. It looked just like a slightly larger dog. A lowly low-level summoner actually dared to interrupt him? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Can't you see that this lord is talking to someone? The seventh lord snapped. Honorable Lord Summoner, I accidentally overheard your conversation. Are you looking for a domestic-type summoner? I'm a domestic-type summoner. Chang Wei introduced me, Yunxing said respectfully. Go away, go away. Don't you know where you are? The domestic-type summoners that the Zhao state wants are all high-level magical beasts. They're not Tom, Dick, or Harry. The seventh summoner wasn't happy. Instead, he looked disgusted. When the person in charge of the Punlai monastery heard Yunxing mention Chang Wei's name, he took a few more glances at Yunxing. Chang Wei and the person in charge of the Punlai monastery had a lot of business dealings. Chang Wei was a very arrogant person. He was very picky when it came to magical beasts and people. This was the first time he heard that someone had been introduced by Chang Wei. With one look, the person in charge of the Punlai monastery was shocked. Seeing that the seventh summoner was being disrespectful to its master, Xiaohe roared angrily. Its back arched and its fur stood on end. A cold murderous intent surged in its eyes. Its originally ordinary black fur was surging with a special pattern that looked like a cloud pattern. When Xiaohe showed its might, the magical beasts in the Punlai monastery all trembled. Even their masters couldn't control them. Heavens, this is a holy beast. You. Could it be that you're a domestic-type summoner? The person in charge of the Punlai monastery had better eyesight than the seventh summoner. He looked like he couldn't close his mouth and pointed at Xiaohe. What? You're saying that she's a holy beast summoner? Don't be mistaken. The seventh summoner was shocked. He had actually almost chased away a holy beast summoner. Moreover, this person claimed to be a domestic-type summoner. No, the summoning ring on her hand is obviously the ring of a low-level beast summoner. Among the beast summoners, there were the most basic beast speakers, beast summoners, wizard beast summoners, sacred beast summoners, main summoners, and Emperor Zhao. Yunxing's ring was disguised as a beast speaker ring. It indeed retained the appearance that she had when she first became a beast summoner in the Jade Capital. It was absolutely impossible for a beast summoner to control a holy beast. In other words, this female beast summoner was definitely a holy beast summoner. However, due to some reason, she had yet to participate in the assessment, so she had yet to advance. This was the first time in many years that the person in charge of the Punlai monastery had encountered such a bizarre situation. Oh, this is a long story. When I first contracted Xiaohe, she was still a low-level wild dog. However, after I raised her for more than 10 years, she evolved into a holy beast. Yunxing rubbed her head with an honest look. When she said this, everyone in the Punlai monastery looked like they had seen a ghost. Raising a low-level magical beast into a holy beast in more than 10 years was the most unbelievable thing in the world. Sir, please come inside. As long as we verify that your magical beast is indeed a holy beast, the Punlai monastery will immediately give you the certification of a holy beast summoner. The person in charge of the Punlai monastery was very excited. It had been a long time since the Punlai monastery hired a holy beast summoner. Moreover, the other party claimed that she was a domestic-type beast summoner. This was much more precious than a normal holy beast summoner. It was no wonder that the person in charge of the Punlai monastery was so excited. The seventh summoner also stared at Yunxing and Xiaohe, who was beside her. Before the certification, according to Yan Yun, the people in the Punlai monastery had specially checked her background. It proved that more than 10 years ago, in the Punlai monastery in the Jade Capital of Zhou State, there was indeed an 8-year-old girl named Yan Yun who had been certified as a beast summoner. The person in charge of the Punlai monastery didn't have any more doubts. He and the seventh summoner welcomed Yunxing into the back hall. Half an hour later, when Yunxing walked out of the summoning house again, she had already obtained the certification of the Punlai monastery and confirmed that Xiaohe was a sacred beast. She had also successfully become a sacred beast summoner. The summoners in the summoning house looked at her with eyes full of respect. In Punlai, there were 2 ways to determine the level of a summoner. One was to determine the level of the summoner according to the strength of the summoner. The other was to determine the level of the summoner according to the strength of the magical beast. After all, if a summoner could contract a sacred beast, it didn't matter whether the summoner's strength was strong or not. After all, having a sacred beast was equivalent to having the combat power of a sacred beast. After Xiaohe defeated several high-level magical beasts in one go, no one doubted Xiaohe's strength anymore. Yunxing also had a new summoning ring on her hand. Yunxing temporarily put away the beast language ring. Even in Punlai, the number of sacred beast summoners did not exceed 100 people. The Zhao state was also very generous towards sacred beast summoners. Any sacred beast summoner who was registered in the Zhao state could have a private mansion on any island in Punlai, a limitless gold card with 1 million gold coins, and a summoning ring inlaid with a sacred beast soul stone. These were all used unconditionally. Yunxing also learned from Changwei that the summoning house had many functions in Punlai. In addition to providing certification for those who wanted to become a summoner, the summoning house's function in Punlai Island was similar to the function of the Hunters Guild in the mainland. It provided job opportunities for summoners. Some freelance summoners could be permanently or temporarily employed in the summoning house by the Zhao state, other organizations, or individuals. Yunxing did not agree to the summoning house's employment. She knew that the seventh summoner would definitely come looking for her. When Yunxing left the summoning house, she deliberately walked slowly. She had already noticed that the seventh summoner was waiting outside the summoning house. Sure enough, after a few steps, the seventh summoner noticed Yunxing and followed her. "Master Yan Yun. Please take care," the seventh summoner said flatteringly. "Seventh summoner, I didn't know you were the summoner of the Zhao state. Please forgive me for my disrespect." Yunxing was also flattered. "Master, I would like to hire you as our summoner of magical beasts forest." The seventh summoner went straight to the point with his invitation. He took Yunxing to the most luxurious restaurant in the city. Yunxing found out from the seventh summoner that the seventh summoner had recently accepted an assignment from the Zhao state's magic beast forest. But recently, a very bizarre thing had happened in the magical beast forest. In the magic beasts forest, there were a large number of holy beasts. These holy beasts were used for summoners to contract, so they were very important to the Zhao state. In the past few hundred years, there had been no problems with the holy beasts forest. However, about 3 days ago, after the second summoner of the Zhao state met with an unfortunate accident, the holy beasts forest began to die one after another. Most of them were holy beasts of high rank. Other than the second summoner, doesn't the Zhao state have other summoners? Yunxing thought that the second summoner couldn't be the only summoner of high rank in the magic beast forest. There are other low-level and mid-level animal husbandry summoners in charge of the magical beast forest. However, there is only one high-level animal husbandry summoner, the second main summoner, not to mention a holy beast husbandry summoner like you. In order to manage the magical beast forest well, the seventh main summoner had used his personal resources to hire a few animal husbandry summoners. However, these guys only knew how to brag. When they accepted the seventh summoner's money, they all promised that they would be able to solve the problem in the magic beast forest within a few days. However, after a few days, the holy beasts still died in batches. Every morning, seeing the bodies of the holy beasts being transported out of the magic beast forest, the seventh summoner's face was even sadder than if his own mother had died. "Master Yan Yun, can you accept my invitation to go to the magic beast forest and find out the specific cause of the holy beast's death?" The seventh summoner changed his previous snobbish attitude and spoke in a flattering tone. Now, in the eyes of the seventh summoner, this summoner named Yan Yun was more important than his own mother. Yan Yun had been confirmed as a holy beast summoner. In Punlai, there were several types of summoners of high rank, low rank, middle rank, high rank, and holy beast summoner. As the name implied, a summoner of high rank was able to raise a holy beast of the same rank. The second summoner of the Zhao state was a high-rank summoner. In the magic beast forest, many high-rank holy beasts had been raised by the second summoner in the past few decades. With this ability alone, the second summoner was able to become the first summoner in the Zhao state, second only to Emperor Zhao. He had run amok in the Zhao state for several decades. Previously, the seventh summoner had also been wary of the second summoner's ability. However, Yan Yun had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and made him feel that the second summoner was weak. Yan Yun, who was old enough to be the second summoner's granddaughter, was actually a holy beast summoner. If she was given 10 years, she would be able to raise hundreds and thousands of holy beasts for the Zhao state. God, those were holy beasts. With so many holy beasts, the Zhao state would not have to worry at all even if the 8 desolate tribes came, let alone the boundless land. Furthermore, how old was Yan Yun? It was said that she was only 18. If she could raise holy beasts at 18 years old, who knew if she would be able to raise king-level holy beasts in a few decades? If any of the powers on the mainland knew about Yuan's existence, they would definitely fight over her, let alone the Zhao state. If the Emperor Zhao in Red knew about Yuan, he would definitely hire her to be the first summoner in order to win her over to his side. When that happened, she would threaten the seventh summoner's position. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the seventh summoner decided to snatch her away. He did not hesitate to hire Yuan at the cost of 100,000 purple coins a month. Of course, the seventh summoner did not expect Yuan to be able to raise a holy beast for him within a month. All he wanted was for Yuan to manage the magic beast forest within this month. The seventh summoner had other plans in mind. He wanted to test out Yuan's abilities within this month. If she could really manage the magic beast forest, he would definitely find a way to make her stay. If she did not agree, he would find someone to kill her after everything was done. A venomous glint flashed across the seventh summoner's eyes. Yunxing noticed the change in his expression and laughed coldly in her heart. Yunxing and the seventh summoner chatted for a while and decided that the seventh summoner would bring Yunxing into the magic beast forest on the Fire Island. He would also give Yunxing a token so that she could enter and leave the Fire Island freely for this month. The seventh summoner's arrangement was exactly what Yunxing wanted. Yunxing wanted to enter Fire Island and infiltrate the Zhao state. As long as she could enter Fire Island, Yunxing was confident that she could avoid the eyes and ears on the island and find her father or mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, before that, she had to earn the seventh summoner's trust. Therefore, she had to find out the real cause of the sudden deaths of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest and solve it. From the seventh summoner, Yunxing found out that before the seventh summoner took over the magic beast forest, the number of magical beasts that died in the forest in a year was only a few. Moreover, most of the magical beasts that died from fighting with each other. The seventh summoner also sent a few of the Zhao state's animal husbandry summoners to investigate. However, they could not find the cause of the deaths. Some said that they died from illness, while others said that they died from fighting with the magical beasts. The seventh summoner's head was about to explode from listening to all of this. However, he still could not come to a conclusion. Therefore, he had no choice but to recruit external animal husbandry summoners through the summoning center. The seventh summoner's luck was not bad. He met a beast husbandry summoner as soon as he arrived. After listening to the seventh summoner's explanation, Yunxing had a rough idea of what was going on. The death of a magical beast was either due to illness or non-illness. In comparison, if it was a normal death from illness, it would be easier to solve. Yunxing was a doctor herself. With her knowledge of both Eastern and Western medicine and the little water sprite queen, who had unparalleled healing abilities, Yunxing would be able to save the magical beasts as long as they were still breathing. What she was afraid of was that the magical beasts did not die from illness, but from some other man-made or non-man-made factors. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries in the restaurant, Yunxing packed her luggage and headed to Fire Island with the seventh summoner. There were many checkpoints and magical restrictions set up around the perimeter of Fire Island. Even a mosquito would not be able to fly in without a guide. Master Yuan, in this month, you can freely enter and exit the magic forest. However, do not wander around the other places on the Fire Island. Just send someone to inform me if anything happens. Also, don't tell anyone that you are a holy beast summoner for the time being, so as to avoid being coveted by others. The seventh summoner spoke politely, but in reality, he was telling Yunxing not to act rashly. The seventh summoner had already sent people to monitor Yunxing. Firstly, they could closely monitor her movements. Secondly, they could prevent Yunxing from coming into contact with other people in the Zhao state and letting others know that she was a sacred beast summoner. In addition, the seventh summoner also told Yunxing that teleportation magic was not allowed on Fire Island. Yunxing agreed to all of them. Yunxing entered Fire Island on a small empty boat. Even though she had seen the Fire Island from the later Qin's empty boat, Yunxing only felt that it was different when she personally stepped onto this magical land that was obtained after the volcano was sealed. On Fire Island, the soil and the roads were all fiery red. The entire island was huge. According to the seventh summoner, it would take 2 days and 1 night to walk on Fire Island. The temperature on the island was above 35 degrees all year round. During the hottest part of the summer, the temperature on Fire Island could reach 50 degrees. As the island was rebuilt after the volcano was sealed, the fertile land formed by the volcanic ash left behind by the volcano's eruption thousands of years ago could be seen around Fire Island. These lands were now used to plant tropical flowers and herbs. Along the way, one could see colorful flowers and some unique volcanic magical beasts with strange appearances. After walking for about 3 to 4 hours, Xianxia and the seventh summoner arrived at the magic beast forest. As soon as they approached the magic beast forest, Xianxia felt that the temperature had dropped significantly. In front of her was a lush green forest. This was the magic beast forest. The magic beast forest was also the area with the most lush vegetation on the entire Fire Island. As it was close to Iceland, compared to other places on the island, there was more rain and abundant freshwater resources. Some magical beasts that did not like the heat lived in the magic beast forest. Master Xianxia, this is your entry token. There is a summoner's hut at the periphery of the forest. There is a special supply and communication magic array every day. The facilities are very complete. The seventh summoner was sweating profusely as he walked. After the death of his sacred beast, he had not contracted a new one. Originally, the seventh summoner had planned to find a high-level magical beast to contract. However, after meeting Xianxia, he had other ideas. If he could successfully employ Xianxia long-term, he might even be able to get Xianxia to cultivate another sacred beast for him to use. The seventh summoner secretly sized up Xianxia from the side with wishful thinking. He saw that there was not even a drop of sweat on his forehead. This female summoner looked frail and sickly, but she seemed to have a good constitution. While the seventh summoner was thinking, he had already reached the periphery of the magic beast forest. In front of him, a few small wooden huts made of pine wood appeared. A few summoners hurried over to welcome him. Seventh summoner, you are finally here. We have found the cause of death of the magical beasts. These were all summoners who had been hired by the seventh summoner. There were men and women, old and young. All of them pushed each other, wanting to be the first to tell the seventh summoner about their findings. The seventh summoner was overjoyed when he heard that there was some progress. You found the cause? How did the magical beasts die? Summoner, I will say it first. I found out that the magical beasts in the magic beast forest died after drinking poisonous water. Go away. What poisonous water? The magical beasts in the forest all drink water. How can a few magical beasts die? He clearly died after eating a rare poisonous moss. Go away. Those magical beasts clearly died from fighting. These summoners criticized each other one after another. The seventh summoner's head was about to explode. Lord Summoner, another magical beast has died. A forest patrolling summoner barged in. In his hands was a rank 8 wind sword eagle that had just died not long ago. A rank 8 magical beast. That was not a low rank. The seventh summoner took a look and felt a headache coming on. A bunch of useless things. You still haven't found the cause of death. Go away. Let my newly hired master Xianxia take a look. These good-for-nothings all wanted to contribute, but they were all half-baked. He had spent a lot of money to hire them. After spending a few days, the magical beasts were still dying one by one. If this continued, more than half of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest would die in a month. Those summoners saw that the seventh summoner was respectful to Xianxia and somewhat hostile to Xianxia, but because the seventh summoner was present, they could not flare up. They could only resentfully retreat to the side. Bring that wind sword eagle over. I want to cut open its body and take a look. Xianxia waved her hand and let the patrolling summoner come forward. When they heard that Xianxia was going to dissect the carcass of the magical beast, the summoners all showed expressions of disgust. They were summoners, not butchers. Where did the seventh summoner find this person from? Looking at her skillful movements, she must have been a hunter in the past. The seventh summoner was really desperate. He actually found such a woman to solve the problem of the magic beast forest. The seventh summoner clicked his tongue in wonder as well. However, he quickly discovered that Xianxia's method of dissecting corpses was very special. In just an hour, she had completely cleaned out an 8th-tier magical beast, from its fur to its organs. The rarest thing was that she even used water freezing magic during the dissection. There was not a single drop of blood during the entire process. After Xianxia dissected the carcass, she found that there were no internal injuries on the body of the magical beast eagle. There were also no signs of being hit by magic. However, the color of the liver and gallbladder was normal. It did not look like it was poisoned. The heart of the magical beast had burst, and there were signs of blood flow in reverse. It looked like it had been frightened and suddenly died. Xianxia had also heard the 7th summoner say that most of the magical beasts in the magic beast forest were level 6 to 9 magical beasts. There were about 2 or 3 sacred beasts that could scare a level 8 magical beast to death. Could it be that some terrifying magical beast had intruded into the magic beast forest? How is it, Master Yan? Can you tell how the magical beast died? The 7th summoner asked anxiously. I can't tell the cause of death at the moment. I think I need to enter the magic beast forest to take a look. Xianxia could at least be sure that this magical beast did not die of illness. Humph, I thought you were very good. In the end, you can't tell anything. The 7th summoner still listens to us. The few summoners who had been left out gloated at their misfortune. All of you, shut your mouths. In the future, you all have to obediently listen to whatever Grandmaster Yan says. If Grandmaster wants to enter the forest, you all have to follow her. It's already late today. Tomorrow, the few of you will accompany her, said the 7th overseer. This bunch of good-for-nothings. Earlier, they said that the magical beast's food was poisonous. Later, they simply said that there was poisonous gas in the forest. Now, they were using the water source as an excuse. When the summoners heard this, their faces were filled with anger. Xianxia, however, looked at the magic beast forest with a meaningful expression. In the twilight, the magic beast forest was filled with dense trees. From time to time, the shrill cries of birds could be heard. At night, after waiting for the other summoners to fall asleep, Xianxia got up alone. After avoiding the gazes of the people watching her, Xianxia came to the entrance of the magical beast forest. Above the sky, there was a crescent moon shaped like a sickle. Xianxia began to chant, and 2 summoning arrays flashed beneath her feet. The enchanting night demon queen and the centipede ant general appeared in front of Xianxia. They respectfully awaited Xianxia's. Take advantage of the night to enter the magic beast forest. Be sure to pay attention to every movement in the forest. If you find anything strange, report back immediately. Although Xianxia had said in the evening that they would enter the magic beast forest tomorrow, she had already made up her mind. She would not be like those useless summoners, blindly searching. Her summoned beasts were her best ears and eyes. They could find out anything that happened in the magic beast forest. The night passed. The night demon queen and the 100-legged ant general in the magic beast forest brought back news. But what surprised Xianxia was that neither the night demon queen nor the 100-legged ant general sent any clues related to the death of the magical beasts. But one thing was certain. In the magic beast forest, there were no ferocious foreign magical beasts as Xianxia had expected. After hearing this, Xianxia also felt that it was a little tricky. It seemed that she could only enter the magic beast forest herself to find the possible cause of the magical beast's deaths. However, when Xianxia found several summoners who were familiar with the terrain of the magic beast forest, these people were not willing to accompany Xianxia into the magic beast forest. You don't want to live, but we do. That's the magic beast forest. There are wild magical beasts that have not been domesticated. Without the accompaniment of the Zao State's patrol summoners, we are not willing to enter. It's just sunrise now. The patrol summoners have not yet arrived. When those domesticated summoners heard that Xianxia was going to enter the magic beast forest, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Xianxia was speechless. These people wanted to find the cause of death by guarding a few magical beasts' bodies. No wonder these domesticated summoners did not have any clues after so many days. If you want to go in by yourself. Don't expect us to accompany you. Those summoners were not in a good mood. One of the summoners suddenly said kindly, Master Yan, I kindly remind you that you can go to the lake in the forest to have a look. In fact, most of the dead magical beasts were found near the volcanic lake. Volcanic Lake, Yunxing didn't think that these summoners would be so kind. But if most of the magical beasts really died at the volcanic lake, maybe the cause was really in that area. Yunxing decided to go to the volcanic lake to have a look first. After asking about the specific location of the volcanic lake, Yunxing entered the magic beast forest alone. Watching Yunxing disappear into the dense forest, several summoners showed a malicious smile on their faces. Reckless guy, if she really enters the volcanic lake to investigate, she will die. The magic beast forest of Punlai was like a tropical rainforest. There were few traces of people walking. There were extremely lush trees growing everywhere, and some precious herbs. Yunxing followed the direction of several summoners and walked all the way. She took Xiaohei with her. The holy beast pressure on Xiaohei scared away a lot of middle and high-level magical beasts along the way. Walking down the magic beast forest, the terrain gradually became higher. Looking at the terrain, Yunxing had already entered the volcanic crater where the magic beast forest was located. In the air, there was a smell similar to sulfur. Walking to the volcanic crater, the forest also came to the end, and a lake came into sight. Suddenly, she saw a blue lake. The fresh water vapor made Yunxing feel refreshed. This lake was also the most important freshwater resource in the magic beast forest. The lake water formed by the volcanic crater was generally rich in various minerals. If the magical beasts used the water here, it would be of great benefit to their growth and reproduction. However, to Yunxing's surprise, she did not find any high-level magical beasts drinking water nearby. Yunxing leaned over and looked at the lake water. At a glance, the lake water was very clear. She threw a stone in and made some splashes, but there was no response for a long time. This volcanic lake was far deeper than Yunxing imagined. But at this time, Yunxing noticed that there seemed to be a few footprints at the volcanic lake's crater. Could it be that someone entered the volcanic lake during this time? Yunxing pondered whether or not she should enter the volcanic lake to explore. It's dangerous, don't go near there. Just as Yunxing was about to walk into the lake, a person rushed out from the other end of the lake. Happy Laba Festival, everyone. Yunxing stopped in her tracks after being yelled at. She took a closer look and realized that the person who called her was actually him. Punlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo. Yunxing didn't expect to see Ji Rumo again in the deepest part of the magic beast forest, near the crater of the volcano. When Chang Wei took Yunxing to see the scenery of Punlai, he also told Yunxing about the power of Punlai. He also mentioned that the relationship between Punlai of Gojoseon and Emperor Zhao was not good these years. The two of them respectively controlled the Zhao state of Fire Island and the Punlai Pavilion of Iceland. It was indeed a little strange that Ji Rumo suddenly appeared in the magic beast forest of Fire Island. Ji Rumo was also a little surprised by this female summoner who suddenly appeared at the crater of the volcano. This area was recognized as a forbidden area in the magic beast forest because the volcano guardian beast left behind by the first Emperor Zhao was sleeping in this lake. Usually, those summoners didn't dare to come close to this place at all. Only some powerful magical beasts would come close to this place to drink water. But these days, for some unknown reason, even high-level magical beasts didn't dare to come close to this area. Even though the guardian beast of the volcano crater was asleep most of the time, it would still burn the intruders to ashes if it was accidentally disturbed. That was why no one dared to approach this place even with the accompaniment of a battle summoner. Ji Rumo paid attention to Yunxing's expression and saw that she was completely ignorant. And judging from her actions just now, it seemed that she wanted to enter the volcano lake. Yunxing inevitably felt a little guilty when she met Ji Rumo. She was afraid that he would recognize her. It wasn't until she saw her own appearance reflected in Ji Rumo's amber eyes that she remembered that she used disguise magic. Ji Rumo might not be able to recognize her. Ji Rumo was still dressed in purple. Purple was a mysterious color. It was especially suitable for Ji Rumo. From his expression, Ji Rumo did not recognize Yunxing. Without Yunxing's introduction, Ji Rumo noticed Xiaohei standing beside Yunxing and asked, "Are you the new animal husbandry summoner who replaced the second main summoner?" Ji Rumo was slightly taken aback. A sacred beast summoned beast, is she the new summoner who will replace the second main summoner? My name is Yan Yun. Are you also a summoner? Yunxing was relieved that Ji Rumo didn't recognize her. her tone also relaxed a lot. After weighing the pros and cons, Yunxing decided to pretend that she didn't know Ji Rumo. Seeing that the other party did not recognize him, Ji Rumo did not reveal his identity. In Punlai, he has always been the superior Punlai of Gojoseon. It was rare that someone didn't know his identity. Ji Rumo felt a lot more relaxed. Since you are replacing the second main summoner, you should know that in the Magic Beast Forest, there are some places that cannot be set foot. For example, this lake. Ji Rumo pointed to the lake in front of Yunxing. What's so special about this lake? From what I see, it's just a volcanic lake. Yunxing could see that this lake was formed because of the volcano. You should have heard of the origin of Fire Island. This lake is not just an ordinary lake. It is also where the first Emperor Zeus volcano was located. Ji Rumo's words made Yunxing involuntarily take a few more glances at the volcanic crater. Punlai Fire Island was once an active volcano. Every year, the volcanic eruption here would bring disaster to the residents on the surrounding islands. Thousands of years ago, the first pope traveled here. He liked the beautiful scenery of Punlai Island and felt that this place was very suitable for breeding magical beasts. With his own tyrannical strength, he sealed the active volcano. Yunxing had heard about the first Emperor Zhao sealing the volcano and building Fire Island. It was just that she did not expect that the seal was hidden under this volcanic lake. After the first pope sealed the volcano, he was worried that someone would rashly approach the volcano in the future and destroy the seal. Before he passed away, he left a powerful guardian beast here. If outsiders approached this place, they would be burned to ashes by the guardian beast's flames. When Yunxing heard this, she knew that she must have been tricked by those summoners. They clearly knew that this was where the seal was and that there was a powerful guardian beast here. However, they still guided her here to find a water source. If Yunxing had not met Ji Rumo, once she encountered the guardian beast, she would have had a fierce battle. When Yunxing thought of this, she sneered in her heart. No one could be safe and sound after framing her. Thank you for reminding me. However, since you know that this area is very dangerous, why did you appear nearby? Yunxing felt very strange. Why would Punlai of Gojoseon appear in the Magic Beast Forest? I came to pay respects to my mother. Ji Rumo did not hide it. Punlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo's mother, Punlai of Gojoseon's mother, logically speaking, should be a member of the Punlai royal family. Why was she buried in a place like the Magic Beast Forest? However, Yunxing also noticed Ji Rumo's choice of words. He said mother and not imperial mother or imperial mother. Why is your mother's tomb built in such a place? Is she also a pet summoner? Yunxing looked puzzled. She was born here and died here. Ji Rumo led Yunxing through a bush, and a small mound appeared in front of him. That mound was the tomb of Ji Rumo's mother. On the tombstone, it was engraved. Yunxing suddenly widened her eyes. You must be very surprised. How could my mother be a magical beast? That's right, she's a 5th-grade antelope. I grew up drinking her milk. Ji Rumo appeared to be very talkative today. He did not avoid the fact that he and Yunxing were just acquaintances by chance. Ji Rumo's warm voice lingered in her ears. Yunxing got to know a different Ji Rumo. Ji Rumo was an orphan when he was young. He was adopted by the people of the Zhao state when he was young. Like all the other orphans adopted by the Zhao state, he grew up drinking the milk of magical beasts. However, because Ji Rumo was small and ugly when he was first brought back, the strong mother beasts with ample milk were not willing to feed him. Even the maids of the Zhao state despised him because of this. The maids threw him into the forest of magical beasts. He was not fated to die yet. His weak cries were heard by a passing antelope. The antelope carried Ji Rumo, who was as thin and weak as a kitten, back to where it came from. Before Ji Rumo was 3 years old, he grew up drinking the milk of the antelope and lived in the forest of magical beasts. After he was 3 years old, he left the forest of magical beasts and returned to the Zhao state. Then how did the antelope die? Yunxing had some impression of the antelope. It was a low-level magical beast. It was agile and had a lifespan of about 50 years. According to the rules of the Zhao state, babies who grew up drinking the milk of magical beasts must kill the magical beast with their own hands when they become adults. Ji Rumo said calmly. Yunxing was silent. She didn't expect Ji-Rumo to have such a pitiful past. The Emperor Zhao in red, who was high and mighty in the eyes of the world, turned out to be an orphan who was raised by a magical beast. He even killed the mother beast that raised him with his own hands. The Zhao state was a land of tigers and wolves. What the Zhao state needed was a group of brave and cold-blooded summoners. Killing the mother beast that raised them with their own hands was a step that all orphan summoners had to go through. If they couldn't do it, they would be thrown into the magic beast forest. What awaited them was only death. Time passed unknowingly, and the sun gradually set. For most of the remaining time, Ji-Rumo didn't speak again. He seemed to be immersed in his own memories. He just stood in front of the graveyard for a long time without speaking. Yunxing didn't know what to say, and Xiaohei obediently crawled to the side. On the desolate slope, two silhouettes appeared exceptionally bleak. "Thank you for accompanying me to pay respects." Ji-Rumo spoke again. An hour had already passed. His voice was still warm and pleasant, but there was a hint of relief in it. Ji-Rumo had never tried to let down his guard in front of a stranger. Or rather, he had never said so much in front of anyone. He saw a touch of pity in the eyes of this female summoner. He didn't like pity, but this trace of pity made him feel unexpectedly close. Perhaps it was because this female summoner looked sallow and emaciated, but she had a pair of clean eyes. This made him involuntarily think of Yunxing. That was the only woman in the world that he had feelings for. After talking to a stranger, Ji-Rumo felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. Ji-Rumo looked up at the sky. Unknowingly, it was almost time for the morning court. He nodded at Yunxing. "Recently, there has been something wrong in the magic beast forest. I hope you can find the reason as soon as possible. However, don't try to enter the volcanic lake." After Ji-Rumo gave a friendly warning, magic flashed and he disappeared. He came and went without a trace, as if he had never appeared. After Ji-Rumo left, Yunxing did not leave immediately. She left the mound and returned to the volcanic lake. Despite Ji-Rumo's reminder, Yunxing did not intend to give up the search. She searched around the volcanic lake. There were indeed unfamiliar footprints near the mouth of the volcano. It might be difficult for an ordinary person to discover them, but for Yunxing, who possessed the Shen-known pupil and had superior eyesight, she quickly captured this point. According to the news brought back by the magical beasts last night, as well as what the summoners had said earlier, Yunxing was certain that there were no problems with the water, soil, and food of the magical beasts in the magical beast forest. However, it was also a fact that magical beasts had died near the mouth of the volcano. Staring at the clear volcanic lake, Yunxing fell into deep thought. Just as Yunxing was deep in thought, she heard a heavy breathing sound beside her ear. Turning back, she realized that something was wrong with Xiaohei. It seemed to be a little irritable, and near the mouth of the volcano, it stuck out its tongue from time to time and kept panting. Xiaohei was not an ordinary magical beast. It was a holy beast. Normal high temperatures and long-distance travel were nothing to it. Hence, its strange behavior attracted Yunxing's attention. Magical beasts were always more sensitive than humans. Could it be that Xiaohei had discovered something? "Xiaohei? What's wrong?" Yunxing and Xiaohei communicated with each other using their divine senses. "Master, I have an indescribable feeling. I feel a tightness in my chest, and I want to leave this place quickly." Xiaohei told Yunxing the truth. Xiaohei also told Yunxing that the closer they got to the mouth of the volcanic lake, the more intense its irritation became. It felt as if the blood vessels in its body were about to explode. Yunxing suddenly remembered the cause of death of the magical beast that she had dissected earlier. Those magical beasts seemed to have different degrees of blood reflux and symptoms of being scared to death. These were very similar to what Xiaohei was saying. Xiaohei was a holy beast, but even it could not resist, not to mention those ordinary high-level magical beasts. Yunxing was even more certain that the unknown cause of the deaths of the magical beasts was the volcanic lake, or rather, the volcanic seal. Yunxing decided that they still had to dive into the volcanic lake. The water in this lake was very clear, and it looked no different from ordinary drinking water. However, the volcanic seal left behind by the first Emperor Zhao was hidden beneath it. The first Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state, who was also the master of the summoning demon hand. He was the most powerful master of the mainland who had once fought against the leaders of the Bakra orcs. Only such a person would be able to seal an active volcano. The guardian beast that he had left behind must be very powerful. At the last moment, Yunxing's curiosity as a doctor won out, and she decided to explore the volcanic lake. Before entering the volcanic lake, Yunxing summoned the abyssal tentacle sunflower king that she had just contracted not long ago. Among all of Yunxing's summoned beasts, only King Anemone abyssalis was considered an aquatic magical plant. The volcanic lake looked clear, but its exact depth was unknown. Knowing that Yunxing wanted to enter the lake, the King Anemone tentacle did not hesitate and stretched out its tentacles. The Abyss King Anemone's tentacles were of different lengths, and it quickly divided into 2 layers. The outer layer, as usual, was used to paddle after entering the water. The inner layer formed a protective shield, tightly wrapping Yunxing inside to prevent anything from seeping in. After Yunxing was wrapped by Anemone abyssalis, she realized that the Sunflower King's tentacles had become transparent. This way, the surrounding environment could be seen clearly, and her breathing was not affected too much. This feeling made Yunxing feel as if she was alone in a glass shield, and she could clearly see the situation around her. Master, the air in the tentacles can provide you with about 3 hours of breathing. After 3 hours, we have to leave the sea, the King Anemone tentacle reminded Yunxing. Yunxing thought for a moment. 3 hours, including the diving speed of King Anemone abyssalis, should be enough for her to reach the bottom of the volcanic lake. King Anemone abyssalis obeyed the order, entered the lake, and quickly sank. The depth of the volcanic lake, as Yunxing expected, was unfathomable. The temperature of the lake was suitable, and there were many colorful coral-like volcanic lava deposits around it. After sinking for more than an hour, they still did not see the bottom. At this time, Anemone abyssalis suddenly said, "Master, the bottom of this lake seems to lead directly to the Penglai Sea. If we go any deeper, we will probably enter the Penglai Sea. Do we still want to dive?" It turned out that this volcanic lake actually led directly to the other side of the sea. Since they had already dived to this point, Yunxing felt that it was necessary to continue investigating. She ordered the Abyss King Anemone to continue diving. After entering the Penglai Sea, King Anemone abyssalis moved even faster. King Anemone's tentacle barrier was very special. Through the tentacle barrier, Yunxing could see the sea outside, but the sea beasts outside could not see Yunxing. This made Yunxing feel as if she was behind a double-sided mirror. Anemone abyssalis dived 5,000 to 6,000 meters. At this depth, almost all the sea beasts in the Penglai Sea had disappeared. At this depth, even the strongest warrior would not be able to reach it. After entering the deep sea, the abyssal tentacle sunflower king's speed slowed down a lot. In this kind of sea region, a large number of sea beasts would appear. Even the abyssal tentacle sunflower king had to be careful. It summoned dozens of small tentacle sunflowers. The small tentacle sunflowers were like blooming flowers in the sea. Following the current, they spread out in all directions, acting as the sentinels for King Anemone's advance. "Master, if you still haven't found it, we have to return to the surface in half an hour. Otherwise, your body will not be able to withstand the pressure at the bottom of the sea." Anemone abyssalis had taken nearly 2 hours to swim from the volcanic lake to the Penglai Sea. Within the tentacle barrier, there was less and less air for Yunxing to breathe. Yunxing was also a little hesitant. If they went deeper into the sea, if there was not enough air in King Anemone's tentacle barrier, she might be in danger of suffocation. But if they gave up just like that, they would have to start all over again. The time for the Dutian meeting was getting closer and closer. She did not have much time to waste in the magic beast forest. Yunxing thought for a while, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and slowly used the celestial meditation. The blue sea water disappeared, and the surroundings were pitch black. Suddenly, Yunxing felt a magical fluctuation at the bottom of the sea, about 1,000 meters away. The magical fluctuation was long and powerful, like a person's pulse. It was there. Yunxing was sure that the magic array used by the first Emperor Zhao to seal the volcanic crater was there. Dive a little further. I can feel a magical fluctuation at 1,000 meters below. If I'm not wrong, it should be close to the volcanic seal. Yunxing understood what King Anemone tentacle meant. She also decided that if there was no more discovery, they would return to the sea and think of a solution another day. Hundreds of tentacles of Anemone abyssalis stretched out, like a taut spring, and a jet of water shot out from its body. It was sinking rapidly. It was at this moment that the tentacle sunflower sentry in front of it sent a message. Master, there's a strange movement in the water ahead. A large sea beast is rapidly approaching in this direction. Its target is the same as ours, it seems to be the bottom of this sea, the sea anemone king reported to Yunxing. When Yunxing found out, she was shocked. Their current location was definitely in the deep sea. In this area, not to mention the fishermen of Punlai, even rank 8 or 9 sea beasts would find it difficult to get close. Only sacred beasts or even super sea beasts like King Anemone could move in this area. After a short moment of surprise, Yunxing quickly made a decision. King Anemone, immediately disguise yourself as an ordinary sea anemone and wait for the super sea beast to come. King Anemone of the Abyss listened and obeyed Yunxing's order. Its tentacles shrunk and its speed slowed down. A large number of beautiful sea anemone spots grew on its body, and it leisurely swam around nearby. In the eyes of other sea beasts, this must be a very ordinary sea anemone. No one would associate it with the terrifying dark magic plant Anemone abyssalis. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the water in front of them became turbulent. Through the transparent barrier of the sea anemone's tentacles, Yunxing saw a fish swimming towards them at a fast speed. It was a large carnivorous fish, like a small fortress. Its skin was greenish-gray, and its tail was crescent-shaped. Its teeth were very big, like the sharpest sawtooth, enough to crush everything. Its head was in the shape of an inverted triangle. This fish was 3 to 4 meters long, and its weight was at least 6 to 700 jin. Master, that is the most famous hunter in Punlai, the trident king shark. I have encountered this fish before in the sea. It is very difficult to deal with, so it is best that we do not confront it head-on. The Abyss King Anemone was injured by Ji Rumo's Thunder God Break. Although the Linglong Beast Pagoda healed it, it had not yet recovered to its peak state. Moreover, it was carrying its master, so it advised Yunxing not to act rashly. When Yunxing was about to avoid it, her eyes suddenly shrank and fell on the head of the king shark. Yunxing noticed that there was a very prominent summoning mark on the shark's forehead. This trident king shark had obviously been contracted by someone. The other party must be a very powerful summoner. King Anemone, follow the king shark and see what it is doing at the bottom of the sea. Yunxing and King Anemone secretly followed the king shark all the way down. The trident shark king was indeed the overlord of the sea. It swaggered past, rampaging all the way. Its speed was very fast, and it dived straight to the bottom of the sea. Beside it, there was a faint blue light. It also looked around. When it noticed the king anemone, it paused for a moment. But after confirming that it was an ordinary sea anemone, the trident shark ignored it. After about 800 or 900 meters, a magic array appeared at the bottom of the sea. It was an ancient magic array. Because it had been so long, the seal script on the magic array had already turned black and red. But the magic power on the magic array was still not weakened. Yunxing could clearly feel the powerful magic power coming from the magic array. That was the volcano seal left behind by the first Emperor Zhao. The trident king shark's next move surprised Yunxing even more. The king shark did not rashly approach the magic array. Instead, it slowed down and swam around the magic array carefully. Looking at its situation, it should be very familiar with this area. It seemed that it had been here many times before. Soon, Yunxing's guess was verified. The trident whale grew legs and turned into a fishman with a human body and a shark's head. Yunxing then realized that the trident shark was not a simple sea beast. It was formed by the combination of a summoner and his own summoned beast. But because she could not see the head, Yunxing did not know who the summoner was. At this time, the summoner raised his hand. On his slender finger, Yunxing saw a summoning ring. After seeing the mark on the summoning ring, Yunxing was shocked. That was the ring of the Zhao state. And looking at the magical beast soul stone on the ring, it seemed that the identity of this fishman was one of the 13 main summoners of the Zhao state. After Yunxing received a new summoner's ring, the 7th summoner proudly showed off his ring to her. According to the Zhao state's summoners level, the summoners were ranked from lowest to highest: Beast Speaker, Beast Summoner, Scepter Summoner, Wizard Beast Summoner, Saint Beast Summoner, 13 summoners, and the Emperor Zhao in red. According to the level, the summoner's ring was different for each level. The body of the ring was from the most common iron ring to the highest purple gold ring. The soul stones embedded in the ring were also from low-level magical beasts to saint-level magical beasts. Legend has it that the soul stone on Emperor Zhao's ring was from a mythical beast. But starting from the Saint Beast Summoner, including the Saint Beast Summoner and the 13 summoners, they were all above the level of Saint Beast. Their summoners' rings were easy to recognize. Especially the 13 summoners of the Zhao state. Their 13 summoners' rings were all specially made and easy to recognize. The ring on the shark man's hand was the same as the one on the 7th summoner's ring and the one on the 2nd summoner's ring that Xianxia had killed. The only difference was that the soul stones on it were slightly different. However, Xianxia felt that the power of the shark man's ring was much higher than that of the 2nd and 7th summoners. His position in the Zhao state must be high and powerful. But why would the Zhao state summoner suddenly appear in the deep sea? Or was this unknown summoner like her, who came to find out the cause of death of the magical beasts in the magic beasts forest? Xianxia thought to herself, but she quickly denied this idea. From the attitude of the 7th summoner, it was obvious that he didn't want others to know what happened in the magic beasts forest. It was even more impossible for him to tell other summoners about it. Also, the volcanic lake was one of the forbidden areas in the Zhao state. Very few people knew that the bottom of the lake was directly connected to the Penglai Sea. Therefore, this summoner definitely didn't come for the cause of death of the magical beasts in the magic beasts forest. The reason he came to the bottom of the sea was probably because of the seal at the bottom of the sea. Xianxia's guess was quickly confirmed, because the next move of the summoner was to target the volcano seal at the bottom of the sea. Transparent bubbles emerged from the sharkman's gills. When he was about 500 meters away from the magic array, he began to chant. As he chanted, the surrounding waves surged rapidly, and the abundant power of water condensed into a magic array. The icy blue light of ice magic was like a meteor in the dark night, flashing with a cold light. 8 ice tridents that were nearly 1 meter tall emerged from the sea. A murderous glint appeared in the sharkman's long and narrow fish eyes. With a wave of his arm, his aura was astonishing, as if he was a general commanding an army of thousands. The 8 icy tridents were like 8 death nails, piercing towards the 8 corners of the volcano seal, east, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, northeast and northwest. Xianxia was not proficient in magic arrays, but with her Shen-known pupil, she could see that the 8 positions of the sharkman's attack were very exquisite. They happened to be the 8 positions where the magic power of the entire magic array was the weakest. Once these 8 positions were hit, it was like the 8 main acupoints of the human body. The condensation of magic power would be greatly hindered. After a long time, the entire volcano seal would be affected. At this time, the 8 tridents had sunk into the magic array. At that moment, the magic seal text in the dark red magic array emitted a blood-like red light. Then, a terrible sound like the roar of a wild beast came from the magic array. There was no movement in the magic array, but there was a change. The whole magic array was like a pot of boiling lava, bright red and shining. Within the lava, an indistinct angry expression that resembled a human face appeared. "Damn Sharkman, it's you again. This lord will kill you one day." The angry face in the magic array roared at the Sharkman. After the Sharkman's attack succeeded, the Sharkman's shark mouth opened, revealing a sinister smile. He did not stay any longer and immediately used his movement skill, turning into a trident shark again, and swam quickly to the sea. Lava could only watch helplessly as the Sharkman ran away again. He could only feel his anger rising. The reactions of the lava angry face and the Sharkman in the magic array showed that the two had been enemies for a long time. Xianxia saw it clearly from the side. Just as the lava angry face gradually dimmed and was about to go back to sleep, it keenly smelled 2 unfamiliar auras. The 2 auras turned out to be from a seemingly ordinary deep-sea anemone not far away. Who is it? Who dares to disturb the lava? Venerable's dream? Within a day, the lava angry face had been disturbed one after another, and it was already furious. Different from the Sharkman, the lava angry face was the guardian beast guarding the volcano seal that Ji Rumo and Xianxia had mentioned earlier. It had the power of volcanic lava and transformed into the master of molten flame. It had guarded this area of the deep sea for thousands of years. It knew every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, and every sand in the sea. It had never sensed this unfamiliar aura before. It was obvious that it was an intruder like the Sharkman. Anyone who gets close to the volcano seal must be killed. In the magic array, a mixture of lava that was dozens of meters high suddenly rushed out. It turned into a hand of lava and was about to grab King Anemone. Wherever the hand of lava passed, the seawater quickly turned into heat waves. As soon as it approached, it could directly barbecue a person into human jerky. Fortunately, Xianxia had the hellfire of the elves, so she was not afraid of this kind of high temperature. King Anemone's hundreds of tentacles stretched and retracted. With a whoosh, it darted out hundreds of meters and landed at the position where the Sharkman was previously. Xianxia had been watching coldly from the side just now, so she could see clearly. The volcano guardian beast seemed to be unable to lead the volcano seal. As long as it was in the position of the Sharkman, it would not be afraid of attacks. Sure enough, the pair of lava hands could not move forward for a while. This feeling of watching but not being able to kill the intruder was not a good feeling. It was like sleeping soundly on a summer night, only to find that an annoying mosquito was disturbing one's sleep. Xianxia's actions completely angered the guardian of the volcano seal. In the magic array, a red light flashed. In an instant, a flame rushed up. A mountain-like lava giant that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in the magic array. Only then did Xianxia see the true appearance of the guardian of the volcano seal. It was tall and big, just like a modern-day transformer. Every muscle on its body was made of intertwined lava boulders. The blood in its body was flowing lava. Its eyes, nose, and mouth were also emitting a scorching red light. Ignorant intruder, leave the volcano seal quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The Master of Molten Flame roared. The Master of Molten Flame glared angrily. When he saw the intruder's true identity, his ugly face became even more distorted. Lowly dark magic plant, how dare you disturb the guardian's peace? I'm going to crush you into pieces. The lava giant was created with the power of the volcano's lava. It had a bad temper and would get angry at the slightest provocation. Its arm started to move, and a flaming rock spear quickly condensed in its hand. It was ready to throw it at the dark magic plant that did not know what was good for it. However, at this moment, the dark magic plant's body emitted a magical wave that made the Master of Molten Flame tremble. This was the magical wave of the summoning hand. The Master of Molten Flame was created by the first pope by fusing the power of the summoning hand. Red tears rolled down the Master of Molten Flame's eyes as if he had seen his family. Master, you're finally back. Xiaohua has been waiting for you for thousands of years. Xiaohua, Xianxia and King Anemone, who were in the tentacles of King Anemone, could not help but shiver when they heard the Master of Molten Flame, who was almost 10 meters tall, call himself Xiaohua. I'm sorry, I'm not your master. I just have the summoning hand and coincidentally met you when you woke up. Xianxia coughed a few times. Just now, when she saw that the Master of Molten Flame was about to get angry, Xianxia thought of the summoning hand in a moment of desperation. The Master of Molten Flame was ordered to guard the volcano seal. It did not recognize anyone except the first Emperor Zhao. The summoning hand in the orc language ring was the right hand of the first Emperor Zhao. It still had the aura of the first Emperor Zhao and might be able to subdue the Master of Molten Flame. Xianxia was only trying her luck and used the summoning hand. Unexpectedly, after the Master of Molten Flame felt the familiar aura of the summoning hand, he immediately burst into tears and looked as if he wanted to hug Xianxia and cry. No, you are Xiaohua's master. The first master said that if the summoning hand recognized him as its master one day, the person who had the hand would be Xiaohua's new master. Honorable master, please forgive Xiaohua's recklessness. Previously, Xiaohua thought that you were in cahoots with the evil Sharkman and that you were here to destroy the volcano's seal. The Master of Molten Flame's emotions stabilized, but he was still agitated. He had guarded the volcano's seal alone for many years. He had been very lonely and had always wanted to find someone to talk to. However, he was ugly and too powerful. The sea beasts of the Penlai Sea did not dare to come to this part of the sea. For thousands of years, the Master of Molten Flame had been muddle-headed at the bottom of the sea. He was half asleep and half awake. Yunxing comforted the master of Molten Flame and then asked about the Sharkman and the volcano seal. The master of Molten Flame told Yunxing about the volcano seal and the Sharkman with a hoarse voice. The master of Molten Flame was the guardian beast of the volcano seal. Everyone in the Zhao state knew this, but very few people knew where the master of Molten Flame was hiding. For thousands of years, the people of the Zhao state had always thought that he was sleeping under the volcano's lake. Therefore, for many years, no one disturbed the master of Molten Flame. However, about 50 years ago, a powerful Sharkman broke into this area. The Sharkman was very cunning. At first, he only disguised himself as a shark and swam in the deep sea area. From time to time, he would get close to the master of Molten Flame. The master of Molten Flame had been at the bottom of the sea all year round. He had no friends and had always been very lonely. Although he had discovered this intruder and knew that he should be wary of the intruder, the Sharkman's humorous conversation and extensive knowledge made the master of Molten Flame have a good impression of him. The Sharkman and the Fire Lord went back and forth. After about 10 years, the Sharkman finally won the Fire Lord's trust. The Fire Lord and the Sharkman talked about everything. He even told the Sharkman the weakness of the volcano seal and the blind spots of his own attacks. After the Sharkman got the volcano seal, he quickly revealed his true identity. He used powerful ice magic. The lava giant was a guardian beast of the fire element, so it avoided ice magic the most. That was why the Sharkman used the icy trident to attack the volcano seal and the master of Molten Flame. After the master of Molten Flame learned the Sharkman's true identity, he was furious. He wanted to kill the Sharkman who was full of venom. However, the Sharkman was not only good at magic, but he was also very fast at escaping. Every time he successfully destroyed the volcano seal, he would immediately escape. The lava giant could not catch him every time. The volcano seal was very powerful, but it could not withstand repeated ice magic attacks. These days, the color of the volcano seal was getting dimmer and dimmer, and the master of Molten Flame was getting weaker and weaker. You mean, in the past few decades, the Murloc has been coming back to destroy the volcano seal? Yunxing was very surprised. Yes, Xiaohua failed to live up to the old master's advice. He trusted the evil villain, so the volcano seal became what it is today, the lava giant said with regret. As the volcano's guardian beast, the lava giant could be said to be interdependent with the volcano seal. If the volcano seal was destroyed, he would eventually disappear. The master of Molten Flame had already felt that his life would dissipate at any time. Once the volcano seal collapsed, the volcano in the Fire Island would erupt at any time. Yunxing was also shocked when she heard the news. Once the volcano that had been sealed for thousands of years erupted, not to mention the Zhao state, even the entire Punlai state would be destroyed. Yunxing could not help but be frightened by this terrible idea. At the same time, she also realized that the purpose of the Zhao state's summoner was probably to destroy the volcano's seal, so as to achieve the purpose of destroying the Zhao state and Punlai. For nearly 50 years, the Sharkman had been lurking in the Zhao state as the summoner. On one hand, he held great power in the Zhao state, and on the other hand, he lurked in the deep sea from time to destroy the volcano's seal. What a shrewd and sinister man, Yunxing thought for a while and concluded that this man must be a spy. The unknown summoner was probably another force, most likely a spy from the Bakra orcs. After figuring out that the volcano seal was abnormal and that the volcano was likely to erupt at any time, the sudden death of the magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest was easily solved. The magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest, especially those high-level magical beasts that lived near volcanoes and lakes, were likely to feel the climate change. Yunxing remembered that in her last life, she had heard that every time there was a major geological disaster, such as a volcanic eruption or an earthquake, some sensitive animals living in the local area would do strange things, such as committing suicide. It was likely that the magical beasts in the World of Warcraft forest were the same. They had a premonition of the crisis, and in panic, they did something that was close to suicide. As long as the magical beasts' emotions were appeased, she believed that the sudden death of the magical beasts would be solved. However, before solving the death of the magical beasts, Yunxing had to find a way to solve the volcano seal. Once the volcano on Fire Island erupted, the Zhao state, which was still unaware of the situation, would definitely be annihilated. Yunxing hated the Zhao state very much. She also wished that the Zhao state would be annihilated by the eruption of the volcano. However, even if the Zhao state was guilty, the thousands of civilians in Punlai were innocent. Once the volcano erupted, those innocent people, the magical beasts in the magic beast forest, and even the countless magical beasts living in the sea would also suffer. Yunxing could not sit back and do nothing. She was the one who was most afraid of trouble, but who knew that trouble would always come to her again and again. Yunxing entered the volcanic lake, found the volcanic seal, and ran into the shark man attacking the volcanic seal and Xiaohua. It was all unintentional. Her original intention was to track down the cause of the magical beast's death. She did not expect that she would accidentally discover the shocking conspiracy of the Zhao state's spy. However, she also had a problem now. Not to mention that she did not know the specific identity of the lurking main summoner. Even if she knew the identity of the other party, how could she expose him? The other party was at the level of the main summoner and had a high position and power. On the other hand, Yunxing was in an awkward position now. She had to hide the fact that she was the descendant of Celestial Fox and guard against others recognizing her fake identity as the regent of Great Zhou. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yunxing could not expose the other party's identity and conspiracy. Therefore, Yunxing could only use her wits and not fight head-on. Xiaohua, according to your estimate, how long can the volcanic seal last? Yunxing asked. I can't hold on for more than a month. If the fishman attacks again during this period, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for more than 10 days. The Venerable of Lava Flame felt that his time was coming to an end. The Sharkman must have noticed this as well. In the past 3 months, the volcanic seal had been attacked more and more frequently. Although the lava giant had extraordinary strength, it could not escape the volcanic seal. Once the Sharkman swam out, the lava giant could not do anything. About 10 days. An ominous premonition flashed across Yunxing's heart. In another 10 days, the Dutian summit would be held. Punlai of Gojoseon had invited the leaders of several major countries and forces of the mainland to gather at Punlai. If at this time, the volcano seal failed and the volcano suddenly erupted, the Zhao state spy must have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He wanted to wipe out the rulers of the continent once and for all. If his scheme succeeded, even if the Dutian blood seal did not collapse, the continent would be without a leader. When that happened, the Bakra orcs would launch a counterattack, and the entire boundless continent would be plunged into an abyss of suffering. He could not allow the volcano seal to fail. Xiaohua, is there any way to strengthen this volcano seal? Yunxing could only hope that they could find a way to restore the volcano seal to its original state, or at least hold on for a while, since they couldn't inform the Zhao state at once. It is not completely impossible to restore the volcano seal, but 2 conditions must be met. Condition 1, have the summoning demon hand. Condition 2, have the strength of the first Emperor Zhao. Only when both conditions are met can the summoning demon hand be used to redraw the volcano seal. The Master of Molten Flame could feel that although this new master had the summoning demon hand, her strength was far from that of the Emperor Zhao. The summoning demon hand was a relic of the first Emperor Zhao. The summoning demon hand had the memory of drawing the volcano seal. However, the prerequisite was that Yunxing had to have the ability to awaken the memory in the summoning demon hand. Even without the lava giant's reminder, Yunxing knew that her strength was far from that of the first Emperor Zhao. The first Emperor Zhao was recognized as the strongest Emperor Zhao in history. Even the current Emperor Zhao, the Emperor Zhao in red, might not have the strength of the first Emperor Zhao. Although Yunxing was a genius, she was only an 18-year-old girl. She might not be able to reach the strength of the first Emperor Zhao in a few years, or even in her entire life. The fact that she was powerless made Yunxing a little depressed. She thought that her strength had taken a qualitative leap after she saw the true face of the Emperor Zhao Yan. However, the truth was that the gap between her and the top masters was still very big. During this trip to Punlai, Yunxing had met masters like Ji Rumo and the Emperor Zhao in red. She felt that her pitiful strength was not enough in front of these people. As if he was worried that his words would hurt his new master, the lava giant quickly said, "New master, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although you can't restore the volcano seal, there is a way to delay the eruption of the volcano for a while. That is the mysterious power of the origin of fire in your body. The lava giant had long felt that Xianxia not only had the magical wave of the summoning demon hand left behind by the first Emperor Zhao, but she also had a very sacred power in her body. That power was even more powerful than the power of the first Emperor Zhao. It was a power that was close to the power of God. This new master had the power of the origin of God in her body. However, she was too young and could not freely control the power of the origin of God for the time being. As soon as the lava giant finished speaking, the vermilion bird totem on the Shenong medical bracelet spoke. Master, the magical wave of the volcano seal's guardian beast is very similar to mine. I think maybe I can help it. However, I can only help it restore part of its magical power. I can't completely restore the volcano seal. When Xianxia was in the Grand Emperor city, she had gained the allegiance of the three great mythical totem beasts. Among them, the vermilion bird totem was originally a very powerful fire attribute mythical beast. The lava giant was a guardian beast created by the first Emperor Zhao using part of the volcano's power. It was indeed the same power as the vermilion bird totem. Xianxia thought for a moment. Suddenly, she asked, Xiaohua, do you want to take revenge on that shark man who harassed you from time to time? Hearing that he could take revenge, the hot-tempered lava giant became even more excited. New master, do you have a way to find that hateful shark man? But he is very cunning. Every time he comes and goes without a trace. It's impossible to guard against him. If the lava giant could leave the volcano seal, he would have fought that shark man to the death. There's no need to look for him. Just wait here. That sharkman's purpose is to destroy this volcano seal. He should also know that the volcano seal is very unstable and could collapse at any time. In the near future, it should be around 10 days. He will definitely come again. At that time, we will give him a gift that he will never forget. Xianxia deliberately kept him in suspense. She thought darkly, you must be cruel to your enemies. The best way to deal with shrewd, thick-skinned, and shameless spies like the shark man was to wait for him to come knocking on their door. The magma flame venerable, the vermilion bird totem, and the dark demonic plant, the anemone king. With these few people working together, the next time the shark man came, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Seeing the sinister smile on their master's face, the magical beasts and guardian beasts, including the lava giant, all felt their scalps go numb. They all said in unison in their hearts, no wonder people say that humans are the most sinister creatures. Master is 1,000 times more sinister than the shark man. With the help of the vermilion bird totem, the master of molten flame recovered part of his original power, and the volcano seal was also much more stable than before. Xianxia also returned to the volcano lake with the help of King Anemone. Since the lava giant's magical power was partially recovered, the volcano seal was also relatively stable, and the magical beasts in the magic beast forest should also be more peaceful. Xianxia planned to completely eliminate the influence of the volcano seal's instability on the magical beasts in the magic beast forest in the coming days. When she climbed back from the volcano lake, Xianxia looked at the sky and saw that it was already close to evening. Xiaohei was still lying at the mouth of the lake, and when it saw Xianxia, it ran over happily. Xianxia paid attention to Xiaohei's condition and found that it didn't show any signs of panting or being anxious, so she was relieved. When Xianxia appeared again, the summoners all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They thought that Xianxia had been in there for a day and had died. At this time, the seventh summoner also came. When he saw Xianxia, he looked nervous. Master Yan, I heard that you went into the magic beast forest during the day. Did you find the reason for the death of the magical beasts? I found it, and I also found a way to cure the death of the magical beasts. Seventh summoner, please give me 3 days. After 3 days, I promise that there won't be any more magical beasts dying for no reason in the magic beast forest. Xianxia nodded. Her confident expression made the seventh summoner skeptical. The summoners who kept animals beside her looked at her with disdain. What's the use of bragging? After 3 days, it would be clear whether she was the real deal or not. In the morning, a thin mist shrouded the magic beast forest. A female summoner with an ordinary appearance sat cross-legged in the forest with a jade-like zither on her back. Although the female summoner's looks, she had a pair of fingers as fingertips. Her fingertips moved, and under her 10 fingers, there was a clear sound of the zither, like flowing water in the valley. The sound of the zither was clear and resonated throughout the island along with the hot volcanic wind. In the magic beast forest, the magical beasts who were restless because of the instability of the volcano seal a few days ago also heard the sound of the zither. They either crawled on the ground or perched on the trees, squinting their eyes and listening to the magical sound of the zither. The sound of the zither made the restlessness and uneasiness in the hearts of the magical beasts disappear little by little. The sound of the zither also fell on the Punlai pavilion on Ice Island. Romo of Punlai of Gojoseon listened to the intermittent sound of the zither. His amber eyes flashed with a strange light. Someone, go and find out who is playing the zither. The person who went to investigate soon returned. Your Majesty, it's the new summoner who came to the magic beast forest. During this period, the emotions of the magical beasts have been very unstable. The summoner is said to be using the sound of the zither to treat those magical beasts. The person who investigated the matter was puzzled. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. He had never heard of using the sound of the zither to treat magical beasts. The new summoner who came to the magic beast forest, it must be the female summoner he met in the mountains that day. She actually found the real reason why the magical beasts were restless. Haha, Yunxing, you are always so unexpected. Under King Punlai's jade-like face, a smile bloomed on his lips. Yunxing had been playing the Dihong song in the magic beast forest for more than 3 days. In these 3 days, there were no more deaths of magical beasts in the forest. Even the fights between magical beasts did not happen during this period. When the 7th summoner knew about this, he was wild with joy. He thanked Yunxing profusely and paid Yunxing's remuneration. He also begged Yunxing to stay in the magic beast forest for a while longer. Yunxing readily agreed. After receiving the 7th summoner's remuneration, Yunxing asked seemingly unintentionally, 7th summoner, do you know which summoner among the 13 summoners has a sea beast? That trident shark was a king-level sea beast. This kind of sea beast was hard to come by. Even among the 13 summoners, it must be very rare. Master Yan Yun, could it be that you are interested in sea beasts? Punlai is an island, so there are many summoners who use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. Now, there are 3 vacancies among the 13 summoners. Excluding me, among the 7 summoners, there are 4 who use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. The 7th summoner did not think much. He thought that Yunxing was interested in cultivating sea beasts. Which ones are they? Yunxing asked again. Let me think. The 13th, 8th, 4th, and 1st summoners all use sea beasts as their summoning beasts. Among them, the 1st and 4th summoners' summoning beasts are sharks. Both of them are very powerful, the 7th summoner said with an envious expression. The more powerful their summoning beasts were, the higher their status in the Zao state was. As for the 1st and 4th summoners, Yunxing was almost certain that the spy was one of them. However, although the 1st and 4th summoners are very powerful, there is one more person among the 13 who cannot be provoked. That is the 9th summoner. Although that woman is the youngest and the only woman among the 13, she is much more powerful than the 1st and 4th summoner. However, she is even more terrifying than the 1st and 4th summoners who have ferocious beasts. The blood dragon that she contracted is truly unstoppable on land, sea, and air. When the 7th summoner mentioned the 9th summoner, he shrunk his neck. Among the 13 summoners, half of them were promoted by the previous Emperor Zhao. The rest were promoted by the current Emperor Zhao. When the 9th summoner, Hu Jiuxing, was promoted, because she was the only female summoner and her identity was a mystery, the other 12 summoners were all against it. However, in the end, Hu Jiuxing relied on her superb summoning skills and outstanding military exploits to make the other main summoners shut up obediently. That woman always wore a Yiksha mask. No one knew what she looked like. Other than Emperor Zhao, she only spoke a few words to the 3rd summoner. After the 3rd summoner died on Mount Taiyuan, the 9th summoner became even more isolated. Every time the 7th summoner saw her, he wanted to run away. The 9th summoner, Hu Jiuxing, when she heard this name, Yunxing's heart trembled as if it had been hit by a heavy object. Mother, she had finally heard news about her mother. Yunxing thought it would take some effort to find Hu Jiuxing, But she didn't expect that only one of the 13 summoners was a woman. This saved her a lot of guesses. "Thank you, 7th summoner. I will be careful and try not to offend them." Yunxing suppressed her excitement and thought about how to create an opportunity to meet her mother, Hu Jiuxing. However, the 7th summoner also said that the 9th summoner was famous for appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Sometimes, even the Emperor Zhao in red might not be able to find her. "Grandmaster Yan Yun, if you have the time, why don't you help me look for suitable magical beasts? You see, as a master summoner, it's very embarrassing for me to not have a suitable sacred beast as a contract beast. If you can help me raise a suitable holy beast, I will reward you handsomely." The 7th summoner still didn't give up and wanted Yunxing to help him raise a new holy beast. Yunxing naturally wouldn't agree. She said a few words and finally sent the 7th summoner away. Inside the exquisite beast tower, Dollar and Popping Sheep, who had been cooped up inside for a few days, were complaining. Especially Dollar, who felt uncomfortable if he didn't lie next to Yunxing. Yunxing thought for a moment. Since she was in the magic beast forest, she didn't need to worry about anything. She simply let the two beasts out. "Popping, my dear master, the music you played earlier was very nice." Popping and Dollar both want to hear it. Popping Sheep felt that its master's music was very nice. Yi Baiming, the golden Kirin, felt the same. He had accompanied Yunxing to learn the Dihong song. He still remembered clearly that Yunxing didn't know anything about music. When Yunxing first learned Dihong song, her zither skills were very ordinary. But ever since she experienced the Battle of Taiyuan City and killed the city lord of Taiyuan City, it was as if she had been enlightened, and her zither skills improved with each passing day. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming did not know the reason for this, but he believed that Yunxing must have comprehended something at that time. Yi Baiming naturally would not have guessed that Yunxing had gained enlightenment after seeing the true appearance of the Emperor of Fire, Flame Emperor Shenong. Unfortunately, the people of Dihong City were stingy. If Yunxing could enter the Emperor's tomb and obtain the last few chapters of the Dihong song, her zither skills would definitely reach a new level. When Yunxing saw the proud sheep, she couldn't help but feel that it was very small. Seeing that the weather was good, she simply took out her zither and played a song. It was still the melodious Dihong song. The sound of the zither was melodious and drifted far away. As Yunxing stroked the zither strings under her hand, she recalled the scene at the immortal residence, Icefall City. At that time, she didn't know that the masked female prisoner was her mother. This zither was made by her and her mother together. Thinking of Hu Jiuxing, the sound of the zither under Yunxing's hand unconsciously changed. Yunxing thought of Hu Jiuxing and the family of 3. They hadn't been together for 18 years. In the sound of the zither, there was inevitably a bit of melancholy. In the Zhao state, the 9th lord, Hu Jiuxing, had just returned from a mission outside. When she heard the sound of the zither, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. The sound of the zither was so familiar. When she was in Icefall City, she had also heard similar zither sounds. But compared to that time, the zither sounds now were one step ahead in both memory and timbre. Hu Jiuxing's beautiful eyes changed as she suddenly remembered something. Could it be that she had come to Punlai? Hu Jiuxing's heart couldn't help but tighten. It couldn't be wrong. In this world, only that zither could play such a melodious sound, and only that person could play such a Dihong song. Yunxing, she was in Punlai. Damn it, why did she come to Punlai? The Emperor Zhao in red couldn't wait to kill her. Her heart was in a mess, and for the first time, the 9th lord showed panic. She grabbed a guard beside her and questioned, "Who is the person playing the zither?" The guard's face was full of horror. He had never seen the 9th lord show such an expression. The guard stuttered, "The 9th lord, I don't know. I heard that the 7th lord recruited a new summoner in the past few days. The person playing the zither is the new summoner. It is said that he is playing the zither to heal the magical beasts in the magic beast forest." What a mess. The 7th lord is getting more and more out of hand. He dares to bring just anyone into the magic beast forest. A dignified voice sounded from behind. Hu Jiuxing heard the voice and let go of the guard. In front of them stood a dignified old man. He was about 50 or 60 years old, slightly older than the Emperor Zhao in red. When the guard saw the old man, he hurriedly called out respectfully, "The First Lord." the old man was the first lord of the Zhao state. His position was second only to the Emperor Zhao in red. Ninth Lord, I didn't expect you to be interested in music as well. The First Lord didn't know much about the Ninth Lord. In his impression, the Ninth Lord was rarely as excited as she was today. I'm not interested. The music is noisy and upsetting, Hu Jiuxing said coldly. Even if the other party was the First Lord, she didn't need to be polite. She didn't say anything more and left. Woman who doesn't know what's good for her. Do you really think that you can be lawless just because Zhao Huang dotes on you? Let's see how arrogant you can be in a few more days. The first Zhao Huang glared at Hu Jiuxing's back with dissatisfaction and said through gritted teeth. Yunxing finished playing the zither in the magic beast forest. Next to her, Dollar and Baby Sheep were squinting their eyes, looking very satisfied. This rare harmonious scene didn't last long. Dollar's ears twitched, and he suddenly stood up. He looked in a certain direction in the forest, alert. A person walked out from behind a bush. When she saw the person, Yunxing's fingers were messed up. Her fingers scratched the strings of the zither, and a bright red drop of blood was particularly eye-catching. Hu Jiuxing's gaze changed slightly, and her eyes fell on the unfamiliar female summoner's face. It wasn't her, it was her. Hu Jiuxing's bloodline came into play at this moment. Despite the disguise spell, Hu Jiuxing immediately recognized Yunxing, who had disguised herself. Mother. Yunxing was speechless. She was just about to speak. You shouldn't have come here. Leave Punlai immediately. Without giving Yunxing a chance to speak, Hu Jiuxing interrupted Yunxing. I'm Yunxing. I'm your daughter. Yunxing couldn't help but step forward. Don't come over. I don't care who you are. I don't remember the past. Leave Punlai immediately. Otherwise, I will personally report your identity to the Emperor Zhao. Hu Jiuxing snapped at Yunxing. She raised her magic scepter and pointed at Yunxing. She didn't recognize anyone. Hu Jiuxing's expression was very dignified. She didn't seem to be joking. Yunxing didn't expect that the mother and daughter would meet again in such a scene. She didn't expect that her reunion with her mother, Hu Jiuxing, would be in such a tense atmosphere. Yunxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. She admitted that she had played some tricks. When she was playing the zither for the past few days, she did have some hope in her heart that she would be able to attract her mother. She did manage to attract her mother, but the result was far from what she had imagined. There were no tears in her eyes or sighs when mother and daughter met again. Hu Jiuxing, who was only 10 steps away from her, was pointing her magic scepter at her, threatening her to leave. Without the heartache lantern, her mother still wouldn't be able to recover her memory. She was afraid that other than the Emperor Zhao in red, her mother wouldn't believe anyone else's words. It was obviously impossible to take her mother away. Yunxing was very clear about Hu Jiuxing's strength. A few years ago, she was already able to use an amazing time prohibition magic. Now, Hu Jiuxing was at least in existence at the level of a divine magistrate. Compared to the Emperor Zhao in red, she was probably not much worse. Mother, whether you admit it or not, you can't change the fact that I'm your daughter. Don't worry, since you don't want to see Xing'er won't appear in front of you again. Next time, when we meet again, your daughter will definitely make you remember the past. Yunxing sighed. She picked up her zither in disappointment and walked out of the magic forest with a gloomy expression. Seeing Yunxing walk further and further away, Hu Jiuxing stiffly put down her magic scepter. Until Yunxing completely disappeared. Hu Jiuxing was like a helpless child. She mumbled, I just don't want you to get hurt. When Yunxing called out mother for the first time, Hu Jiuxing couldn't treat her as a stranger. Why did her heart hurt so much when she saw her sad and gloomy appearance? Hu Jiuxing didn't remember Yunxing, but she faintly felt that Yunxing must have some connection with her. Yunxing suddenly appeared in Punlai. In addition to being happy, Hu Jiuxing was more uneasy in her heart. She was worried that the Emperor Zhao in red would find out that Hu Xing in the water prison was a fake. She was even more worried that Yunxing would be caught. In any case, before this Dutian meeting, she must prevent the Emperor Zhao in red from seeing Yunxing herself. As long as the blood sacrifice was completed, Yunxing would be safe. Hu Jiuxing let out a long sigh and returned to Zhao Ting alone. Yunxing's departure made the seventh summoner extremely anxious. Master Yan Yun? Where is Master Yan Yun? The seventh summoner searched the entire Penlai but couldn't find Yan Yun, the summoner of sacred beasts. The seventh summoner never expected that Yunxing had already returned to the Great Zhou Embassy in disappointment. Yunxing, who had removed her transformation magic, had transformed into the regent of Great Zhou. Yunxing and Hu Jiuxing's meeting this time was very unpleasant. Her mother's unapproachable look made Yunxing's heart feel uncomfortable. It also made her more anxious to find the Heart Distress Lantern. But in order to find the Heart Distress Lantern, she had to find the Netherworld Ghost Key and the Netherworld Ghost King. In the Great Zhou Embassy, Yunxing had a worried look. She returned to her residence. As soon as she sat down, she suddenly noticed that there was an extra letter on the table in her room. The ink on the letter had dried up. It was obvious that the letter had been sent for some time. There were no signs that the room had been rummaged through. Yunxing asked the people in the embassy, and no one had come to look for her recently. Whose letter could it be? Yunxing was puzzled and opened the letter. When she saw the handwriting in the letter, Yunxing's hand trembled slightly and her eyes widened. The letter was actually left by her father, Yun Songhai. She didn't expect that her father would pass by her when she entered the Fire Island while searching for her father's whereabouts. Compared to her accidental encounter with her father, the contents of the letter made Yunxing even more puzzled. Her father seemed to be in a hurry, or maybe he still had some concerns. The letter only mentioned 4 words: Zhao State's water prison. Zhao State's water prison. There was no beginning or end. Why would her father suddenly mention the Zhao State's water prison? Yunxing was still thinking when someone from the embassy came to report, "Prince Regent, people from the mainland's magic elite camp are outside asking to see you. Sister Lan is here." After listening, Yunxing put away the letter. Her frown that had been frowning for several days also loosened. This Dutian meeting was of great importance. The mainland's magic elite camp was also invited. Before Yunxing left, she had already heard that the magic elite camp would send Sister Lan. Not long after Yunxing and Yu Baiming got married, Sister Lan was officially promoted to an elder of the magic elite camp. She became the youngest elder of the magic elite camp. However, to Yunxing's surprise, Sister Lan wasn't the only one who came looking for her. Abandon was also there. "Abandon, why are you here?" Yunxing hadn't seen Abandon in a while. Ever since Huxing disappeared, Abandon hadn't been feeling very well. He always felt that it was because of his rash refusal that Huxing left. In these 3 years, he had been suffering from a guilty conscience. "Long time no see, Yunxing. Let's talk inside." Compared to 3 years ago, senior Sister Lan now had the steadiness of an elder. She was still beautiful, and when she saw Yunxing, a rare smile appeared on her face. Senior Sister Lan and Yunxing had once competed with each other. However, after the two of them had gone through several trials, they appreciated each other's talents and had become good friends. It was just that the two of them were usually in charge of Zhou State and the magic elite camp. They didn't have many opportunities to meet. The 3 of them entered the room. Sister Lan was very careful to set up an isolation spell in the room. "Yunxing, there's good news and bad news." When Abandon saw Yunxing, he forced a smile. Yunxing found that there was a touch of worry between Abandon's eyebrows. Could it be that something happened to Gufeng? Yunxing had a bad premonition. 3 years ago, after Yunxing's accident, Yunxing's good friends, Ling Gufeng, and Abandon, had been with her during her most painful period. It wasn't until Yunxing recovered that Abandon returned to the elite camp under the urging of mentor Shi Huang. As for Gufeng, he accompanied Donghuang Ling to Skywing City. During that period in Skywing City, Donghuang Ling with the help of the Skywing's Jade, slowly weakened the power of the left Prime Minister and took back the power of the eastern capital. About a year ago, Donghuang Ling wrote a letter to Yunxing telling her that she, her mother, brother, and Gufeng had returned to the eastern capital. They had driven away the left Prime Minister and moved back to the eastern capital. This was all good news. Could it be that after she arrived at Penlai, something happened in the eastern capital? "Yunxing, you worry too much. Gufeng is very good." This time, the Donghuang dynasty has also received an invitation. Gufeng may even attend with Princess Dong Huang, Sister Lan explained. Yunxing was even more confused. Since it wasn't about Gufeng, then what was it that made the usually cold abandoned so worried? What's the good news and bad news? Yunxing was puzzled. The good news is that we have news about Hu Xing. The bad news is that Hu Xing is now in the hands of the Zhao state, abandoned sighed and wrote a letter to Yunxing. The golden keyboard is in the last 2 days. Everyone still has tickets on hand. Remember to vote for this work and bow to thank the letter that Abandon brought over was an investigation report from the Hunters Guild. It was the information that Abandon had collected after the Continental Hunters Guild issued a commission. 3 years ago, Hu Xing left without saying goodbye. Abandon had always thought that a person like Hu Xing would not leave so abruptly without leaving any news. In the past 3 years, he had also been closely looking for Hu Xing's whereabouts. Abandon had issued a commission from the Hunters Guild for hunters all over the continent. Any hunter who traveled on the continent could get a handsome reward from the Continental Hunters Guild as long as they provided clues. Once the clues were verified, they could get a handsome reward from the Continental Hunters Guild. But even so, Abandon had not received any useful clues in the past few years. Until half a month ago, a freelance hunter who wandered around the border area of Later Qing came to the Hunters Guild in Zhou State. He said that about 3 years ago, he had met a woman who looked very similar to Hu Xing at a port in Later Qing. But at that time, the woman was with several summoners from Punlai Zhao State. Abandon went there personally and found the hunter. The woman's appearance was exactly the same as Hu Xing's. The hunter also pointed out that there were 2 Zhao State's main summoners who were escorting Hu Xing. One of them was the second main summoner of the Zhao State. The port where they appeared happened to be the only way from Zhou State to Punlai. Because of this, Abandon was even more convinced that Hu Xing was really caught by the Zhao State. Hu Xing was the saintess of the celestial fox people. Her identity was extraordinary. If she was caught by the Zhao State, she would be doomed. After Abandon confirmed this news, he happened to meet Sister Lan, who was going to Punlai to participate in the Dutian conference on behalf of the Magic Elite Camp. He volunteered to go with Sister Lan. When Yunxing heard this, doubts arose in her heart. Hu Xing was indeed the saintess of Celestial Fox, but the matter of her falling to the boundless continent was very secretive. Other than Later Qing's Du Guxiu, Madame Qi Bai, and a few others, no one else knew about it. How did the Zhao State know that Hu Xing was in Zhou State? And where did they catch Hu Xing? However, what worried Yunxing and Qi more was that Hu Xing had been taken away for 3 years. Judging from the hatred of the Zhao State towards the Bakra orcs, Hu Xing might not still be alive. Yunxing couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she thought of the weak woman who had the same face as her but had a rough fate. No matter what, she had promised Hu Xing that she would send her back to the 8 wastelands. This time, even if she couldn't save Hu Xing alive, she had to at least find her corpse. Seeing that Yunxing and Qi were so anxious about that Hu Xing, Lan couldn't help but feel a little strange. Qi, you're so nervous about that woman called Hu Xing. Could it be that she's your sweetheart? Lan had never seen Hu Xing before. She didn't know that Hu Xing looked exactly the same as Yunxing. However, Lan had heard that Qi had been looking for Hu Xing for the past few years. In Lan's impression, other than Qi, who cared about Yunxing and Gu Feng, he did not care about anyone else, even his own mentor, Shi Huang, who cared about Qi. Therefore, Lan naturally thought that Qi was so nervous because he liked that woman called Hu Xing. Who knew that Qi's handsome face changed when Lan asked this question? He hurriedly explained, Sister Lan, what nonsense are you talking about? Hu Xing and I are innocent. I just treat her as a partner. Qi's voice became softer and softer until it turned into a mosquito bite. However, Qi didn't know that the more he tried to explain, the more he couldn't explain himself. So in the end, he simply shut up. Pfft, look at how anxious you are. It turns out that Qi also has times when he's shy. Sister Lan also used a rare mischievous tone to make fun of Qi. Qi was so anxious to find Hu Xing, not because he later found out that he liked Hu Xing. On the contrary, Qi knew very well that he didn't love Hu Xing. Back then, after Yunxing and Yi Baiming confirmed their marriage, Qi was indeed disheartened. He even thought that he could try to fall in love with Hu Xing, who had the same appearance as Yunxing. During that time, Hu Xing's gentleness and kindness did give Qi the illusion that he had already accepted Hu Xing. But it wasn't until the day Yun Xing and Yu Baiming got married, when he saw Yun Xing, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe, being sent to the bridal chamber, that he realized that he had never let go. There was such a person that once you met her, there would be no room for anyone else in your eyes from then on. It turned out that sometimes, a person could be a world. Yun Xing was Qi's world. Qi said silently in his heart, the only person I like has always been Yun Xing. Sister Lan, please let Qi go. You know his character. Let's confirm Hu Xing's life first. Mistaking Qi's silence for awkwardness, Yun Xing quickly tried to smooth things over. Qi stood aside, smiled bitterly, and didn't say much. Yun Xing thought that if Hu Xing was really caught in the Zhao state, he would definitely be able to find out news about her. Since the other party is a descendant of the celestial fox, he deserved to die after being caught by the Zhao state. Why do you have to go through so much trouble to save him? Since 2 summoners at the main summoner level were sent to catch him, the person called Hu Xing must not be an ordinary person. Sister Lan didn't understand why Yun Xing and Qi were so agitated after learning that a descendant of the celestial fox people was caught. Sister Lan didn't seem to like the Zhao state very much, but she disliked Bakra orcs even more. Sister Lan didn't know that Yun Xing was also a descendant of the celestial fox. Sister Lan was a human, so she was instinctively hostile to Bakra orcs. After all, they were now in Punlai, and the people of the Zhao state were not to be trifled with. Sister Lan, it's a long story. Hu Xing and I have some connections. We must save her. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her body, Yun Xing said resolutely. Qi on the side also nodded solemnly in agreement. Seeing the unwavering look on their faces, senior apprentice Sister Lan had no other choice. We have to think about saving her. Maybe, during the Dutian conference in a few days, we can take the opportunity to enter the Zhao state and have a look. Yun Xing, let's not talk about this. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I heard that your magic cultivation has improved again. Come on, let's find a place to compete. Sister Lan still couldn't change her old habit. When she saw Yun Xing, she couldn't help but want to compete with Yun Xing. Seeing Sister Lan's excited face, Qi didn't want to stop her. After Yun Xing left the mainland's magic elite camp, Sister Lan had one less opponent who was on par with her. In the past few years, she had been bored to death. Qi made a helpless expression to Yun Xing. Yun Xing could only howl and be kidnapped by Sister Lan. Sister Lan pulled Yun Xing out of the Great Zhou embassy without any explanation. Lan was a rare beauty. When she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, she was the #1 beauty on the Sakura list. But for a long time, none of the male warriors and magicians in the mainland's elite camp dared to pursue her. In addition to Sister Lan's cold temperament, another reason was that Sister Lan had a big problem. Every time the male magicians in the camp saw senior Sister Lan, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They would hide as far away as they could. Sister Lan's problem was that she practiced magic almost to the point of madness. To put it bluntly, Sister Lan was a magic fanatic. When she competed with people in magic, there were only 2 results. Either she killed the person or she disabled the person. Yun Xing was the only one in the elite camp who could escape unscathed after competing with Yun Xing. This was why Sister Lan liked to compare notes with Yun Xing so much. Every time Yun Xing competed with her in magic, they agreed not to overdo it. But when Sister Lan competed, she would completely forget the prior agreement. As a result, Yun Xing often used up her last trace of magic power and couldn't even hold the magic scepter before Sister Lan stopped. Exhausting one's magic power was not a pleasant feeling. Even Yun Xing needed to use celestial meditation for half a day to recover. Today was different from the past. Yun Xing was now in Punlai. It was like being in a tiger's den. She couldn't run out of magic power again. It was too dangerous. Yun Xing racked her brains, thinking about how to avoid this competition with Sister Lan. Sister Lan, it's not that I don't want to compete with you. It's just that with my current status, it's inconvenient to compete with you using magic. As everyone knew, the regent of Great Zhou was a warrior. If he competed with Sister Lan, it would be bad. It's okay. Let's find a place where there are no people. The Punlai Sea is vast. We can compete in the sea. No one will see us even if we fight in the dark. Sister Lan completely ignored Yunxing's words. Let her go. This king will compete with you. Just when Yunxing was thinking about how to get rid of Sister Lan, a sudden voice interrupted Sister Lan's entanglement. Sister Lan turned her head and her eyes suddenly lit up. At the entrance of the Great Zhou embassy stood a handsome man. The man's blonde hair draped over his shoulders. His facial features were like a stone sculpture under the hands of a fairy master, deep and handsome. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. The man looked at Yunxing, who had a bitter face, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Soft ripples appeared in his eyes and eyebrows, as if his smile could penetrate people's hearts. The one who interrupted the conversation between the two was the immortal resident's God-Wind King. God-Wind, you're here? Yunxing looked around and saw that God-Wind was alone, without any guards. He must have just arrived at Punlai and came to find her. The Dutian meeting is related to the survival of the boundless continent. The fairy tribe can't stay out of it, so I came to Punlai with Huiyu. Huiyu has already gone to the immortal resident's embassy. I heard that you were also on the island, so I came to see you first. God-Wind walked forward dotingly and quietly rescued Yunxing from Sister Lan's evil claws. God-Wind was one of the few people on the continent who knew that Yunxing was pretending to be the regent of Great Zhou. In the past few years, the immortal residents and Zhou state had a lot of dealings because of the border trade. The border trade was also thanks to the joint efforts of Yunxing and God-Wind. Whether it was Yunxing or the regent of Great Zhou, in God-Wind's heart, Yunxing would always be the person he wholeheartedly protected. This point would not change because of the fact that Yunxing was married. God-Wind's face was full of doting. He treated Yunxing as if there was no one else around, causing Sister Lan to frown. Sister Lan was talking nicely and was suddenly interrupted, so she was a little unhappy. But she thought about it again. What did Yunxing call him just now? God-Wind? Could it be one of the Wuji Five Walls, the immortal resident's fairy king God-Wind? Sister Lan sized up God-Wind. With this kind of temperament and appearance, it could only be the elf king God-Wind. Sister Lan secretly praised in her heart. But in the next moment, Sister Lan thought of something. Elf magic was unparalleled in the world. It was said that the elf king God-Wind's wind magic was the best in the world. God-Wind King, you just said that you want to compete with me. Is this true? Sister Lan did not care about the other party's identity as the elf king. Thinking that she would be able to see the magic of the elf tribe later, Sister Lan couldn't help but rub her hands together with an excited look. It's not convenient for Xing'er to fight. If Miss Lan's hands are itchy, God-Wind can replace her and compare notes with you. God-Wind had long heard that the magic of the continent's elite magic camp was not ordinary. The two hit it off and immediately agreed to go to the Punlai Outer Sea to compete. The innocent Yunxing was pulled in as the referee. Yunxing wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. She could only go with the two to the Punlai Outer Sea to compete in magic. The three of them were the top figures among the young magicians of the present age. 15 minutes later, God-Wind and Sister Lan were already in the Punlai Outer Sea. The two had chosen to go to the Punlai Outer Sea, which deviated from the main sea route of Punlai. There were no fishing boats or merchant ships passing by, so even if there was a big battle, it would be fine. On the surface of the sea, the white clouds were reflected, and the blue seawater was roaring. Yunxing, Sister Lan, and God-Wind formed a tripartite balance of power. On the way to the Punlai Outer Sea, Yunxing thought to herself. If she and Sister Lan really competed, who knew who would be better? In the continent's elite magic camp, Yunxing and Sister Lan were indeed evenly matched. In the past 3 years, Yunxing and Sister Lan had made significant breakthroughs in their magic cultivation. The two of them had already broken through to the saint-level law overlord realm. In terms of magic power, Yunxing had a unique 5-elemental magic spirit, and she had also received a portion of Yi Baiming's magic power. Her magic power was even stronger than Sister Lan's. However, because she had learned magic late, and she had also focused on medicine and summoning, Yunxing's magic skills were still inferior to Sister Lan's. Thus, if the two of them really competed, Yunxing would probably not be Sister Lan's match without using her summoned beasts. However, if she used her summoned beasts, Yunxing believed that Sister Lan would not be able to last 15 minutes against her. This was the strength of a summoner. As for God Wind's strength, Yunxing did not know. After God Wind inherited the throne of the Elf King, according to the rules of the elf race, he should have inherited the legacy of the Wind Elf Queen. She did not know what outstanding magic he had learned. Since the location has been chosen, it's time to start the competition. Sister Lan had an eager look on her face as she asked for a battle. Yunxing collected her thoughts and glanced at God Wind. The latter said loudly, "Little Xianxia, you have to watch carefully." "Yunxing, you have to look carefully." Divine Wind's words fell into Yunxing's ears. Yunxing was very smart and immediately understood Divine Wind's meaning. Divine Wind wanted to teach her new magic. The elf tribe had a commandment that the elves could not teach their tribe's magic to outsiders. But it did not say that the enemy could not observe elf magic. This time, Divine Wind's competition with Blue seemed to be a competition, but in reality, Divine Wind was teaching Yunxing new elven magic in disguise. Yunxing understood and held her breath, waiting for the competition. The sun was dazzling and Divine Wind stood in the wind. He was like a javelin, standing proudly in the wind. There were no magic wings on his back, and there were no wind magic elements around him. What was even more rare was that the wind on the sea was very strong, but the biting cold sea wind automatically detoured around Divine Wind as if it had entered a forbidden area. Wind Elf King. Between heaven and earth, any wind that saw the Wind Elf King would have to prostrate themselves. At this moment, the air stopped flowing. Sister Lan saw this and raised her eyebrows. Under her, waves splashed. Yunxing licked her chapped lips that were blown by the sea wind. Divine Wind was a wind magician, and Sister Lan was a water magician. On the Pulai Sea, the wind was very strong and the waves were very fast. It seemed that both of them had the advantage, but it also seemed that neither of them had the advantage. Just as Yunxing was thinking, the competition began. Sister Lan was the first to move. The soul stone on her magic scepter flashed coldly. On the surface of the seawater quickly became dense. First, it turned into clouds of white water vapor. The water vapor quickly condensed and formed countless ice swords. In an instant, the ice swords were like a rainstorm, densely packed and mercilessly stabbed at Divine Wind's blind spots. The ice arrows were like lightning, flashing past. So fast. Yunxing was secretly surprised. From chanting to releasing the magic, Blue only used the blink of an eye. While Yunxing was surprised by the speed of the ice swords, she took a closer look and saw that the ice swords were flashing with the power of lightning like silver snakes. It turned out that Sister Lan also fused a part of the lightning magic in the ice swords. The strength of the ice and lightning swords formed by the combination of the two were at least 50% more powerful. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against. At this moment, Divine Wind was still like a rock, but his clothes did not move, and he did not use any magic. Divine Wind, be careful. Yunxing could not help but be anxious. But just as Yunxing shouted, the ice swords were already in front of Divine Wind. Several ice and lightning swords pierced Divine Wind's throat. The Divine Wind silhouette flickered, and suddenly collapsed. It turned into a mass of light green wind. Lan was extremely shocked. Behind him, the air was like the surface of the water, rippling. A tall and straight wind Divine Wind. Blue was not caught off guard, but her reaction was not bad. She used Earth Meld and pulled away from Divine Wind. Yunxing and Sister Lan were both shocked. They did not expect that the Divine Wind they saw just now was just an illusion. Wind clone, super wind magic. It could create a clone that was exactly the same as the real body in an instant. They did not expect that the Divine Wind King of the Immortal Residence had learned the long-lost super wind magic. Sister Lan's attack missed. Although she had already dodged, a chill ran down her spine. It's Benwang's turn. Divine Wind's handsome face revealed a smile that was as light as a breeze. In an instant, tens of thousands of emerald green wind blades formed around him. Each wind blade was capable of tearing the strongest martial artist into pieces. The wind whistled. Sister Lan was about to be surrounded by the wind blades and turned into meat paste. Sister Lan could even feel the pain of her skin being torn apart by the wind blades. But Blue was blue. As the youngest elder in the mainland's magic elite camp, Blue had experienced many life and death situations in the past few years. The moment she sensed danger, she quickly found a way to deal with it in her mind. She furrowed her brows and raised her magic scepter. A few words jumped out of her cherry-red lips. Blue crystal protective wall. 6 walls of water immediately rose around Senior Sister Lan's body. The walls of water condensed together to form a 6-sided crystal protective wall made of water droplets. The wind blades slashed at the blue crystal barrier one after another. Even though it was water that could be destroyed in one hit, the moment the wind blades hit the blue crystal barrier, water elements immediately surged up and repaired the damaged blue crystal barrier. Xianxia saw this and couldn't help but associate it with the magic waterfall used by King Anemone Tentacle when they encountered Anemone Abyssalis in the Punlai Sea. Sister Lan's new magic, Blue Crystal Wall, had a similar effect to the magic waterfall. Under the protection of this wall, even if the wind blades covered the sky and covered the earth, it would be impossible to hurt her. Divine Wind's face showed a look of admiration. No wonder she was the leader of the mainland's magic elite camp. Her magic skills were really good. She actually comprehended such a profound water god's fury. Blue Crystal Wall should be a new esoteric magic that Xianxia comprehended. If it was a normal competition, Divine Wind wouldn't mind giving in to Xianxia at this point. After all, the opponent was a female mage. However, Divine Wind glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eye. At this moment, Xianxia was already in a daze. Her eyes were filled with both worry and excitement. Sister Lan's improvement was really not small. Ice Thunder Ice Blade, and a new esoteric magic. Divine Wind was also very powerful. His wind clone could pass off as real, and his magic manipulation ability to form thousands of wind blades in an instant. Xianxia had really opened her eyes today. However, Xianxia had underestimated Divine Wind's strength. Men were always prideful, especially in front of the woman they liked. Divine Wind didn't want to lose face in front of Xianxia. Just as the wind blades were being dissolved by the blue crystal wall, Divine Wind's magic scepter suddenly flew out of his hand. The moment the emerald green magic scepter was thrown into the air, it suddenly turned into a green shadow. It was like a long rainbow, like an unsheathed sword, soaring into the air. In the air, the magic scepter was like a magnet, attracting all the wind magic elements that were originally scattered in the air. The magic scepter kept changing, turning from a scepter into a wind blade. The wind blade was Divine Wind's unique secret blade. It was formed by magic and the scepter. This blade was formless and could change its size at will. Borrowing the power of the natural wind, it could tear apart all protective walls. Divine Wind stood in the air. He stretched out his arm, and the large blade formed by the hurricane was already in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flashed. In an instant, the seawater flowed in reverse, like the rising and falling of the tide. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed color. The blade flashed and whistled, like the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. Like a level 17 tropical hurricane, countless wind forces poured out like a volcanic eruption, like a flood breaking through a dam, and crashed into the blue crystal wall. Divine Wind had already retracted his blade. He stood on the surface of the sea with the blade in his hand. It was as if he and the blade were the only things left between heaven and earth. The waves of water dispersed and splashed onto Senior Sister Lan's face. She was instantly drenched and looked like a drowned rat. Indigo staggered and fell from the sky like a butterfly with broken wings. I lost. Although Indigo lost, she was not angry. She accepted her loss wholeheartedly. Miss Indigo, thank you for letting me win. Divine Wind nodded. Today's competition with Indigo was also beneficial to him. That's it? Divine Wind, what was your last move? Xianxia was still unsatisfied. She looked at Indigo and then at Divine Wind. Indigo's magic fusion was somewhat similar to Xianxia's profound lightning vortex. However, Divine Wind's last move, Hurricane Blade, was obviously not magic. Although it was not magic, it was enough to compete with Sister Lan's profound magic. Xianxia was somewhat interested in Divine Wind's Hurricane Blade. You two take your time chatting. I'll go back and ponder over what I've learned from today's competition. Senior Sister Lan was very tactful. Whether it was profound magic or her own innovation in magic, she would not easily tell others about it. After Indigo took the pill, she left, leaving Yunxing and Divine Wind behind. Sheng, do you remember when you saw me practicing my blade in the Elven King Tree? Divine Wind did not hide anything from Yunxing. Although Divine Wind was a magician, he was very interested in blade techniques when he was young. The Elven Queen found a sword master from the Elven tribe to teach Divine Wind sword techniques. Divine Wind's Hurricane Sword technique was a new type of magic skill that was between magic skill and battle technique after he combined sword techniques and wind magic. Hurricane Blade was also Divine Wind's life-saving magic skill. If he did not want to show off in front of Yunxing, he would not have used it so easily. A new magic skill created by combining blade techniques and magic, Yunxing had never heard of Divine Wind's innovation on the continent. Magic skills were a combination of long-range magic attacks and melee combat techniques. They could be used at will and could be used to conserve stamina and mana to the greatest extent. It wasn't like profound magic, which would consume a large amount of magic power in one go, but its power wasn't inferior to profound magic. Ever since Yunxing knew that she wasn't suited for martial arts and chose to become a mage, she had always thought that there was only magic and magic fusion. However, the recent competition had unexpectedly opened up a whole new path of cultivation for Yunxing. Something was forming in her mind. Yunxing, who was deep in thought, didn't even hear what Divine Wind was saying. Sheng? Seeing that Yunxing had suddenly become silent and her eyes were blurred, Divine Wind thought that something had happened to Yunxing. Divine Wind, thank you. I'm going to retreat for a few days. Please help me inform the embassy that no one is to disturb me during these few days. Yunxing suddenly had an idea. Her eyebrows were full of joy. After saying this, she suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a dumbfounded Divine Wind. Sheng, what's wrong? On the vast and boundless Penglai Sea, the seawater was like a huge blue gem. Under the sun, the gem emitted a charming luster. Yunxing sat on a dry beach. She sat cross-legged with a Millennium Ice harp on her lap. Divine Wind's words just now actually inspired Yunxing all at once. What Divine Wind had inspired Yunxing was the new magic skill that he had used earlier. It was neither magic nor combat techniques. Since Divine Wind could fuse sword skills and magic together and create a unique magic skill, Hurricane Sword, then why couldn't she combine magic and Dihong Song that she was good at and create an unparalleled sound magic? Yunxing's bold idea must be a big joke in front of any magician on the continent. For thousands of years, no one had ever thought of combining music and magic. But Yunxing wanted to give it a try. Yunxing slowly injected the magic power in her body into her fingers. Her fingertips plucked the strings of the harp. But in the first few attempts, because the magic power was too strong and the strings of the Millennium Ice harp were very tough, the two collided together. The strong shock force cut the skin of Yunxing's fingers. But Yunxing wasn't discouraged. From time to time, she adjusted the amount of magic power injected into her fingertips. Unknowingly, the sun set below sea level and then rose above sea level. Day after day, 3 days passed in a flash. Yunxing didn't know that her disappearance made Divine Wind and the magic beasts waiting in the embassy suffer. Yunxing just suddenly said that she was going to retreat, but she didn't say where she was going to retreat or how long she was going to retreat. Suddenly, she disappeared without a trace. When Divine Wind brought the news back to the Great Zhou Embassy, what waited for him was, Tu Yen, your dear master is gone. Divine Wind, why are you so useless? You can't even look after your master, Popping Sheep cried. Divine Wind was just about to explain when a golden whirlwind brushed past him. What is it? Divine Wind was surprised. If he wasn't wrong, that was the magic beast called Dollar that was beside Yunxing. Its speed, Divine Wind still had some impression of Dollar, because this magic beast not only had a special appearance, but also had great strength. Dollar was a new magic beast that Yunxing accidentally got more than 3 years ago, but according to Yunxing, she didn't contract Dollar. Divine Wind couldn't help but be shocked. As the inheritor of the Wind Elves, he couldn't see the speed of that magic beast called Dollar. What was its origin? Moreover, a magic beast actually knew how to worry about its master. Popping Sheep watched from the side and secretly said in his heart, Dollar will naturally be nervous. His wife has been missing for 3 days and 3 nights. It is extremely difficult for him to endure until today. Golden Kailan Yi Baiming left the Great Zhou embassy as fast as lightning. He looked around for the whereabouts of Yunxing. However, Yunxing suddenly seemed to have disappeared from the world. He searched many islands in Penlai, but there was no trace of her. At this time, in a sea between Later Qin and Penlai Sea, an ancestor three-winged eagle was flying forward. There was a person on the back of the three-winged eagle. That person had many injuries on his body, and there was a deep wound on his left arm. This person was Minister Zhua of the East Capital. Minister Zhua of the East Capital used to be very powerful, but today, he was in a mess. His clothes were not as gorgeous as usual, and he looked very embarrassed. He seemed to be avoiding something. While controlling the three-winged eagle to move forward, he looked back from time to time. It wasn't until they flew out of Later Qin's border and entered the area of Penlai Sea that Minister Zhua of the East Capital was relieved. At this time, in the sky ahead, an empty ship appeared. When the left Prime Minister saw the empty ship, it was as if he had seen a life-saving straw. On the empty ship, the flag of the Later Qin dynasty was flying. The charming Madame Qi Bai stood at the bow of the ship. She saw the left Prime Minister. Madame Qi Bai raised her eyebrows and ordered the empty ship to descend, allowing the three-winged eagle to land. Madame Qi Bai and the left Prime Minister had a close relationship. Back then, it was the left Prime Minister who introduced Madame Qi Bai to Du Guxiu. Therefore, this time, after Madame Qi Bai unexpectedly received the left Prime Minister's letter for help, she asked Du Guxiu to bring the empty ship to rescue the left Prime Minister. The left Prime Minister also relied on the Duga father and son to be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the eastern capital for more than 10 years. However, the left Prime Minister's good days were gone in the Later Qin dynasty's Emperor Du Guxiu's death. A new emperor ascended the throne and Zhou state rose to power. Lord Left Prime Minister, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. How did you become like this? Madame Qi Bai covered her mouth and laughed. The left Prime Minister originally had a big head, big ears, and a belly full of fat intestines. However, he was now covered in dirt and had lost a lot of weight. If it wasn't for the left Prime Minister's letter for help, Madame Qi Bai wouldn't have dared to confirm that the man in front of her was the left Prime Minister himself. Sigh, madam, don't laugh at me. It's all because of that B*TCH from the eastern capital. She used underhanded means against me. The left Prime Minister's residence and all of my properties were confiscated. Even my private guards were all killed. Judging from the injuries on the left Prime Minister's body and the three-winged eagle's condition, he must have experienced an extremely difficult pursuit. That B*TCH from the eastern capital? Are you talking about Dong Huanglinger? Left Prime Minister, you are getting worse and worse. You can't even deal with a silly little girl. Madame Qi Bai said with a disdainful expression. The left Prime Minister smiled bitterly. God knows, before he was exiled and chased, he also thought that Dong Huanglinger was nothing more than a silly little girl. However, this time, Madame Qi Bai was just as wrong as he was. Zhou state was on the rise, and Dong Huanglinger was the legitimate princess of the Eastern Imperial dynasty. She, Empress Dowager Situ, and the others had returned to the eastern capital with the help of the Heavenly Winged Jade and the regent of Great Zhou. After Dong Huanglinger returned to the imperial capital, she was very respectful to the minister of the left at first. Ministers thought that she was afraid of Later Qin's influence and didn't dare to act rashly, so he gradually let down his guard. Who would have thought that Dong Huanglinger would actually collude with Heavenly Wing City's Heavenly Wing Jade to set a trap for him? Tianyi Yu knew that Prime Ministers liked beautiful women, so he sent an outstanding beauty to his residence. Prime Minister Zhou was careless and let that beauty steal the evidence of his collusion with the Later Qin and the Bahuang tribe. Dong Huanglinger took the opportunity to impeach him in the imperial court and exiled him for the crime of treason. Not only was he exiled, but Minister Zhou had already received the news. During his imprisonment, he had transferred a large number of his personal properties. He planned to recruit soldiers and buy horses as soon as he left the Dongdu, seek the support of the Later Qin, and rebel. But who would have thought that as soon as Prime Ministers left the eastern capital, many powerful warriors and magicians ambushed him halfway and killed all his family members and personal guards. Those people were like wolves and tigers, and it was obvious that they were the desperados of the Heavenly Wings arena. Prime Minister Zhou then realized that he had fallen into Dong Huangling's trap. The exile was fake, and the extermination was real. At the last moment, Prime Minister Zhou fled all the way with a three-winged eagle that he had raised. He originally wanted to flee to later Qin, but he didn't expect to run into later Qin's Dugu Xiu, who was going to participate in the Dutian conference. Prime Minister Zhou could only hastily contact Madame Qi Bai, and the two agreed to meet at the border between Punlai and later Qin to meet him. Prime Minister Zhou, who was originally in the limelight, suddenly became a rat that everyone wanted to beat up. It was no wonder that Prime Minister Zhou was so haggard. Dong Huangling actually improved so much in just a few years. I'm afraid that Yunsheng, that cunning woman, came up with this plan. Madame Qi Bai's face darkened after hearing this. Dong Huangling was originally just a princess of the imperial family. She didn't know how to scheme at all, which was why the Eastern Imperial dynasty fell to its current state. Madame Qi Bai, you must save me this time. Dong Huangling still won't let me go. This time, she personally led people to chase after me. At this time, she should be entering Punlai's borders. Prime ministers will recall the method that Dong Huangling used to exterminate him, and his heart trembled. Don't worry, she should also be here to participate in the Dutian meeting. We have already entered Punlai's borders, and we will reach Punlai's outer seas if we continue onwards for another 100 miles. At that time, Dong Huangling won't dare to do anything. Otherwise, the people from the Zhao State and Punlai Pavilion won't let her go. All these years, you have contributed a lot to the 8 Desolate tribe. After a while, as long as the Dutian bloodprint is completed, the 8 Desolate tribe will return to the boundless continent. At that time, the small eastern capital will be as easy as taking something out of a pocket. Madame Qi Bai's beautiful eyes flickered as she ordered the airship to move forward quickly. Although the Eastern Imperial dynasty was no longer one of the top forces in the continent, it was still the orthodox imperial family of the continent. Therefore, the Eastern Imperial dynasty was also invited to the Dutian meeting in Punlai. Later Qin's airship continued to move forward. 10 miles behind later Qin's airship, a male and a female magician were moving forward rapidly. Ling are you sure we don't want to inform Yunsheng first? The male magician on the left was Gu Feng. At this moment, he had a worried expression on his face. Just like what Madame Qi Bai had said earlier, Gu Feng and Dong Huangling were going to Punlai to participate in the Dutian meeting. The outside world didn't know that Dong Huangtianqi had turned into a fool. After Dong Huangling returned to the eastern capital and regained control of the eastern capital, she had been managing the affairs of the Eastern Imperial dynasty as the eldest daughter of the emperor. As for Gu Feng, he had also given up his identity as a magician in the continent's elite camp for Ling and had been accompanying her. However, his marriage with Ling had been delayed due to Dong Huangling's busy state affairs. Even Yunsheng, a good friend, couldn't help but feel anxious for the two of them. Gu Feng and Ling were clearly in love with each other, but they couldn't get married. However, Dong Huangling had long been blinded by hatred. Right now, her only thought was to take revenge as soon as possible. The hatred between Dong Huangling and later Qin, Minister Zhou, and the others wasn't something that just happened in a day or two. Dong Huangling's elder brother, Dong Huangtianqi, was turned into a fool by Dugu Xiu and Madame Qi Bai. Dong Huangling also heard that her father was killed by later Qin's Dugu Sheng. I can't tell Yunsheng about this. She had already done too much for me back then. This time, I can't implicate her again. This time, no matter what method I use, I want Minister Zhou and that adulterous couple to die. Dong Huangling gritted her teeth. Behind her, the magic wings shone brightly, and her speed increased by a few notches. Thank you for all your tips and votes. Today is the last day of voting for the Golden Keyboard. Remember to vote for this project. The revenge of her father and her family allowed Dong Huangling to grow up quickly in just a few years. From the outside, she was still the charming Dong Huangling. But in fact, she had changed. Her beautiful eyes no longer had the innocence of the past. Instead, there was only killing intent and hatred. A year ago, Dong Huangling returned to the eastern capital with the help of the Heavenly Winged Jade and Yunsheng. On the surface, she was still respectful to the minister of the left. But secretly, she gradually eliminated the later Qin and the other countries' forces in the eastern capital. Because she was not as powerful as Du Guxiu, she did not make a move on Minister Zhua. It was not until half a year ago when she got that thing that she really began to take revenge. She swept away all the traitors in the eastern capital like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves in one night. But Ling Du Guxiu is too strong. What if? Gu Feng was still worried. He had to admit that Dong Huang Ling was very well prepared to kill the minister of the left. Now, no one in the eastern capital dared to go against Dong Huang Ling. But now that they were at the border of Penglai, Gu Feng felt that they still needed to make arrangements. Gu Feng, I was afraid of Du Guxiu in the past because I was not strong enough. But now, I have that treasure. Not to mention a mere minister of the left, even if Du Guxiu comes personally, I can kill him. This time I will take revenge for my elder brother and father. I swear that I will take revenge for the Dong Huang dynasty. Dong Huang Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the boundless world, the only orthodox dynasty was the Dong Huang dynasty. Gu Feng still wanted to say something. Gu Feng, you are too indecisive. In the past, we can't always rely on Yunxing. After Yi Baiming left, Yunxing was already in a lot of pain. We can't trouble her anymore. I will take revenge for myself. Dong Huang Ling said resolutely. After experiencing the twists and turns last time, Dong Huang Ling and Gu Feng's love was already deeply rooted. However, the two of them had never gotten married. The reason for that was because Dong Huang Ling felt that Gu Feng's character was too weak. Gu Feng was a light magician. His character was kind and tolerant. Dong Huang Ling liked this character of his. However, on the other hand, she was also distressed because of this character of Gu Feng. With his character, he wasn't qualified to be Dong Huang's husband. However, Dong Huang Ling was also unwilling to part with Gu Feng. She knew that she had feelings for Gu Feng, but she was stuck between a rock and a hard place due to the grudge between her and her family. Just like her relationship with her good friend, Yunxing. Dong Huang Ling swore that even if she wanted to revive the Eastern Imperial dynasty, she would definitely not harm her good friend, Yunxing. Yunxing and Gu Feng were like her left and right arms. She would use her life to protect them. She wanted to become stronger in order to protect the two of them. Gu Feng knew that it was useless to persuade Dong Huang Ling. Thus, he could only follow behind Dong Huang Ling. An empty ship appeared in front of him. After chasing after Dong Huang Ling for about 10 miles, an empty ship from the later Qin dynasty appeared in the originally empty sky. Dong Huang Ling coldly snorted. Together with Gu Feng, they flew towards the empty ship. They're here, Madam Qi Bai. It's Dong Huang Ling and her man. You must protect me. The left minister was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow as he hid behind Madam Qi Bai. Dong Huang Ling you're quite capable to be able to find us. However, do you think that with just the two of you, you'll be able to do anything to us? Or do you have other reinforcements behind you? After seeing Dong Huang Ling and Gu Feng, Madam Qi Bai's face revealed a trace of fear. Her red lips curled up and a trace of ridicule could be seen on her face. To deal with you two, I don't need other reinforcements. Qi Bai, 3 years ago, you caused my big brother to become an idiot. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. Dong Huang Ling's face was filled with killing intent. She had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Ha ha ha, little girl, you really don't know the difference between life and death. Since you insist on killing the left minister, you can just die here. Madam Qi Bai's smile disappeared. A leopard can't change its spots. Even if Dong Huang Ling used some methods to force the left minister into a dead end, Madam Qi Bai still wouldn't be able to defeat the left minister. Madam Qi Bai didn't think that Dong Huang Ling would be her match. 3 years ago, Dong Huang Ling wasn't her match. 3 years later, Dong Huang Ling was still the same. Moreover, Madam Qi Bai noticed that Dong Huang Ling only came together with that useless light magician. She didn't see any reinforcements. With just a mere sky magician, how could she be a match for a ship full of later Qin Iron Blood Guards? As Madam Qi Bai was speaking, she waved her hand. On the later Qin's empty ship, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The Iron Blood Guards pulled out their blades and aimed close to 100 Iron Blood crossbows at Dong Huang Ling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 100 arrows were shot out. Sphere of light. Gu Feng didn't hesitate and blocked in front of Dong Ling. A sphere of light enveloped the two of them. When the arrows hit the sphere of light, they were all reflected back. Tisk, tsk. Brat, you do have some ability. However, other than defense, what else do you know? You're a man, yet you only know how to hide in your shell like a tortoise. What kind of man are you? If you have the ability, come out and fight with me. Madame Chibai provoked. She was able to tell that Gu Feng's light magic was very special. That spherical light barrier was indestructible. If she wanted to kill Gu Feng and Dong Ling, she could only anger that brat and make him remove the sphere of light. Gu Feng's face flushed red. Although he had a good temper, he was still a hot-blooded man. Being called a turtle shell by Madame Chibai and not a man by Madame Chibai, he was furious. However, when he thought of Dong Ling who was behind him, he clenched his fists. He was a man. He must protect his woman. He must not let Ling be in any danger. No matter how much insults were thrown at him, he could endure it. He was useless. However, he could use his own methods to protect Ling. Dong Ling stood behind Gu Feng and looked at the tall man in front of her. She was so angry that her shoulders were trembling. However, she still refused to remove the sphere of light. She knew very well that Gu Feng was humiliated like this because of her. Chibai was her, Dong Ling's man. How could she allow others to casually insult him? Shut up, you shameless woman. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need Gu Feng to do it himself? I alone am enough to take care of you all. Dong Ling ignored Gu Feng's obstruction and left the sphere of light. Dong Ling, I thought that you had improved a lot. In the end, you're still the same as before, brainless. You've been fooled. Madame Chibai gave a signal with her eyes. Immediately, the mages that were lying in ambush on the ship released magic toward Dong Ling. Just as Dong Ling was about to be engulfed by the magic, Dong Ling, who didn't dodge at all, raised her hand. In her hand was a bronze tool that was flickering with an ancient luster. The item in Dong Linger's hand looked like an alms bowl. Under the sunlight, it reflected a cold bronze-colored radiance. That ancient utensil was tattered. Even the broken bowl of a beggar on the street would be much more beautiful than it. However, Dong Linger just had to take out this broken bowl at this moment. Could it be that it was an ordinary-looking magic tool, seeing that Dong Linger, who was about to die, actually only took out such a thing? Madame Chibai sneered coldly. She didn't notice that when Minister Zhua, who was beside her, saw that ordinary-looking ancient utensil, his eyes bulged out, and his face was filled with horror. Madame Chibai's mocking expression didn't last for long. In the next moment, Madame Chibai's face trembled. In her eyes, the mocking expression was replaced by an indescribable strangeness. Hell, what did she just see? The magic attacks released by the tens of magicians, which contained all kinds of magic attacks, were all absorbed by that bronze-colored utensil when they were about to hit Dong Linger. All of the magic attacks disappeared. After absorbing the magic attacks, the bronze-colored utensil seemed to have been injected with life force, and it emitted a bright radiance. That radiance was absorbed into Dong Linger's body bit by bit. In a short period of time, Dong Linger's magic soul expanded by more than 2 times. Her red clothes were like fire, and she stood in the air. On her beautiful face, there was an additional sacred and inviolable expression. The magic power on her body was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, she had absorbed the magic attacks released by those magicians earlier. Although the magicians under Madame Chibai's command weren't top-notch magicians in the continent, they weren't ordinary magicians either. At the very least, they were master magicians. Most of their magic power was concentrated in their magic attacks. The magic attacks that were supposed to attack Dong Linger were actually all converted into Dong Linger's magic power through that miraculous utensil. For a magician, the most important factor in a battle was the strength of their magic power. Through that strange utensil, Dong Linger absorbed all the magic power of others. It was as if Dong Linger had obtained an endless supply of magic power, while the magic power of others was greatly reduced. Turning other people's magic power into one's own was the most unbelievable thing, but it had indeed happened before his eyes. All of this was because of the strange magical artifact that Donghuang Linger was holding. How? How could this be? What kind of magical tool is that? Madame Chi Bai found it hard to believe. Her original arrogance and mockery had completely vanished. An ominous premonition slowly spread from the bottom of their hearts. Fear was eating away at the hearts of the people on the later Qing spaceship. That's him. That's him. He killed many of my guards. That's Donghuang Qing. The left Prime Minister cried miserably. When Madame Chi Bai heard the name Donghuang Qing, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. As a member of the Baxi tribe, one of the descendants of the Bahuan tribe, Madame Chi Bai was no stranger to Donghuang Qing. The Donghuang Qing, one of the 8 Barren Lands divine artifacts, was said to be an inconspicuous bronze Qing. This Qing was personally forged by the founder of the East Imperial Dynasty, the first emperor of the East Imperial Dynasty. It was said that it was forged by heavenly lightning. Could it be that it had been hiding in the eastern capital all this time? However, it was precisely this bronze Qing that was the scariest magical tool in the world. It possessed a mysterious power that was able to devour all kinds of attacks, including magic power and combat skills, and turn their power into one's own. Why didn't you say earlier that she had the Donghuang Qing? Only now did Madame Chi Bai know why Donghuang Linger dared to face the Qing soldiers on the spaceship by herself. I forgot to say it. The left Prime Minister was already scared witless. When he wanted to say it, Donghuang Linger had already caught up to him. Donghuang Linger held the Donghuang Qing and looked down at the people on the spaceship. Brother, Linger is going to take revenge for you. This woman who caused you to become an idiot, I will take revenge for you. After killing her, the next target would be later Qing's Dugu Xiu. Donghuang Linger had been waiting for this moment for more than 3 years. 3 years ago, her brother, Donghuang Tianqi, was harmed by Madame Chi Bai's soul snake and became an idiot. When Donghuang Linger rushed to Skywing City, her brother was like a 3-year-old child. Empress Dowager Sidu had been crying all day long. That period of time was the darkest period of Donghuang Linger's life. Seeing that Donghuang Tianqi had no chance to recover, Empress Dowager Sidu told Donghuang Linger a secret. One of the 8 barren divine artifacts, Donghuang Qing, was hidden within the Eastern Emperor tomb. However, in order to awaken Donghuang Qing, one must have the blood of the first emperor and be 18 years old before one could enter the Eastern Emperor tomb. After Empress Dowager Situ told Donghuang Qing's secret to Donghuang Ling, she even forced Donghuang Ling to promise her that if she was able to awaken Donghuang Qing one day, she would definitely replace her brother and revive the Eastern Emperor dynasty. Donghuang Ling saw Empress Dowager Situ, who had aged a lot in just one night, and her brother, who had become an idiot and had saliva dripping from his mouth, and agreed to Empress Dowager Situ's request while sobbing. At that time, Donghuang Ling was only 16 years old. She waited for 2 years. She waited until 1 year ago when her family returned to the eastern capital. Only then did she enter the Eastern Emperor tomb. In the tomb, Donghuang Ling successfully found Donghuang Qing. However, after finding Donghuang Qing, Donghuang Ling wasn't able to form a blood contract with Donghuang Qing immediately. Instead, she used another year to truly become Donghuang Qing's master and learn how to use Donghuang Qing. Including the time when she ambushed Minister Zhua, this was the second time that Donghuang Ling used Donghuang Qing. After absorbing the magic power that Donghuang Qing converted into, Donghuang Ling could feel that her magic soul was like a drunkard who had been thirsty for a long time and drank a lot of good wine. Her body was filled with magic power. Chi Bai, you didn't expect that you would have a day like this, right? God bless me, Donghuang. This time I will make sure that none of you will be able to return. Donghuang Ling sneered. She started chanting. On the surface of the sea, a hurricane dragon that was several times bigger than usual roared as it coiled between the sea and the sky. That hurricane dragon stretched for several miles. As it coiled in the sky, it was like a black cloud. As it got closer and closer, it caused one's soul to tremble. Roar, in the sky, a thunderous dragon roar could be heard. On the sea where the empty ship was, a hurricane that was tens of meters tall swept up the sea water and rushed up to the sky. The empty ship was blown into pieces. In the Eight Desolates continent, within the Ba Serpent tribe, the Ba Serpent tribe's chief, Qi Yuan, was having a discussion with the elders of the Ba Serpent tribe. Father. Qi Muguan, one of the descendants of the Ba Serpent tribe, rushed in. Muguan, where did you go? We were having an important discussion. As the young chief, you are actually late. Qi Yuan was displeased. During these days, the 8 major tribes had been discussing about attacking the boundless continent. The Ba Serpent tribe was definitely going to use this opportunity to counterattack the boundless continent to gain more merits. The light of life has extinguished. Qi Bai is dead. Qi Muguan's face was filled with pain. The direct descendants of the 8 desolate tribe would leave behind a lamp of life after being baptized by the beast god altar. The lamp of life symbolized the birth and death of the 8 desolate tribesmen. The death of a person was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Just now, Qi Bai's lamp of life suddenly extinguished. What? How did Bai die? Wasn't she always in the latter Qin? Qi Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Qi Bai was one of his many children. As he had many children, other than his eldest son, Qi Muguan, Qi Yuan did not care about the other children. However, Qi Bai had a mother who was very good at scheming. Her mother was very shrewd and good at scheming. When Qi Bai was still a child, the beast god altar selected the direct descendants of the 8 great tribes to hide in the boundless world. Qi Bai's mother volunteered to send her biological daughter, who was only 3 or 4 years old, to the boundless world. Qi Bai was gone for close to 10 years. In these 10 years, not only did Qi Bai get close to He Yao's son, she also obtained many spies from the boundless world and made many contributions to the Ba Shi tribe. Just as the 8 desolate tribe was about to counterattack, Qi Bai suddenly died. Could it be that someone discovered her identity, or did something happen in the boundless world again? Qi Yuan hesitated. Father, could it be Du Guxiao? That brat was bewitched by a human woman all these years and was much colder to his sister. This time, could it be that he was instigated by that human woman and killed Qi Bai? Qi Muguan did not have a good impression of Du Guxiao. No, He Yao's son would definitely not do such a thing and delay important matters. Someone must have discovered Qi Bai's identity. Qi Yuan was a little regretful. Qi Bai was a very useful chess piece. He had asked Qi Bai to keep an eye on Du Guxiao and report every move of Du Guxiao and the Black Qilan tribe to the tribe. Her death was equivalent to 1 less spy. Father, no matter who killed Qi Bai, I must avenge my sister. This time, Father, please send me as the vanguard to counterattack the boundless world. Qi Muguan was in his old age, and his teeth were chattering. Among so many siblings, only Qi Bai's wife had the best relationship with him. No matter who killed Qi Bai, he would not let them off. Madame Qi Bai did not return the entire night. Until the next day, there was still no sign of her. Along with her, there was also a whole empty ship from the later Qin. After receiving the news, Du Guxiao contacted Punlai of Gojoseon and requested to search for the whereabouts of the later Qin spaceship in the inner and outer seas. Before Madame Qi Bai left, she told Du Guxiao that she had received a letter from Prime Minister Zhou asking for help. She would go to the area bordering Punlai and later Qin to help Prime Minister Zhou. Qi Bai was very familiar with this kind of operation. She had already done it many times on her own. Du Guxiao didn't think that there would be any danger this time, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Who would have thought that something would go wrong this time? After searching for a while, a part of the wreckage of the spaceship was found in the sea more than 3,000 miles away from Punlai Island. It was confirmed that the wreckage was left behind after the spaceship of the later Qin was attacked by a hurricane. Punlai of Gojoseon, do you mean to say that the spaceship of the later Qin was destroyed by a hurricane? Du Guxiao looked at the scene, his eyes full of anger. Your Majesty Dugu, according to the situation at the scene, there is no trace of a struggle. Coincidentally, a hurricane happened in this area yesterday. This is the most likely reason. Punlai of Gojoseon's face was calm. His words were very peaceful, but there was an unquestionable majesty in his eyes. Punlai of Gojoseon's attitude had already explained everything. He did not intend to investigate this matter thoroughly. In fact, there were no clues that could be traced. After a night, the corpses on the spaceship had already been washed away by the sea. As for the wreckage of the spaceship, only a part of it could be salvaged. These could not prove what had happened last night. There was no survivor on the spaceship of the later Qin. Do you really think that I am a 3-year-old child? A hurricane is nothing. The spaceship was destroyed on the Punlai Sea. After the Dutian meeting, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Du Guxiu's face was cold. Du Guxiu didn't care about the deaths of Madame Qi Bai and Minister Zhua. He didn't have much affection for Madame Qi Bai. However, he was sure that the spaceship of the later Qin was not an ordinary accident. What a joke. His spaceship was built by the fairy master Mayin when he was in later Qin. How could a hurricane of the natural world sink a spaceship, unless it encountered a super magic with terrifying destructive power? In Punlai, there were not many people who had the ability to use super magic, but there were still quite a few. As far as Du Guxiu knew, there were several people who had such ability. They were the Emperor Zhao in red, the first summoner of the Zhao state, Punlai of Gojoseon, the king of Holy Wind from the Immortal Residence, Lan from the mainland magic elite camp, and Yunxing from the Zhou state. Among these people, the Emperor Zhao in red and Punlai of Gojoseon did not need to kill Qi Bai. As for the first summoner of the Zhao state, Du Guxiu happened to know that he would not kill Qi Bai. Among the other three, although the king of Holy Wind from the Immortal Residence had unfathomable strength, he was from the fairy tribe. The fairies were a proud race and disdained to kill people who were weaker than them. As for the remaining two, Lan from the mainland magic elite camp had a cold personality and had no interaction with Qi Bai. As for Yunxing from the Zhou state, after thinking about it, it could only be Yunxing. Was it her? If it was really her, how should he deal with Yunxing? The death of Madame Qi Bai was a bit tricky. She was from the Baxi tribe, and her brother, Qi Muguan, was the next successor of the Baxi tribe. He should have already known about Qi Bai's death by now. Du Guxiu's mind was spinning. Punlai of Gojoseon, who was beside him, was staring at the wreckage of the later Qin dynasty's empty ships on the surface of the sea. It was a hurricane. In this season, there had never been such a large-scale hurricane in the waters of Punlai. Punlai of Gojoseon did not tell Du Guxiu that there was not only a part of the hurricane's power left on the wreckage of the empty ships, but there was also a power that was even more mysterious than the hurricane's power. If Punlai of Gojoseon was not wrong, that power came from a mysterious magical artifact from thousands of years ago. The 8 wilderness divine artifacts had finally all appeared. Punlai of Gojoseon recalled that 2 uninvited guests had appeared on Punlai this morning. It was Donghuang Ling the eldest princess of the Donghuang dynasty, and the light magician, Gufeng. The 2 of them were travel-worn and looked like they had been on the road for a few days. At this time, they should be on their way to the Great Zhou Embassy. What was to come would come in the end. The blood feud between the later Qin dynasty and the Donghuang dynasty, and the hatred between the 8 wilderness continent and the boundless continent for thousands of years, had finally come to an end. Punlai of Gojoseon looked at the horizon. His amber eyes flashed with an indescribable feeling. On the other side of the sea, there was also a pair of eyes. A pair of golden eyes was looking at the rising and falling tides of the sea. Dollar stood at the estuary of Punlai. Another day had passed. Counting the previous 3 days and 3 nights, Yunxing had been missing for 4 days and 3 nights. In the past few days, Dollar had been alone in an empty bed. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He couldn't get used to it. It was annoyed and roared in the direction of the estuary. A few sand gulls hovering on the sea were scared and flew far away. Dollar could no longer suppress the restlessness and worry in his heart. He complained in his heart that Wildcat was too reckless this time. No one knew Yunxing better than Yi Baiming. He was not worried that something would happen to Yunxing. With Wildcat's character, she would not be taken advantage of anywhere. It was good enough that others were not taken advantage of. Yunxing's disappearance for no reason had happened several times in the past 3 years. At first, Dollar didn't pay much attention to it. According to the usual practice, Yunxing would appear in a few days. Generally speaking, Yunxing's disappearance was nothing more than a few situations. A new pill was developed, a new patient appeared, or a new magic was learned. But even in the above situations, Yunxing's record was that she disappeared for 1 day and 1 night. But this time, she disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights. In the past day, Dollar had almost run to several main islands of Punlai, including medical centers, summoning centers, and other places, but he couldn't find the whereabouts of Xianxia. The sunset was all over the sky. The whole sea turned into a golden color. It was beautiful. But at this moment, Dollar was not in the mood to enjoy all this. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, if there was no one to accompany it, what could it do? The tide was lapping on the beach. Dollar's ears moved slightly. It seemed to hear a different sound in the tide. That was the sound of a guqin. Although the tide covered most of the sound, Dollar still heard it. The sound came from an island in Punlai. Tut, I almost missed it. Wildcat has never liked to play by the rules. If she is going to retreat, she will definitely choose a secluded island. In Dollar's eyes, the flame of hope was ignited again. Apart from the main island of Ice Island and Fire Island, about 40 of the remaining 60 or so islands were inhabited. As for the remaining 20 islands, they were either uninhabited or undeveloped. The source of the zither music was an island that was the furthest away from the main island of Punlai. That island was a nameless island that was inhabited by a large number of magical beasts all year round. Due to the large number of magical beasts and the lack of resources on the island, even the people of the Zao state had no time to take care of the island. Dollar's heart jumped. He had a feeling that Xianxia was on that island. Dollar leaped into the air. Under his feet, there were 4 green clouds of wind. The golden figure was flying towards the island. As they approached the island, the sound of the zither became clearer. However, this zither music was obviously different from what Xianxia usually played. It was no longer a zither music that made people calm down or make their blood boil. Instead, it was murderous, like a war drum, full of provocation. Just listening to it made one's blood boil. When Dollar approached the island, he was shocked by what he saw. How could it be? It was a remote and almost desolate island. There was very little vegetation on the island. There were only bare bluish-gray rocks everywhere. At this time, it was evening. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the rocks red. This hour was also the time when all kinds of magical beasts that lived near Punlai returned to their nests. The sonorous and powerful zither music caused a commotion among the magical beasts. On the sea, in the sky, and on the land, there were a large number of magical beasts that were crawling, flying, and swimming. Among them, there were the rock jade turtle with amazing defensive abilities, the overlord golden sword condor in the sky, the amphibious thorn crocodile, and a large number of colorful poisonous insects. They were all living on the wild islands of Punlai. They were also the overlords of this area. The magical beast's sense of territory was stronger than that of the human race. This island was their territory. That ignorant human who had rashly intruded dared to provoke them with the zither music. These magical beasts on Punlai, some of them knew combat skills, some of them knew magic, and some of them had all kinds of attributes. At this time, their eyes were red from being provoked by the zither music. They wanted to tear Xianxia apart. Dollar could not hold back anymore. But he suddenly noticed that Xianxia was sitting quietly. She lowered her eyelashes and bathed in the setting sun. Her black eyes were full of calmness. Her lips were raised and a beautiful archy beaming was very familiar with Xianxia like that. In that smile, there was eagerness to give it a try, and also confidence that victory was within his grasp. As if realizing something, Dollar decided to observe for a while to see what the wildcat wanted to buy. The first to attack was the rock jade turtle. There was the sound of rolling rocks. Around Xianxia, rocks of different sizes rolled. The ground shook violently. A rock that needed 2 people to hug together was thrown at Xianxia. Dollar could not help but hold his breath. His limbs were slightly bent, ready to attack at any time. Clang, like a golden spear hitting, Xianxia, who had not moved at all, suddenly condensed a magic power under her fingers and suddenly plucked. On the strings, the sound of the zither had been perfectly integrated with the magic power. The sound of the zither was shaped like a crescent moon and accurately hit the huge rock. The rock cracked and dust and gravel filled the sky. The sound of the zither hit the rock jade turtle's chest. The rock jade turtle, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, was actually split in half by the sound of the zither. It could not be more dead. After smashing the rock, Xianxia did not stop. Under her fingers, a series of zither music was played. In an instant, the crescent-shaped zither music was like raindrops, fusing various magic attributes. The sound of the zither was like countless swords. Nearly 100 magical beasts attacked one after another, but Xianxia was still dealing with them methodically. From being surrounded at the beginning to being calm, the blood of the magical beasts quickly dyed the beach red. Xianxia's fingers did not stop. The sun slowly set. Above the pitch-black night sky, the stars were like fireflies. However, this battle did not have the slightest intention of stopping. It was magic, but it was also not magic. Xianxia sat by the beach and was already in a state of selflessness. Killing people with zither music against hundreds and thousands of magical beasts. Even Dollar couldn't help but sigh as he watched. Under the influence of the zither music, the magic attack effect was at least doubled. It was endless. And after combining magic, not only could the zither music attack from afar, but it could also be used in close combat. This was the result of Xianxia's 3 days and 3 nights of seclusion. A new type of profound magic that had never appeared in the boundless land. There was a surge of pride in Dollar's eyes. This woman was Xianxia, the woman he had his eyes on. When the last magical beast was killed, Xianxia's fingers pressed the strings of the zither. Only then did she slowly heave a sigh of relief. She was still sitting on the same spot and did not even move an inch. When the sound of the zither ended, Xianxia's entire body collapsed as if she had collapsed. However, what was waiting for her was not sand, but a warm body. Xianxia could feel his sturdy back under the thin magician's robe. A familiar scent wafted into her nose. That scent had always appeared beside Xianxia in the past 3 years. It was the scent of Dollar. Even though he was a magical beast, Dollar was surprisingly clean. He had never smelled like other magical beasts. On the contrary, he always had a scent that was similar to the scent of sunlight. After smelling that scent, Xianxia felt every nerve in her body relax. Dollar, you're here. I've learned my second arcane spell, Xianxia said. Her voice was weak and feeble. After killing nearly 100 magical beasts, Xianxia realized that she was exhausted both physically and magically. She had been sitting on the beach for 3 days and 3 nights. She had played the guqin with all her might without taking a sip of water. The moment she learned the new spell, she was completely exhausted. Now, she couldn't even lift a finger. Even though it was a little miserable, Xianxia didn't regret this special retreat. However, with this new profound magic, her strength had increased a lot. In the future, even if she were to fight against the Emperor Zhao in red, she would have a better chance of winning. Dollar, why aren't you saying anything? Why do I feel like you're angry? Xianxia didn't even bother to move her eyelids. However, she could still feel that Dollar was glaring at her with eyes that were about to explode at any moment. TSK, this guy, does he have any awareness of being a magical beast? Look at other magical beasts. Every time they saw their masters, they would wag their tails and stick out their tongues. How could they be like Dollar, who was so arrogant? She had to teach Dollar a good lesson next time. But then again, Dollar's feeling was strangely similar to that of a certain someone. Sigh, she must be too tired. She was starting to let her imagination run wild again. Dollar couldn't be beaming. Looking at Xianxia's haggard appearance, Dollar was so angry that his teeth were itching. If beaming was in his human form, he would definitely give this woman a good scolding and then spank her. This stupid woman, she was driving him to death. Did she know how dangerous it was to overdraw both one's magic power and physical strength on a foreign island? The smell of blood from the magical beast she killed would attract more magical beasts at any time. Although he was angry, when he saw Xianxia's weak face and her rare feminine side, Dollar's golden eyes were filled with an indescribable tenderness. He snorted heavily, held Xianxia's collar in his mouth, and gently put her on his back. It rolled in its throat and let out a low roar. Its 4 powerful legs suddenly kicked, and Xianxia felt as if she had fallen into a cloud. Her entire body was light as a feather. She was extremely tired and sleepy. Dollar caught her steadily. Xianxia felt relaxed. She closed her eyes, put her hands around Dollar's neck, and let Dollar carry her back to the Great Zhou Embassy. When Xianxia regained consciousness, she was already in the Great Zhou Embassy. What woke her up was a woman's high-pitched scream. That voice made Yunxing's bones hurt, but at the same time, Yunxing felt that the voice was very familiar. It seemed to be the voice of her good friend, Dong Huanglinger. It turned out that after Dong Huanglinger arrived at Penlai, the first thing she did was to look for her good friend, Yunxing. However, when she arrived, she heard that Yunxing was missing. When she got the news that Yunxing had returned, she immediately went to see Yunxing. Who knew that when she pushed open the door of Yunxing's room, she saw a shocking scene. A tall and sturdy demonic beast was lying on Yunxing's bed. Her good friend, Yunxing, had a pale face and was dying. Dong Huanglinger's first reaction was that the demonic beast wanted to murder Yunxing. Linger, it's a misunderstanding. Dollar is my demonic beast. Yunxing's eyes were drowsy, and she hurriedly stopped Dong Huanglinger. Demonic beast? What demonic beast is so close to you that you actually let it directly on your bed? Dong Huanglinger didn't hide anything in front of Yunxing. Yunxing, on the other hand, was blushing from her words. Dollar, who was at the side, had a calm face and was still lying on the bed lazily. In the eyes of Dong Huanglinger and the others, they only felt that Dollar was very arrogant. By the way, Linger, why are you here? Are you also here to participate in the Dutian meeting? Yunxing noticed that Gufeng was also following behind Dong Huanglinger. Gufeng opened his mouth, and just when he was about to say something, Dong Huanglinger interrupted him. Let's not talk about us first. Yunxing, what's wrong with you? I heard that you almost lost your life. After Dong Huanglinger heard the whole story, she unrestrainedly scolded Yunxing. After scolding, Linger fiercely fed Yunxing 2 big bowls of medicinal porridge. Only then did Yunxing have the strength to get out of bed. Until Yunxing recovered some strength, Dong Huanglinger was still nagging beside Yunxing's ears. Great aunt, please let me go. I promise that next time I won't not eat or drink for 3 days and 3 nights for no reason. Yunxing's ears were about to get calluses from Linger snagging. You almost scared me to death. Last time. Dong Huanglinger's eyes were somewhat red. In her heart, Yunxing had always been the strongest. Last time, after Yi Baiming went missing, Dong Huanglinger still remembered what Yunxing looked like. This time, Dong Huanglinger came as a representative of the Donghuang dynasty. When she heard that Yunxing was also in Penlai and that the two hadn't seen each other for 3 years, she excitedly rushed over. Who knew that when she arrived at the embassy, she would hear that Yunxing had fainted. Dong Huanglinger was so scared that she almost died. Yunxing felt warm in her heart. She knew that Linger was just worried about her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Sister Lan is also here. The few of us haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, we can get together. Yunxing smiled and took a glance at Gufeng. Gufeng, that brat, was talking to Yunxing intermittently. However, he would secretly glance at Yunxing from time to time. However, when his gaze met with Yunxing's, he would immediately timidly look away. With Yunxing's understanding of Gufeng, this brat was definitely hiding something from her. Although she faintly felt that something was wrong, Yunxing didn't rush to ask. She planned to privately look for Gufeng to confirm it. That night, the few people from the mainland's magic elite camp gathered together again after so many years. Everyone had a good chat. During the banquet, Yunxing told Dong Huanglinger about the news regarding Hu Xing. We must think of a way to save Hu Xing. However, it's definitely not easy to save someone in the Zhao state. Moreover, we still don't know Hu Xing's whereabouts. Dong Huanglinger also agreed to save Hu Xing. For this matter, we need to think about it at length. During the Dutian conference, we might need your cooperation. I want to start searching from the Zhao state's water prison. Yunxing told the few of them about her plan. The reason why Yunxing suspected the water prison was because of the letter that her father, Yun Sanhai, sent to her a few days ago. Regardless of whether Hu Xing was imprisoned in the water prison or not, even if she wanted to meet her father, Yunxing still had to go to the water prison to take a look. The weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The southern lady is frozen like a dog, her fingers are stiff. Happy weekend, a new month, roll around, play dead, and beg for monthly votes in the water dungeon. Hu Xing was suspended. Her legs were soaked in water. And the prolonged soaking had caused her limbs to become swollen and rotten. After nearly 3 years of imprisonment, Hu Xing had lost track of time and night. But in the past few days, she was suddenly released. The prison guards even sent her clean food and water. Hu Xing knew that these vicious Zao state summoners would not be so kind. She did not eat or drink. If I tell you to eat, just eat. Once the metropolis meeting ends, you'll die. Being a full ghost is better than being a hungry ghost. 2 jailers walked over, and one of them spat on the ground before walking away while cursing. So that's how it was. She was finally going to die. Hu Xing was numb. She did not look at the food. For her, death might be a relief. You should at least eat a little. The one of the 2 prison guards who had stayed behind suddenly spoke up. Hu Xing felt that the other person's voice was strange, but that was not important. This person was not the jailer who looked after her on a daily basis. It seemed that he was temporarily transferred here. Someone will get you out of here, the jailer said in a low voice. Hu Xing's body trembled. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the jailer. He was wearing a mask. In the Zao state, many summoners wore masks. Perhaps it was the concern in his voice that moved Hu Xing. She asked softly, "Who are you? Are you from the Celestial Fox tribe?" Hu Xing regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. She was so naive. How could someone from the Celestial Fox tribe come to save her? Her father had long stopped caring about her. Her timid mother would never be able to find someone to save her. I'm sorry that you have suffered these past few years. I was selfish before. I am Yunxing's father. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Songhai still announced his identity. Ever since that day when he sneaked into the Great Zhou embassy and left a message for Yunxing, Yun Songhai had been paying close attention to the situation in the water dungeon. In the past few days, one of the jailers in the water dungeon had fallen ill. Yun Songhai found an opportunity to replace him. He believed that Xing'er should have received his message. In another day, the Dutian conference would begin. At that time, Xing'er would definitely sneak into the water dungeon. As long as he and his daughter worked together, they would be able to save the woman in the water dungeon. Yunxing's father, Hu Xing, was surprised. At the same time, her heart felt bitter. Her own father did not appear when she was in danger. Instead, Yunxing's father came to save her. It's very dangerous here. Why did you save me? You should also know why I was caught. If I die, Yunxing will be safe. Hu Xing believed that the man in front of her should also know that she was caught as a scapegoat. He should also know that she would soon be used as a blood sacrifice to strengthen the Dutian blood seal. Weren't all parents selfish? Could it be that Yunxing's father was not afraid that Yunxing would be implicated? But if Xing'er knew that you died in her place, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. She is a doctor. In her heart, there is no distinction between the noble and the cheap. Your parents should also hope that you can go back. Take these. In a few days, we will be able to get you out. Yun Songhai sighed. He took out some pills and placed them beside Hu Xing. Although his daughter, Hu Xing, was not a good person, she had a clear distinction between good and evil. Hu Xing's death would only bring a temporary peace. No one will hope for me to go back. Although I look like Yunxing, I am not her. I am a good-for-nothing. Hu Xing shook her head. She hugged her legs and curled up in the cell with her head lowered. Yun Songhai sighed and left. On the day of the Dutian conference, Yunxing received an invitation from Punlai of Gojoseon and the Zao state. She learned that the Dutian conference would be held in the Punlai pavilion. The representatives of the major countries and forces that had already arrived in Punlai included the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, later Qin Dugu Xiu, the immortal residence god Wind King, Tang Yuan Li Qing, the vice president of the Hunters Guild, the mainland elite Camp Lan, Dong Huang Ling of the Dong Huang dynasty, and Si Ming of the temple. Because the Dutian conference did not allow magical beasts or magical pets to enter, Yunxing went to the Punlai pavilion alone today. When she arrived at the entrance of the Punlai pavilion, she happened to meet Tang Yuan and Li Qing. Prince Regent, nice to meet you. Yunxing met Tang Yuan's crown prince, Li Qing, head-on. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Li Qing respected the regent of Great Zhou very much. Back then, he was just a crown prince that Tang Yuan didn't think highly of. Later on, it was because of Yi Baiming's support that he managed to squeeze out Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao. Not to mention, the second prince, Li Xiao, was later killed in Grand Emperor City. It was said that it was the Prince Regent who killed him. It could be said that he had helped Crown Prince Li get rid of a big problem. But speaking of which, although Li Qing had formed an alliance with the Regent of Great Zhou, he had never had the chance to meet Yi Baiming in person. So this time, he naturally had to curry favor with him. Yunxing smiled awkwardly. She didn't want to talk too much with Li Qing, so as to avoid giving herself away. However, Li Qing, that brat, didn't know about it at all. He even held on to Yunxing's hand with a very intimate look. Prince Regent, I have met the Prince Regent's consort once in the past. I heard that the consort has been infected with a strange illness for the past few years. You seem to have gotten better recently. Do you need me to send Tang Yuan's famous doctor to take a look at the consort? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're such a busybody. The Prince Regent's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. When did it become the turn of Tang Yuan's quack doctor to take a look at her? Dong Huanglinger walked in and glared at Li Qing. Only then did Li Qing let go of his hand embarrassedly. How could he have forgotten that his mother was cured by the Prince Regent's consort? A doctor doesn't cure himself. This saying was probably referring to the situation of the Prince Regent's consort. Only then did Yunxing let out a breath of relief. She nodded her head at Ling gratefully. Sir Regent of Great Zhou? Behind her, a suspicious voice sounded, causing Yunxing's eyebrows to twitch. Yunxing cursed in her heart. The person standing behind her was the head of the Law Temple, Si Ming. Li Qing and Yi Baiming had never met each other before. Thus, it was still easy for her to beat around the bush. However, Yi Baiming had met the head of the Law Temple, Si Ming, once before. This time, she couldn't hide the truth anymore. Just when Yunxing was hesitating about whether she should turn around and meet the head of the Law Temple, everyone, please enter the Punlai Pavilion. Lord Head of the Law Temple, Rumo has something to discuss with you. Please go to the side and have a chat first. Ji Rumo walked over at the right time and helped Yunxing resolve the crisis. After Ji Rumo left, Dong Huanglinger was still a little surprised. She tugged at Yunxing and said, Punlai of Gojoseon seemed to be helping you. Did the two of you know each other? I don't know him. However, he gives me a familiar feeling. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in first. After a while, we'll act according to the situation and think of a way to find out more about Hu Xin. Yunxing shook her head. She also felt that Punlai of Gojoseon was helping her just now. Who exactly was he? Thank you, everyone, for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Since it's the weekend, let's work hard to get more tickets. When Elder Si Ming came back and saw the Regent of Great Zhou, his expression had already changed. She didn't know what Punlai of Gojoseon had said to him. When he saw Yunxing, he didn't look surprised at all. It was as if he had already forgotten what Yi Baiming looked like. The Punlai Pavilion was located on Ice Island. It was different from the Fire Island that Yunxing had been to earlier. This place was covered in ice and snow all year round. Even the Punlai Pavilion was built with special glazed ice tiles. There were a total of 4 floors in the pavilion. They were red, green, blue, and yellow. These 4 colors represented the 4 elements of magic. The Dutian conference was held on the first floor of the Fire Pavilion. Compared to the other places, the Fire Pavilion was like a furnace. It was much warmer. Although the invitation letter was sent by Punlai of Gojoseon, Yunxing only found out after arriving at Punlai that the invitation letter was actually sent by the Emperor Zhao in red in the name of Punlai of Gojoseon. Because of this, Punlai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red were still in a cold war. Yunxing had heard of the Emperor Zhao in red of the Zhao state for a long time, but she had never had the chance to meet him. The Emperor Zhao in red had been famous for many years. He was of the same generation as Elder Si Ming of the Dharma Temple. Yunxing originally thought that the Emperor Zhao in red was at least an old man in his twilight years. However, when the Emperor Zhao in red appeared, Yunxing realized that Emperor Zhao in red looked like he was only in his 30s. He was much younger than Elder Si Ming. However, his eyebrows were clear and his face was as beautiful as jade. He was a handsome man that was hard to come by. Presumably, he had also practiced some kind of special maintenance secret technique. At the thought that this person was the culprit who had separated her family of 3 for more than 10 years, Xianxia could not help but feel resentful. The Emperor Zhao in red was also sizing up the guests from various countries. Although he had been famous for a long time, he had rarely walked around the continent in recent years. It had only been 10 years, but the power structure and forces of the continent had completely changed. Apart from Arbiter of the Dharma Temple, the rest of the people present were all young geniuses. Not only were they powerful, but they also controlled the power of their respective countries. The Emperor Zhao in red glanced at a few of them. Later Qin's Duguxiu, Immortal Abode's Holy Wind King, and Zhou State's Yi Baiming. Especially Yi Baiming. The Emperor Zhao in red subtly glanced at the Prince Regent of Zhou State. The Emperor Zhao in red paid attention to Yi Baiming because he was the most famous person of the younger generation in the continent in recent years. In addition, the Emperor Zhao in red also knew that the person imprisoned in the water prison was Zhou State's Prince Regent's consort. Yi Baiming was rumored to be extremely handsome. Seeing him today, the rumors were true. His skin was slightly dark, but his eyebrows were thick and his eyes were handsome. He had an imposing appearance. Even Ji Rumo before his disfigurement was comparable to him when he stood next to him. Among the people present, Elder Si Ming was the oldest. He coughed softly and said, "The Emperor Zhao, since everyone is here, you should tell everyone what the purpose of this Dutian meeting is." Everyone, please don't misunderstand. This Dutian meeting was initiated by Punlai of Gojoseon. I'm only participating in the meeting. The person in charge of hosting it is still Punlai of Gojoseon. The Emperor Zhao in red smiled and walked to the left side of Punlai of Gojoseon and sat down. The rest of the people also took their seats. I'm sure everyone still remembers that 3 years ago, part of the Dutian blood seal was damaged. The power of the blood seal weakened day by day. These days, the Dutian blood seal is even more unstable. Punlai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo summoned a few of the Punlai summoners who were responsible for guarding the Dutian blood seal. Everyone started to discuss among themselves. Elder Si Ming nodded and said, "I've already predicted that if the blood seal collapses, the millions of people on the mainland will be in deep trouble. Then what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait?" Li Qing panicked. Tang Yuan was very close to the Dutian blood realm. If the Dutian blood seal collapses, the first to suffer would be Tang Yuan. Among the big countries, Tang Yuan was the weakest. When Li Qing heard this, his expression changed, and he looked around with a pleading look. "The only thing we can do now is to find the 8 barren artifacts as soon as possible." To be honest, one of the 8 barren artifacts, the Heavenly Fate Mirror, has always been in the temple. Elder Si Ming thought for a while and decided to tell everyone the truth. The temple had always treated the Heavenly Fate Mirror as a secret. However, now that the mainland was facing an unprecedented crisis, Elder Si Ming did not dare to keep it a secret. Legend has it that the Heavenly Fate Mirror can predict the fate of the heavens. As long as there's one divine artifact, the rest of the divine artifacts will be attracted. The mainland is saved. The vice president of the Hunters Guild felt hopeful. Elder Si Ming shook his head and said bitterly, "However, the Heavenly Fate Mirror has been damaged. In the past few years, its divine power has disappeared." Elder Si Ming was also speechless. He had also found out that the Heavenly Fate Mirror had lost its ability to predict the fate of the heavens a few years ago. Strictly speaking, it was when the Heavenly Fate Mirror failed to predict that Yunba of Zhou State would fall that a crack appeared on the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Elder Si Ming had tried to repair it many times, but it was to no avail. The 8 barren artifacts were damaged. Yun Xing, Dong Huangling and Dugu Xiu looked calm on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. The 3 of them had at least one or a part of the 8 barren artifacts. However, just one or a few divine artifacts were not enough to stop the 8 barren tribes' counterattack. "Elder Si Ming, I wonder if you have the Heavenly Fate Mirror with you. Among my entourage, there's a master blacksmith from the elf tribe. Perhaps he can help," the Holy Wind King said. This was related to the safety of the mainland. If the 8 barren tribe invaded, the immortal abode would not be able to protect itself. Therefore, this time, the Holy Wind King was willing to help repair the Heavenly Fate Mirror. Hearing that, Elder Si Ming took out the heavenly fate mirror from his storage ring. He also guessed that the Dutian meeting this time must be related to the Dutian blood seal. Therefore, he brought the heavenly fate mirror with him. The heavenly fate mirror, one of the 8 barren artifacts, appeared in front of everyone. The moment the heavenly fate mirror appeared, Yunxing's expression changed slightly. In her beast language ring, the 8 barren artifacts were very quiet and did not have any strange movements. It was Popping Sheep who told Yunxing that the appearance of one of the 8 barren artifacts would cause the other divine artifacts to resonate. However, if the divine artifact was stored in a magic seal or a special storage medium, it could prevent the resonance. However, the heavenly fate mirror had already been taken out, but it did not resonate at all. Could it be that the heavenly fate mirror was damaged, so it could not resonate, or this heavenly fate mirror, other than Yunxing, the rest of the people had already surrounded it, and were clicking their tongues in wonder at the Bahuang mirror. At first glance, there was nothing special about this mirror. It was oval-shaped and half the height of a person. It was the same as a normal bronze mirror. However, when a person stood in front of it, it would not reveal a person's reflection like other shadows. The damage that Elder Si Ming was talking about was a crack on the surface of the mirror. The master blacksmith from the elf tribe had already entered. After bowing to everyone, he walked forward and checked the crack on the heavenly fate mirror. 15 minutes later, the fairy weapon forgery master finally came to a conclusion. "I'm sorry, I can't fix the crack on this mirror." Hearing that, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. According to Divine Wind, this Grandmaster Blacksmith was already one of the top blacksmiths in the Immortal Residence Nation. If even he couldn't repair it, then there was probably no one else in the continent who could. Yunxing looked at the mirror. She understood what the fairy weapon forgery master meant. From her point of view, the material of this mirror wasn't special, but the fire that was used to make it was special. She was probably the only person in this world who could use the fairy fire to fix this mirror. "Elder Si Ming, I have a question. Why do you think that this mirror is the heavenly fate mirror?" Yunxing wanted to ask this question. There were thousands of mirrors on this continent. Why did the Dharma Temple think that this mirror was the heavenly fate mirror? Because it can predict the future. The heavenly fate mirror can predict the future of the continent and the fate of people, Elder Si Ming said confidently. In this world, the only mirror that could predict the future was the heavenly fate mirror. Has anyone predicted it before? Yunxing asked again. Prince Regent, are you doubting the authenticity of the heavenly fate mirror? Actually, the heavenly fate mirror is a sacred item in the Dharma Temple. Not many people can see its true appearance. All these years, the only people who have seen the heavenly fate mirror are me, Wensu, and my other disciple, Ru Yi. Other than Wensu, the heavenly fate mirror has always been able to predict what will happen to me and Ru Yi. However, I can't go against the will of the heavens. I won't use the heavenly fate mirror so easily. Elder Si Ming still believed that it was the real heavenly fate mirror. Elder Si Ming snorted and put the heavenly fate mirror away. Both of you, let's not hurt each other's feelings. Since the heavenly fate mirror can't be fixed, let's find another way. In fact, it doesn't matter whether we can find the 8 barren divine artifacts or not. The Zhao state has already found a way to strengthen the Dutian blood seal, and that is. The Emperor Zhao in red was about to announce. The Emperor Zhao, bad news. The first summoner has been found severely injured and unconscious at sea. A summoner rushed in. The first summoner was the Zhao state's second only to the Emperor Zhao in red. Could it be that a spy from the Bahuang tribe had snuck in? The Emperor Zhao in red and Punlai of Gojoseon looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The Dutian meeting was also interrupted because of this. The Emperor Zhao in red invited Elder Si Ming to go with him. Punlai of Gojoseon apologetically told everyone that they would stay at the Punlai pavilion for half a day. He had already prepared a banquet for everyone. Half a day later, when the Emperor Zhao in red returned, they would meet again. After saying that, Punlai of Gojoseon also hurriedly left. Yunxing's lips curled up into an unnoticeable smile. Yunxing, Lan, Donghuang Ling and the others were waiting for this moment. The three of them looked at each other. Earlier, they had already discussed that if there was a suitable opportunity during the Dutian meeting, Lan and Donghuang Ling would cover for Yunxing to find a way to go to the Zhao state. Right now, in the Zhao state, the Red Coat Summoner and the First Summoner weren't in the Zhao state. This was the best time to enter the Zhao state. Prince Regent, wait. I have something to ask you. Just when Yunxing was about to leave, Du Guxiu walked up to them. His face was dark as he stared at Yunxing fiercely. Du Guxiu, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Yunxing was on guard. You killed Qi Bai. Du Guxiu opened his mouth and questioned Yunxing about Qi Bai's death. Madame Qi Bai is dead, Yunxing was surprised. She really didn't know about this. When did this happen? Yunxing already had some doubts in her heart. Just a few days ago, she and my soldiers went to the Punlai Sea to meet the left minister of the eastern capital. On the surface, it looked like they were hit by a hurricane. Don't pretend anymore. In the Punlai Sea, there are only a few people with that kind of strength, Du Guxiu said coldly. Du Guxiu also asked around. During the few days when Madame Qi Bai died, Yunxing disappeared. Even the people from the Great Zhou Embassy didn't see her. All the signs pointed to Yunxing killing Qi Bai. A few days ago, Yunxing was in seclusion. She didn't know anything about Madame Qi Bai's death. If it's related to the left minister of the eastern capital, could it be? Yunxing secretly looked at Donghuang Ling. She saw that Donghuang Ling was staring at Du Guxiu with a hateful gaze. That gaze made Yunxing shudder. Could it be Ling With Ling and Gu Feng's strength, logically speaking, they shouldn't be a match for Madame Qi Bai and the people from the later Qin. Could it be that there was something else going on? Recalling Gu Feng's expression, Yunxing understood. It seemed that she needed to have a chat with Ling Yunxing still remembered that when she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, Donghuang Ling used extreme methods in order to become the disciple of a dark gold-ranked teacher. She was afraid that Donghuang Ling would go down the wrong path in order to take revenge. Calculating the time, the day Madame Qi Bai died was the day Gu Feng and Ling arrived. If Du Guxiu knew that Madame Qi Bai was killed by Ling and Ling he would probably turn hostile on the spot. I was the one who killed her. Could it be that you want to take action here? Yunxing raised her eyebrows. You. Yunxing, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I like you. Du Guxiu originally thought that Yunxing would defend herself. Who would have thought that this woman didn't even bother to defend herself? Du Guxiu, this prince will return those words to you. This is Punlai, not later Qin. What is your intention for pestering the regent of Great Zhou? Divine Wind walked forward and stood between Yunxing and Du Guxiu. Get lost, Divine Wind, this is none of your business. Du Guxiu's face darkened. Du Guxiu, her business is my business. Didn't you always want to compete with this prince? Since everyone is here today, if you aren't weak, then let's compete. If you lose, you are not allowed to pester her in the future. Divine Wind also didn't give in. Let's compete. Du Guxiu already didn't like Divine Wind. The three of them formed a triangle, and the atmosphere in the surroundings was strange. Hey, what's going on? Tang Yuan and Li Qing were puzzled. Why did they feel that the atmosphere between the three men was strange? No matter how they looked at it, it was as if two men were fighting over a woman. However, the one standing in the middle was obviously Zhou State's Baiming Wang. Could it be? Li Qing shuddered. On the mainland, some men had special tastes. They didn't like men, but they liked women. Du Guxiu refused to appoint an empress, and the Divine Wind King still hadn't married. Although the regent of Great Zhou was married, it was as if he hadn't. Could it be that these three people actually had that kind of relationship? He looked at the three of them. The regent of Great Zhou wasn't short, but compared to the tall Divine Wind and Du Guxiu, he looked very petite. While Li Qing was still fantasizing, the Divine Wind King and Du Guxiu had already started fighting. Oh no, they're really fighting. Shenfeng and Du Guxiu were fighting in the sky above the Punlai Pavilion. Everyone's attention was attracted, and no one noticed that Yunxing had sneaked out. Looking at the sky, Yunxing saw Divine Wind nimbly using its movement technique to dodge Du Guxiu's biting cold attack. She heaved a sigh of relief. Shenfeng and Du Guxiu were equally matched in strength, so he was the best candidate to stall Du Guxiu. Fortunately, she had the foresight to talk to Shenfeng. Otherwise, she would have been entangled with Du Guxiu. The Emperor Zhao in red and the others had not returned yet. Needless to say, Yunxing also knew what had happened. It seemed that the spy who had harassed the Master of Molten Flame had revealed his true identity. Who would have thought that the Zhao state's first summoner was actually a spy from the Bahuang tribe? As soon as Yunxing left the Punlai pavilion, she used a disguise spell to change her appearance and became Yan Yun again. It was only a few miles from Ice Island to Fire Island. When Yunxing entered Fire Island, she showed the token that the seventh summoner had given her. The guards did not ask any questions and let her in. As she walked past, Yunxing heard the guards talking about the first summoner's injury. Yunxing had just walked a few steps when a person suddenly appeared in front of her. When that person saw Yunxing, he was very excited. "Master Yan Yun, you finally appeared. I've been looking for you so hard." The seventh summoner was pleasantly surprised. In the past few days, he had almost turned the entire Punlai Island upside down, but he still could not find Yan Yun. Just when he thought that Yan Yun had left Punlai, Yan Yun suddenly appeared. "What bad luck," Yunxing forced a smile. "Seventh Lord, I'm really sorry. I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I left for a few days. I was just about to look for you." Yunxing could only find a random excuse. "It doesn't matter. As long as Master Yan Yun can come back, it's fine." "Oh right, I have something urgent to attend to right now, so I can't call Great Master. I'll go look for Great Master later." The seventh main caller was in a hurry. He had just received news that the first main caller was injured. At this moment, he was rushing to the area where the incident happened. Coincidentally, he bumped into Yunxing. "Then let's not delay Seventh Lord any longer. Seventh Lord, do you remember that I mentioned earlier that I have an acquaintance in the Zhao state? I only found out a few days ago that he's a jailer in the Zhao state's water prison. May I know where the water prison is?" Yunxing sneered in her heart. The first summoner was probably not far from death. Just let the Zhao state do whatever they want. The water prison is right below the Zhao state. However, it's an important place in the Zhao state. Normal people can't enter it. Here's my warrant. Great Master, use it as you wish. Return it to me when you see your acquaintance." The seventh main caller was bent on sucking up to Yan Yun. He didn't suspect Yunxing's motive and gave his warrant to Yunxing. It was really nothing. Yunxing expressed her gratitude a few more times before parting ways with the seventh summoner. The seventh main caller didn't stop and rushed to the area where the first main caller was injured. On the sea, there was already an empty ship anchored. On the empty ship, including Elder Siming, Punlai of Gojoseon, and the Emperor Zhao in red were all gathered around the first main caller. When Elder Siming arrived, he realized that the first main caller's condition was much worse than he thought. His 4 limbs were all chopped off. "The first summoner's life is not in danger, but I'm afraid his limbs are going to be crippled." After Elder Siming checked, he used some magic healing and some magic potions. The first summoner's eyelids twitched before he woke up. "First main caller, what happened?" The Emperor Zhao in red had worked with the first main caller for many years. He was very clear about the first main caller's strength. Judging from the first main caller's injuries, he must have been ambushed by the enemy. The first main caller didn't know what to say. He could only use a few words to describe his current mood. It was really F***king annoying. The first main caller was indeed a spy from the Bahuang tribe. However, he was different from Madame Chi Bai and the others. He came to the Bahuang continent as a spy many years before Madame Chi Bai and the others. He didn't belong to the Bahuang tribe. Instead, he came from the highest authority of the Bahuang tribe, the Beast God Altar. The first main caller was a priest from the Beast God Altar. As he was proficient in the art of summoning, he was sent to the Boundless Continent and infiltrated the Zhao state. In the past few decades, he was cautious and cautious. Finally, he became a core figure in the Zhao state. He also tried his best to find out the location of the volcano seal. After 10 years, he gained the trust of the guardian of the volcano seal, the Master of Molten Flame. Finally, he found a way to destroy the volcano seal. In fact, the first main caller had the chance to completely destroy the volcano seal. However, he didn't find the right opportunity. This was a rare occasion when the Dutian conference was held in Punlai. The first main caller wanted to capture the leaders of the top forces in the continent in one fell swoop. Not long after the people from the top forces entered the Punlai pavilion, the first main caller couldn't wait to dive into the deep sea. Just like the previous few times, he repeated the same trick. He wanted to give the volcano seal the most fatal blow. The first main caller also expected that after decades of constant harassment and destruction, the master of molten flame and the seal were very weak. However, just as he was about to transform into a sharkman and approach the volcano seal, a strange scene happened. His hands and feet were suddenly entangled by a large number of tentacles. A dark king anemone tentacle suddenly appeared in the water. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from the volcano seal. The master of molten flame, who was supposed to be powerless, appeared on the seal. The Fire Lord's figure was dozens of meters tall. He had recovered his strength when they first met. The first main caller panicked. He immediately understood that he had been ambushed. The Fire Lord's anger caused the entire sea to tumble. Under the pincer attack of the Fire Lord and the King Anemone Tentacle, the first main caller had no choice but to cut off his own limbs at the last moment. Then, he used the magic item on his body to barely save his life. In the face of the Emperor Zhao and Red's interrogation, the first main caller couldn't say a word. He could only nod his head vaguely. This is too much. The people of the Ba Huan tribe must be trying to save the woman in the water prison. There's no time to lose. Let's return to the Zhao state immediately. I will use the blood of that lowly celestial fox people woman to avenge the first main caller. The Emperor Zhao in red was furious. These people from the Ba Huan tribe were too much. They dared to break into Punlai and commit murder. Wait, first main caller, why did you enter the sea? Punlai of Gojoseon, who had been standing beside him, suddenly asked. The first main caller was shocked. He didn't know how to explain. Also, Rumo has some knowledge of medicine. Looking at the first main caller's injuries, it seems to have been caused by him severing his own 4 limbs in order to escape. Ji Rumo's words made the first main caller's complexion turn even paler. When Punlai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo asked this question, the others on the ship also felt that it was a little strange. Especially the Emperor Zhao in red, he was already looking at the first summoner's wound suspiciously. The first summoner's wound did not look like it could be cut by an external force. The Dutian meeting was a once-in-a-century event in Punlai. The Emperor Zhao in red attached great importance to this meeting because of the gathering of the leaders of the major forces. He ordered a few summoners to be in charge of guarding various important positions in the Zhao state. Thinking back, this Dutian meeting was also suggested by the first summoner, the Emperor Zhao in red. Today, before the meeting, the first summoner even requested to be in charge of guarding the Zhao state. However, he left his post without permission and suddenly appeared in the Punlai Sea. The whole thing sounded very suspicious. First summoner, Punlai of Gojoseon is right. You shouldn't be here. Tell me, what is going on? The red-clothed summoner looked serious. Because he is a spy. He is trying to break the seal of the volcano. An unfamiliar, majestic voice came from the sea. When the voice came, the sea that was originally calm began to boil. It was as if it had turned into lava in an instant. Plop, the bottom of the sea turned as if a volcano was erupting. The whole ship started to shake. Flames soared into the sky. Within the flames, a fire venerable that was dozens of meters tall appeared. His entire body was composed of lava and black tortoise. He had a head and a face, like a stone giant. He floated in the air above the airship. The master of molten flame stared at the first summoner angrily. In a muffled voice, he told the first summoner about all the good things he had done in the past few decades. This was the guardian beast of the volcano on the Fire Island. He did not expect it to be a Fire Lord in human form. The Emperor Zhao in red's expression changed. He did not expect the volcano seal on the Fire Island to be hidden in the deep sea. What was even more unexpected was that the #1 summoner he had always trusted was actually a spy. The Emperor Zhao in red's eyes turned cold when he thought about how the volcano seal was almost destroyed, how the extinct volcano almost erupted, and how the Punlai Islands were almost annihilated. He snorted coldly, and a red light flashed across the unknown demon beast soul stone on the Emperor Zeos ring on his right hand. As soon as the flame venerable appeared, the first summoner knew that he could no longer hide the matter. He decided not to quibble anymore. Since you've seen through it, I have nothing to say. Fire Supremacy, I only have one question for you. You were clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, so how did you recover so quickly? The first summoner did not panic. Dozens of years of hibernation, just when the great plan was about to succeed, it was destroyed in a single day. The first summoner looked calm, but the anger and unwillingness in his heart were like lava in the sea, churning endlessly. Right now, he only wanted to know who was the one who made things difficult for him and forced him to such a state. He thought that he had concealed it well. Even the shrewd Ji Rumo and the Emperor Zao in red were kept in the dark by him. Humph, cunning Murloc. Do you think that I will fall for it again? I will never reveal the identity of my new master. The master of Molten Flame did not fall for it this time. However, he was implying that his recovery had something to do with his new master. With the help of the Vermilion Bird Totem, the master of Molten Flame had recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. His current strength was slightly stronger than that of the Dark Devil Plant King Anemone. His aura was enough to intimidate most of the mages and warriors. The other party was able to make a powerhouse like the master of Molten Flame bow down to him. One could only imagine his strength. The Emperor Zao in red's eyes lit up. The volcano seal was personally created by the Emperor Zao in red. It was rumored that only the person who had the summoning demon hand could repair the volcano seal. Could it be that the summoning demon hand that had been missing for a long time had appeared again? First summoner, on account of your many years of service to the Zao state, if you do not resist, I can spare your life. The Emperor Zao in red glared at him angrily. Haha, the Emperor Zao in red, let me tell you, don't even think about getting a single word out of me. The first summoner's severely injured body suddenly emitted an icy blue magic power. The Emperor Zao in red and the others saw that the situation was not right and quickly retreated from the ship. Not good, leave the ship immediately. Boom. A loud sound was heard. The first summoner's body exploded and turned into dust. The entire empty ship was destroyed in an instant. When the explosion was heard, the first summoner's voice was still ringing in everyone's ears. Just you wait, humans. When the 8 wilderness beast god returns to the boundless land, you will all pay with your blood. The beast god alters soul explosion spell. I didn't expect the first summoner to come from the core of the 8 wilderness tribe, the beast god altar. Elder Siming was speechless. Different from the distribution of power in the boundless land, the 8 wilderness tribe was located in the 8 wilderness continent. Other than the tribe leaders of the 8 wilderness tribes, there was another existence that was above the 8 wilderness tribe leaders. That was the 8 wilderness beast god altar. It was rumored that the 8 wilderness beast god altar was formed by 8 beast god priests. These 8 beast god priests were proficient in all kinds of ancient witchcraft spells. The soul explosion spell was one of the special spells of the beast god altar. It used a magician's magic soul or a warrior's martial soul to ignite and explode in an instant. The power of the explosion was shocking. The first summoner's hands and feet were crippled, so everyone let down their guard. If they did not dodge in time, they would have been severely injured even if they did not die. What happened? The Emperor Zao read. What kind of monster is that? The 7th summoner had just arrived with a few summoners. He did not see the first summoner explode. He only saw the master of Molten Flame, who was like a mirage. Don't be rude. This is the guardian of the volcano, the master of Molten Flame, the Emperor Zao in red reprimanded. The master of Molten Flame was the guardian of the volcano seal, which was equivalent to the guardian of Punlai. His status and identity were so high that even the red coat summoners had to avoid him. Ignorant humans, I don't want to have anything to do with you. The master of Molten Flame had taken his revenge, so he could not be bothered with the people of the Zao state. A fiery figure dived into the sea. The lava on the surface of the sea disappeared, and the sea became calm again. A large number of wreckages of empty ships were floating on the surface of the sea. 7th summoner, why are you here? I didn't ask you to replace the first summoner to guard the Zao state. The Emperor Zao in red was depressed. Other than the three of them, everyone on the empty ship had died in the explosion. The Emperor Zao, didn't you ask a guard to tell me to come find you? The seventh summoner was supposed to replace the first summoner to guard the Zao state. However, a guard suddenly told him that the Emperor Zao in red had ordered him to immediately bring people to support the first summoner. I did not order anyone to look for you. The Emperor Zao in red was fuming with anger. Needless to say, the seventh summoner had been lured away. I want to ask you something. Did you see anything unusual on your way here? The Emperor Zao in red wanted to kill the seventh summoner with one blow. Nothing unusual. If you want to talk about something, it's just that I met Xianxia on my way here. She's one of us, the seventh summoner said suspiciously. Who is Xianxia? The Emperor Zao in red asked. She is a husbandry summoner that this subordinate recently hired from the summoning center. Her abilities are outstanding, and she is a holy beast husbandry master. The seventh lord could no longer hide the fact that he had been summoned, so he had no choice but to reveal everything. The seventh summoner thought that the Emperor Zao would be happy that he had found a sacred beast tamer. Idiot. You don't even know that you've been tricked. That Xianxia is the accomplice of the person who lured us away. Her target must be the Zao state's water prison. The Emperor Zao in red was not happy at all. He even scolded the seventh summoner. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Furthermore, the Emperor Zao in red had never heard of a sacred beast tamer in this world. If he guessed correctly, the sacred beast tamer Xianxia must be the new master of the demon hand. The Emperor Zao, I didn't know anything about this, the seventh summoner said with a sad face. Humph. Did they think that they could save someone just like that? The water prison is not that easy to break into. The Emperor Zao in red had a strange smile on his face. The Emperor Zao in red? Don't tell me you still have a trick up your sleeve? The seventh summoner's face lit up. If anything happened to the water prison because of his stupidity, the Emperor Zao would not let him off the hook. I knew that something would happen in the next few days, and I've already ordered the ninth overseer to stand guard there. If someone really wanted to break into the prison, what awaited them was a lesson worse than death. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Junior Brother, the Emperor Zao in red said and nodded at Elder Siming. Junior Brother? The seventh summoner felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Could it be that the Emperor Zao in red and Elder Siming of the temple were actually fellow disciples? Senior Martial Brother, you're exaggerating. I only divined that a disaster would befall the Zao state. At first, I thought it was just a groundless fear. But now, it seems like the first summoner has betrayed us, and the Zao state is being attacked. A disaster is imminent. Senior Brother, how do you plan to deal with it? Chang Ximing asked worriedly. The Dharma Temple and the Zao state were one and the same. There were countless connections between the two, but very few people knew about this secret. In the past, the Emperor Zao in red and Elder Siming of the temple were both orphans adopted by the Zao state. However, Elder Siming couldn't summon any beasts, so he was bullied in the Zao state. Thanks to Ji Rumo's help, Elder Siming left the Zao state and joined the Dharma Temple. He hid in the Dharma Temple for a few decades, and finally became the Elder Siming of the Dharma Temple with his outstanding prediction ability. All these years, Elder Siming had been in contact with the Dharma Temple. A while ago, Elder Siming observed the sky at night and discovered that the world was about to change. The direction indicated that the change was in the Zao state. He roughly guessed that the change would happen on the day of the Dutian conference, so he quickly informed the Emperor Zao in red. That was why the Emperor Zao in red had taken precautions. Follow the original plan. You and I will split into two groups. I will kill the invaders, and Junior Brother, please lead the people from the Dharma Temple to carry out the blood sacrifice earlier. The Emperor Zao in red waved his hand, and everyone flew towards the fire island like a meteor. The Pulai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo stood in the air above the sea. His expression was unreadable under his jade-like mask. The moment the first summoner's soul self-destructed, a man in a red cloak in the beast god altar of the Ba Huang tribe was alerted. He was hidden under the cloak, and his face was blurred. However, his body exuded a wild aura, and there was a sense of urgency in the air, as if a storm was coming. A woman in a similar cloak walked in. Big brother, the 8th priest. Old 8 has fallen, damn humans. Under the cloak, only a pair of beastly eyes could be seen. The first summoner was the highest-ranked person sent out by the Bahuang continent. Before he sneaked into the boundless continent, he was the 8th priest of the beast god altar. His existence was unknown to the other tribes of the Bahuang continent. The 8 priests of the beast god altar were as close as brothers. When the first summoner used the soul explosion technique, he was prepared to die together with the enemy. At the same time, he used the last of his strength to use his life as a signal to inform the other priests. We must avenge the 8th priest. Order the 8 main tribes to gather their forces and attack the Dutian blood seal. Yes, High Priest. The beast soul explosion technique was a suicidal technique, and at the same time, a special technique to warn others. The death of the first main summoner had completely infuriated beast god altar. The 8 wastelands continent instantly became turbulent. The 8 great tribes gathered their people in half a day and charged towards bloody sky metropolis Jia. After a few thousand years, the conflict between the boundless continent and the Bahuang continent erupted once again. This time, the crisis had an impact on Yunxing. She did not expect this. Before she planned to kill the first summoner, Yunxing did not know that the first summoner was from the beast god altar. She also did not know that the Dharma Temple and the Zhao state had formed an alliance. After receiving the 7th summoner's order, Yunxing went to the Zhao state's water prison. After showing the order token, she entered the water prison smoothly. After entering the water prison, Yunxing realized that the water prison was very big and was divided into many levels. For a moment, Yunxing did not know why her father wanted her to go to the water prison. Just as Yunxing was searching, a familiar voice called out to her. Yunxing was alerted and gripped the magic scepter in her hand tightly. Xing'er? Yunxing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the familiar voice behind her. Father? Yunxing turned around. It was his daughter's voice, but why did she look like? Yun Songhai also took off his mask and revealed his face. The father and daughter had not seen each other for many years. Who would have thought that they would meet again in the Zhao state's water prison after parting at the Jade capital? Xing'er, what happened to you? Where is Yi Baiming? Yun Songhai looked at his daughter from head to toe. Yunxing was still dressed as Yan Yun. Yun Songhai recognized Yunxing because of the tacit understanding between the father and daughter. Now that she was in the water prison, the Emperor Zhao in red and the others could come back at any time. Time was of the essence, so Yunxing could not explain more to Yun Songhai. Yunxing immediately thought, Father, I will tell you more about this another day. Have you heard of a woman named Huxing in the past few years in Penglai? She is the saintess of the celestial fox people. She was captured by the Zhao state a long time ago. She looks like me and is easy to recognize. Yunxing saw that her father was wearing a prison guard's uniform. She guessed that after her father left Tianyi City, he must have been lurking in Penglai for the past few years. She just didn't know if he and her mother had met. Xing'er, I asked you to come to the water dungeon to tell you that the woman named Huxing is imprisoned in the water dungeon. Moreover, she was caught by your mother and the second lord. The person they wanted to catch was originally you, but because she looked like you, she was caught by mistake. I should have told you this long ago, but I was worried about your safety, so I didn't tell you. Yun Songhai looked remorseful. It's true. Huxing was caught because of me. Father, you're too muddle-headed. After Yunxing learned the truth, she felt even more guilty for Huxing. You'd better go and see that girl. She's very haggard these days and doesn't want to eat. No matter how I persuade her, it's useless. Yun Songhai looked at Huxing's appearance and felt sad. Huxing and Yunxing looked exactly the same, but Huxing's temperament was very different from his daughter's. What kind of past did that child experience to make her look like she had nothing to live for? Father, I don't blame you. Take me to see her. Yunxing could understand her father's thoughts. As a parent, he would not hesitate to turn into an evil spirit for his children. However, Hu Jiuxing pretended not to know and made the best of it. She caught Huxing to take the blame. Did this mean that in Hu Jiusheng's heart, she still cared about her biological relationship with her daughter? Yun Xing and Yun Songhai immediately found the cell where Hu Xing was. The conditions of the cell were very poor. The wounds on Hu Xing's hands and feet were festering. Yun Xing saw this and became even more resentful. What a Zao state! How could they use such a heavy punishment on a weak woman? Hu Xing, we're here to save you, Yun Xing called out softly. In the cell, Hu Xing did not move. Perhaps it was because she had not eaten for a long time. Hu Xing seemed to have fainted. She lay on the ground motionlessly, her long black hair covering her face. There were streaks of blood on her prison clothes, and a rat scurried past her. Yun Xing did not give him a chance to explain. Her magic scepter flashed, and a bolt of lightning struck the prison cell's chains. The chains broke, and Yun Xing kicked open the cell door. She was just about to open the cell door, walk in, and help Hu Xing up. The moment Yun Xing leaned over, her eyebrows twitched as if she had sensed something. With an unprecedented sense of crisis, Yun Xing subconsciously used her demon steps. Just as she took a step forward, the biting cold wind blade brushed past her face. There was a burning pain on her face, and a red scar appeared on her face. Xing be careful. Yun Songhai realized that the person in the cell was not Hu Xing. The woman who had been crawling on the ground stood up and tore off the wig on her head and the prison clothes on her body. Because of the woman's appearance, the dim prison cell suddenly brightened up a little. It was a face so beautiful that it made people tremble. Even if there was no smile on the woman's face, she was still as beautiful as a blooming rose. Her beautiful eyes were dazzling, and there was a hint of beauty in her charm. The ninth lord of the Zao state, summoner Hu Jiusheng. At the same time, many summoners suddenly barged into the originally empty prison cell. The real Hu Xing's limbs were shackled. She was escorted out by 2 summoners. Yun Xing, why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Hu Xing was agitated and wanted to walk over, but he was restrained by the 2 summoners and couldn't move. The Hu Xing in the cell was actually Hu Jiusheng in disguise. Yun Songhai, how can you do this to Xing? She's our daughter. Yun Songhai was furious. He didn't expect that Hu Jiusheng would actually be hiding in the dark. Father. Don't say anything more. Mother is a little strange. Yun Xing was keenly aware that Hu Jiusheng was a little different from the last time she saw her. Today, her face was as cold as ice. Set off by her silver-white hair, her red lips were as red as blood, and her eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. It was as if she didn't recognize Yun Xing and Yun Songhai at all. This Hu Jiusheng was not the Hu Jiusheng that Yun Xing and Yun Songhai had met earlier. Her entire person was shrouded in a murderous aura, like a bloody Rakshasa from hell. Those who trespass into the water prison will be killed without mercy. Hu Jiusheng's lips burst out a sentence. These words caused the hearts of Yun Xing and Yun Songhai to tremble. Her eyes were cold and emotionless as she looked at Yun Xing and Yun Songhai. She was now like a killing machine. This morning, the Emperor Zao in red called her over. After she came back, she couldn't remember anything. In her mind, only this sentence was repeated over and over again. Yun Xing and Yun Songhai in front of her were strangers to her. Yun Songhai gritted his teeth and quickly scanned the surroundings. Xing I'll be in charge of delaying your mother. You take Hu Xing and leave immediately. Yun Songhai knew that he had fallen into the Emperor Zao in red's trap. Time was tight. If he didn't let his daughter escape quickly, Yun Xing and Hu Xing would both be in danger once the Emperor Zao in red returned. Yun Songhai was well aware of Yun Xing's strength. Other than Hu Jiusheng, the other summoners were no match for Yun Xing. No, father. Take Hu Xing and leave. Leave mother to me. Yun Xing shook her head. Her mother, Hu Jiusheng, was a summoner. Yun Xing had seen her strength a long time ago. Now that she had lost her humanity, she was too dangerous. Yun Xing was afraid that she would do something that she would regret for the rest of her life. There's no need to refuse. Both of you have to stay. Hu Jiusheng sneered and raised her hand. Space-time prohibition. She chanted. Gray magical waves gushed out from the magic scepter in her hand. In an instant, Yun Xing and Yun Songhai felt their bodies become sluggish. They couldn't move. Just as the space-time prohibition was about to take effect, a green fog suddenly filled the cell. The poisonous fog caught the summoners of the Zao state off guard. It was Abandon's poisonous fog. Yunxing's hands and feet immediately regained their freedom. She took out a few elixirs that she had prepared beforehand and had her father, Hu Xing, and the others take them immediately. Yunxing, we're here to help you. Just then, Abandon and Gufeng rushed in. Before the Dutian conference, Yunxing had already discussed with Abandon and Gufeng. They had already sneaked into the Zao state and hid in the water prison. When Hu Xing saw Abandon, his eyes lit up. You two, escort Hu Xing out of here first. Father and I will meet up with him. Yunxing and her father looked at each other. They both knew that today was the best chance to take Hu Jiuxing away. If they missed this chance, they might not have another chance in the future. The next few chapters were the most difficult to write. It was very difficult to write. Let Big Fuzi sort it out first. Tio Tichi hesitated for a moment and looked at Yunxing worriedly. After receiving the latter's encouraging gaze, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the cell with Gufeng supporting Hu Xing. Leave him behind. Hu Jiuxing immediately took a pill. When the poisonous fog in the cell dissipated, she saw that Hu Xing was long gone. She immediately flew into a rage. Her murderous aura was dense. She jumped a few times like a hungry wolf pouncing on a tiger, wanting to chase after Qi and Gufeng. Father, I'll leave the others to you. I'll deal with Mother. Yunxing said as she rushed towards Hu Jiuxing like a swift and fierce falcon. Yunxing had the night demon footwork and the blessing of the wind spirit. Her movement technique was very agile. She was extremely fast and rushed all the way. Suddenly, she blocked Hu Jiuxing. As she rushed, rows of dark thorns rose from the ground and formed a thorny barrier, blocking Hu Jiuxing's path. Do you think you can trap me with such petty tricks? Hu Jiuxing's gaze turned sharp. Break! Between her slender fingers, there was a whistling sound. It was as if a golden spear or an iron sword had slashed through the dark thorns. The dark brambles were instantly cut into several pieces as if they were rice being cut. But just as Hu Jiuxing broke the dark thorns' attack. Space-time prohibition. Yunxing had already cast her next spell. Yunxing had seen Hu Jiuxing's magic before. She knew that ordinary magic would not be able to stop Hu Jiuxing. Before Hu Jiuxing could react, her body was petrified and could not move. She did not expect that Yunxing would also know space-time forbidden magic. Unlike 3 or 4 years ago, Yunxing was no longer a master magician who had just learned the forbidden magic. Now, her space-time prohibition could last for about 15 minutes. In this 15 minutes, Qi and Hu Xing had enough time to escape from the Zao state. At the same time, many summoners who were lying in ambush outside the water prison rushed in. Most of them had summoned beasts with them. The magic scepters in their hands flashed with dazzling magic light. Yun Songhai watched as Yunxing blocked Hu Jiuxing and faced the group of summoners. The summoners and beasts formed a circle inside and outside. Each of them looked fierce. After getting into an attacking formation, they rushed towards Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai raised his magic scepter high. On top of the scepter, 6 magic soul stones suddenly lit up. Yun Songhai's figure was tall and imposing. At this moment, the soul stone on the magic staff in his hand was like fresh blood. This scene was so familiar to Yunxing. 18 years ago, when she transmigrated into the body of a newborn baby, her father, Yun Songhai, also used a similar magic. But this time, her father's cultivation, burning hell slash. In the dim dungeon, countless flames surged towards Yun Songhai. The twisting and churning flames quickly turned into a huge flaming sword. Yun Songhai brandished the raging inferno demonic blade in his hand. Wherever the blade passed, it drew out streaks of indestructible flames. When those summoners and magical beasts touched those flames, they let out miserable cries. There was a burnt smell in the air, like that of roasted meat. Screams and cries filled the air. In an instant, the dungeon seemed to have become a purgatory on earth. Yun Songhai's flames were powerful, but they were no threat to Yunxing, who had the hellfire of the elves. Yunxing's eyes lit up when she saw that her father was unstoppable. She could see clearly that her father's cultivation had improved a lot compared to when he was in the Jade Capital. 6 soul stones. Yunxing was overjoyed. She knew that her father, Yun Songhai, had also broken through in the past few years. Before Yunxing and Yu Baiming appeared, Yun Songhai was considered one of the few magical geniuses in Zhou state. If he had not been persecuted by the Zhou state, his achievements would not have stopped at where he was today. When Yunxing first came to the Boundless Land, Yun Songhai was a sky magician. He was only in his 20s at that time. But because of the strange poison in his body, Yun Songhai's magical cultivation had been declining for a long time. The stage from a sky magician to a sanctuary guardian king was a threshold for countless magicians in the mainland. Geniuses like Yunxing and Yu Baiming were not included. Some people could not even break through in their lifetime. Yun Songhai originally thought that he had no hope of becoming a sanctuary guardian king in this lifetime. But he did not expect that his daughter, Yunxing, would actually be able to find the spring of life. After the spring of life removed the beast blood curse on Yun Songhai's body, not only did it remove the poison in Yun Songhai's body, but it also directly evolved Yun Songhai's Dharma soul. 2 years ago, it even allowed Yun Songhai to break through from a sky magician to a sanctuary guardian king. Yun Songhai could be considered to have profited from a disaster. Jiuxing. No matter what you become, you are still my wife. Yun Songhai's gaze was extremely determined. He stared at Hu Jiuxing with a burning gaze as if he wanted to see through her. That's right, mother. Our family of 3 will always be together. Father and I will never give up on you. Yunxing also said resolutely. Hu Jiuxing only felt a surge of heat in her throat. Something flashed in her mind. There was once a man who solemnly told her that he would take care of her for the rest of her life. Some images in her mind became clearer and clearer. Jiuxing, I, Yun Songhai, swear that I will take care of you and our child for the rest of my life. If you give birth to a son, call him Yunxing. If you give birth to a daughter, call her Yun Songhai. The man's handsome face was full of anticipation. Yun Songhai. Yunxing, they were his family. Father, mother seems to have thought of something. Yunxing saw that Hu Xing's appearance was a little different. Xing, what are you going to do? Yun Songhai was still a little wary. Don't worry, father. I have a way to control mother. Yunxing had seen similar symptoms before. At this time, Hu Jiuxing was like a patient with schizophrenia. There should be 2 personalities in her heart now. One was the personality of Hu Jiuxing that had not yet disappeared, and the other was the personality that was controlled by the Emperor Zhao in Red's heart crystal. These 2 personalities were constantly mixing, making Hu Jiuxing unable to distinguish which one was the real her. On one hand, she wanted to reunite with Yunxing and Yun Songhai, but on the other hand, she was under the control of the Emperor Zhao in Red, and it was difficult for her to control herself. What Yunxing wanted to do now was to boldly give it a try. Yunxing wanted to use the Celestial Fox clan's corpse puppet technique to try and control her mother, Hu Jiuxing. If she could make the power of the corpse puppet technique surpass that of the heart crystal, then her mother would be able to break free from the Emperor Zhao in Red's control. Yunxing removed the space-time restriction and walked step by step towards Hu Jiuxing. Hu Jiuxing, who was immersed in her memories, did not show any repulsion towards Yunxing's approach. Mother, look at me. Yunxing's voice was like a feather, softly falling into Hu Jiuxing's ears. Hu Jiuxing was at a loss. She raised her head and looked at Yunxing. The corpse puppet technique was the witchcraft of the Celestial Fox people that Yunxing had learned after entering the Celestial Fox tomb. It was the witchcraft that the Celestial Fox people was most proficient in. At first glance, the corpse puppet technique didn't sound very powerful. It wasn't a magic spell or a battle technique. However, only those who had learned the corpse puppet technique would know how terrifying the corpse puppet technique was. The corpse puppet technique was divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. They corresponded to the 3 stages of proficiency, and expertise. Proficiency allowed one to control ordinary people. The learning time was about 1 to 5 years. Proficiency allowed one to control people or magical beasts that were weaker than oneself. The learning time was about 5 to 20 years. Only proficiency allowed one to surpass one's level and control people that were equal to or stronger than oneself. To reach the level of expertise required. At least 20 years of cultivation. According to the stone tablet in the celestial fox tomb, Hu Yan was proficient in the corpse puppet technique. She had even used the corpse puppet technique to instantly kill a martial emperor. Yunxing had only learned the corpse puppet technique for less than 5 years. However, when she was cultivating, she accidentally discovered that the corpse puppet technique was unexpectedly compatible with the Yan family's Shen no Nai. Cultivating the two as one allowed her to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, even though Yunxing had only learned the corpse puppet technique for less than 5 years, she had already reached proficiency in it. However, even though she had reached proficiency, Yunxing could only use the corpse puppet technique to control warriors or magicians that were weaker than herself. Furthermore, she couldn't maintain the technique for more than 6 hours. Previously, Yunxing had indeed used the technique a few times and it was very effective. However, those targets were only average warriors or magicians. However, it was different this time. Yunxing was going to use the corpse puppet technique on her own mother. As the 9th summoner of the Zhao state, Hu Jiuxing was much stronger than the 7th summoner that Yunxing had previously fought. Her cultivation was also slightly higher than Yunxing's. Yunxing didn't know how effective the corpse puppet technique would be on her. Yunxing's ethereal voice fell into Hu Jiuxing's ears, giving her the illusion that she was in the clouds. "Mother, I'm Yunxing. Father and I are here to find you. Let's go home together," Yunxing whispered as if she was coaxing a child. "No, my home is in the Zhao state." Hu Jiuxing shook her head. She was like a lost child. "The Zhao state is not your home. It was the Emperor Zhao in red who used his heart to control you." Yunxing was not discouraged and continued to guide her patiently. Yun Songhai was also anxious as he stared at his wife. He wanted to go forward, but he was afraid that he would scare Hu Jiuxing, so he could only wait anxiously at the side. "Jiuxing, what are you hesitating for? Kill these people." Just as Yunxing's corpse puppet technique was getting better, the Emperor Zhao in red suddenly appeared in the dungeon. Seeing Hu Jiuxing's appearance, the Emperor Zhao in red was terrified. He took out a heart crystal. Seeing the heart crystal, Hu Jiuxing, who had lost her ability to resist, suddenly had her eyes turn red. "Mother! Look at me, don't worry about the heart crystal. I know you recognize me and father. Wake up, for the past 10 years, father and I have been waiting for you to come back. We have always been waiting for you." Yunxing suddenly grabbed Hu Jiuxing's arms. Her black eyes had turned golden. Hu Jiuxing stared at the pair of golden eyes in front of her. She felt as if her head was being pierced by needles. It was painful. "No, don't force me." Hu Jiuxing held her head in pain. Seeing Hu Jiuxing in pain, Yun Songhai and the Emperor Zhao in red couldn't help but step forward at the same time. "Mother! Come back!" Yunxing's pupils shrank. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Hu Jiuxing's hands. The power of the jade marrow technique in her body was forced into Hu Jiuxing's body. Almost at the same time, there was a bang sound. The heart crystal in the Emperor Zhao in red's hand exploded. The sharp fragments of the heart crystal caused the Emperor Zhao in red's hand to bleed. The Emperor Zhao in red couldn't believe that the heart crystal had exploded. Hu Jiuxing, who had lost control of the heart crystal's power, blacked out and fainted in Yunxing's arms. "Jiuxing! Jiuxing!" Seeing that Hu Jiuxing had fainted, the two men who were deeply in love with Hu Jiuxing looked worried. At the same time, they also noticed each other. "Yun Songhai, you're still alive. If I had known earlier, I would have killed you myself 18 years ago." The Emperor Zhao in red regretted not killing Yun Songhai and his bastard child. If he hadn't been concerned about his identity as the Emperor Zhao, or if he hadn't believed in the effects of the beast blood curse, this wouldn't have happened today. "The Emperor Zhao in red, you despicable and shameless person. You first cast the beast blood curse on me, then used the heart crystal to control Jiuxing. Today, I, Yun Songhai, will take revenge even if I have to risk my life." The man in front of him was the main culprit who had caused his family of 3 to suffer for so many years. "Haha, Yun Songhai, what right do you have to fight with me? In terms of character, appearance, power, and influence, you can't compare to me in any of them. The only thing I lost to you in is that I am Jiuxing's master. If Jiuxing hadn't been afraid of my master-disciple relationship, she would never have married you. The Emperor Zhao in red said disdainfully. He had always believed that Hu Jiuxing had only chosen Xianxia because she had been deceived by him. Back then, he had confessed his feelings to Hu Jiuxing, but Hu Jiuxing had rejected him on the grounds that they were master and disciple and that the world wouldn't tolerate it. You're wrong. My mother has never liked you. The Emperor Zhao in red, you don't have to lie to yourself. If my mother had even the slightest bit of love for you, you wouldn't have used the heart crystal to control her, the woman next to him sneered. Yunxing's words stung the Emperor Zhao in red. Yunxing was right. Back then, the Emperor Zhao in red had painstakingly captured Hu Jiuxing and brought her back to the Zhao state. He had tried to persuade her nicely, thinking that Hu Jiuxing would accept him. Who would have thought that Hu Jiuxing wouldn't even say a word to him? She only had hatred for the Zhao state and the Emperor Zhao in red. She hated the Zhao state and the Emperor Zhao in red for killing so many blood cloud beasts. She hated the Zhao state for killing her foster parents. You're that vile spawn. The Emperor Zhao in red stared at Yunxing. You're that shameless Emperor Zhao. Yunxing raised her eyebrows. Bah, what an old man. Although he had taken good care of himself, Yunxing had heard that the Emperor Zhao in red was of the same generation as the first summoner and elder Siming. He was at least 60 or 70 years old. He was old enough to be her mother's father. How dare he have designs on her beautiful mother? How dare you insult I? The Emperor Zhao in red was one of the strongest people in both the Zhao state and the Wuji continent. No one had ever insulted him in such a tone. So what if I'm insulting you? You broke up a family and stole someone's wife. You shameless old man. You're not worthy of being Emperor Zhao. Yunxing's words were sharp. The Emperor Zhao in red was so angry that his face turned green and white. Just as the Emperor Zhao in red was about to explode with anger, many of the Zhao state's main summoners and summoners, including the seventh summoner, arrived at the scene. The Emperor Zhao in red was on his way back to the Zhao state with everyone. The Emperor Zhao in red suddenly felt that the heart crystal on his body was boiling hot. This heart crystal was what the Emperor Zhao in red usually used to control Hu Jiuxing. If the heart crystal was abnormal, it meant that something had happened to Hu Jiuxing. The Emperor Zhao in red was concerned about Hu Jiuxing's safety, so he left everyone behind and rushed over. Emperor Zhao, Shi Jianyun. The seventh summoner pointed at Yunxing. Idiot, her name isn't Yanyun. She's Yun Songhai's bastard child, Yunxing. Seeing that the seventh summoner was still not enlightened, Emperor Zhao wanted to execute him immediately. Ah. Isn't that the traitor, Hu Jiuxing? Why is she here? The seventh summoner glanced at the unconscious woman in Yanyun's arms. The seventh summoner wanted to swallow his own tongue. At the same time, he recognized the summoner's robe that Hu Jiuxing was wearing. It was the ninth summoner's robe. Hu Jiuxing was infamous in the Zhao state. She was originally the Emperor Zhao in red's most valued disciple. She was so powerful that the Emperor Zhao in red even wanted to make an exception for her and promote her to a main summoner. However, almost 20 years ago, Hu Jiuxing betrayed the Emperor Zhao in one night. She even killed a main summoner who was on a mission with her. Since then, the Zhao state had issued an order to kill her. It was rumored that after she was captured 18 years ago, she was executed by the Emperor Zhao in red. Who would have thought that not only did she not die, but she also stayed in the Zhao state as the ninth summoner all these years? Everyone in the Zhao state knew that the ninth summoner was favored by the Emperor Zhao in red. However, because of the Emperor Zhao in red's power, no one in the Zhao state dared to say anything. However, when they saw the ninth summoner's face, they realized that the ninth summoner was actually thinking about the past, the Emperor Zhao's love for Hu Jiuxing. Could it be that the Emperor Zhao? No one dared to think further. For a moment, everyone was silent. The Emperor Zhao, if the woman in front of us is the bastard child of Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing, then who was the woman in the water prison? Someone asked in a hoarse voice. It doesn't matter who it is. The only path left for that woman is death. The red-robed Zhao Huang suddenly chuckled. His words made Yunxing feel uneasy. Why did the Emperor Zhao in red look so confident? Logically speaking, Hu Xing should have safely left Punlai under the cover of goofing and abandon, Yunxing, bad news. Huxing has been captured. Sister Lan appeared in front of Yunxing with wounds all over her body. Didn't they ask Gufeng and Abandon to send Huxing away? When Yunxing heard this, her mind went blank. It turned out that after Yunxing stalled Hu Jiuxing, Gufeng and Abandon took Huxing and escaped from the Zhao state. Along the way, Lan and Donghuang Ling who were already prepared, were also in charge of providing support. Just as the five of them reached the estuary of Penglai, something unexpected happened. We encountered Elder Siming from the Temple of Law. He and a group of sorcerers from the Temple of Law attacked us. Both Abandon and I were injured. Gufeng and Ling were slightly better, but they were also lightly injured. Huxing was also taken away. Gufeng and Ling chased after them. I rushed over to report the news. Yunxing and Sister Lan had known each other for a long time. Other than that time in the Dutian blood realm, she had never seen her sister suffer such serious injuries. Haha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You definitely didn't expect that Elder Siming from the Temple of Law is Ai's junior brother. I have already investigated the identity of the woman called Huxing that you mentioned. She should be the Celestial Fox people from the 8 Desolation tribe. The Celestial Fox Saintess from the Boundless Continent. The Emperor Zhao in red was not completely unsuspicious of the identity of Yunxing in the water prison. This was because he had long heard that Yunxing from the Zhou state was not a kind person. After all, this woman had inherited the blood of Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai. Back then, this woman had single-handedly uprooted the continent's #1 medical center, the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. She was also the deputy commander of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. When she was in Skywing City, she had even received the title of Combat King. On the other hand, the woman in the water prison had no redeeming qualities other than her stubbornness. Therefore, the Emperor Zhao in red ordered people to investigate her identity. Combining the information sent by the spies from the 8 Desolation tribe, the Emperor Zhao in red deduced that the Yunxing in the water prison was the saintess of the Celestial Fox people. Although she was not Yunxing, she was a pure descendant of the Celestial Fox. Compared to the mixed-blood Yunxing, she was more suitable for the blood sacrifice. The Emperor Zhao in red had not killed Huxing in the past 3 years partly because he was waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the real Yunxing to walk into his trap. He was also waiting for the Dutian blood seal to collapse and for the Zhao state to appear in front of the world as the savior of the continent. Although there was an interlude with the first summoning, at least things were not completely out of his expectations. Yunxing and her father finally appeared. What do you want to do to Huxing? Yunxing was burning with anxiety. She did not expect that her rescue this time would put her good friend and Huxing in danger. Even Sister Lan could not stop Chang Ximing. Even if Ling and Gufeng caught up with Chang Ximing, they would not have a chance to rescue Huxing. Of course, we will use them for the blood sacrifice to redraw the Dutian blood seal. However, before you care about the safety of others, shouldn't you care about your own life? I heard that you are an outstanding sacred beast tamer. I will give you a choice. You and your mother will submit to the Zhao state. If you do, I will spare your lives. The Emperor Zhao in red held 2 heart crystals in his hand. The Emperor Zhao in red was very sharp. He noticed that Yunxing was the main reason why Hu Jiuxing lost control. As long as he subdued Yunxing, it would not be difficult to control Hu Jiuxing again. Moreover, after the Dutian conference, the Zhao state had lost a lot of people. If he could recruit a sacred beast tamer to the Zhao state, it would be very beneficial for the Zhao state's recovery. Dream on, Ji Feng. As long as I, Yun Songhai, am around, you will not be able to touch a single strand of their hair. Yun Songhai shielded his wife and daughter, hiding them behind him. 18 years ago, he was almost ruined by Ji Feng. This time, he would absolutely not allow history to repeat itself. When the Emperor Zhao in red noticed the soul stone on Yun Songhai's magic scepter, he could not help but be stunned. He did not expect that Yun Songhai would be able to break through after being inflicted with the beast blood curse. Your courage is commendable, but you have no brains. You are just a mere magician. You are not strong enough to fight against me, Emperor Zhao. The Emperor Zhao in red rubbed the Emperor Zhao ring on his hand. Then, do you dare to fight with me? Yunxing's cold and arrogant voice rang in the Emperor Zhao in Red's ears. Everyone has a monthly vote. Remember to vote, you dare. You still don't dare. Yunxing's words were loud and clear. Yunxing wanted to fight, and she wanted to end it as soon as possible. Huxing had been captured and could be used as a blood sacrifice at any time. She was in a very dangerous situation. Yunxing did not have time to waste. If she was forced into a corner, she would not hesitate to summon the demon hand and fight the Emperor Zhao in red. As long as she defeated the Emperor Zhao in red, the Zhao state would be leaderless and it would be easy to break through. However, Yunxing's words were like a slap to the Emperor Zhao in red's ears. The red-robed summoner king's expression changed. The gazes of the other summoners beside him also changed as they looked at Yunxing. Other than the seventh main summoner, the rest of the main summoners looked at Yunxing as if they were looking at a corpse. This woman actually dared to challenge the Emperor Zhao in red. For decades, ever since the Emperor Zhao in red inherited the throne of Emperor Zhao, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Not to mention, she was just a young girl who was still wet behind the ears. Even the mayor of Grand Emperor City, who possessed the green dragon totem, did not dare to challenge the Emperor Zhao in red directly. Yunxing, I, the Emperor Zhao, cherish talents. Don't be so shameless. Your father is not worthy, and you are even more unworthy. The Emperor Zhao in red squeezed these words out from between his teeth. On the mainland, summoners had a natural sense of superiority over mages and warriors. The reason was that summoners could summon magic beasts. The red coat summoner Emperor, Ji Feng, even if he did not summon magic beasts, his strength was already at the level of mage god. Not to mention, the magical beasts he could summon were legendary beasts. He was also the only summoner on the mainland who could directly summon legendary beasts. Yunxing's challenge to him was like lighting a lamp in the toilet. She was courting death. Someone once said the same thing to me, but after saying it, he died. The Emperor Zhao in red also recognized that person. He was the mayor of Grand Emperor City, Xianxia. Yunxing sneered. There was a clear sound of people gasping. The main summoners, including the Emperor Zhao in red, changed their expression slightly. The death of the mayor of Grand Emperor City, Xianxia, was not a secret on the mainland. However, the rumor on the mainland was that he was killed by Yuan Buqi and the regent of Great Zhou because of internal strife in the city. However, from Yunxing's words, did not mean that Xianxia was killed by her. In reality, Xianxia was killed by the golden qilin. However, his totem, the azure dragon, was indeed subdued by Yunxing. Therefore, in a sense, Xianxia was killed by Yunxing. Although Xianxia's magical beast was not an orthodox mythical beast, the azure dragon totem possessed the power of a god. Could it be that this girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old was actually a summoner with astonishing talent? The Emperor Zhao in red could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Humph, aren't you afraid that your boasting will be exposed? If Xianxia died in the hands of a silly girl like you, that would be the biggest joke in the world. Just you alone, any one of us main summoners can kill you. The main summoners were shocked at first, but they quickly calmed down. Indeed, Yunxing had not summoned any magical beasts up until now. Moreover, Xianxia's totem, the azure dragon, was a submythical beast. In order to kill a submythical beast, Yunxing would have to master at least one type of god-slaying magic. The god-slaying magic had been missing from the boundless continent for many years. At Yunxing's age, it was already very difficult for her to master a super magic, let alone a god-slaying magic that did not even exist in the boundless continent. Of course, everyone thought that Yunxing was boasting. Everyone burst into laughter. But at this moment, a golden figure flashed past. Accompanying the appearance of that golden figure was a strange sound that sounded like thunder or the whistling of swords. The laughter stopped abruptly. The main summoners only felt as if there was a flash of fire in front of them, like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their waists. Then, several streams of hot blood spurted out like a flood. The Emperor Zhao in red and Yun Songhai shuddered as if they had seen a ghost. Only Yunxing's eyes flashed with joy. In an instant, many of the main summoners who were mocking Yunxing were sliced in half from the waist down to the upper part of their legs. Without exception, all of them were sliced in half at the waist. And the attack that killed them was the attack of that golden figure. The golden light disappeared in an instant and landed beside the summoner, Yin Yun. The moment it landed, the Emperor Zhao in red and Xianxia finally saw it clearly. It was a demonic beast that was as graceful as a leopard and as strong as a lion. Its body was reddish-golden color and it had a pair of golden eyes that even the sun paled in comparison. It first walked to Yunxing's side and gently held her hand with its mouth. Then, it raised its head and looked at the Emperor Zhao in red and the seventh main summoner who was hiding behind the Emperor Zhao in red. That expression seemed to be saying that there was only one outcome for those who mocked her. The red-robed main summoner's face froze. The disdain that he had felt earlier had vanished. He had thought that the father and daughter of the Yun family were at the end of their rope. He did not expect that they would have such a reinforcement. In an instant, the main summoners in front of him turned from living humans into corpses that could not be any more dead. What kind of monster was that? It seemed to be a demonic beast, but there were no signs of a contract on its body. Also, what was the meaning of its gaze? Even demonic beasts were so arrogant these days. Yun Songhai was also dumbfounded. There were still traces of blood on the right forelimb of the golden demonic beast. Just now, this golden demonic beast had used its right forelimb to kill several main summoners. One move. It had only used one move. How was this a demonic beast? It was simply a killing machine that had returned from hell. What made Yun Songhai even more unacceptable was that this unknown beast was very close to his daughter. When his daughter saw it, a smile appeared on her face. She looked even happier than when his daughter had seen him, her biological father. Yun Songhai could not help but feel a little sour in his heart. When Yunxing saw the gold coin, she was also pleasantly surprised. She could not help but scratch the golden demonic beast's chin with her hand. The latter let out a low growl that was very comfortable. Before Yunxing came to participate in the Dutian summit, she had left baby sheep and the gold coin at the Great Zhou embassy. After waiting for a while, the gold coin could not help but come to find Yunxing. Following Yunxing's scent, it found the water prison. Unexpectedly, it happened to see several main summoners ridiculing Yunxing together. Since when did these useless people have the right to ridicule his woman? Why is there another one? Wasn't there a black demonic beast earlier? The seventh main summoner was scared witless. If he had not been smart enough to hide at the side earlier, he would have been a corpse now. A black demonic beast, the Emperor Zhao in red was shocked. He suddenly realized that Yunxing had more than one demonic beast. In the blink of an eye, several main summoners had been killed. The opponent's demonic beast strength was unfathomable. Moreover, it was said that Yunxing had other demonic beasts in her hands. Emperor Zhao. What's going on? Just as the main summoners were killed, the leaders of the major forces who were participating in the Dutian conference arrived. Earlier, Divine Wind and Duguxiu were fighting fiercely in the sky. Duguxiu had fought with him for hundreds of times, but he realized that Divine Wind had no intention of fighting with him. He was suspicious. At this moment, a golden light flew towards the Zhao state. The golden light was fast, but Duguxiu recognized it at a glance. It was the unknown golden demonic beast that had been following Yunxing. That golden demonic beast gave Duguxiu a strange feeling. It was almost inseparable from Yunxing. Duguxiu swept his gaze over the crowd of spectators and suddenly discovered that the few people led by Yunxing were all missing. Could it be that something had happened to Yunxing? Duguxiu suddenly realized. He gritted his teeth in hatred. He had been tricked by Yunxing again. Divine Wind, how dare you trick me? You don't want to fight with me at all. I don't want to fight with you. Duguxiu didn't want to fight anymore. His figure flashed, and like a meteor, he flew towards the Zhao state. Divine Wind had been waiting for Yunxing for a long time. He was a little worried, so he followed Duguxiu and went towards the Zhao state. Li Qing and the vice president of the Hunters Guild looked at each other. How could they meet after this mess? The two of them could only bite the bullet and follow the two of them to the Zhao state. The situation in the water dungeon stunned the four people who had just arrived. The main summoners had died tragically. They had been beheaded at the waist, and the ground was covered with dirty blood. Obviously, there had been a fierce battle earlier. However, who was the one who did this? The Emperor Zhao in Red's face was pale. On the other side, there was an ordinary-looking woman with a majestic golden beast. Behind the woman, a man was holding a beautiful woman. Lan from the mainland's magic elite camp was also standing with them. Yan Yun, Miracle Dr. Yan, why are you here? The Crown Prince of Tang Yuan, Li Qing, recognized the ordinary-looking woman with a single glance. She was the imperial hand of Tang Yuan, Yan Yun, who had saved his mother before. Everyone, this woman is the Ba Huang tribe spy. She had good intentions and let the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe go. Originally, I had gathered everyone here to tell you that the Zhao state had caught the celestial fox bloodline that could be used to repair the Dutian blood mark. However, they had let her go. Luckily, I had made arrangements and worked with Elder Ming to capture the celestial fox. Because of the appearance of the gold coin, more than half of the Emperor Zhao in Red's subordinates had died. The only one left was the useless 7th main summoner. The Emperor Zhao in Red could not count on him. With Yunxing and her golden beast, as well as Lan who still had the ability to fight, the Emperor Zhao in Red could only join forces with the other countries if he wanted to stop Yunxing and her family. The Emperor Zhao in Red would not allow Hu Jiusheng to be rescued. Clap, clap, clap. The Emperor Zhao in Red, can you be more shameless? I am the Ba Huang tribe spy? If I was a spy, Peng Lai would have been destroyed without breaking out of the prison. I was the one who discovered and exposed the first summoner and the volcano seal. If it wasn't for me, would you still be standing here? Yunxing couldn't help but clap her hands loudly as she looked at the Emperor Zhao in Red and mocked him. If she hadn't helped the Master of Molten Flame recover his strength, Peng Lai would have been destroyed during the Dutian conference. The Emperor Zhao in Red, if it wasn't for me, the Zhao state and Peng Lai would have been destroyed. Would you still be standing here? Yunxing sneered. If she hadn't discovered the first summoner's plot and destroyed the volcano seal, Peng Lai would have been destroyed in the volcanic eruption. Not only was the Emperor Zhao in Red ungrateful, he even bit the hand that fed him. The Emperor Zhao in Red looked at Yun Songhai and saw that the 9th summoner, Hu Jiusheng, was unconscious and nestled in his arms. They looked very compatible, and he was even more furious. As the leader of the Zhao state, you didn't see through people and bit the hand that fed you. As for the woman in the water prison, she was an ordinary person who didn't practice magic or martial arts. The Emperor Zhao in Red used despicable means to kidnap her and punish her. With such behavior, let alone being the Emperor Zhao, you aren't even qualified to be a human. Yunxing's sharp tongue made the Emperor Zhao in Red's face turn red. The volcano seal, the first summoner betrayed him, and what about the celestial fox? The vice president of the Hunters Guild and the crown prince of Tang Yuan, Li Qing, were shocked. How could so many things have happened in just one morning? They were still completely in the dark. Du Guxiu thought to himself. He didn't expect the first summoner of Peng Lai to be a spy sent by the Ba Huang tribe. He just didn't know which force he belonged to. You have no proof. Do you think you can confuse right and wrong just by judging your words? The Emperor Zhao in Red argued. Whether it's true or false, we just need to ask the Master of Molten Flame. He is the guardian beast of the volcano and also the guardian of Peng Lai. He won't side with an outsider, right? Or are you all the same as the Emperor Zhao in Red? You are all heartless and ungrateful. Yunxing looked at everyone from the corner of her eyes. Many of the summoners of the Zhao state had died, and the Emperor Zhao in Red was alone. As long as these people were divided, Yunxing was confident that she could let her father and Lan leave safely. Emperor Zhao, the immortal Jew country is only here to participate in the Dutian conference. The immortal Jew country will not interfere in the Zhao state's affairs. Divine Wind stepped aside. He glanced at Yunxing a few times, and a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Emperor Zhao, Master Yan Yun is my Tang Yuan country's master. He saved my mother before. Forgive me for not being able to help. Li Qing also stepped aside. What a joke. Everyone had a life and death cycle. He didn't know if he would need Yan Yun's help in the future. It was better to stay neutral and not interfere. The Emperor Zhao, you know the rules of the Hunters Guild. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. This girl doesn't seem to be lying. She saved the lives of my brothers and me. The Hunters Guild will not interfere in this matter. The vice president of the Hunters Guild also stepped aside. Among the few people from the metropolis meet, several people left in a short while, leaving only Hoqin Duguxiu. Duguxiu looked at Yan Yun and the gold coin. Finally, he looked at the gold coin. To be exact, he looked at the gold coin's right forelimb. A vicious look flashed across Duguxiu's eagle-like eyes. It wasn't him. It was him, Yi Baiming. Haha. What a good Yi Baiming. After becoming like this, he still secretly followed Yunsheng. The Emperor Zhao in red, I am willing to help the Zhao state. Yunsheng's expression changed. She didn't expect that Duguxiu, a descendant of the 8 barons, would choose to join forces with the Emperor Zhao in red. Unlike the others, Duguxiu did not pay attention to the dispute between the Emperor Zhao in red and Yunsheng after entering the water dungeon. What Yan Yun? As soon as he heard Yunsheng's voice, he understood everything. Needless to say, the great master of Tang Yuan and the sacred beast were all Yunsheng in disguise. Duguxiu would not interfere in the feud between Yunsheng's family and the Emperor Zhao in red. The destruction of the Zhao state was a good thing for Duguxiu. What caught Duguxiu's attention was the few main summoners who had been killed in the water dungeon. Others might have thought that there must have been a fierce battle in the water dungeon, but Duguxiu saw clearly that these main summoners had been killed in one hit. At the same time, he also noticed the bloodstain left on Dollar's right forelimb. Generally speaking, demonic beasts were used to killing their enemies with their limbs. However, Yunsheng's demonic beast was different. It used its left and right forelimbs. Duguxiu had already felt that something was wrong when he saw it on the spaceship of the later Qin. It was a human habit to use their forelimbs. In addition, Dollar had an unusual desire to protect Yunsheng, so Duguxiu could not help but take a few more glances at Dollar. As the iron-blooded emperor of the later Qin, Duguxiu had fought countless battles in the past 10 years. He had killed countless people with his bare hands and had piled up countless corpses. To be able to become the main summoner of the Zhao state, his strength was not to be underestimated. Even Duguxiu himself was not confident that he could kill several people in one hit. Unless he used the halberd of the divine warrior. Or did he have a secret weapon that was comparable to the halberd of the divine warrior? Then, Duguxiu noticed the look in Dollar's eyes. That look was very domineering, just like Yi Baiming in the past. It seemed to be telling everyone, no one can touch his woman. That golden demonic beast was Yi Baiming. Yunsheng didn't understand Duguxiu's gaze. But the golden Qilin Yi Baiming, who was also a man, understood. Duguxiu recognized him. Golden Qilin Yi Baiming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Duguxiu was even sharper than the little wildcat. Or should it be said that his intuition should be called the sixth sense of his love rival? Seeing that Duguxiu was willing to help, the Emperor Zhao in red was delighted. Duguxiu was a martial emperor. If he was willing to lend a hand, it would be extremely difficult for Yunsheng and the others to escape. I don't fight with women. My opponent is this. Duguxiu pointed at Dollar. He wanted to find out if this golden magical beast was Yi Baiming. Why would Yi Baiming, who was clearly a human, turn into a magical beast? Furthermore, it was a golden magical beast that had never appeared on the continent before. Roar, Dollar's throat moved, and he made a roaring sound. Dollar, do you want to fight with him? Yunsheng understood Dollar's meaning. She also felt that Dollar was more repulsed by Duguxiu than the others. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you want to leave, you can. But you and your magical beast have to defeat me and His Majesty first. The Emperor Zhao in red also understood that he couldn't kill Yunsheng in front of everyone. Yunsheng had seen through the identity of the first summoner and stopped the volcano eruption. She was indeed the savior of Punlai. Bo, shameless old monster. Master is only 18 years old, and you are 80 years old. You actually want to fight Master one-on-one. Old monster, not only do you like to eat young grass, but you also like to bully the young. Your face is thicker than the bark of a tree. Beside Yunsheng, there was a magical fluctuation. A pink magical beast in the shape of a ball of fur landed on Yunsheng's shoulder. After Papa Sheep finished scolding, it unceremoniously pointed its butt at the Emperor Zhao in red to express its strong disdain. The corners of Yunsheng's mouth twitched. Not bad. Kiss Sheep's mouth had improved greatly recently. He even knew how to scold people without using vulgarities. What kind of magical beast was this? With the Emperor Zhao in Red's experience, he actually saw two magical beasts that he couldn't tell the level and strength of. Moreover, teleportation was prohibited on Fire Island. Other than the Emperor Zhao in Red and Punlai of Gojosian, no one could break this restriction. However, this demonic beast completely ignored this restriction. Of course, the Emperor Zhao in Red didn't know that Baby Sheep was a universe deity on standby. Even though his strength hadn't reached the level of a true universe deity, his ability to break through space restrictions was still impressive. Bastard, I, the Emperor Zhao, am only 67 years old. How can I be 80 years old, you little bastard? The Emperor Zhao in Red was first insulted by Yunxing's age. Now, he was ridiculed by Papa Sheep. He had lost all his face. That magical beast is right. If Emperor Zhao rashly competes with this lady, even if he wins, he will only lose face for the Zhao state and Emperor Zhao. Punlai of Gojosian Ji Rumo appeared in the water prison. In the dim prison cell, a pair of amber eyes on his masked face flashed with a light that resembled the ripples of the sea. Ji Rumo, how dare you speak up for her? The Emperor Zhao in Red was displeased. He didn't expect that his adopted son would speak up for an outsider. This was Punlai, but all these people were speaking up for the bastard of the Yun family. Yunxing was also surprised that Ji Rumo had helped her again. Was he a friend or a foe? Yunxing was confused. She looked at Ji Rumo. Suddenly, she saw Ji Rumo winking at her. Next to him, Dollar's nose made a loud snorting sound. Emperor Zhao, Rumo is only interested in the matter, not the person. Ji Rumo said calmly, the 13 million lives in Punlai were saved by this lady. Emperor Zhao wants to compete, but the conditions must be changed. If this lady can remain undefeated for 15 minutes, Emperor Zhao will let her and her family go. Remain undefeated for 15 minutes, Du Guxiu, God Wind, and the others were stunned. A quarter of an hour was a very short period of time. However, the opponent was the red-robed summoner. A quarter of an hour was enough for Yunxing to die dozens of times. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in Yunxing, but the Emperor Zhao in Red was too powerful. The Emperor Zhao in Red's anger turned into joy. He thought that Punlai of Gojosian would personally intervene in this competition. He didn't expect that he would only propose such a condition. As expected, Rumo was still afraid of him, the summoner emperor. He must have been mistaken. Rumo and Yunxing were just strangers who met by chance. Why would Rumo help her? The Emperor Zhao in Red had already made up his mind. If Yunxing didn't work for him, he would kill her. No matter how many powerful magical beasts Yunxing had, as long as he summoned his mythical beast, no matter how many magical beasts she had, it would be useless. Well, I swear on my soul that as long as she can remain undefeated for 15 minutes, I will let her family go. The Emperor Zhao in Red was very confident and made a promise. As soon as the Emperor Zhao in Red said those words, Punlai of Gojosian's Ji Rumo's face relaxed slightly. Even someone as cold as him couldn't help but feel his palms getting wet at that moment. This was all he could do to help. The Emperor Zhao in Red and his mythological beast were so strong that even he didn't dare to fight them head-on. He firmly believed that with Yunxing's wit, she would definitely be able to hold on for a quarter of an hour. While Punlai of Gojosian was negotiating with the Emperor Zhao in Red, Yunxing was also whispering to Baby Sheep. Haha, haha. When I compete with that old man later, do you have any way to directly banish his magical beast? After knowing that the Emperor Zhao in Red might have a real mythological beast, Yunxing didn't want to fight him head-on. When she proposed to compete with the Emperor Zhao in Red, she already had such thoughts. Only a fool would fight with a real weapon against a strong enemy like the Emperor Zhao in Red. Her name was Yunxing, not brainless. Baby Sheep, my dear master, this time, this world god will have to disappoint you. That old man's mythological beast is really a mythological beast. Baby Sheep is only a world god from the mortal world. The opponent is a mythological beast, Baby Sheep doesn't have the ability to exile it. Baby Sheep was a little depressed. As a world god from the mortal world, Baby Sheep could only exile mythological beasts or species that were below the mythological beast level. If the opponent was a mythological beast, Baby Sheep could still exile it. But if it was a real mythological beast, then it had already transcended the mortal world's boundaries. In other words, the Emperor Zhao in Red's mythological beast, baby sheep felt a headache coming on. The Emperor Zhao in Red's beast language ring emitted the aura of a mythological beast, revealing that it was a real mythological beast. Compared to Yunxing's totem, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the white tiger, it was a true divine beast that was much stronger. Facing such a mythological beast, Boba was powerless. Yunxing broke out in cold sweat. There was nothing she could do. Did she really have to fight with the Emperor Zhao in Red? Miss, do you agree to the Emperor Zhao in Red's conditions? Ji Rumo's voice softened. Golden Qilin Yibiming, Dugu Xiao, and Divine Wind all heard something wrong. What's going on? It's only been a few days, how did the little wild cat kidnap another man? Yibiming, the Golden Qilin, ground its teeth so hard that they creaked. Agree my ass. If you want to compete, go ahead, Yunxing cursed in her heart. However, this was already the best way for their family of 3 to escape from Punlai. Sheng'er, don't agree. Father has to compete with him. Yun Songhai didn't want his daughter to be in danger. He was a father, a husband, and the head of the family. It was his responsibility to protect his wife and daughter. Yunxing's heart couldn't help but clench when she saw her father's concerned gaze and the unconscious Hu Jiuxing in his arms. Their family of 3 had been through so much before they could be reunited. This time, she must take her father and mother out of Punlai safely. No, father, believe me. I have a way to let our family of 3 out of danger. Yunxing said as she took out her beast language ring and put it on her finger. That's your summoning ring? You're actually just a scepter summoner? The Emperor Zhao in Red had thought that Yunxing's summoner level would be very high. He didn't expect that she was only wearing a shabby, low-level scepter summoner's ring. This ring is enough to deal with you. I, Yunxing, accept your challenge. At that moment, it was as if a ray of sunshine had shone into the dark water prison. Yunxing, who was wearing the most ordinary summoner's robe, stood there gracefully. The coldness emanating from her body instantly froze the air in the cell. The competition was held in the sky above Fire Island. First, Yunxing would fight against the Emperor Zhao in Red. Punlai of Gojoseon would be the referee. Little girl, I will give you another chance. Surrender to the Zhao state together with your mother, and I can spare your life. The Emperor Zhao in Red's gorgeous robe of Emperor Zhao was fluttering in the strong wind. His words were full of arrogance. Yes, he had enough capital to be arrogant. This robe of Emperor Zhao was the dream of countless summoners in the world. At the same time, it was also the symbol of the Emperor Zhao in Red's strength. Facing the Emperor Zhao in Red, Yunxing just raised her eyelids. Her long eyelashes drooped down. She saw her father on the ground, who was extremely anxious. After nodding to her father, Yunxing couldn't help but glance at Dollar. Dollar didn't seem to be worried at all. This made him squint his eyes and lie on the ground, looking like he was conserving his energy. He still had to fight with Dugu Xiao later. Dugu Xiao's gaze kept moving back and forth between Yunxing and Dollar. What's going on? How can a magical beast like Yi Biming be so relaxed? If it was really Yi Biming, it should be as anxious as him, worried about Yunxing's safety. Dugu Xiao was already regretting it. He was already worried about Yunxing. The Emperor Zhao in Red's strength was unfathomable. Although that woman was a little clever, she didn't have much chance of winning against the Emperor Zhao in Red. Although Dugu Xiao was angry at Yunxing for scheming against him time and time again, the more Yunxing schemed against him, the more Dugu Xiao cared about her. Dugu Xiao had already thought about it. If the Emperor Zhao in Red really wanted to kill him, he would save Yunxing, even if he had to use that thing as an exchange. In the sky, Yunxing indifferently spat out 2 words, in your dreams. You're courting death. The Emperor Zhao in Red was furious. The Emperor Zhao in Red started chanting. The soul stone of an unknown magical beast on the Emperor Zhao in Red's ring emitted a blood-red color. Then, a sound like a baby crying came out of the ring. A huge magic array appeared under the Emperor Zhao in Red's feet. Inside the magic formation, the obscure magical runes left behind from ancient times began to swim like tadpoles. An unprecedentedly majestic pressure surged out from the magic array like a tidal wave. In the entire Punlai, within 100 miles, all the magical beasts, whether flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the sea, were scared out of their wits. The more courageous ones were also scared out of their wits and did not dare to move. The mythical beast had not appeared, but it had already shown its terrifying power. Yunxing's face became serious. Was this the power of a mythical beast? At the same time, she also started chanting. A magic array flashing with pink light appeared under Yunxing's feet. In the Emperor Zhao and Red's magic array, a huge shadow of a beast began to appear. It was like a mountain, and the shadow of the beast was getting clearer and clearer. It was about to break out of the magic array. Just the shadow of the beast was already very scary. On the other hand, Yunxing's magic array did not have the slightest bit of pressure. Even the magic waves were very weak. What kind of magical beast could be summoned from such a magical beast magic array? The Emperor Zhao in red snorted coldly. The Emperor Zhao in red's chanting suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that Yunxing had disappeared. She's gone, she's really gone. The Emperor Zhao in red thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He didn't even bother with chanting as he carefully searched for her. She was said to be the B** start of the Yun family. Even her talkative demonic beast was gone. How is this possible? It's impossible to use teleportation magic on Fire Island. It's also impossible to use invisibility magic. Where did she go? Look, Miracle Dr. Yan is gone. Crown Prince Liqing raised his head and pointed to the sky. The Emperor Zhao in red and Punlai of Gojoseon were the only ones left in the sky. They were searching for Yunxing. 15 minutes. As expected, she didn't disappoint him. However, the Emperor Zhao in red was probably going to explode from anger. Punlai of Gojoseon smiled helplessly. Yun Songhai was also dumbfounded. He muttered, "Where's Xing'er?" Dugu Xiu and Godwind couldn't hold themselves back either. Jean Coin stretched his back. In this world, he was probably the only one who knew where Yunxing was at this moment. In the realm meditation land, Yunxing and Baby Sheep walked out of a magic array. That's right, Baby Sheep had told Yunxing that it couldn't exile the Emperor Zhao and Red's magic beast. Then exile me. Just exile me to any corner. After 15 minutes, with a whoosh, send me back. Yunxing came up with this rotten idea almost without thinking. In any case, the condition of her competition with the Emperor Zhao in red was that Yunxing would win if she didn't lose within 15 minutes. The Emperor Zhao in red didn't say how she would win. Sometimes, showing weakness was also a very good method. Baby Sheep was also speechless. It had stayed by the side of its mother goddess for so many years. This was the first time it heard of someone voluntarily asking to be exiled. However, the decision made by its dear master was always right. Baby Sheep thought for a while and smoothly sent Yunxing to its headquarters, which was the realm meditation land. After Yunxing was sent over, she looked at her surroundings. The realm meditation land was the place where the world gods were born. If Baby Sheep's mother goddess hadn't met with an accident when she was hatching him, he would have been hatched here. For Yunxing, these 15 minutes was very leisurely. Just thinking of the scene where the Emperor Zhao in red was probably going to vomit 3 liters of blood from anger made her feel very good. Baby Sheep, Yunxing, in the realm meditation land, she found something that looked like scales. These scales were pitch black, like fish scales. They looked somewhat familiar. Baby Sheep. Oh no. Baby Sheep went over to take a look. With this look, Baby Sheep was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What his master found were the scales of the Qilin boy. Yi Baiming was originally a black Qilin. When he was cultivating the burning demon art, the black Qilin scales that symbolized his evil aura peeled off one by one, and new golden scales grew out one by one. These black scales were left behind when the Qilin boy transformed into a golden Qilin. Touching the rough black scales, Yunxing's face was as cold as frost. Baby Sheep, tell me, is this Dollar? It's his scales. He's Dollar. You and him have been hiding it from me. She had long felt that Dollar's every move was very unusual. The feeling Dollar gave her was completely different from other magical beasts. Sometimes it was overbearing, sometimes it was arrogant, and to those of the opposite sex who got close to it, it was fierce. Now that she thought about it, it was exactly the same as someone's reaction earlier. Yunxing's heart was filled with mixed feelings. There was sweetness and also pain. Night Fox, how long are you going to lie to me? Baby sheep saw that its master was very angry and shrank its wings, wanting to sneakily escape. Who knew that before it could escape, its wings were pinched by Yunxing. Ah! Don't cry. Don't howl. Tell me, how many things have you hidden from me? If you dare to hide even a little, I'll pull out a bunch of your fur. Yunxing gritted her teeth. Baby sheep was very protective of its pink soft fur. When it heard that Yunxing was going to use such a cruel method of plucking, baby sheep immediately became quiet. What a night fox. It actually dared to collude with her life's contract beast and deceive her. What a baby sheep. She didn't know how many benefits Night Fox had given it. Baby sheep begs for mercy. Dear master, don't be angry. Baby sheep told Yunxing everything that had happened 3 years ago. After Yi Baiming had turned into a beast, it had brought Yi Baiming into the realm's meditation land, and then Yi Baiming had cultivated the burning demon art. Baby sheep, dear master, the Qilin boy is also very miserable. He knows that you are very sad and wants to see you, but he was cursed by the ancient Qilin king and can't get close to you. In order to be able to see you again, he cultivated the burning demon art. The burning demon art was the most difficult cultivation technique to cultivate in the baby sheep family. Those who cultivated it had to experience a life worse than death. When the Qilin boy shed his vicious scales and grew golden scales, it was as if someone was cutting his flesh with a knife. It was very painful. He didn't say a word. He is a good man. Baby sheep secretly glanced at its master. Yunxing lowered her eyes and looked at the black scales on her hand. The scales were densely packed and innumerable, and each scale was stained with blood that had long since dried up. One could imagine what kind of pain Yi Baiming had experienced when he transformed into a golden Qilin. Yunxing's long eyelashes were stained with moisture. Night Fox, he. In order to be with her, he had suffered a lot, how could she have the heart to blame him? Baby sheep, dear master, are you not angry anymore? Baby sheep felt that its wings that had been grabbed had finally regained its freedom. It then secretly glanced at its master's expression. Its master's expression was still not very good, but it seemed that she was not so angry anymore. No matter what, baby sheep, you shouldn't have colluded with Yi Baiming to deceive me. Yunxing snorted and glared at baby sheep. The latter only felt the wool on its body tighten, and it was so scared that it curled up into a ball. Although she was very touched, this adult and child actually dared to hide it from her for so long. She could not let them off so easily. I don't want him to know that I discovered Yi Baiming's identity for the time being. Baby sheep, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to shave all your hair. Yunxing carefully put away those black Qilin scales. When Yunxing discovered the black Qilin scales just now, she discovered that these scales were filled with energy. Qilin scales were a very good material for refining weapons. She planned to try refining black Qilin scales when she had the chance and see if there were any unexpected results. One day, she would take revenge for all the suffering that Night Fox had suffered. Before Yi Baiming could recover his human body, Yunxing decided not to let Yi Baiming know that she had discovered the truth of the matter for the time being. 1 hour and 15 minutes were almost up. Yunxing could not wait to see the Emperor Zhao in red fly into a rage. In the sky above Punlai, astral winds whistled. The red-clothed Huangji's hair danced wildly like snakes. His eyes were scarlet red as he used his sorcery to search for Yunxing's whereabouts on Punlai Island. Using magic to search for a person was a very exhausting act, but the Emperor Zhao in red didn't care so much. He only knew that time was ticking by and the 15 minutes he promised was almost up. On the ground, Tang Yuan's crown Prince Li Qing and the Hunters Guild's vice president opened their mouths like idiots. Speaking of which, this person disappeared. What will the result be? Tang Yuan's crown prince whispered. That's hard to say. On the mainland, there is no precedent for such a competition. The Hunters Guild's vice president scratched his head. Divine Wind's emerald green eyes also flashed with doubt. The moment Yunxing disappeared, Divine Wind had already quietly used the tracking technique. When it came to tracking, no one was better than the wind elf in the world. He manipulated the surrounding wind, whether it was the wind on land or the wind in the sea, to search for Yunxing's whereabouts. But even he couldn't find Yunxing. If Yunxing's parents weren't still here, he would really think that Yunxing had escaped. However, Yunxing was probably the only person in the world who could escape under the nose of the Emperor Zhao in red and Punlai of Gojoseon. Du Guxiu looked at Jean Coin suspiciously. Jean Coin squinted his eyes and looked comfortable under the sun. After 15 minutes, the Emperor Zhao in red's handsome face was already sweating. He had already searched several main islands of Punlai. Not to mention Yunxing, he couldn't even catch Yunxing's breath. But his magic power was mostly consumed. The Emperor Zhao, 15 minutes have passed. Punlai of Gojoseon coughed softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink magic array reappeared in front of everyone as if it had been prearranged. Ha! The Grand Yen Kingdom hand has appeared. Li Cheng couldn't help but shout. On the ground, the gazes of Divine Wind and the others suddenly focused on Yunxing. Dollar's golden eyes were full of pride. He stared at the sky, at the woman who was like a beautiful moon. If she couldn't even last a moment under the Emperor Zhao in red's hands, then she wouldn't be the little wild cat that he was familiar with. Yunxing, you really didn't disappoint me. Yunxing, you're so shameless. How dare you run away? The red-robed emperor was infuriated. Was this woman trying to anger him to death? She had appeared in 15 minutes, no more, no less. Yunxing wasn't embarrassed at all. She was arrogant and calm. Ji Feng, you've been famous for a long time. Who said that a battle must be fought with real swords and spears? Punlai of Gojoseon made it clear that as long as I don't lose in 15 minutes, he will let my family of 3 leave. Punlai of Gojoseon, do you mean what you said? Yunxing's black eyes were full of cunning. Beneath the mask, the corners of Ji Rumo's mouth slowly curved upwards. Yunxing was probably the only one who could act so shamelessly and confidently. However, when Ji Rumo saw Yunxing's shameless act, an indescribable feeling slowly grew in his heart. I'm going to kill you. The Emperor Zhao in red suddenly sped up, making it impossible for people to see his attack clearly. He pounced on her face and used his magic scepter to hit her head. Emperor Zhao, please think twice before you act. In a flash, Ji Rumo was already in front of Yunxing. Although the expression on his face couldn't be seen clearly, at this moment, a storm was brewing in his amber eyes. Ji Rumo, how dare you stop I? The Emperor Zhao in red was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Bo, shameless, shameless, the Emperor Zhao in red didn't mean what he said. Everyone, come and take a look. Bobo Sheep raised its voice and jumped up and down in the air. Its voice was like a loudspeaker. Ji Feng, don't be so shameless. If you push me too far, I will make Punlai completely disappear from the mainland. Master of Molten Flame, listen to me. Yunxing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. She raised her hand. There was almost no chant, just a thought. Above the sea of Punlai. Bang, there was an earth-shattering sound, and the whole Punlai island seemed to shake. On the sea, there was a huge wave that was dozens of meters high, as if there was a storm. The Punlai fishing boat that was fishing at sea dropped the fishing net in hand. The residents living on the beach all gathered around. Oh my God, what did they see? On top of the huge wave that was dozens of meters high stood a giant. Its body was spitting fire, and it was holding a flaming spear in its hand. I am the guardian beast of the Punlai volcano seal, the master of molten flame. Respected new master, what can I do for you? The master of molten flame's aura was amazing. Oh my God, that was the volcano guardian of Punlai. For generations, it was the guardian of Punlai. In the eyes of ordinary people, the power of the volcano was extraordinary, and the master of molten flame was even more honorable. The fishermen and villagers were in awe. They all prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the master of molten flame. The Emperor Zhao in red was shocked. He stared at Yunxing angrily. You are threatening I. Do you dare to kill 13 million people of Punlai? Punlai of Gojoseon could not help but clench his hands. Did Yunxing really want to kill so many people of Punlai for her own selfishness? Could it be that he was wrong about her? Yunxing's eyes were full of colors. She looked at the Emperor Zhao in red with a pair of cold eyes. Everyone, let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Because your Lord Zhao Huang went back on his word, he is a selfish and vile person. His behavior angered the Volcano Guardian, and the Volcano Guardian will leave Punlai. Within a month, the volcano at the bottom of the Sea of Punlai will erupt. At that time, Punlai will be engulfed by the volcano. When Yunxing spoke, she used wind magic. For a moment, her voice fell in every corner of Punlai. The residents and fishermen heard and roared angrily. The Emperor Zhao. What the hell is going on? Punlai of Gojoseon, keep the volcano guardian. *CK off, Emperor Zhao. We want to live and work in peace. Everyone, this is a blessing in disguise. If you want to leave Punlai, it is not too late. If you are willing, you can move to Zhou State. My Zhou State has a vast territory and is willing to accept the people of Punlai. As soon as Yunxing's voice fell, the residents of Punlai exploded. If people did not offend her, she would not offend them. If people offended her, she would kill them. Of course, Yunxing would not turn a blind eye to the lives of 13 million people. Since she could not kill them, she would take them in. Empty Punlai and let the Emperor Zhao in red be his lone Emperor Zhao. This was a beautiful move. It was a threat, but at the same time, it was not a threat. On the ground, several people, including Dugu Xiu and Divine Wind, could not help but cheer for Yunxing's words. Because there were many comments in the book review section that could not be seen by the Claw Machine Gang, Defuzi continued to nag. For updates a day. If there were additional updates, she would notify them in advance. In February, she had to work for half a month. It had been proven countless times that those who wanted to make Yunxing suffer would always end up losing the rice used to lure her. The Emperor Zhao in red was no exception. The Emperor Zhao in red had long expected that Yunxing was the one who had awakened the Master of Molten Flame. He had also guessed that Yunxing would trigger a volcanic eruption in order to destroy Punlai. However, the Emperor Zhao in red was not Yunxing. Yunxing was not a kind person. In her previous life, she had used her medical skills to save both bad and good people. In this life, she had also killed countless people to protect her family and friends. However, she had never forgotten that she was a descendant of the Shenong Yan family. She wore the Shenong medical bracelet on her hand. She killed people, but only those who deserved to be killed. Punlai had 13 million people. This was not a small crime. Did he want her, Yunxing, to be cursed for eternity? Dream on. Even if she did not kill anyone, she still had many ways to force the Emperor Zhao in red to back down. She did not believe that the Emperor Zhao in red would be able to remain as the Emperor Zhao in red in a deserted Punlai that could erupt at any time. Yunxing's threat completely angered the Emperor Zhao in red. Vile spawn. You are so sinister. The Emperor Zhao in red's chest tightened. A few hideous wrinkles suddenly appeared on his originally handsome face. His black hair was suddenly mottled with white. As the saying goes, when a person is too sad, his hair will turn white overnight. The Emperor Zhao in red was angered by Yunxing. In an instant, he had aged dozens of years. When it comes to being sinister, how can I compare to your excellency Emperor Zhao? Yunxing smiled, revealing her white teeth. Emperor Zhao, Miss Yun, now that things have come to this, why don't both of you take a step back? Miss Yun, if you leave the Master of Molten Flame behind, this prince is willing to use my life to guarantee that I will let your family of 3 leave Punlai. Punlai of Gojoseon and Ji Romo were also seeing Yunxing's unique side for the first time. It turned out that Yunxing was not only good at medicine, but she was also good at killing people. Punlai of Gojoseon had known the Emperor Zhao in red for so many years, but he had never seen Emperor Zhao lose his composure like this. However, Punlai of Gojoseon also heaved a sigh of relief. He almost thought that Yunxing would become a demoness who would kill innocent people. If that was the case, what should he do? Good. Good. Ji Romo, you're such a traitor. Bastard child of the Yun family, just you wait, I will kill you sooner or later. The Emperor Zhao in red was extremely angry. On his Emperor summoning ring, the evil aura was like the waves of the sea, rolling non-stop. Palai of Gojosian and Ji Romo blocked the Emperor Zhao in red with one hand and pressed down on the Emperor Zhao in red's ring with the other hand. Emperor Zhao, the Dutian blood seal crisis has not been resolved. Please think twice before you act. Palai of Gojosian's words were light but heavy. The Emperor Zhao in red's eyes were red. He looked at Hu Jiusheng unwillingly, and his heart was in pain as if it was being stabbed by a knife. He would never forget the humiliation he had suffered today. Even though Hu Jiusheng had been rescued, without the heart crystal, she was like a walking corpse. Although his divine beast was powerful, he could not use it too much. Otherwise, it would backfire on his body. In all these years, the number of times the Emperor Zhao in red had used his divine beast could be counted on one hand. It was not worth it to ruin his great plan for a lowly bastard child. It was unknown what Palai of Gojosian and the Emperor Zhao in red said, but when Palai of Gojosian turned around again, the Emperor Zhao in red's face was ashen, but he did not act up again. He did not say a word, and with a wave of magic, he disappeared. Miss Yun, you can leave now. The next time we meet, I hope we will not be enemies. Ji Romo's figure flashed and disappeared as well. Yunxing felt something extra in her hand. She looked down and realized that there were a few heart crystals in her hand. Her heart skipped a beat. She looked at the place where Ji Romo disappeared and was stunned for a moment. Just as Yunxing was secretly guessing who Ji Romo was, Du Guxiu's impatient voice came from below. Your competition is over, but mine has just begun. Du Guxiu was still brooding over the fact that he had lost to Yi Baiming in the past. In the past few years, he had been cultivating diligently, merged with 2 Qilin blood crystals, and combined with the power of the halberd of the divine warrior. He wanted to see if he or Yi Baiming was stronger when both of them had the halberd of the divine warrior. Hold on, Du Guxiu. I don't have time to blindly join in with you. Genie, we have to leave immediately. Yunxing was burning with anxiety. She was worried about Hu Sheng's safety. Roar. Women shouldn't meddle in men's business. Genie and Du Guxiu roared at Yunxing at almost the same time. Yunxing was dumbfounded. Were they rebelling? They actually dared to roar at her. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Guxiu roared angrily. His entire body erupted with black flames. Biting cold fighting aura. The fighting aura swirled and formed a mighty black qilin. Black scales grew on his body and limbs. In the blink of an eye, he had already gone berserk and was ready to launch a fatal attack. Genie didn't show any signs of weakness. He arched his beautiful back and planted his forelimbs on the ground. His entire body was surrounded by golden battle aura that was like clouds. You guys aren't leaving, right? I'll leave. Yunxing was also annoyed. What time was it now? These 2 fighting idiots still wanted to fight. If they want to fight, then let them fight to their heart's content. After saying that, Yunxing gave an order. Yun Songhai hugged Hu Jiusheng, God Wind, and Indigo like stars. They flashed across the sky and disappeared without a trace. Oh no, the little wild cat is angry. Genie secretly complained. He was also blinded by his man's desire to win. The world was big, but coaxing his wife was the most important thing. Forget it, this fight, I won't fight. Genie's golden eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He no longer had the heart to fight. He stepped on 4 golden clouds and chased after his wife without saying goodbye. Du Guxiu just got into position and was ready to have a big fight. Who would have thought that Genie would actually run away? Bastard, knight. Du Guxiu was about to explode when suddenly, a majestic voice sounded in his mind. His father, He Yao, ordered him to immediately go to the Dutian blood realm. In 3 days, the Bahuang tribe would attack the Dutian blood seal. Du Guxiu's eagle eyes narrowed. This day finally came. He couldn't tell whether he was happy or depressed. Du Guxiu's doqi wings flapped and he slid hundreds of meters away. The sky, which was originally bustling with noise and excitement, became empty in an instant. Tang Yuan, Crown Prince Li Cheng, and the vice president of the Hunters Guild woke up from their dream. In a fit of anger, Yun Sheng, who left the main island of Punlai, didn't stop until she reached the border between Punlai and later Qin. Father, here are 4 heart crystals. Take mother back to Taiyuan Mountain first. Use the heart crystals to stabilize mother's emotions. After I save Hu Xing, I will immediately go find you. She took out the heart crystals that Ji Rumo gave her and gave them to her father, Yun Songhai. Hu Jiuxing had already woken up. After being hit by Yunxing's corpse puppet, she was much quieter than before. Along the way, she only held Yun Songhai's hand quietly, like a lost child. Yunxing's heart ached when she saw her mother like this, but without finding the heart lamp, she couldn't find out the reason for her mother's amnesia. But now, Yunxing couldn't find the heart lamp. The most urgent thing now was to get to the Dutian blood world and find Hu Jiuxing. Yunxing could only talk about her mother's treatment and put it aside for the time being. Xing'er, the power of the Siming is not to be underestimated. You must not be rash. Yun Songhai was also worried about his daughter going to the blood world, but he also understood that his daughter couldn't let Hu Xing be killed. Father, don't worry. God Wind and Sister Lan will go with me. As Yunxing spoke, she didn't forget to sneak a peek behind her. That damned night fox, he still hadn't caught up. Then be careful. Father will wait for your return. Yun Songhai reminded her a few more times, then left with Hu Jiuxing. God Wind, I'll have to trouble you this time. We have to get to the Dutian blood world in the shortest time possible. Yunxing's wind magic couldn't travel 1,000 miles in a day. She could only use God Wind's wind escape to travel day and night to the Dutian blood world. But even so, it would take her at least 2 days to get to the Dutian blood world. Yunxing could only hope that everything was not too late. When Dollar arrived, Yunxing and the others had already left. He was angry and paced back and forth in the same place. Suddenly, he found a mark with a small tuft of pink hair left on it. Dutian blood world, the little wild cat was still going to save that Hu Xing. Dollar no longer hesitated. He kicked off the ground and headed for the Dutian blood world. In the Dutian blood world, outside the Dutian blood seal. After 3 years, the Dutian blood seal, which had been severely damaged, had begun to show signs of collapse. The originally blood-red blood seal had begun to wither, slowly turning from red to black. It looked like it was on the verge of collapse and would collapse at any time. A blood sacrifice magic array the size of half a football field was being drawn. Unlike ordinary magic arrays, the blood sacrifice magic used to repair the Dutian bloodstains required 1 day and 1 night to draw. Moreover, a lot of preparation work was needed before the drawing could be completed. First of all, the magic array had to be maintained by a magician at the level of a magician. Secondly, the blood of hundreds of magical beasts were needed to draw the magic array. Lastly, the blood of the blood sacrifice had to be the blood of a descendant of celestial fox. Elder Siming herself was a magician at the level of a magician. As for the other 2 conditions, the temple and the Zhao state had cooperated for the past 3 years and achieved them one by one. After Hu Xing was abducted by Elder Siming halfway, she rushed to the Dutian blood world. What awaited her was the blood sacrifice. Several magicians from the Zhao state stood beside the magic array expressionlessly. They chanted and cast spells. Almost 100 magical beasts were beheaded in front of Hu Xing. The heads of the beasts rolled on the ground. The fresh red blood was a ghastly sight. The air and the soil were mixed with the smell of blood. Hu Xing, her hair disheveled, knelt on the ground. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She looked at the struggling magical beasts and tears rolled down her cheeks. Why? Why did you kill them? Hu Xing murmured. She knew that it wouldn't be long before she would be beheaded like these demonic beasts. When her blood flowed into the magic formation, the magic power of the magic formation would activate and repair the damaged great heavenly blood seal. Elder Siming stood beside her. If you want to hate, hate your bloodline. Between you and that woman, only one can survive. Since Ruma wants to protect that woman, he can only kill you. When Elder Siming first saw Hu Xing, he almost thought that Hu Xing was Yun Xing. But this was no longer important. What Elder Siming needed to do now was to complete the blood sacrifice. Elder Siming, all the beast's blood is ready. We're just waiting to kill this celestial fox. The magician's blood-stained hand stung Hu Xing's eyes. She didn't say a word. She seemed to be scared out of her wits. I'll kill her myself. Elder Siming pushed Hu Sheng to the center of the blood sacrifice magic array and raised his magic scepter. Hu Sheng lowered his head. Let her go. A roar made Hu Sheng raise his head. What did she see? Abandon, who was covered in wounds, rushed over like a heavenly soldier. TSK, how dare you chase after me? Why is this kid so stubborn? Kid, I know your master, Shi Huang. I'm only sparing your life because of him. Don't push your luck. Elder Siming had to stop. Earlier, in Punlai, Elder Siming suddenly appeared and defeated Abandon, Gufeng, and the others. Sister Lan went to find Yinxing for help. Abandon was the most stubborn one. Along the way, he fought with Elder Siming several times. Elder Siming took into account that he was from the mage elite camp and saw how stubborn Abandon was. He didn't want to kill him and only severely injured him. Who knew that Abandon would chase after him again and again? Chi-Chi was in a sorry state. His handsome face was already stained with blood. Abandon, go. Don't worry about me. I'm a remnant of Celestial Fox. If you save me, you'll be in trouble. Hu Sheng couldn't help but shout. She was just a piece of trash. She wasn't worth Abandon risking his life for. Kid, did you hear that? If you save this woman, you'll become the enemy of the entire continent. Elder Siming guided him patiently. Abandonment broke into a smile. At that moment, his entire face seemed to be glowing with life. F***ck off. So what if I become the enemy of the entire continent? I'm not afraid. If you want to kill her, you'll have to step over my dead body. This was the first time Hu Sheng saw Abandon smile. It was also the first time Hu Sheng cursed Abandon. However, she had an indescribable feeling. It was a kind of happiness that came from being cared for. Hu Sheng had never felt this kind of happiness in his more than 10 years as a human being. So, there was still someone in this world who cared about her. Abandon had always been a cold-hearted person. Only at this moment did he seem like a living person. You don't know what's good for you. If you want to save someone, you should know your place. I'm going to kill her. Let's see how you save her. Men, get into formation. Elder Siming's patience was running out. As soon as he finished speaking, several mages from the temple raised their magic scepters. They chanted in unison. Rays of magic light as bright as day shot out, forming a light barrier that covered the entire blood sacrifice magic circle. Abandon saw this and stomped his feet. However, as soon as he got close to the magic circle, he felt a strong repulsion force that sent him flying. Abandon charged again, but he was still bounced back. It's useless. This is the bright crystal wall of the temple. With your current strength, you can't break through it. Elder Siming sighed. He couldn't help but cherish this stubborn young man. It was a pity that he was from the mainland's magic elite camp. Otherwise, he would have recruited him into the temple. Abandon was still unwilling to give up. He launched several attacks with magic. However, every time his magic hit the bright crystal wall, it was like hitting a sponge. It was completely ineffective. The bright crystal wall was similar to Gufeng's ball of light of the sun. However, the ball of light of the sun was more flexible and could be maintained by Gufeng alone. On the other hand, the bright crystal wall was a group magic. It could only be maintained by many mages and could not be maintained for more than an hour. However, this 1 hour was enough for Elder Siming to kill Hu Sheng and complete the blood seal's restoration. Ignore that kid. The rest of you, start preparing for the blood sacrifice chant. Elder Siming didn't want to delay any longer. He ignored Abandon's repeated attempts and raised his magic scepter again. God of light, please bestow upon me the thunder slash to slay all evils in the world. Hu Sheng had already forgotten his fear. He just stared at Abandon. Hu Sheng's gaze fell into Abandon's eyes. No, definitely not. Let Hu Sheng die here. Abandon failed to break through the bright crystal wall again. This time, he didn't use any magic. Little Green, help me this time. I want to break that damn bright crystal wall. Little Green hissed on Abandon's magic scepter. Its body turned into a green light and entered between Abandon's eyebrows. A green brand appeared on Abandon's forehead. After the brand appeared, Abandon's body changed. Strange patterns that looked like scales and tattoos grew on his limbs. They turned into a coiling void serpent. The green snake's eyes were as big as lanterns. There was a pair of giant wings on its back. The snake's body was as big as a millstone. The most terrifying thing was that there was a small section of greenish-black horn on its head. That's a flood dragon. Chang Ximing was shocked when he saw the void serpent. A snake that grows horns at 500 years old is a flood dragon. From the looks of it, it doesn't look more than 20 years old, but it actually has such a terrifying demonic beast. The void serpent was neither a spell nor a battle technique. For a moment, even Elder Ximing couldn't determine what kind of trick Abandon had used. If Yinxing was here, she would definitely recognize that it was a kind of fusion divine technique, similar to the fusion of Yunxing and Popo. However, it was only because Baby Sheep was a universe god that he was able to possess the body fusion divine skill. Little Qing, who had always been inconspicuous, actually had such an innate talent. After the void serpent took form, it flapped its huge wings and circled above the radiant crystal wall. It opened its ghastly mouth and spat out a ball of sizzling green lightning. Countless poisonous electric arcs that looked like tiny snakes crackled on top of the lightning ball. Rumble, the green lightning ball collided with the light crystal wall. It was as if two meteorites had collided. Magical sparks appeared between the green lightning ball and the light crystal wall, flashing with different colors of light. The people inside the radiant crystal wall seemed to have experienced a small-scale earthquake, and were shaken to the point that they were swaying unsteadily. The power of the light crystal wall was forcefully weakened. However, the power of the green lightning ball was not limited to that. Little Qing was born with poison. When the lightning ball that had spat out hit the light crystal wall was dyed with a layer of green poison. The magicians who released the light crystal ball instantly felt poisoned. Their hands that were holding the magic scepter turned green. Not good, this magic attack is poisonous. Chang Ximing was shocked. He quickly used light magic to heal the magicians. Little did he know that Little Qing's poison was extremely strong. In just a moment, it had already seeped into their veins and blood. Even if they were treated in time, the hands of these magicians would be crippled. Kid, you dared to hurt the people of my Dharma temple. Today, I will not let you live. Chang Ximing was furious. He didn't want to kill Abandon, but this kid's strength was not ordinary. Today, if he didn't kill him, the blood sacrifice would not be able to proceed normally. Light Demon Slaying Sword. Chang Ximing had no time to care about Hu Xing. He chanted, and the magic power merged with the magic scepter in his hand. A light sword that was a few meters tall floated above his nostrils. The sword contained a strong power of light. It pierced towards the void serpent. The void serpent knew that it would not be able to dodge the sword of light. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the light sword. The light sword carried a strong power of light magic. When Little Qing swallowed it, it felt a burning power of light pierce into its abdomen. The power of light was scattered all over the place, tearing at its internal organs. Hiss hiss, the void serpent writhed in pain in the air. Kid, give up. Do you think you can swallow the light sword? Chang Ximing stared at the void serpent in the sky. He was secretly amazed. The light sword could break through anything tough. This void serpent did not admit defeat. It showed how strong its master's willpower was. I will never give up. The void serpent spat out a few words with difficulty. Its tail suddenly swung and collided with the light crystal wall. Even in the face of pain that was worse than death, he still wanted to save Hu Xing. Kid, do you love this woman that much? You're willing to give up your life for her? Chang Ximing had never experienced the love between a man and a woman in his life. He did not understand why Qi would rather risk his Dharma soul being destroyed to save Hu Xing. You're wrong. I didn't save her because I love her. Qi was still struggling to hold on. His skin had begun to crack. Blood flowed out like a small stream. Qi's words made Hu Xing's body tremble slightly. Hu Xing's beautiful face had a touch of bitterness. Yes, she almost forgot that Qi did not love her. It turned out that no one cared about her. Since you don't love her, why did you save her? Chang Ximing was even more confused. It was said that the love between a man and a woman could make people do irrational things. He had indeed seen many people around him become abnormal because they fell in love with a woman. The Emperor Zhao in red was like that. Palai of Gojoseon and Ji Rumo were also like that. Those two were peerless geniuses. But for the mother and daughter, they went against their hearts and did unusual things. Chang Ximing saw that she was willing to do anything for Hu Xing. He naturally thought that the two were lovers. Because she's my friend. And also because she's the one I love, the one I promised to protect. She said silently in his heart. In order to fulfill Yunxing's promise, he would do anything. After repeated collisions, the void serpent's tail finally smashed the light crystal wall. Several temple mages could not hold on any longer. They vomited blood and knelt on the ground. Almost at the same time. Poof, after the sound of a blunt weapon piercing flesh, the sword of light pierced the void serpent's abdomen. Blood splattered like rain. Hu Xing looked up. Blood fell on her face and covered her eyes. Friends, in Hu Xing's eyes, tears fell like short pearls. They were red. She was just a friend. That's right, Abandon was her friend. Yunxing was also her friend. At least they still cared about her. As friends, she could not drag them down. She could not drag them down anymore. Abandon, thank you, Hu Xing said softly. She stood up abruptly and rushed forward. Catch her. Elder Ximing was treating a few mages. He did not expect that Hu Xing, who had been quiet all this time, would run away. In front, the dark red Dutian blood seal was like a beast with its mouth wide open. It stared at Hu Xing fiercely. At this moment, she was not afraid and did not waver. The cowardly Hu Xing resolutely rushed towards the Dutian blood seal. 3 years ago, the Dutian blood seal was set up by Elder Ximing and the second elder of the elite camp. Hu Xing did not know magic or doqi. She was just a body of flesh and blood. If she bumped into the magic seal, she would die. No. Hu Xing. Abandon was inexplicably distressed. He turned into his human form and wanted to stop Hu Xing. No one could stop Hu Xing. She bumped into the Dutian blood seal. When Hu Xing rushed towards the Dutian blood seal, a white light burst out from her body. Blood, like a gorgeous firework, exploded on the Dutian blood seal. When Abandon caught up, Hu Xing's body slid to the ground like a puddle of mud. Abandon hugged her tightly. When he checked, his heart turned cold. Hu Xing actually burned her own soul force. Could it be that she was prepared to die? Hu Xing, why are you so foolish? Tears welled up in his eyes. Don't be sad, to be able to die, in your arms. I'm very happy, tell Yunxing, to bring my ashes, back to the Celestial Fox tribe. If there's an afterlife, I want to meet you before. Yunxing. After saying that, Hu Xing closed his eyes forever. There was a bright smile on her face, and a drop of dark red tear rolled down from the corner of her eye, like the finest ruby. Hu Xing. Abandoned roared at the top of his lungs like a wounded lone wolf. As it turned out, that woman also had a stubborn temper. Kid, hand her over to me. Her blood can strengthen the Dutian blood seal and protect the safety of the continent. Hand over the corpse, and I'll spare your life. Hu Xing had just died, and her blood could still be used for a blood sacrifice. Even now, Elder Ximing was still unwilling to give up on the blood sacrifice. Even now, you still want to use her as a blood sacrifice. Temple, haha, what a temple. What justice, what protection of the continent, it's all bullshit. You only know how to bully weak women. Don't even think about touching her. Hu Xing said that she would let Yunxing bring her ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe. Before Yunxing came, he would definitely protect Hu Xing's corpse. Abandoned was hit by the Sword of Light and was also seriously injured. He was no match for Elder Ximing. Stubborn. Elder Ximing was furious. He waved his hand and was about to kill Abandoned. Right at this moment, Abandoned felt a series of sounds like eggshells being peeled off behind him. Elder Ximing, look. A group of people from the temple trembled as they pointed at the Dutian blood seal. There was a hole in the Dutian blood seal. That hole was constantly expanding. As the hole expanded, a large number of cracks appeared on the blood seal. The Dutian blood seal was about to collapse. What's going on? Why is the blood seal collapsing prematurely? Elder Siming was terrified. It only took a hit from Hu Xing. How could the blood seal be so fragile? He glanced at Hu Xing. Damn it, this woman burned her soul energy. She wants the Dutian blood seal to collapse. Elder Siming used the cruelest method to kill almost 100 demonic beasts. This action completely enraged Hu Xing. The beast blood of the 8 Wastelands beast clan in her body had finally awakened. She wanted to use her life to take revenge on the temple and the humans who killed countless demonic beasts. Although Hu Xing didn't know magic or combat energy, she had the blood of the celestial fox people in her body. She was also the saintess of the celestial fox people. She had a purer soul energy than anyone else. This life energy met the Dutian blood seal formed by the hatred and hostility of countless demonic beasts. It was like fire meeting water, or ice meeting sunlight. This caused the already fragile Dutian blood seal to show signs of collapsing prematurely. Activate the blood sacrifice magic circle. Although the most important celestial fox blood was missing, the blood sacrifice magic circle drawn with the blood of hundreds of demonic beasts should be able to stabilize the blood seal temporarily. While the blood seal was stabilized, they had to find another person with the blood of the celestial fox to draw another blood sacrifice magic circle. Abandon took the opportunity to carry Hu Xing, whose body was starting to turn cold. He retreated to the side and watched coldly. The magicians of the temple, including Elder Siming, gathered together and began chanting together. Within the blood sacrifice magic circle, the blood of the hundreds of demonic beasts started burning like flames, forming clouds of blood mist that surged towards the Dutian blood seal. The blood mist merged with the blood seal and started to repair the gap. The blood seal, which was originally restless, gradually calmed down. The blood sacrifice magic circle is a success. Elder Siming's old face relaxed slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Abandoned. What's going on? Gu Feng and Dong Huangling rushed over. The two of them were separated from Abandoned earlier. When they found Abandoned, they only saw Hu Xing, who was already dead. Hu Xing is dead. He was forced to death by the people of the temple. Abandoned lowered his head. The people of the temple are inhumane. Hu Xing is just a weak woman. Why did they do this to her? Dong Huangling was furious. Dong Huangling and Hu Xing were also friends. Princess Dong Huang, what do you mean by that? Everything that the temple did was for the sake of the peace of the continent. Elder Siming saw that the Dutian blood seal was gradually stabilizing, so he ordered the magicians to maintain the blood sacrifice magic circle. Executioner, I have already heard that the temple and the Zhao state are in cahoots. You and the Emperor Zhao in red are the murderers who harmed Yunxing and her family, Dong Huangling spat. Just when Elder Siming was about to explode, a magical radiance suddenly flashed beside him. The Emperor Zhao in red and Penlai of Gojoseon arrived one after another. Seeing the Emperor Zhao in red, Elder Siming's old face turned red. He said guiltily, Senior brother, the mission failed. Saintess Celestial Fox committed suicide. She used her soul energy to open a gap in the blood seal. The Emperor Zhao in red looked at the Dutian blood seal. Indeed, there was an obvious hole in the seal. Although it had been repaired, the hole could become a hidden danger at any time. Humph. Since one is dead, let's catch another one. There is another way to completely repair the Dutian blood seal. That is to find that B** starred from the Yun family. She also has the bloodline of the celestial fox. Capture these people. They are all friends of that B** starred from the Yun family. With them in our hands, the B** starred from the Yun family will definitely come to us, the Emperor Zhao in red said coldly. This? Elder Siming seemed to be worried. She quickly glanced at Penlai of Gojoseon. He had already seen that Yunxing valued friendship a lot. She would even try her best to save the saintess of the celestial fox whom she met by chance. Needless to say, these people were her best friends. When he was in Penlai, he was forced to let go of Yunxing. This time, he would definitely not let go of Yunxing. In order to repair the blood seal, he would kill Yunxing. This time, he would not let the Yun family know about it, right? When Abandoned, Dong Huangling, and the others heard this, their expressions changed. Gu Feng, cover, abandon and escape. Dong Huang Ling didn't dare to hesitate at all. The red-clothed Zhao Huang, Chang Si Ming, and the Punlai king, who was still a friend or foe. Moreover, Qi was heavily injured. Even if she had Dong Huang Qing with her, she could only give it her all. They could not become a burden to Yun Sheng. Gu Feng hesitated for a moment. He knew that he couldn't be of much help here. He grabbed green and teleported, wanting to escape first. Trying to escape? The Emperor Zhao in red did not chase after them. He only opened his hand and clenched his fingers. In the sky, an invisible magic net suddenly appeared. The magic net was about to trap Gu Feng and abandon. Seeing this, Dong Huang Ling gritted her teeth. She took out Dong Huang Qing and started chanting. Dong Huang Qing flew into the air and sucked in the magic net. That's... The Emperor Zhao in red's expression changed slightly as he looked at the ancient bronze pin with a strange expression. The 8 Barons' divine artifact, Dong Huang Qing. Who would have thought that Dong Huang Qing had been hiding in the body of Emperor Dong Huang's descendant? Haha, the heavens are helping me. I would like to see how brilliant Dong Huang Qing is. The Emperor Zhao in red was not angry when he saw that the magic prison net was taken away. Instead, he was happy. The Zhao state had been painstakingly searching for the 8 Baron divine artifacts. Finally, he found one. The Emperor Zhao in red flipped his hand and waved it. A purple and blue ball of magic lightning appeared in his hand. He then threw it at Dong Huang Qing. Thunder God's Break was one of the Emperor Zhao in red's ultimate magic. The ball of lightning carried a terrifying force as it charged toward Dong Huang Qing. Dong Huang Ling didn't dare to be careless. She chanted faster and faster. When the ball of lightning was sucked into Dong Huang Qing's body, Dong Huang Qing shook violently. Dong Huang Ling felt as if she was struck by lightning. She felt a surge of blood rush up her head as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Even if it was an 8 Baron divine artifact, its effects would be different when used by different people. Although Dong Huang Qing was powerful, her own cultivation base was too weak. There was a difference of several levels between her and the red-clothed Zhao Huang. The Thunder God's Break was incomparably ruthless. Dong Huang Ling was unable to withstand it for a moment. Ling Seeing that Ling was injured, Gu Feng's heart was burning with anxiety. Even Qi's expression changed. I'm fine. Dong Huang Ling held back the blood in her throat and took a deep breath. Hurry up and leave. We can't let this old man's scheme succeed. You have guts. Unfortunately, you are too weak. You don't deserve to have a divine artifact. Dong Huang Qing, I subordinate, should have it. The Emperor Zhao in red laughed cruelly. He teleported and sent a palm strike towards Dong Huang Ling trying to snatch Dong Huang Qing. However, just as the Emperor Zhao in red was about to attack, an even faster figure appeared in front of him and saved Dong Huang Ling Punlai of Gojoseon? Dong Huang Ling didn't understand why Punlai of Gojoseon would save her. Ji Rumo. You keep on stopping Are you trying to betray Punlai? The Emperor Zhao in red flew into a rage out of humiliation. He almost got Dong Huang Qing. Including the Netherworld Ghost Key, this was the second time Ji Rumo stopped him from getting the 8 Baron divine artifact. Rumo, are you crazy? Don't get into a conflict with senior brother. Elder Siming said worriedly. No. With me here, no one can touch her. Punlai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo shook his head. What an ingrate. You are really trying to betray Punlai. Today, I will help Punlai clean up. If I can nurture a Ji Rumo, I can also kill a Ji Rumo. The Emperor Zhao in red was furious. Senior brother, calm down. Rumo is only temporarily bewitched by that woman. Elder Siming said anxiously. However, the furious the Emperor Zhao in red and the cold Ji Rumo ignored her advice. I, Emperor Zhao in red, use my soul to summon the ancient divine beast. With the power of the divine beast, I will punish the good and punish the evil. The Emperor Zhao in red chanted. From the summoning ring, the sound of a baby crying could be heard. A huge summoning array appeared. Princess Dong Huang, the 3 of you, please leave quickly. Leave this place to me. In the face of the increasing pressure from the demonic beasts, the Punlai king, Ji Rumo, had a grave expression on his face. Dong Huangling Gufeng, and the other two didn't dare to delay. The three of them immediately ran towards the outside of the Dutian blood realm. Junior brother, you go after them. I alone will be enough. The Emperor Zhao in red sneered. Behind him, the mountain-like figure of a beast became clearer. Elder Siming looked at Ji Rumo worriedly. Elder Siming knew Ji Rumo's character better than the Emperor Zhao in red. Once he made a decision, no one could stop him. Elder Siming sighed and went to chase after Dong Huangling and the others. The Emperor Zhao in red summoning was completed. The Emperor Zhao in red summoning beast, which was also the only divine beast in the boundless continent, finally revealed its true form. The ancient divine beast, Jiaoying, which had 9 heads and could spit out ice and fire magic attacks at the same time, appeared. It had 9 red heads, but only 1 body. The red heads were like venomous snake heads, constantly moving, emitting a dangerous aura. Jiaoying, kill him. The Emperor Zhao in red's eyes were red. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed. Even Ji Rumo, whom he had groomed himself, was no exception. The moment Jiaoying appeared, it shot out several fire arrows and ice blades, launching a ferocious attack towards Ji Rumo. Armor of light, grant me the strongest defense. A layer of crystal-like armor condensed on Ji Rumo's body. Light blade slash, grant me the strongest attack. On the magic scepter, all kinds of light magic attacks emerged one after another. Ji Rumo was extremely agile. He dodged Jiaoying's attacks time and time again. But against a divine beast like Jiaoying, normal magic attacks were useless. Forbidden spell of light, glory of the sun and moon. Ji Rumo raised his magic scepter when he couldn't defeat Jiaoying. Punlai of Gojoseon Ji Rumo's magic scepter shone brightly at that moment. A sun and a moon rose in the sky. The sun and moon were lifelike, just like the real sun and moon. It was just that the light emitted from the sun and moon wasn't ordinary light. Instead, it was light that was infused with light magic. It was a super magic light. The Dutian blood world was shrouded in blood mist all year round, and it was dark. The sun and moon that had suddenly appeared in the sky lit up the earth. The Emperor Zhao in red saw the sun and moon in the sky. His victorious face was filled with fear. How could it be possible to create a scene of the sun and moon? This kind of magic was no longer a simple esoteric magic. Ji Rumo actually comprehended a forbidden magic by himself, moreover, it was the most difficult light and dark magic among all magic. It was a light magic forbidden magic. As soon as the magic, sun and moon shine together was released, the light landed on the Jiaoying's body. It was as if it was burned by fire. Blisters immediately appeared on the Jiaoying's thick skin. When the light landed in the Jiaoying's eyes, it only felt a piercing pain in its eyes. Its vision turned black, and it couldn't see anything clearly. Ji Rumo's figure flashed, and his magic scepter turned into a light blade. He chopped off one of the Jiaoying's heads. On the other side of the Dutian blood world, Gufeng carried Hu Xing's corpse on his back, and Dong Huangling supported Qi. The 3 of them retreated from the Dutian blood world. However, the 3 of them were still slower than Elder Siming. I don't want to fight with you juniors anymore. Come back with me obediently. Elder Siming saw that the 3 of them were all injured, but he still refused to abandon them. If you want to keep them, you have to ask for my permission first. A cold female voice suddenly appeared behind Elder Siming. Yunxing, Divine Wind, and Blue finally arrived at the Dutian blood world after traveling day and night. However, she didn't expect to see something that she didn't want to see the moment she entered the Dutian blood world. Yunxing, you're here. I'm sorry, we weren't able to save Hu Xing. She died. When Dong Huangling saw Yunxing, other than feeling happy, she also felt a bit anxious. The Emperor Zhao in red and the Dharma temple still wanted to perform the blood sacrifice. If Yunxing appeared now, she would be walking right into their trap. Yunxing looked at Hu Xing's body with mixed feelings. Who killed her? Hu Xing committed suicide. He didn't want to be a burden to me, so he chose to commit suicide. Before she died, she asked me to tell you to send her ashes back to the Celestial Fox tribe. Abandoned recalled the scene before Hu Xing's death. He clenched his fists and glared at Elder Siming. Bring her ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. Yunxing was sad, but she also had an indescribable strange feeling. There was a kind of request that one couldn't refuse. That was the request before one's death. Although Huxing had a weak personality, he made a powerful threat before he died. At the very last moment, he set up a trap for Yunxing to jump into. When Yunxing first met Huxing had already expressed his intention to let Yunxing replace him and become the saintess of the celestial fox tribe. From her point of view, Yunxing was smart and good at scheming. She was also proficient in medicine, magic, and summoning techniques. Compared to her, Yunxing was more suitable to become the saintess of the celestial fox people. Although Yunxing had never been to the Eight Desolates continent, from the attitude of the Eight Desolates continent's descendants towards Hu Linglong, she roughly knew that the celestial fox tribe was currently a very weak existence in the Eight Desolates continent. Huxing asking her to bring her ashes back was probably just an excuse. What he really wanted Yunxing to do was probably, but regardless of whether it was a trap or not, Yunxing had already decided to bring Huxing's ashes back to the celestial fox tribe. Because she had promised that she would send Huxing back to the Eight Desolates continent. The remnants of the celestial fox tribe deserved more than death. Yunxing, you've come at the right time. Since you've appeared, this old man won't bother these juniors anymore. Obediently let yourself be captured, so this old man won't have to do anything. Elder Siming was a little resentful towards Yunxing. If it wasn't for this woman, Palai of Gojoseon and the Emperor Zhao in red wouldn't be teasing each other so much. Femme fatale, this was a woman like Yunxing. What a joke. You want to use me as a blood sacrifice. Why would I obediently follow you? I'm not a fool. Elder Siming, for the sake of the young magistrate of the Dharma Temple, Xiao Wenqiu, I can overlook the fact that you forced Huxing to his death. However, you actually targeted my friends and me. That's your biggest mistake. Yunxing's lips curled into a cold smile. Yunxing was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. The young magistrate of the Dharma Temple, Xiao Wenqiu, had saved her and her father's lives when she was young. In the Taiyuan ruins, he had given her a magical item that allowed her to escape a life-and-death crisis. She would always remember Xiao Wenqiu's kindness. However, she would never forget the grudge of the Dharma Temple. You still have the cheek to talk about Wenqiu? He was bewitched by you, that's why. Elder Siming's face twitched the moment Yunxing mentioned Xiao Wenqiu. He was about to explode. The sky suddenly lit up. The sun and moon appeared in the sky at the same time. The entire Dutian blood realm was completely illuminated. The light Magus Gufeng couldn't help but be stupefied. He raised his head, revealing an expression of disbelief, as well as adoration. This is light magic. Then, there was a shrill roar of a beast. That's, when Elder Siming heard the roar, his face twitched even more. Is that magic? Yunxing also raised her head to look at the sky. There was a blazing sun and a bright moon in the sky. The sun and the moon coexisted. Such a scene did not exist. Could it be magic? Moreover, it was not an ordinary magic. This kind of magic was almost a heaven-defying forbidden spell. Who could use such a heaven-defying magic? Rumo. You actually betrayed your adoptive father, the Emperor Zhao in red, for her? Elder Siming lost his voice. The power of this forbidden spell had almost reached the realm of slaying gods. Ji Rumo had the intention to kill. Rumo? You mean Palai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo? This forbidden light magic was cast by him? Yunxing did not know that Palai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, was also a light magician. Wait, Ji Rumo was a light magician, and what Elder Siming said just now. Could it be, which, stop pretending. Rumo. No, it should be Wenqiu. Palai of Gojoseon, Ji Rumo, is the young master of the temple, Xiao Wenqiu. In order to save your life, he broke off his relationship with the Emperor Zhao in red. Elder Siming was flustered and exasperated. He angrily rebuked Yunxing. Palai of Gojoseon was the young master of the temple. Yunxing was shocked. But at this moment, her body shook violently. The celestial fox Saraira in her body moved strangely. There was a creepy feeling from the bottom of Yunxing's feet to her spine. Regarding Ji Rumo's true identity, is there anyone who still guessed? Xiao Wenxiu is not his true identity. Thank you for your monthly votes. That inexplicable sense of fear came too suddenly. Yunxing couldn't even snap out of her daze. She even forgot to investigate the fact that Penlai of Gojoseon was Xiao Wenxiu. However, to everyone else present, this news was extremely shocking. That meant that among the Wuji 5 annulus, Ji Rumo, Penlai of Gojoseon and Xiao Wenxiu from the temple were the same person? The temple was connected to the Zhao state. Back then, Elder Siming joined the temple after leaving the Zhao state. Coincidentally, Ji Rumo's talent was discovered at that time. As he couldn't summon magical beasts, there was a limit to what he could learn in the Zhao state. The Emperor Zhao in red thought that the temple was where magic was concentrated in the mainland. With Elder Siming's protection and Ji Rumo's talent in magic, he would definitely be able to rise to the top in the temple. Therefore, when Ji Rumo was 6 or 7 years old, he was sent to the temple to learn magic and divination. Since then, Ji Rumo had another identity. He was Xiao Wenxiu from the temple. Xiao Wenxiu didn't disappoint the Emperor Zhao in red and Elder Siming's expectations. He had only been in the temple for a year, but he had already broken through to become a sky sorcerer. In order to prevent people from recognizing that Ji Rumo and Xiao Wenxiu were the same person, the Emperor Zhao in red set up a fire. He claimed that Penlai of Gojoseon was disfigured in the fire and had no choice but to wear a mask. This secret was kept secret for so many years. Ji Rumo didn't express any objections. However, after that bastard from the Yun family appeared, Ji Rumo's body unknowingly changed. The Emperor Zhao in red didn't notice this change as he had never really cared about Ji Rumo. However, Elder Siming, Ji Yu, who had watched Xiao Wenxiu grow up, noticed it. In Ji Yu's eyes, be it Xiao Wenxiu or Ji Rumo, they were both perfect. He had an impeccable appearance and a talent that was the envy of the world. He had a gentle temperament and was as warm as the spring breeze to everyone. But because it was so perfect, Chang Siming sometimes even thought that Ji Rumo was a puppet without a heart. Just when Ji Yu thought that Ji Rumo would be like this for the rest of his life, Yunxing's appearance gave Elder Siming a glimmer of hope. The puppet began to have a heart. It was also because of Yunxing's appearance that Ji Rumo began to go against the Emperor Zhao in red's wishes. When he was in Penlai, he even begged Elder Siming not to expose the identity of the regent of Great Zhou. Elder Siming was shocked, but at the same time, he had the mentality of a father. After some hesitation, he finally agreed to Ji Rumo's request. In his heart, Ji Rumo had long been like his own flesh and blood. After so many years, Rumo had never asked him for a single favor. At that time, he had a premonition that Ji Rumo would one day do something shocking for that woman. However, he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. After Elder Siming captured Hu Xing, he wanted to kill her immediately. That way, it could be considered as an explanation to the Emperor Zhao in red. He didn't expect so many things to happen in the middle. In order to protect Yunxing, Ji Rumo didn't hesitate to break off relations with the Emperor Zhao in red and used the forbidden spell, Sun and Moon Shine Shine. Elder Siming looked at the sun and moon in the sky, his heart was in turmoil. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Ji Rumo is Xiao Wenxiu? However, why is he protecting Yunxing so much? Dong Huangling had only heard of the title of Xiao Wenxiu, the young master of the Law Temple. However, she didn't understand why the young master of the Law Temple, Xiao Wenxiu, would help Yunxing so many times. Yunxing, could it be that Xiao Siming likes you? Dong Huangling suddenly realized. Gufeng, who was at the side, couldn't help but complain. Linger actually had the mood to gossip at a time like this. A strange look flashed past Qi's eyes. A man who was willing to betray everything to protect a woman. If this wasn't love, then what was it? However, Yunxing didn't hear what her companions were saying. Her entire mind was stuck on that sudden feeling of horror. What was it? Due to the Shinong eyes and Trillium hand, Yunxing's 5 senses were much stronger than others. Yunxing could feel that this was a hidden threat. This threat could change the situation of the entire boundless world. Master, it's the Dutian blood seal. Something is coming out from the blood seal. The Dutian blood seal is going to collapse. Baby sheep and the demonic beasts in the exquisite beast tower were all agitated. Their sensitivity was higher than humans. They could feel that there was a powerful force rushing out from the Dutian blood seal. Impossible. The blood seal has just been repaired. How can it collapse so quickly? Elder Siming immediately denied. With the blood sacrifice magic array, the blood seal should be able to last for a few more days. Old fool, the soul power from life ignition caused fatal damage to the Dutian blood seal. The blood sacrifice magic array only repaired the surface layer of the blood seal. Baby sheep anxiously fluttered up and down. Inside the blood seal? Which, ask your beast to explain clearly what is inside the blood seal. Elder Siming thought that Bo sheep was trying to mislead them. Baby sheep, I'm not sure yet. But the other party has a strong evil aura. Baby sheep made a disgusted face. The only thing it could feel was that the unknown force was very filthy. Celestial Fox's tomb. Something is coming out from the Celestial Fox's tomb. Xianxia took a deep breath. This could explain why the Celestial Fox's Sarira in her body suddenly acted strangely. But what was in the Celestial Fox's tomb? Xianxia remembered that there was only a statue of fox smoke in the Celestial Fox's tomb. At the moment when Baby Sheep gave the warning. Near the Dutian blood seal, Ji Romo and Red Coat Summon, who were still fighting, fiercely felt their eyebrows twitch. Both of them were top experts in the continent. That violent and filthy force was very close to them. They withdrew their hands at the same time and looked at the Dutian blood seal. They suddenly realized that the Dutian blood seal was constantly changing. At the original location of the Celestial Fox's tomb, a blood-red light that looked like a rock was spat out. In the light, there seemed to be a figure. That blood-red light was like a sword that pierced through the heart. With a bang, it broke through the air and drilled out from the bloody hole that was created by the Celestial Fox's burning of spiritual power. At the moment when the light drilled out, a black figure appeared in the light. The appearance of the black figure was gradually revealed. It was a very strange person. It was called a person because he was still wearing a human robe. Although it was tattered, it could still be recognized that he was once a magician. But he didn't look like a human because he didn't walk like a human. His limbs were on the ground and he walked like a beast. Other than his eyes and mouth, the rest of his body was covered with long fur. Behind him, there were 3 fluffy tails. The strange man, who looked like both a human and a beast, came out of the Dutian blood seal like a bolt of lightning. His speed was unbelievably fast as he pounced on the sorcerers from the temple who were maintaining the blood sacrifice magic array. As the figure flashed past, the sorcerers' faces were filled with horror. There were holes in their chests, dripping with blood and steaming hot air. They had been gouged out while they were still alive. The strange man stood in the air. The 3 tails behind him were particularly eye-catching. His hands were no longer human hands. They were like those of a beast with sharp claws. Several hearts that were still beating were pierced through his ghastly claws. 2 rays of thirst shot out from his eyes as if he had found the most delicious food in the world. The strange man opened his mouth and swallowed the hearts as if they were delicious delicacies. After he ate the hearts, he did not forget to lick the blood off his claws. The magic power around him expanded by a large circle. This scene fell into the eyes of Ji Romo and the Emperor Zhao in red. It was exceptionally strange. It tastes so good. I finally get to eat fresh meat. The strange man seemed to have not spoken for a long time. His voice was dry and unpleasant. It was as if a file had been rubbed against glass. The strange man raised his head and saw the Emperor Zhao in red and Ji Romo. His eyes lit up. He could tell that these 2 people were not ordinary people. The higher the cultivation level of a person, the more delicious their heart would be. After he swallowed it, it would be more beneficial to his magic cultivation. There are 2 more. These 2 look much more delicious than the previous ones. Which one should I eat first? The strange man stretched out his hand and swallowed his saliva in front of the Emperor Zhao in red and Ji Romo. He seemed to be choosing which one to eat first. Are you a human or a beast? The Emperor Zhao in red could not tell the origin of the strange man. A human or a beast? I used to be a human. I also had a human name, Feng Tian. But that's all in the past. The strange man let out an unpleasant laugh. Feng Tian, Ji Rumo still had some recollection of this name. He was once the #1 expert of the continent's magic elite camp, Feng Tian. However, it was said that this person had gone missing during the trial of the elite camp of the continent. Unexpectedly, he was trapped in the Dutian blood seal. Moreover, he was trapped in the tomb of Celestial Fox. However, wasn't the tomb of the 8 wilderness beast kings only open to those with the same bloodline? Why was Feng Tian able to survive in the tomb of the Celestial Fox? Also, what was with his inhuman appearance? No one knew how Feng Tian entered the tomb of Celestial Fox. He had entered the Celestial Fox tomb by chance. At that time, Yun Xing, who possessed the Celestial Fox bloodline, had accidentally used a secret passage to leave the Celestial Fox tomb. Coincidentally, Feng Tian had discovered the secret passage. Originally, Feng Tian had only entered the secret passage out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, because Yi Baiming had destroyed the tomb of the Celestial Fox, Feng Tian had been unintentionally sealed in the Dutian blood seal by the second elder and the chief of the temple, Si Ming, who had arrived later. In the blood seal, he had been influenced by countless evil auras and gradually lost his humanity. In the tomb of the Celestial Fox, he had no food and could only rely on eating the corpses that had died early in the tomb of the Celestial Fox. Those corpses were all the corpses of the Celestial Fox people who had accidentally entered the tomb of the Celestial Fox. They had died in the tomb of the Celestial Fox. Over the years, although those corpses were well preserved, they had still changed. Feng Tian had been eating them for a long time, and his body and Dharma soul had also changed bit by bit. Perhaps Feng Tian's luck was good, but he even found some Celestial Fox tribe cultivation techniques among those corpses. Feng Tian struggled at death's door while learning the Celestial Fox cultivation techniques. His body had also undergone some changes. He had slowly turned from a human into a half-human, half-beast monster. The 3 fox tails behind him had also grown after he cultivated the cultivation techniques. They were the Wind Tail, Speed Tail, Lightning Tail, Tear Tail, and Evil Tail, Slaughter Tail. At first, when he discovered that he had become like this, the proud and arrogant Feng Tian had also thought of dying. However, he accidentally discovered that his strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds because of his changes. In a short 3 years, he had actually broken through from the saint-level Dharma King to the Dharma God realm. Moreover, the more he devoured people, the faster his cultivation rose. However, because there were only dead people in the tomb of the Celestial Fox, the nutrition he could obtain from it was limited. Even though he had become like this, Feng Tian still had a thought in his heart, and that was that one day, he would rush out of the tomb of the Celestial Fox and find Yi Baiming. He still remembered how Yi Baiming had humiliated him back then. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was worthy of being called the #1 genius of the continent. Therefore, with that thought in mind, Feng Tian kept waiting for the day when he would be able to break through the Dutian blood seal and return to the continent. This day had finally arrived. Hu Xing had used his soul power to burn a part of the Dutian blood seal. This had also provided Feng Tian with an excellent opportunity. After searching for a while, he finally found the weakness of the blood seal and rushed out. Finally, he saw the light of day again. Ignorant Junior, Jiaoying, kill him. The Emperor Zhao in red felt disgusted when he saw Feng Tian's half-human, half-beast appearance. In the eyes of the Emperor Zhao in red, this half-beast existence was even more filthy than the Bakra orcs. The Jiaoying, who had lost one of its heads, abandoned Ji Rumo after receiving its master's order and roared at the sky. The remaining 8 heads spewed out raging flames. The flames surrounded the 3-tailed phoenix sky, but there was no sign of pain on his face. It was as if he was just enjoying the sun. Divine beast, I have never tasted the blood of a divine beast. Kiki, let's have a taste today. The 3-tailed phoenix sky let out an extremely arrogant laugh. The tail of wind behind him trembled, and his body was even faster than teleportation as he pounced towards the Jiaoying. The Jiaoying was like a mound of earth. Compared to it, the 3-tailed phoenix sky's figure was insignificant. However, Feng Tian was not afraid at all. He was like a flea, attaching himself to one of the Jiaoying's necks. Behind him, the evil's tail tree stood up. 2 rows of sharp, cone-like teeth immediately grew out of its mouth. Feng Tian bit the Jiaoying's neck and tore with force. The Jiaoying let out an earth-shattering cry as blood splattered. One of the Jiaoying's heads had been bitten off by Feng Tian. Damn it! The Emperor Zhao in red could not help but tremble. Within a day, the divine beast Jiaoying that he regarded as his own life had been injured repeatedly. Ji Rumo and Feng Tian had cut off 2 of its heads. Now, only 7 of its heads were left. TSK, a beast is a beast. It's still not as delicious as human meat. Feng Tian tore off a piece of beast meat and chewed a few times before spitting it out in disgust. The Emperor Zhao in red's gaze was cold. He roared angrily and rushed towards the sky. However, at this moment, Ji Rumo's expression changed again. Behind him, the Dutian blood seal collapsed. A few sorcerers were killed, and the blood sacrifice magical array stopped operating. The Dutian blood seal, which had suffered heavy injuries, finally could not take it anymore and completely collapsed. The collapse of the Duan blood seal was like a skyscraper collapsing. The ripples caused by the collapse of the Duan blood seal affected a wide area. The entire blood realm could sense this unusual change. Everyone was shocked. Only then did they know that Baby Sheep was telling the truth. In the direction of the Duan blood seal, countless blood-red auras shot out like a rain of swords, piercing into the sky. The blood-red auras pierced into the sky, but they didn't dissipate. Instead, they gathered in the sky. Yunxing, look, there's something in the sky. Dong Huangling trembled as she pointed at the sky. The sky of the Duan blood world was like a lake that had countless stones thrown into it. First, ripples appeared. Those ripples were still expanding. As the ripples intersected, they formed vortexes of auras. In the vortexes, fully armed demonic beast soldiers crawled out one after another. These beast soldiers were all half human and half beast, looking extremely rough. The leading 100 main bull warriors had the lower body of a bull and the upper body of a human. They held heavy axes in their hands. At this moment, another huge vortex appeared in the sky, and a hooded priestess wearing a colorful beast god priest robe appeared from it. The priestess took off her hat, revealing a charming face. Her eyes were deep, and her body was enchanting. She looked down at the land that had once brought endless humiliation and blood to the 8 barren tribes. She greedily took a breath. The air of the Duan blood world was filled with blood, but to her, it was as sweet as rain. How many years has it been? Boundless land, we're finally back. We're back. We're back. Warriors, you're the vanguard of the 8 barren tribes' invasion of the boundless land. Before the leaders of the 8 tribes arrive, we'll trample on the experts of the boundless land and slaughter them like ants. The priestess finished her words. Nearly 100 ferocious barbaric bull warriors shouted in unison. They swooped down with weapons and magic staffs in their hands. Like countless fleas, they descended from the sky. They were like bulls with red eyes. Their eyes were bloodshot as they charged toward the periphery of the Duan blood world. Elder Siming and the others felt like their guts were about to explode upon seeing this. The Dutian seal collapsed, the Dutian blood world was in chaos. How could this be? Chang Ximing was shocked, his body trembling uncontrollably. Of course. The magical beasts of the 8 Wastelands beast clan. Not good. I'm afraid that the collapse of the blood seal has given the Ba Huang tribe an opportunity to form a space vortex. We have to stop them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Ba Huang tribe invades on a large scale and rushes out of the blood beast world, the entire mainland will be plunged into a hellish slaughter. Yun Sheng and the rest looked at the Ba Huang beast soldiers that kept coming out of the vortex, their hearts exploding. No, we need to repair the Dutian blood seal as soon as possible. Elder Siming was still stubbornly stubborn as she kept mumbling. Look at the situation now. Are you counting on the Dutian blood seal? Yunxing glared at Elder Siming. Then, what should we do? Elder Siming asked. The situation had gone out of control. How many people does the temple have in the blood beast world? Also, Divine Wind, how many elf archers can you deploy in such a short time? Sister Lan, please go to the relay station at the outskirts of the Dutian blood world and gather all the people you can. We have to think of a way to seal the Dutian blood world. The more difficult the situation was, the calmer Yunxing became. Her personal grudges with the temple and the Zhao state had to be put aside for now. Yunxing's calmness also made the panicking people calm down. Elder Ming's face turned red. Yunxing's reprimand had enlightened him. The temple did not have many mages in the Dutian blood beast world. There were at least 50 to 60 mages that could be deployed. As for the Dutian relay station, there should be some adventurers from all over the world. The number of elven archers that Divine Wind could deploy in a short period of time was over 100. However, it would take at least a few hours to deploy the manpower. In this hour, how should they deal with the priestess and the bull warriors? Could they only rely on Yunxing, the injured Dong Huangling Gu Feng, Qi, and the others to fight against 100? Moreover, that priestess of the beast god altar was clearly not a weakling. Yunxing looked around. Ling and the other two nodded in unison. Leave it to us, Yunxing replied confidently. Facing so many enemies, she was not afraid at all. Time seemed to have returned to the time when she was in the elite mage camp. At that time, she also fought side by side with her companions. Elder Ming, Divine Wind, Blue, and the others did not hesitate. The three of them split up and rushed in different directions in the Dutian blood world. At this time, Gu Feng had already performed a simple light magic treatment on Qi. Yunxing placed Huxing's body in the Ling Long Beast Tower. The spiritual energy in the Ling Long Beast Tower could keep Huxing's body from rotting for the time being. Yunxing planned to wait until the crisis in the Dutian blood world was over before cremating Huxing and sending him back to the celestial fox tribe. Rise to the sky. Yunxing was in the middle, and the other three were on her left and right. Magic wings of different colors appeared behind the four of them, and they rose into the sky together. In the sky, the priestess was commanding the bull warriors to attack the beast blood world. Fifth priestess, there are human auras ahead. For reckless humans are approaching. The bull warrior in charge of the lookout quickly caught the whereabouts of Yunxing and the others. It turned out that after the plot of the Zhao state's first summoner was exposed, the high priest of the beast god altar issued a war order. The third and fifth priestess of the beast god altar led the vanguard, and the chiefs of the 8 tribes selected the elites of each tribe to attack the Dutian blood seal. Originally, the beast god altar thought that it would take some time to attack the boundless continent. After all, the Dutian blood seal still needed some time to collapse. But due to a freak combination of factors, Huxing burned his soul power and Feng Tian broke out of the celestial fox tomb, causing the collapse of the Dutian blood seal to happen earlier. The fifth priestess, who was skilled in spatial magic, took the opportunity to lead her troops into the boundless continent using spatial magic, becoming the first batch of 8 wilderness beast soldiers to reach the boundless continent. She thought that her operation this time would be undetectable. Who would have thought that the humans would discover her before she even launched the attack? The priestess looked around and saw 4 young magicians blocking their way. After seeing the faces of the 4 people, the priestess was surprised. Among the 4 mages, the female mage in the middle was also a summoner. Magicians from the boundless continent? The priestess swept her seductive eyes across the 4 of them. In the end, her gaze landed on Qi, who was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. The 5th priestess had always been arrogant, but this time, she could not help but take a few more glances. The 4 of them had decent cultivation levels. They were young, and even the weakest among them was a sky magician. 2 of the girls were even prettier than her. Since when did the boundless land have such outstanding talents? Except for the handsome man, the others have all been captured, especially the 2 women. This priest wants to capture them back and give them to the 3rd priest. The 5th priestess of the beast god altar did not take them seriously at all. She had to admit that the cultivation levels of these young magicians were decent, but they were just decent. They were too few in number and would not be able to make a difference. She was only the vanguard of the 8 wilderness tribes' invasion of the boundless land. As the blood seal crumbled, more spatial cracks would form. Yes. 5th priestess. After hearing the 5th priestess's instructions, the wild bull beast soldiers could not help but sympathize with the 4 pitiful magicians. Unlucky fella, of all people, he had to meet the 5th priestess. The 8 priestesses of the beast god altar were all supreme existences in the 8 wilderness continent. Their statuses were similar to Elder Ming and Emperor Zhao. Other than the 8th priestess, who died because her identity was exposed, the 5th priestess was the most attracted to men. It was rumored that the secret to her beauty was to suck the essence of handsome men. As for the third priestess, she liked beautiful human female slaves the most. In the 8 wilderness continent, countless indigenous women were tortured to death by the third priestess. The 5th priestess and the 3rd priestess had a good relationship, so every time the 5th priestess found a beautiful human female, she would snatch her to the 3rd priestess. "Wait, I want that sheep on your shoulder." The 5th priestess's eyes lit up as she stared at the baby sheep on Xianxia's shoulder. A pink magic beast, the 5th priestess was a woman, and she usually liked pink things the most. The Bobo sheep had soft fur that was naturally curly and had a pair of fleshy wings. It was indeed very popular with women. Moreover, a magical beast like the baby sheep was unique in both the Boundless Continent and the 8 Wastelands Continent. No wonder the 5th priest took a liking to it. "Bah, bah. You are the sheep. Your whole family are sheep. This world deity only looks like a sheep and has the word sheep in my name. This world deity is not a sheep." When the sheep heard this, the curly hair all over its body stood up as if it had been electrocuted. A coquettish orc woman actually dared to covet its beauty. Apart from his master, Xianxia, no one else could understand what he was saying. Needless to say, it called itself a world deity. After all, its appearance was that of a sheep. "Want it? Then exchange it with your life." Xianxia's voice sounded faintly. Her voice sounded gentle, but when she said the last word, as she spoke, Xianxia's magic scepter vibrated slightly. A dark thorn that was like a sharp knife pierced through the skull of the bull beast soldier standing at the front. The wild ox beast soldier's heavy body fell down like a collapsing wall. But just as the bull beast soldier fell to the ground, there was another wave of magic waves. On the originally flat ground, sharp earth thorns drilled out of the ground. The bull beast soldier's body was instantly pierced like a hedgehog. It could not be more dead. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. And the whole process was caused by a seemingly harmless female sorcerer. The 5th priestess narrowed her eyes. The charming smile at the corner of her mouth disappeared. Her eyes revealed traces of coldness. Amidst the murderous intent, there was also a hint of surprise. Xianxia and the rest stood in the air. The 5th priestess looked over. Xianxia's figure did not move. She did not even chant and had already launched 2 waves of magic attacks. Even the priests of the beast god altar would find it difficult to do so in such a short time. But she did it. This woman had rich battle experience. The humans of the Boundless Land were completely different from the cowardly indigenous people of the 8 Wastelands. "Interesting. You actually dared to kill my people. Originally, I wanted to let you go on account of your face. Now, it seems that there is no need for that. Captain Bull, listen to my orders. Whoever kills that female sorcerer, I will bestow 10 drops of holy water from the beast god altar." The 5th priestess was also angered by Xianxia. She glanced at them and confirmed that Xianxia was the leader of the 4 sorcerers. The holy water from the beast god altar was similar to the water of life in Xianxia's immortal holy grail. It could purify a sorcerer's dharma soul and the warrior's physique. But because it was rare, only the priests of the beast god altar could possess it. Once they heard that killing a female sorcerer would be exchanged for 10 drops of holy water, the bull beast soldiers cheered like a tidal wave. They did not hesitate to surround Xianxia. The 5th priestess smiled sinisterly. Once 100 bull beast soldiers surrounded her, that female sorcerer would definitely be chopped into minced meat. This was the consequence of angering her. The sudden stampede of beast soldiers gave Ling and the rest a shock. They rushed forward to save her. "Handsome little brother, you are mine. You are so handsome. If you were to be destroyed by those boorish bull beast soldiers, my heart would ache." The 5th priestess giggled and appeared in front of Abandon. She raised her finger and was about to tease Abandon. Abandon's handsome face was full of disgust. Without a word, he greeted her with a cloud of poisonous fog. "Hee, you actually know how to use poison magic. But this kind of magic, I like it better." The 5th priestess teased. With a wave of her sleeve, a small whirlwind blew away the poisonous fog. On the other side, Xianxia was also surrounded by nearly 100 bull beast soldiers. The bull beast soldiers waved their heavy axes. Countless axes were like a flood, fiercely crashing into every corner of Xianxia's body. It looked like Xianxia was about to lose her cabin. At this time, a summoning array appeared under Yunxing's feet. In the blink of an eye, the winged beast ants buzzed. They came out from it. The sky was filled with beast ants. The number was hard to count with the naked eye. Under the command of the centipede ant general, the ant colony crazily pounced on the bull beast soldiers. Although the beast ants were small, they were very fierce. They were best used to deal with the bull beast soldiers. Oh woo! With a burst of excited barking, Xiaohei pounced on the bull beast soldier and bit his tail. Hey! 100-legged ants, take it easy and go easy on us. You should at least give us a chance to show off. The enchanting night demon queen and the little elven queen followed closely behind. The infamous 100-legged ant general among the magical beasts was actually called a 100-legged little ant. Only the demon queen of the night demon would dare to call it that. In fact, although Yunxing had many magical beasts and all of them were very powerful, they got along very well. But occasionally, the magical beasts would have a conflict, and that was the problem of who would be the first to fight each time. This problem was also called the Q problem by Yunxing's magical beasts. Magical beasts were naturally bloodthirsty and warlike. When they encountered a good thing like a fight, they wished they could grow a few more legs. But often, they couldn't win against the 100-legged ant general. Even though the 100-legged ant general was the smallest of all the demonic beasts, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Yunxing had the number 1 rearing artifact, the exquisite beast pagoda. The spiritual energy in the beast pagoda was abundant, and the reproduction of the 100-legged ant general was even smoother. Now, it had countless ant children and ant grandchildren, and it could summon more than 100,000 ant soldiers at once. Generally speaking, even a martial sage would be caught off guard when 10,000 soul-devouring ants swarmed up. The soul-devouring ants drilled into the wild bull beasts' internal organs and intestines through their noses, eyes, and mouths. After a while, the wild bull beasts were all howling and rolling on the ground. The wild bull captain's situation wasn't much better. Xiaohei had bitten it from head to toe, and it was dripping with blood. There wasn't a single piece of meat that was unharmed. Here's our chance. The night demon queen beamed with joy. She chanted and many night demon warriors appeared behind her. The warriors raised their sharp elven spears and rushed towards the wild bull beasts. The elf queen kept shuttling through the crowd of beasts. Whenever she encountered a wild bull beasts that were not dead, she would cast a frost spell and freeze them into an ice sculpture. As for Yunxing, she stood at the side with a leisurely expression and looked on coldly, acting like a hands-off shopkeeper. The 5th priest, who originally wanted to capture and abandon them, heard the commotion. He turned around and his face instantly turned pale. What was going on? Where did these strange magical beasts that were rare even in the 8 Wastelands continent come from? Could it be that these were all the magical beasts of that female summoner? Impossible. How could a summoner summon so many magical beasts at once? There was the ferocious Xiaohei, the enchanting and sinister night demon queen, and the beautiful blonde woman who was responsible for the last hit in the herd of beasts. She seemed to be a king-level elf, and there was also a ferocious ant clan beast general. These magical beasts were mighty, like a torrent. Nearly 100 bull beast soldiers were completely defeated. Are you scared now? Those are Yunxing's demonic beast army. Isn't the 8 desolate tribe very impressive? With Yunxing alone, she can fight against 10,000. Dong Huangling heaved a sigh of relief. She had almost forgotten that compared to magic, Yunxing's summoned beasts were truly formidable. With these magical beasts around, they could at least hold on for a while before the others arrived. Under the battle of Yunxing's demonic beast army, the bull beast soldiers were either killed or gnawed into bones. Very quickly, only the 5th priestess was left. But the strange thing was that in the end, even after the bull captain had fallen, the 5th priestess did not have any intention of retreating. A poppy-like smile appeared on Rao Li's beautiful face. That smile was especially irksome in the eyes of everyone. It's really an eye-opener. I didn't expect that in the boundless continent, there would also be an existence that could become a general-level summoner. Moreover, it's a female summoner. The 5th priestess used a completely different gaze to size up Yunxing. In her eyes, there was no longer the look of contempt from before. At this point, the 5th priestess no longer thought that the person she met was just an ordinary female summoner. If it wasn't her who came today, she was afraid that the first vanguard team of the 8 desolate tribes invasion army would really all fall here. General-level summoner? It was the first time Xianxia heard such a title. What? As a summoner, you haven't even heard of general-level summoners? That's right. In a place like the Boundless Continent, I'm afraid that there might not even be a general-level summoner in 1,000 years. I heard that back then, the first pope of the Zao state, who once fought against the 8 desolate tribe leaders, was an outstanding general-level summoner. The 5th priestess shook her head. The powerhouses of the 8 desolate lands who created the 8 desolate divine artifacts had already fallen many years ago. The Boundless Continent had already fallen to the point where even general-level summoners were not known. Such a boundless continent was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. General-level summoners were a type of summoner, but they were different from ordinary summoners who could only contract 1 magical beast and at most could not contract more than 2 magical beasts. General-level summoners could control at least 3 magical beasts at the same time. Only such summoners were qualified to be called general-level summoners. General-level summoners were about 1 in 100 people in the 8 desolate lands. However, even general-level summoners could control different grades of magical beasts according to the control of their Dharma souls. What surprised the 5th priestess the most about Xianxia was that all of Xianxia's magical beasts were holy beasts. Moreover, Xianxia could control them very easily. This was very rare even in the 8 desolate lands. Perhaps 1 in a million people might not even be found. According to the 5th priestess's knowledge, other than the 1st priestess, only the 8 desolate god summoners of the 8 desolate tribes in the 8 desolate lands had such divine power. However, this woman looked so young. She definitely could not have reached the terrifying power of the 8 desolate god summoners. It's a pity that you are a human. Otherwise, you could have become a disciple of our leader. He would have been very happy to accept you as his disciple. The 5th priestess lamented. It was a pity that such a talented female summoner was going to die in her hands today. There's no need to feel pity, because the dead won't feel pity. Xianxia waved her hand, and Blackie, the 100-legged ant general, the night stallion queen, and the elven queen all landed beside her. The 5th priestess alone definitely did not have the ability to block the attack of so many magical beasts. Wrong, female summoner. Sometimes, the dead are the scariest. Because only the dead are not afraid of death. The 5th priestess let out a ghostly laugh. In her hands, there were 2 bone staffs that looked like magic scepters. However, the 2 bone staffs were very small. They looked like the forelimbs of some kind of young beast. They looked as if they were made of jade. They were emerald green, and when the 5th priest held them in his left and right hands, they looked somewhat awe-inspiring. Everyone then realized that in the battle just now, the 5th priestess did not use any magic scepters or weapons. However, what were the 2 bone staffs used for? Perhaps seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, the 5th priestess chuckled. Because of your outstanding performance just now, you are qualified to know my name. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the 5th priestess of the beast god altar, Lin Yun. My main witchcraft is corpse sacrifice. Cold, low efficiency. The status of the beast god altar in the 8 desolates continent was similar to the status of the combination of the Dharma temple and the Zao state in the boundless continent. However, compared to the Dharma temple that specialized in magic, the priests of the 8 desolates continent's beast god altar specialized in witchcraft. Witchcraft could also be understood as a side branch of dark magic, just that witchcraft was also added into it. The 8 priests of the beast god altar, each of them had their own unique witchcraft. For example, the first summoner, 8th priest, that died in Punlai, he specialized in the witchcraft of fusion. As for the 5th priest, she was a corpse sacrifice. Corpse sacrifice? Could it be that she was a priest that dealt with corpses? Such a delicate and beautiful priest actually specialized in dealing with corpses? Xianxia and the others looked at each other. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Listen up, if you don't want to die, quickly scram back to the 8 desolates continent and never step foot into the boundless continent again. Donghuang Linger only wanted to quickly make this eccentric woman in front of her disappear. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. She thought to herself, to be able to be sent as the vanguard of the 8 desolates tribe, this priestess called Lin Yun definitely isn't that simple. The boundless continent originally belonged to us, the Bakra orcs. It was because of the cunning of the humans that the Bakra orcs were tricked and chased out of the boundless continent. The Bakra orcs have waited for thousands of years. How can I, the priestess, give up so easily? It's also time to let you all see how powerful I am. The fifth priest Lin Yun smiled. She pretended to be careless as she played with the two jade-like bones in her hands. The two jade-like bones lightly knocked against each other, and a series of ding-ding-dong-dong-dong sounds could be heard. After experiencing such a cruel massacre, hearing such a pleasant melody that was like a clear spring, one's mind couldn't help but relax a little. Although there wasn't any music accompaniment, the sound of the jade-like bones knocking against each other actually formed a death rhapsody. When the music entered their ears, everyone felt that their heartbeats couldn't help but quicken. They felt as if they were suffocating, and breathing became more and more difficult. Yunxing and the rest did not know that they had unknowingly fallen into the lich music played by the fifth priest. The predecessor of corpse witch music, was a special music used for funerals in the Eight Desolates continent. At first, it was just a very ordinary piece of music, but it was accidentally discovered by a great mage that there was a mysterious power in the lich music. That mage had fused the dark witchcraft and created a lich music that was neither a spell nor a combat technique, but had terrifying power. Corpse witch music was very destructive. It could cause a person's will to be depressed and their heart to beat faster. Unknowingly, it could cause a person to be immersed in grief and despair. Some people would even commit suicide after listening to corpse witch music. The fifth priest looked at the few of them who were immersed in the music. His eyes were blank, especially Goofing and Abandon. They were immersed in some kind of sorrowful emotion and had completely lost their will to fight. As for Donghuang Ling tears were streaming down her face. She recalled how her father was assassinated and how her elder brother had turned into a retard. As for that female summoner. The fifth priest's dance suddenly stopped. On the face of that female summoner, that pair of eyes that were as dark as the night was looking straight at him. How is this possible? She is actually completely unaffected by corpse witch music. Indeed, corpse witch music wasn't effective on everyone. In front of two types of people, corpse witch music wouldn't be effective. The first type was that the other party's strength was obviously higher than the corpse witch music. The second type was that the other party's willpower was unprecedentedly strong and wasn't affected by corpse witch music at all. That female summoner obviously didn't belong to the first type. Could it be that her willpower was so strong to such an extent? The reason why Yunxing was able to resist corpse witch music was because she had lived 2 lives. She was a healer. To her, the life and death of a person was much more indifferent compared to other people. Moreover, within her body was the relic of the celestial fox people Long Huyen, the Bakra orcs who was once known as the strongest in magic. Why would she be afraid of a mere priestess of the beast god altar? What is there to be afraid of? Yunxing's black eyes became even deeper. She calmly took out the Millennium Ice Zither. This fifth priest was unlucky. Yunxing's Dihong song happened to be the biggest nemesis of corpse witch music. Once Dihong appeared, all the evil spirits retreated. Her fingers moved and on the zither strings, a sonorous and powerful zither sound rang out like thunder. The zither sound was exciting and powerful, directly striking people's hearts. Ling Gufeng, Qi, and the others who were originally in a daze and had no fighting spirit felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. They quivered and woke up. The jade bone rhythm in the fifth priest's hand was shocked by the zither sound. He lost his grip and the jade bones knocked together. On the jade bones, there was an additional hair-sized crack. Once the crack appeared, the music stopped. Ling and the others then realized that they had almost fallen into the fifth priest's trap. You actually dare to damage my corpse king bone staff. The fifth priest did not expect that the other party's zither skills would be so good as well. She was actually able to wake up people who were listening to corpse witch music. Showing off your slight skill in front of an expert, your corpse witch music is only SOSO. Yunxing pressed on the zither strings. The light of a firefly wants to compete with the brilliance of the moon? I will let you all know the true power of the 8 desolate beast god altar. Yunxing's words angered the fifth priest. She laughed strangely. As soon as she finished speaking, the fifth priest tore off her clothes. Under the white priest robe, there was almost no need to describe her beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her arms were as white as jade, her legs were slender and powerful, and her feet were like jade. The fifth priest, Lin Yun, had a graceful figure. Only a few vital parts of her body were covered with a light gauze. Seeing this situation, Gu Feng and Qi both involuntarily blushed. The two of them did not know whether to look or not. For a moment, they actually did not know how to deal with it. Demoness. Seeing this, Dong Huangling angrily glared at Gu Feng. The latter was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and put on a serious look. Hee, you're embarrassed? What's even more erotic is yet to come. The fifth priestess made a seductive action. Her waist swayed leisurely as she danced. As she danced, the more intense her jade-like movements became, the faster the fifth priestess dance became. However, the scarier scene was yet to come. As the fifth priest danced, the corpses of the bull beasts that were originally lying on the ground and killed by the magical beasts suddenly moved as if they had come to life. Their movements became more and more intense. Crack, crack, crack. The corpses of the bull beast soldiers all stood up. Kill them. The fifth priest glared at the demonic beasts. The corpses of the beast soldiers pounced towards Yunxing and the others. Resurrection from the dead was undoubtedly absurd. These beast soldiers had been devoured by Yunxing's centipede ants. Not to mention their flesh, even their intestines had been devoured. But what was happening in front of them? How could the beast soldiers that had been killed earlier all come back to life? Yunxing and the rest were horrified. But when they took a closer look, they quickly realized that these bull beast soldiers were just walking corpses. Their eyes were dull and their eyeballs were already turbid. As the Dutian blood seal collapsed, more and more of the evil aura in the blood seal spread. They either surged towards the middle and outer regions of the blood world or scattered towards the sky. The bewitching power of the fifth priest's lich dance became stronger and stronger. Those beast soldiers that had lost their consciousness and only listened to the fifth priest's orders pounced forward like moths to a flame. They were like mad dogs, recklessly attacking the four people and the magical beasts. The centipede ant generals and ant soldiers pounced forward. But these beast soldiers were either left with white bones or did not know pain. They were completely unaffected by the attacks of the soul-eater ants. Warriors of the Night Charm. Attack. The Night Charm Queen gathered many Night Charm warriors. The elf tribe's arrows turned into a rain of arrows. The arrows were densely packed and pierced into the bodies of the beast soldiers in rows. They looked like hedgehogs. But the beast soldiers that were shot into hedgehogs only paused for a moment before they continued to charge forward mechanically. These beast soldiers that had died long ago but were controlled by the lich dance were completely unafraid of all kinds of magic attacks and poisonous fog. They were unaffected by force or persuasion. Little Green, abandoned, shouted. Little Green came out with a whoosh. Its petite body quickly grew in size. Its snake tail coiled around 3 or 4 beast soldiers and twisted. With a few cracking sounds, the 3 or 4 beast soldiers that were made of white bones were instantly crushed into powder and fell to the ground. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw this. But who knew that just as the powder fell to the ground, the powder quickly gathered again to become the skeletons of the beast soldiers again. Moreover, every time the beast soldiers died, their battle abilities became sharper and their attacks more ferocious. As time passed, the humans and the beasts began to show signs of fatigue. After all, they were still humans. Even if they had elixirs to replenish their energy, there would come a time when they would run out of energy. Haha, ignorant humans, these corpses are invincible. Soon you will be exhausted. Don't worry, if you are killed, I guarantee that I will make you into the most outstanding corpse soldier specimens. The fifth priest's charming eyes were indescribably enchanting. As a corpse sacrifice, the fifth priest's most powerful technique was to control the corpse beast soldiers. She also had a fetish. Whenever she met an enemy whose appearance and strength satisfied her, she would torture them to death and make them into zombie specimens. Just the thought of having a whole new batch of corpse beast soldiers, and such outstanding ones at that, made the fifth priest's blood boil. She let out a complacent laugh, which made people's scalps tingle. Become a zombie soldier specimen? What the hell was that? Fear could be seen on Dong Huanglinger's face. She didn't want to become a zombie that was neither human nor ghost. But, what could they do? These corpse beast soldiers were too terrifying. They were like centipedes. No matter how they were attacked, they would still come back to life. Corpse sacrifice was too terrifying. However, after fighting so many battles, the four of them were already exhausted. Even Xianxia's beasts were showing signs of fatigue. If they still couldn't find a way to repel the corpse beast soldiers, they might really die here. Xianxia frowned. They couldn't go on like this. Gu Feng, use the sphere of light to defend first. Helpless, Xianxia could only let Gu Feng use the sphere of light to temporarily stop the corpse beast soldiers. Gu Feng chanted, and a ball of light the size of a tent enveloped the four of them and the magical beasts, temporarily blocking the corpses of the beasts outside. The sphere of light contained powerful light energy. When the corpse beast soldiers saw it, they were like beasts encountering fire. They were very afraid and retreated to the side. But even so, the corpse beast soldiers were unwilling to completely retreat. They paced back and forth outside the sphere of light and let out strange cries at the people inside. Those cries were like owls in the night, carrying a sense of fear of death. Hee, I didn't expect that there would be a light magician among you. What a pity, it's just a useless magician who can only defend and not attack. The fifth priest continued to provoke them when he saw that they were caught unprepared. These monsters seem to be very afraid of light magic. If only I knew a powerful light magic attack. Gu Feng's face was full of regret. For Gu Feng, not knowing how to use light magic had always been his regret. This caused him to be in a very passive situation when facing enemies. The corpse beast soldiers were undead creatures that were derivatives of dark magic. If at this time, Gu Feng had a powerful light magic like Xiao Wenxiu in the temple, he was confident that he could annihilate these corpse beast soldiers. Although Xianxia had a 5-elemental magic soul, she didn't know any light magic. Facing these corpse beast soldiers, she was also helpless. Could it be that they were going to be trapped here alive today? Xianxia's eyes flashed as she suddenly thought of something. Gu Feng, remove the sphere of light. Time was of the essence, so Xianxia didn't explain much. Although the other three didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do, they were already used to seeing Xianxia as the leader. Gu Feng immediately removed the sphere of light. As soon as the sphere of light was removed, the corpse beast soldiers surrounded them again. The four of them could already smell the stench of corpses in the air. I'd like to see who is more powerful when corpse witch music meets corpse puppet technique. Xianxia sat cross-legged and said in a voice that only she could hear. Since she couldn't kill or hit them, she would take the initiative and turn these corpse beast soldiers into her own. Xianxia's hand once again plucked the strings of the zither. You don't know what's good for you. You still want to resist at this time. Your zither music is good, but it's only an ancient battle song. It's useful against humans and magical beasts, but it's useless against my corpse beast soldiers. The fifth priest said disdainfully. The corpse beast soldiers were getting closer and closer. The leader of the barbaric bull soldiers leaped forward and pounced on Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's fingers moved and her black eyes turned golden. The sky suddenly darkened. It was as if the sky had been split open by someone, and there was a golden crack in the clouds. In the crack, a closed eye suddenly appeared. The eyes slowly opened. It was a pair of golden eyes. Suddenly, the golden eyes emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden eyes seemed to contain infinite divine power. Under the golden light, the corpse beast soldiers all stopped in their tracks. The fifth priest, who was still dancing, staggered. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. What the hell is that? End of chapter 1056. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.